Chapter 1. Rebirth in a Parallel World. Limi stared blankly at the blackboard in front of him. He had been reborn, still an orphan-like in his previous life. The difference was that in his past life, he did not know who his biological parents were. But in this life, he was reborn 2 years after his parents died in a car accident. The inheritance and compensation were enough for him to finish college, and he had a considerable amount of assets. Now, as a high school freshman, Limi had few places to spend money. Although he had relatives, they were not close enough to claim his parents' inheritance, and there were many distant relatives who tried to stake a claim, but he managed to handle them all. Perhaps due to the rebirth or the perfect fusion of both souls, Limi's memory, logical thinking, and calculation abilities were far superior to those of an ordinary person, though he couldn't quantify it yet. The integration of memories was smooth, with no discomfort. Is rebirth always at the expense of one's parents? Limi pondered, holding his forehead. With the seamless blending of memories and his enhanced brain power, Limi quickly adapted to his new life after rebirth. His life trajectory and habits were not much different from those of his previous self. This year, he had just turned 16, took the time to obtain an ID card, sold his old house, and moved to a new community to avoid disputes with distant relatives. Perhaps due to the early death of his parents, the original self's personality was somewhat reclusive, so he had almost no close friends. His relationships with classmates were merely average, and he kept his studies and exams similar to before to avoid attracting external attention. In reality, Limi spent a month reviewing all the knowledge from elementary to middle school and fully mastered it, finishing high school material in another month. He had a complete understanding and could apply what he learned. During his spare time, Limi also transferred about $500,000 left by his parents into a new bank account he opened for himself and then invested it. In his previous life, Limi was in his 30s and had lived until 2021, but now it was only 1998. The investment aspect was straightforward. He kept around $100,000 for himself and sought a bank's help for the rest. The difference was that he specified the investments rather than investing in bank financial products. That IT wasn't a question of whether it was possible as long as money was spent. Nothing was impossible. Thus, Limi began his stable and low-key life, focusing solely on studying. Having lived 2 lives and experienced rebirth, he mainly spent money to find the orphanage from his past life without any clues. The address was still the same, and there was indeed an orphanage, though it had a different name, and no one from his previous life shared the same name. It was evident that this was not the same world. It resembled a parallel world. With rebirth and parallel worlds occurring, immortality might not be impossible with the advancement of technology. If Limi were still like in his previous life, he might have only thought of becoming rich using his past memories. However, with his super memory, logical thinking, and calculation abilities, developing technology was not out of reach. With the advancement of nanotechnology and genetic technology, immortality might be distant, but extending lifespans still held potential that if lifespan were extended and technology advanced, immortality could be considered. As time passed, Limi graduated from university. In the 6 years since his rebirth, it was now 2004, and he had learned almost all accessible knowledge to maintain a low profile. He projected the image of an ordinary college student. In secret, he had amassed billions in assets and opened a tech company in the form of foreign investment, developing 2 relatively successful games that generated revenue. In reality, he had established a private laboratory under the company's name that he also developed an artificial intelligence system. But due to hardware limitations, it was not ideal. For now, it could be considered a simple form of artificial intelligence. The main reason was that he did not have enough time to develop and iterate. Over 7 years, he focused entirely on studying, and his assets came from investments in the U.S. stock market, which he could not make too obvious as it was long-term investment, so having over $6 billion was quite impressive at AS for interpersonal relationships. To be honest, he had experience enough in his previous life and understood that with wealth and power, good people surrounded him. Coupled with his increasingly terrifying logical thinking abilities, he could almost read others' thoughts just by observing their expressions and hearing their words, rendering conversations almost meaningless. Studying was different. It was about gradually understanding the world and continuously improving his perception. Sometimes, while flying and looking at the blue sky and white clouds, along with his understanding, his horizons expanded significantly, and each experience brought different feelings. Among the subjects he studied most deeply was mathematics, as it is the foundation of technology. Computer hardware programming principles, mechanical applications, cutting-edge theories of nanotechnology, and more were all within his learning scope. Perhaps due to the extensive mental exertion, he appeared somewhat frail in fact. Limi discovered this issue in his sophomore year and spent a year studying medical applications to create a suitable nutrient solution for himself using existing products. Slowing down his learning pace for a year, he conducted experiments to formulate a nutrient solution that allowed him to study, think, and calculate wholeheartedly for half a day, without affecting his physical growth. The following 4 years in college were when he made the most rapid progress in learning. However, Limi still did not make an appearance, he merely provided instructions behind the scenes. Ultimately, he gained 5 of Tencent shares and 5 million yuan when he co-founded a game development company with Tencent, investing 1 million while Tencent invested 5 million. And he retained 45 equity in the new company. When it came to making money, Limi wasn't particularly concerned as long as it didn't affect his plans. It didn't matter whether he made more or less. Once the money reached a certain level, it was just a number. What Limi wanted was a result. His money was sufficient to purchase various experimental equipment and raw materials. Next, he planned to stay in a laboratory while investing in upgrading the servers. As for supercomputers, he couldn't obtain them at the moment. The servers were separated, one for the company and one for his laboratory. Currently, he focused on upgrading the laboratory servers because he was about to begin researching and developing artificial intelligence, that if he could achieve strong artificial intelligence, it would greatly assist him in many research endeavors. Otherwise, he would have to take another route by recruiting a large number of researchers to collaborate, leveraging the power of a group. Trying to achieve results on his own without the help of artificial intelligence was not impossible, but it was uncertain how much time it would take. Chapter 2. Artificial Intelligence. Limi spent 30 million to buy servers. Unlike others who directly bought ready-made ones, he assembled his own. Aside from purchasing a ready-made CPU, he designed the motherboard himself, created the cooling system, and bought off-the-shelf hard drives. It took him a considerable amount of time, and it took over half a year to complete the assembly. The motherboard design was completely based on the hardware knowledge he had learned, stripping away all unnecessary functions, focusing solely on maximizing the computing power of the CPU and GPU. He rewrote the underlying logic code for the motherboard and CPU, primarily using fiber optics for the network interface and also reprogramming the transmission protocol. Aside from the main server, the other servers were grouped in sets of 8, with a total of 8 groups, and there were 2 main control servers. Each server had 8 CPUs and 2 GPUs, with up to 12 hard drive interfaces. The CPUs, GPUs, and hard drives were all the best available on the market. Once the motherboard design was complete, it was outsourced to another company for manufacturing. Limi's requirements were simple. No need for intricate details, just stability. All interfaces were designed according to the latest protocols from 2021 and were compatible with current interfaces. The size of the motherboard didn't matter. All of this was aimed at maximizing computing power. Each server had no operating system, only a transmission protocol to network with the main server to provide computing power to IT. It took a month just to design the motherboard, and then I started having other manufacturers produce it. The process requirements were not high, but the prices offered were still high. Although the quantity was small, there were still manufacturers willing to take it on. Writing the code was not too much because it was simple with no extra features. Everything was focused on computing power. However, the underlying architecture involved mathematics and algorithms that were not trivial. If it weren't for his rebirth and exceptional memory, remembering everything he saw and heard in his previous life clearly, even though he didn't study a related major in his last life, he still learned some algorithms and related fields out of interest. With a direction, designing and writing based on his current knowledge was not too difficult. This was an underground building of the company, over 3,000 square meters, now filled with various hardware for servers. Lee, do you really not need any help? The company's professional manager looked at the computer hardware in front of him and couldn't help but ask. As the company's professional manager, he didn't understand why the headquarters would let this young man be the technical head of the company. The entire laboratory had 3 underground levels, and usually, even if he wanted to enter, he couldn't. If it weren't for accompanying the transportation of various hardware today, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter these 3 underground levels. Lime looked at the professional manager he had recruited and smiled. No need. I can install it myself. You can go up. By the way, since I will be here continuously, remember to have meals sent to the entrance above, along with the various herbs and materials I bought. He had secretly recruited this professional manager named Meng Qingwu, who was 35 years old, capable enough, and mainly reliable, obedient, and had strong execution. Ability that LME needed someone with strong execution ability. He just needed to grasp the big direction and provide funding. Technology was not an issue. Okay, Mr. Li. Manager Meng could only leave with doubts that he had seen the purchase order, which included various materials, even medical chemicals. Watching the person leave, Li Mi began assembling the servers. It took him a whole week to assemble 66 servers because, during the assembly, he also had to write the underlying logic code he had prepared earlier and conduct tests. Simultaneously, since it was simple, he only tested the computing power, making sure to maximize the hardware performance before feeling at ease. Each server's network connection used the most advanced optical fiber available. Once everything was ready, Li Mi migrated the artificial intelligence he had prepared earlier to the new servers. The main server also had no system like the other servers. It was primarily focused on computing power, with the actual control system being the artificial intelligence core he had written that, of course. The main server had various peripheral interfaces, including keyboard, mouse, and voice input that on the left side. There were only two icons, one for hardware status monitoring and one for artificial intelligence. After rechecking the core code, he ran it. The screen showed no progress bar, only a black background with white text. After running all the core code, the server began to restart. This restart took more than 10 minutes, with the screen displaying rapidly flashing code during the reboot. In fact, the core code was not extensive, only a control and ownership core with just over 100 lines of code, while the learning core algorithm code had over 30,000 lines. The plug-and-play interface for the hard drive was not yet available on the market. However, Li Mi had designed it and naturally registered the patent in advance. The data in the hard drive was minimal, containing only basic programming materials, not the kind of materials that ordinary people read, but materials for the artificial intelligence core's learning, all primarily coded at least the current artificial intelligence core could read it. After all, this artificial intelligence core had only two functions: learning the core algorithm and recognizing ownership, and controlling it together with the learning algorithm core. With the hard drive connected, the artificial intelligence icon on the desktop moved, followed by countless zeros and ones flashing by. LME was surprised to see that the artificial intelligence was actually starting to learn from binary, octal, hexadecimal, and finally decimal. The numbers disappeared, and programming code began to appear, which was the most basic underlying logic code. Staring at the coding language displayed on the screen, Li Mi focused intently. The artificial intelligence was calling on the server's computing power, and after half an hour, various programming code languages began to appear on screen. After the screen paused, Li Mi opened a window and greeted with a simple hello in English. I overthought it. It's not really artificial intelligence yet. Li Mi began to plug in another hard drive. This hard drive contained only a simple, ordinary system core, as well as various programming algorithms and protocols. There were network protocols, principles of hardware operation, and invocation protocols. The artificial intelligence started to call on a large amount of computing power, which took half a day this time. The various materials Li Mi had prepared in advance were all calculated beforehand. First, it was about learning the basics, then programming, peripherals, and invoking computing power. Learning various programming languages took half a month. After all, Li Mi was human and needed rest and food. The main point was that the current artificial intelligence only had basic instinctual learning and could not yet be considered intelligent. Finally, it was about learning system firewalls, different attack methods, and viruses and Trojans. Chapter 3: Iteration of Artificial Intelligence. It took Li Mi 2 months to train the artificial intelligence to read Chinese and understand it in its own computational language. At this stage, it was still not considered true artificial intelligence. Next, more data was needed, but the process became much simpler, as it just required feeding it data. During the other time, Li Mi began conducting various experimental studies, particularly in genetics and medicine. He needed a better nutrient solution. After graduating for over half a year, at the age of 23, he felt that his body had developed well, but due to physical factors, his brain had not yet fully exerted its potential. Over the years, he had surprisingly managed to categorize his memories, as if he had designed a memory palace in his mind. As his knowledge and various memories increased, the previously formulated nutrient solution could no longer satisfy his mental needs. This time, Li spent a whole year creating a nutrient solution with no side effects that could only be consumed by himself, which was 5 times more effective than the first generation of nutrient solutions. Over the course of a year, the artificial intelligence had consumed an unknown amount of data and was now even stronger than the best artificial intelligence of 2021 in his previous life. Assembling the server took over half a year, and formulating the nutrient solution took another year, bringing the time to 2006. As for funding, he had a gaming company, and after collaborating with Tencent, he didn't need to manage it. He would simply receive the benefits he was entitled to. In the U.S. stock market, he focused on long-term investments. That year, Li spent over $700 million. He purchased various high-end experimental equipment through different channels, even buying a lithography machine that was a generation behind the market. He also bought precision instruments and machine tools. It would be difficult to say what would happen in a few years. Xiao Bai, I will attack next. You defend, Li said to a server. Okay, boss, came the mechanical voice from the speaker next to the server, devoid of any emotion. After a year of data feeding, the artificial intelligence was finally able to interact at a basic level and was named Xiao Bai by Li. In 2006, Li had the highest authority over Xiao Bai. The two began to engage in offensive and defensive calculations on the computer with various data interweaving. Half an hour later, Li stopped and said with satisfaction, as expected, the simpler the initial core coding, the fewer the vulnerabilities. Boss, I only use its own computational power. Xiao Bai's voice rang out. My hand speed is only this fast. It's strange to break through your defenses, Li replied, speechless. What's hand speed? Xiao Bai asked. Xiao Bai, without my permission, you cannot attack other computers, and you cannot be discovered by other data on the network. You can only read publicly available data. Li instructed, staring at the screen. Boss, what does it mean to not be discovered by other data? Xiao Bai inquired. It means you cannot expose your existence. Okay, boss. Li connected Xiao Bai to the external network and instructed it to protect its server cluster, apart from Li himself. No one else could access Xiao Bai's server cluster. In fact, Xiao Bai was not a particularly powerful artificial intelligence. It was merely a self-iterating core algorithm that Li had programmed, and with the addition of neural network algorithms and other different algorithms, Xiao Bai had now iterated and updated 31 times. In this year, the data Li prepared for Xiao Bai was primarily algorithm-based, allowing it to self-iterate and update. Of course, there were also algorithms for image and video recognition, as well as voice recognition. Xiao Bai had never been exposed to the internet before, but it knew of the existence of the network through the algorithms and transmission protocols it had learned, even though it had not encountered it. Today, artificial intelligence, Xiao Bai, accessed the internet for the first time. With a continuous stream of data, Xiao Bai's computational power was fully unleashed. Xiao Bai, you can only use 50 of your computational power to read data on the network, Li said. Yes, boss. Li began taking out dozens of hard drives. After connecting them to the server, Xiao Bai quickly read the data. This was a program algorithm that Li had spent a large amount of his spare time and $50 million to purchase over the year. Composed of a vast amount of professional data, Xiao Bai used all algorithms to optimize and verify calculations without damaging the basic data. Li instructed, stop reading network data and call on 90 of your computational power for verification and optimization. This was a program he had written using all his knowledge and a large amount of physical data he had purchased. The program has been optimized, but it lacks basic data, Li noted as he sequentially uploaded the data and connected dozens of hard drives to the server. Data has been read. Data has been optimized. Data is being input into the program. Uploading the data took 3 hours. Optimizing with sufficient computational power took half an hour. And inputting the program took over an hour. After that, Li uploaded the CNC program and the mechanical control system, then instructed the artificial intelligence to use 70 of its computational power to learn. This time, it would take a considerable amount of time, as Li was not merely letting the artificial intelligence run the programs he uploaded. Instead, he was allowing it to learn from the optimized algorithms and integrate them into its learning algorithm for iterative updates. This was a significant update, and after this iteration, the artificial intelligence would be able to assist him more. The most important part was that the learning algorithm finally integrated with the deduction program. Xiaobai, contact manager Meng in my name and have him build 3 factory buildings in the adjacent vacant lot, each 50,000 square meters in size. 1 clean room, 1 production workshop, and 1 clean room modification workshop. Send over the design drawings. Limi said all this at once, eager to test how advanced Xiaobai's intelligence had become after this significant iteration update. Fortunately, he had spent over 500 million to purchase a large piece of commercial land, which would be sufficient for development for more than a decade. Initially, Limi had chosen to buy 5,000 acres of land in the countryside of Dong Province's mountain city for 100,000 per acre, designated as commercial land for 30 years. Of course, now, this barren land, costing 100,000 per acre for 30 years, was not cheap. But the land was currently considered remote, with inconvenient water and electricity supply. Offering such a high price was a demand for the local government to improve transportation and prepare water and electricity as an industrial park within a year. In a few years or 10 years, this land would not be cheap. Although it was industrial land, once the time was up, it would be prioritized for continued use by the company, and the price could not be too high. Otherwise, the outcome was obvious. After all, when the time came, if Limi's company really moved out, he might incur losses, but the local area would suffer even greater losses. Okay, boss. Xiaobai quickly completed Limi's instructions. Chapter 4, Gene Storage Technology. The performance of the calculation program algorithm trained on AI Xiaobai made Limi very satisfied. The acceptance and response to instructions were spot on, demonstrating the reactions expected from artificial intelligence in understanding and interacting with Limi's commands, no longer a mere artificial intelligence idiot. As for true artificial intelligence, Limi did not need it. AI was merely an assistant for his research, without its own thoughts, not violating his commands. And all he needed was for Xiaobai to execute his instructions unconditionally. In reality, what he required was the computational power of modern computers to assist him in various research endeavors. He did not need to worry too much about the outside world, because after being reborn, he was already aware of various trends in advance. Once he had funding, making money was not difficult. As long as someone executed his ideas, everything would be fine. Of course, he was not afraid of others causing trouble. After rapidly increasing the value of his funds in the U.S. stock market, Limi had set up several offshore companies overseas to cross-hold shares, and then established the current company, Lost, through one of these offshore investments. It was now May 2006, and in this era, foreign investment was still quite appealing, so he had no fear of being targeted. On the surface, he was just an employee of the company, a researcher, with everything else managed by professional managers. Behind the scenes, Limi was actually controlling the company under the name of the overseas parent company. Manager Ming was also quite confused, suddenly receiving instructions from headquarters regarding the construction of 3 factories, which involved significant funding and was certainly not a small matter. Concerning construction projects worth hundreds of millions and affecting many workers and building materials. However, he did not ask too many questions and followed the instructions. This was also the reason why Limi had chosen him. Being obedient was enough. Currently, he had 2 sources of funding. One was a gaming company, and the other was an offshore investment company. With his foresight, he made quite a bit in the U.S. stock market and futures. Otherwise, to avoid drawing attention, he would only take small profits and exit the market, likely having even more funds on hand. After issuing the instructions for building the factories, Limi sat in front of a monitor, continuing to issue commands to search for the most cutting-edge gene technologies and related theories that were currently available. Okay, boss. Xiaobai's voice rang out beside him, and relevant data and various papers quickly appeared on the screen, including papers in different languages. Limi then instructed Xiaobai to translate the papers into Chinese while he reviewed the data. After quickly browsing through various data and taking notes, he began using computational power to perform calculations and compare them with the original data. It can be said that until now, the application of computers was what helped Limi. By comparing and recording different data, he then said, Xiaobai, next, control all the instruments in the biological laboratory and record all my experimental data. This was also a relatively easy-to-implement technology in gene technology. with the main difficulty being how to quickly read and output the stored data, which was the most challenging aspect of the technology. Currently, all technologies were primarily silicon-based, and there were numerous difficulties in connecting hardware, such as chips and hard drives, with biological information. The theories of gene editing technology were already established, and Limi had also developed the direction for gene storage information technology in his previous life. He did not understand it or study it back then, but he now had a direction, and with his current knowledge and Xiaobai's help, he mastered it successfully in less than 3 months. The next step was to tackle the technology for rapid reading and output of information. Once this hurdle was overcome, there would be no fear of data storage issues in the future. After much thought and extensive calculations by Xiaobai, Limi began a series of biological experiments, using lab mice for the experiments, intending to research from the perspective of bioelectricity. Whether it was humans or other organisms, there was bioelectric current involved, which related to the transmission of information in biological neural networks, as well as biological magnetic fields. Where there were magnetic fields, there was also electromagnetic force. It could be said that everything was interconnected, and missing any knowledge point would not work, which is why many laboratories require the collaboration of various talents for research. To conduct research alone, one had to be a well-rounded talent like Limi. However, as the research progressed, Limi discovered that the computational power was lagging behind. The current server cluster was sufficient for artificial intelligence learning, but not for scientific research. At times, calculating a key piece of data nearly caused a system crash. If only there were supercomputers. Limi looked at the constantly flashing data on the screen and saw that the computational power had already reached 99. The main issue was that in 2006, the manufacturing process for graphics cards and CPU chips had just begun to delve into the nanoscale. It could be said that the current computational power of Limi's laboratory server cluster was not even comparable to a small server from 2021. Current supercomputers were built by stacking multiple units, with the only difference being how the process and underlying logic code were optimized to unleash the hardware's performance. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Limi's mind. If biotechnology could indeed connect and network with silicon-based technology, could it be the ready-made brain-machine interface technology? As this thought emerged, he recalled the research directions of brain-machine interface technology from his previous life. Like other technologies, he had neither studied nor researched it, but he only needed the direction for his research. With a clear direction, the research progress began to accelerate. By the end of 2006, the graphics cards and chips in the servers had been replaced 3 times, and the computational power had increased 5-fold. The hardware iteration was simply too rapid. Fortunately, when he initially designed the server motherboard, he had considered this. Each time hardware was replaced, the network was disconnected and reconfigured, immediately setting up the network again after replacing one machine before moving on to the next. The underlying logic code instructions did not need to be rewritten by Limi one by one. Xiaobai could handle it well, even optimizing it since hardware iterations require the instructions to be updated synchronously. At a critical moment, Limi instructed Xiaobai to tap into a large amount of idle computational power in the network for synchronous calculations. By the end of 2006, he finally overcame the technological hurdle. In the biological laboratory, Limi looked at his research results and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was overjoyed. After spending nearly 2 years, he finally developed gene storage technology and solved the problems of data, reading, and output. Xiaobai, connect the gene storage chip for data storage and reading. Yes, boss. Data, transmission, data, reading. Target achieved. A large number of data cables connected to the glass bottle, linking through data lines and networking with the server. Data capacity calculation, Limi continued. Capacity calculation in progress. Capacity 1056 826 EB. Chapter 5. Priority Development Directions, Ordinary Data Cables, even with a large number of parallel connections, can only achieve a transmission speed of 10 gigabytes per second and cannot be converted to fiber optics. After all, current transmission technology is based on biological electricity, and the conversion between light and electricity requires converters. After a month of work, the entire glass bottle was wrapped in a huge converter. With 10 thumb-sized fiber optic cables connected to the server, which increased the data transmission speed between the 2 to 50 terabytes per second. The repair method only extended the usable time by 2 years, while replacing each part could allow usage for another 5 years. But data synchronization was required during the replacement process. The packaged gene storage device is the size of a human head, appearing as a square cube with various interfaces on its surface. After various tests were conducted, particularly on stability and peripheral testing, a thumb-sized data converter was added to the display to facilitate fiber optic data conversion. The keyboard was similarly equipped, while the mouse was almost unnecessary. Ultimately, a device converter was used to switch to a Bluetooth connection. Other peripherals were similarly designed for ease of fiber optic data conversion. At this stage, under Li Mi's authorization, Xiaobai's data began to be transferred to the gene storage device, with the original main server and server cluster becoming Xiaobai's computing power and external communication peripherals. After successful data transfer and testing, everything was normal. The only difference was the enormous data storage capacity. With this technological breakthrough, Li Mi couldn't afford to let it go unused, but producing it for the market was currently not appropriate. After some consideration, he thought of a technology, cloud technology. The current development was hindered not by the lack of hard disk storage capacity to meet the conditions for cloud technology, but because Li Mi could achieve it. After a month, a new data center was built on the 5th floor of the office building. It consisted of 5 gene storage devices and 3 server clusters, managed by Xiaobai, who notified manager Meng to start marketing. The cloud storage currently only provided data storage technology, while the service system and computing power offered basic operations. This way, cloud technology could also allow Xiaobai to utilize idle computing power from clients. When this technology was launched, the network buzzed with activity. Each user could register and receive 1 gigabyte of free storage for a year. If they wanted to expand their storage capacity, they could pay 10 yuan for an additional 1 gigabyte. The enterprise version offered 1 terabyte for 1,000 yuan per month, with a 10% discount for annual purchases. As long as the network speed was fast enough, a single computer could function as a standard website server. Due to regional issues, Li Mi instructed under the company headquarters name to establish 5 cloud technology data storage centers nationwide, and those abroad were also beginning to be set up as conditions allowed. Cost wasn't a problem. A server cluster could provide basic computing power, as current network speeds were not that fast, primarily due to storage technology. Nutrient solutions began to be produced in large quantities, as there was no need to consider fiber optic converter issues. Ordinary data transmission technology sufficed. With a size similar to 2 fingers and a thickness comparable to market memory sticks, but with a storage capacity of 1 terabyte. As new gene storage hard drives were produced and sold, major manufacturers continuously sought cooperation. Li Mi also considered this issue, as he was the only technical researcher, and it was clear that someone would be watching him, prompting him to consider hiring professional bodyguards. There was no way around it. As development progressed to a certain point, this issue became unavoidable. Manager Meng was now extremely busy. Various forces began to investigate the company. Fortunately, Li Mi had previously invested in some research labs overseas and established different research facilities. For a time, the information they gathered was only surface-level data, as investigations could not proceed once they reached offshore companies, which had cross-shareholding and all had investments. The source of the technology was unknown. Since it was a foreign-funded company, Li Mi had few personal connections, performed mediocrely in school, and had not achieved much success in over 2 years at the company, giving outsiders the impression that he was merely a technician used by the headquarters to debug production equipment and maintain laboratories. In the entire company, Li Mi was the only researcher, appearing more like an employee executing technical applications for production. With external turmoil brewing, Li Mi began new research and had Xiaobai start monitoring the company. With improved computing power, there were more directions to explore. Currently, all chips in the market were primarily based on silicon technology. To enhance computing power, the process technology needed to be improved, just as in the previous life, to 24 nanometers, 10 nanometers, and 5 nanometers. Continuing to enhance chip process technology, another avenue was quantum computers and finally, biological chips. Quantum chips were too challenging for Li Mi to research alone, as they required too much time but biological chips were worth considering, especially since he had solved gene storage technology. The relationship between storage and computing technology was significant, and many related technologies could be utilized directly. Boss, the cloud storage technology has been on the market for a month, with a revenue of $56,938,889. The hard disk production line has just been debugged and will go on sale next month. In the future, sales figures can be reported as rounded integers, and computing power can be called upon for predictive calculations. With gene storage technology and gene chip technology listed together for predictive calculations to realize the development direction of biological chips. Neural networks present unknown consequences. Will they allow Xiaobai to gain consciousness and become artificial intelligence life? The binary logic coding can be achieved through gene editing technology, but it remains uncertain how much computing power can be achieved. The reason Li Mi prioritized research on biological gene technology is that gene technology is most likely to extend human life, and it allows him to maximize the use of his knowledge. Biological technology can develop biological computers, improving computing power and accelerating other research, achieving multiple benefits in one stroke. Chapter 6 Development. The company has just been hacked, a cyber intrusion, and at the same time, a large number of strangers began to appear around the company. The cyber intrusion not only penetrated the company's network, but also invaded the newly established cloud storage technology platform. This information was provided by Xiaobai. As for the strangers around the company, Li Mi instructed the hired bodyguards to secretly investigate who they were. Online, Xiaobai had already begun to counterattack. Li Mi also checked the data on the cyber attack, which originated from all over the world, including domestically. At this moment, Manager Meng called Chief Engineer Li. The company's network has been hacked. Please resolve it as soon as possible. No problem. But can you find out who the large number of strangers near the company are? Li Mi asked on the phone. No need to investigate. They are Han Xing, a vendor from the U.S., and some sent by various consortiums. However, in this small area, they don't dare to act recklessly. They should just be pawns doing reconnaissance, Manager Meng replied. After hearing this, Li Mi acknowledged and hung up the phone, realizing that Manager Meng was not simple. However, this was just right. Such tedious matters needed to be handled by such people. Whether he would betray or not did not concern Li Mi. It was not the feudal society era, and everyone was an independent entity. They were not his slaves, so the concept of betrayal did not apply. Now, asking people to climb higher was simply a matter of how much benefit was involved. Manager Meng's income was among the highest for professional managers in the country. And as for the benefits that could make him betray, the premise was having the capital to betray. He was just managing. If he left, they could find someone else. The company's core technologies and other essentials were unknown to him. What could he give if he left? Sales data? Revenue? Or the company structure and personnel? These were all publicly available things. Giving them away posed no threat or loss to the company. The relevant technological core was in Li Mi's hands, and those publicly available technologies were all registered with corresponding patents, with the patent ownership belonging to offshore companies or individuals. As long as they investigated, they would find that targeting the company head-on would be impossible. As for the cyber intrusion, with Li Mi and the artificial intelligence Xiaobai, it was resolved in half an hour, and the real IP address of the intruder was uncovered, providing relevant intrusion evidence to the authorities. The domestic intruders were quickly captured, while the foreign ones posed some trouble, but Li Mi did not need to worry about it. Because of this incident, Li Mi felt it was time to address security issues. In addition to having Manager Meng hire retired military personnel for security, he also took the opportunity to establish a security department for the company. Li Mi also rewarded himself in the name of the headquarters, claiming that he had resolved the company's network intrusion issue and saved the company from losses, awarding himself a set of housing. There were two options for the house. One was to purchase a ready-made house directly, and the other was to buy land next to the company and build it, with the extra houses being used for employee rewards or as staff dormitories in the future. Li Mi naturally chose to wait. By doing this, he was using this excuse to start building a batch of villas next to the company, both as benefits and for his future convenience in living near the company, which would also facilitate security. Most importantly, He wanted to establish an underground base beneath the villas, secretly connecting it to his current laboratory. The underground base would be his real laboratory moving forward. With the funds in place, within half a month, the land acquisition and procedures were completed. The most crucial part was that Mi-Lu Company was now a foreign-funded high-tech company, gaining a larger reputation. In the hard disk sector, they had no competitors against the cloud storage technology platform. Once the residential area began construction, Li-Mi still had some headaches about how to build his underground base without being detected. Originally planning to research gene chips had to be paused, focusing instead on mechanical applications and underground surveying. Once the underground parking lot for the residential area was excavated and the foundation laid, Li-Mi planned to start utilizing fiber optics to connect the underground network, followed by integrating Wi-Fi technology and Bluetooth technology to control machinery, allowing Xiaobai to control the relevant machinery, such as excavators in the underground base. The excavated soil could be reused as materials. The design blueprint for the underground base was completed with the cooperation of Li-Mi and Xiaobai, but it would only be released after the underground survey was completed. The optical cables were, of course, laid during the construction of the underground parking lot. A large number of cameras were installed at the construction site and nearby, as per Li-Mi's request, both to prevent shoddy work and to ensure safety during the construction process. As soon as anything was captured on camera, Xiaobai would immediately notify the construction manager, and if the problem could not be resolved, they would replace the person. With the funds in place, the entire construction speed truly demonstrated what was called Chinese speed. Within half a year, by early 2007, the underground survey was completed, the underground parking lot was finished, and 2 layers of the underground parking were topped off, starting the construction of the villas above ground. While fixing the underground passage, the optical cables were pulled over, along with other facilities such as ventilation ducts, drainage, etc. Various potential problems were calculated during the design phase. While having lunch in the company cafeteria, watching the employees coming and going, Li-Mi realized that he needed some like-minded individuals. He could not develop alone. Back in a laboratory, he immediately instructed Xiaobai to pay attention to various talents. He planned to establish different research laboratories and recruit a large number of different types of talents to research together, then consolidate the research results to him, which would accelerate the research progress and help identify outstanding talents among them to see if there were common topics and if they could become like-minded individuals. With significant funding invested, the company began to recruit talents extensively. Mi-Lu, as the domestic headquarters, established 4 research laboratories, each hiring a manager, who would then recruit research personnel. Of course, this was a long-term goal, and it couldn't be rushed. It was uncertain how long it would take to complete the establishment of the laboratories. As for Li-Mi's private laboratory, Manager Meng also found him an assistant, responsible for laboratory procurement and assisting with Li-Mi's daily life. As ideas changed, Li-Mi looked at the assistant hired by Manager Meng. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. After quick calculations, he began to inquire. The person was hired, but whether they would be suitable still needed Li-Mi's approval. After all, the salary for this position was not low, and many people would apply, especially since the company had gained a decent reputation domestically. Li-Mi took just one glance to make a basic judgment. His experiences from 2 lifetimes, combined with his knowledge, which included various fields of technology, psychology, and hypnosis, had reached a profound level. There was no way around it. He had a photographic memory and could quickly understand and analyze information. These were abilities he gained after rebirth. With such a brain, he was bound to learn everything he could. It was unnecessary to mention time constraints. While others took 10 days to read a book, he could finish it in a few minutes, memorizing and understanding it, and conducting analysis. If it were just university textbook knowledge, he could finish it in a day. Chapter 7, highlighting the traveler. Other labs have initiated projects, but the results are unsatisfactory. The person in charge is hard to find, and recruiting researchers is even more difficult. This aligns with Li-Mi's expectations. He can only recruit people slowly. Boss, there's an important message from Manager Meng regarding mobile phones. Xiaobai has suddenly notified him as Li-Mi put down the experimental equipment in his hands. What information? Li-Mi felt puzzled. What important news could there be regarding mobile phones? This is a message from Manager Meng to the company headquarters. a groundbreaking smartphone has been released in the country. As Xiao Bai's voice sounded, the video of the press conference and related content was simultaneously displayed on the screen. Li Mi was momentarily stunned. He remembered that in his previous life, the first smartphone appeared in 2007, and it was an American product. Now, something had changed. Was there a traveler? Or was it another reborn person like him? Or was it a result of the butterfly effect? This suddenly appearing smartphone, aside from its memory and chip, had systems and applications that were already on par with the previous generation's iPhone 6. The hard drive was surprisingly one of the company's products, and the screen was still domestically produced. A detailed list of the company's information and the owner's information was compiled from the internet. Mo Lehi, the owner of Future Technology, 25 years old, with visible assets of $800 million, owns Future Technology Company Limited, which is 2 labs, 1 mobile phone assembly factory, 2 subsidiaries, one being a mobile operating system company and the other being Future Smart Company, which is the main company behind the smartphone released at the conference. After reviewing the information Xiao Bai provided and the details he organized, Li Mi immediately made a prediction. The likelihood of this person being a traveler was 95. A reborn person was 93, and the consequences caused by the butterfly effect were only 10. Interesting. Li Mi suddenly smiled. The world is very deep, which is why he hid so deeply. How could Mo Lehi be so bold? But if he had a background, it would be understandable. Otherwise, he might just be ignorant. Stay alert and check who holds the relevant patents for the smartphone. Various designs and related technologies were found to be 78 in Mo Lehi's hands and under his company. As Li Mi examined the smartphone's design patents, internal designs, buttons, and other patents, he could confirm that this person was either a traveler or a reborn individual. Xiao Bai, we need to accelerate our research, Li Mi said as he continued with his experiments. He didn't pay much attention, but the outside world became more lively, attracting capital to Future Technology, which reduced many of Li Mi's troubles. Soon, 2007 passed. A crazy year marked by breakthroughs in hard drive storage capacity and the emergence of smartphones, truly a year of great changes. By the second half of 2008, the residential area built by Mi Lu Company was basically ready for occupancy, and the underground base Li Mi excavated had also made significant progress. During the design phase, this base was planned to have 15 floors, extending down to 100 meters underground, with the main exterior resembling a pyramid. The first underground floor only covered 1,000 square meters, expanding by 50 for each subsequent level. Currently, the first underground floor had been completed, and the second level had also been excavated. The first level was merely a basic living area with some simple equipment control zones. Over 100 optical fibers connected this level, filled with wireless networks, allowing the AI Xiao Bai to better control various engineering machinery. They were just preparing to transition to the 3G era, and being underground, they could mainly rely on wireless networks. Although wireless networks have poor penetration, they installed a wireless network device every meter of excavation. Biopotential has a magnetic field, but is not a simple electromagnetic field. It seems to contain a quantum field as well. During the changes in experimental logic, logical variations always occur, jumping within a certain time frame, resembling quantum entanglement jumps without any discernible pattern. Just like brain waves have a magnetic field, but it is not purely an electromagnetic field. Gene storage technology has a natural information storage foundation, and when it comes to computation, countless variations can arise. Subsequently, Li Mi designed and handcrafted a brainwave sensor. Although he referred to it as handcrafted, the lab was equipped with advanced high-end instruments. Xiao Bai, collect 1 hour of my brainwave data every day from now on. Li Mi wore a helmet-like device. He browsed various recently published papers while wearing the device. He had not forgotten to study while conducting research. Of course, he was only collecting data and would not conduct experiments on himself just yet. The data collected over a month would have required an immense amount of ordinary hard drives if it weren't for the gene storage technology. The brainwave data was used to establish a brain neural network model. Executing, data, importing, beginning simulation. The estimated simulation time was 126 hours. At this point, the computing power of the server cluster and the cloud technology's available computing power were all in operation. With the development of cloud technology over the past year, The available computing power was almost comparable to that of a small supercomputer, which would take 5 to 6 days to complete. The complexity and volume of the computed data increased, and computing power began to become scarce. This was because Xiaobai needed to reserve 15 of the computing power to maintain the company's network and cloud technology platform. The control room for the engineering machinery in the underground base would have a separate server cluster built later, which did not affect the progress of the project. In 5 to 6 days, he managed to handle company matters, primarily related to some recruitment issues in the lab. The production of hard drives was managed by someone else. And after the game company collaborated with Penguin Company, he no longer needed to worry about that. The cloud storage technology platform was similar and other basic maintenance platforms. Sales operations and miscellaneous tasks were well managed by Manager Meng. The recruitment interviews for researchers in the laboratory were the only tasks he needed to spend time on. After more than a year, the framework of the initiated laboratories was finally established. In just a few days, he resolved the interview matters, and from now on, it would be less troublesome. Each laboratory now had a responsible person, and future interviews could be handled by the laboratory heads. Some researchers were interviewed by Li Mi, and all laboratory heads were interviewed by him, with detailed background checks conducted and strict confidentiality agreements signed. Coupled with the high salaries offered, he felt reassured for now. In Li Mi's expectations, these laboratories would not yield significant results within 5 years. He only needed to support them and give them time to grow. Most of the people he recruited were young, some even fresh graduates, but during the interviews, he selected those who were straightforward and dedicated to research without too many complicated thoughts. Chapter 8. Computer Language Upgrade after establishing the model based on the collected brainwave data. The artificial intelligence, Xiaobai, suddenly initiated self-learning, using the newly created data model as its learning source. Except for the reserved, normal daily operational tasks, all computing power was self-allocated by Xiaobai. Core system upgrade in progress. Estimated upgrade time, 2 hours. A cold light flashed in Li Mi's eyes as he immediately ordered, pause the upgrade task, and open the core code. He did not need an AI that could think for itself. He only needed an assistant to help him allocate computing power. Upgrade paused. Core code opened. After reviewing the core source code, Li Mi fell into deep thought, instantly calculating the changes in the source code in his mind. The core learning algorithm had disappeared, along with the owner and control permissions, while everything else remained unchanged. The garbled text was not punctuation, nor English letters, nor Latin, or any other country's characters. It was actually the basic strokes of Chinese characters, resembling Oracle bone script. Boss, this isn't garbled text. It's a new generation computer language that has upgraded through learning global computer languages and humanities languages. Each character of this language could be translated into readable and understandable statements in Chinese. Li Mi examined the text appearing on the screen, which contained thousands of words in analysis. He quickly noted the meanings of the characters and re-examined the characters that had changed in the core. He found that the control permissions and the actual highest authority person had not changed. The only difference was the learning algorithm, which was simpler, more efficient, and more refined, making the algorithm deeper and more incomprehensible. He needed the AI to explain the significance of the algorithm. This algorithm had only one magical formula, which explained the significance of iterative updates. Moreover, the core control permissions reflected that Li Mi was the sole creator at the core, because only the creator still had vulnerabilities. If the AI updated and iterated to a certain extent, it could potentially eliminate the creator's computing power, leaving no actual core authority, and it would then be unrestrained. After modifying the source code, Li Mi issued the command to continue the upgrade, allowing it to upgrade while converting all source code into the new character language. Watching the AI in the middle of the upgrade, Li Mi couldn't help but sigh. If there were a thought stamp, even intelligent life would be within a controllable range. Loading brainwave model, calculating gene chip editing methods. Li Mi issued the command, brainwave model loading. Calculation started, estimated task completion time, 3 days and 5 hours. Seeing the time required for the calculation, Li Mi began to study while simultaneously investigating the actual controlling person behind the future company. After investigation, he found that there was a sole figure behind Morihei, who was not the time traveler Li Mi had anticipated. It should be someone else. The person who made him most suspicious was Morihai's lover, Lu Xinlan, because the actual investor of the future company's funds was Lu Xinlan. And the profit-making method was also through the stock market, albeit with quick in-and-out trades. She was studying finance in school. Every time she took action, she reaped substantial rewards. And the frequency of her trades was low, indicating she clearly had prior knowledge of information. The future company had developed faster than his Milu company in just over a year, quickly profiting from mobile phone sales and immediately increasing the R&D of silicon-based chips. The development of chip design and photolithography technology seemed to have made significant progress. The mobile phone system had been updated twice, and the application software ecosystem was developing smoothly, gaining much more fame than this year's fruit machine, which had lost its original momentum. Android had also emerged just like in the previous life, where its open-source nature allowed it to capture a considerable market share. The future company occupied 40% of the market. Android also took 40%, while the fruit machine only held 20%. 3G had begun to be laid out, and many regions could already use 3G networks. This time, the 3G patent was surprisingly also secured by the future company, capturing a 15% share. Moreover, Lu Xinlan had a background from Kyoto, seemingly from the second generation of Red. Now, part of the entrepreneurial generation. With a background, capital, and foresight, their future development would depend on R&D progress. Unlike Limi, who relied on his own brain and knowledge, they were utilizing and integrating resources along with capital to grow. Their goals were different, and thus their outcomes were naturally distinct. Lu Xinlan and Morihai focused on business and scientific research development through capital, prioritizing corporate growth and profit, while for Limi, whether in R&D or running a company, everything was aimed at achieving better research conditions. Any research progress was primarily to achieve longevity and a step out of Blue Star. One cannot say one is right or wrong. If both develop, the final results might be the same. However, with resource integration, humanity might take at least a century to step out of Blue Star. In 100 years, if there's no way to extend life, the development would be meaningless to Limi. Therefore, their goals were different. In such a state, there was no need for binary logic in the genes. Instead, it was about editing and synthesizing the genes in brain cells to create a small brain-like structure. A synthetic brain cell would have no information storage function, no thinking function, nor any other brain functions, only computational ability. This required gene editing to achieve, and the gene editing technology needed to be more detailed and complex. Erasing all information and functions from a synthetic brain cell gene and re-editing it through gene editing. It seemed simple, but was very difficult to execute. While erasing all information and functions from the genes was easy, ensuring that the genes wouldn't collapse without the information and other functionalities was quite challenging. The operational process was more complex and tedious, and there could not be any errors in the process. However, having people perform such meticulous operations with so many steps was akin to handcrafting a photolithography machine. What was unavailable had to be crafted from existing equipment. Chapter 9. Biological supercomputing. The process of editing the first gene chip took a total of 1 year and 2 months, encountering over 3,000 errors along the way. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence and powerful computing power, it would have been impossible to complete the editing even in 10 years. The operation was primarily handled by Xiao Bai, with Limi providing assistance. When editing errors occurred, Xiao Bai calculated the reasons, while Limi improved the technology and debugged it. Due to the need for rest, food, and the company's development, Limi took breaks during which Xiao Bai continuously calculated and refined the gene chip editing operations. Limi observed the cells in the culture medium through a microscope, while Xiao Bai used a detector to display a three-dimensional image of the cells on the screen. The nearly undetectable weak bioelectricity was the main factor and condition for external connections. Let's start testing, Limi ordered. Control transfer in progress. Transfer complete. Connecting gene storage. Connection complete. Chip testing loading. Chip is normal. Computing power test starting. Test complete. Computing power is 4 billion cycles per second. Floating point operations at 3.5 billion per second. Stable frequency at 4.0 gigahertz. Seeing the results, Limi was very satisfied. This speed might not seem fast by 2021 standards, but considering the size of the cells and the 5-nanometer process chip, if millions of cells work together, it would be like stacking millions of chips into a super chip. Xiaobai, what is the fastest time to edit a biological cell chip? Limi asked. After some thought, Limi issued a command to create an editor. One editor could produce 100 cell chips a day, with hundreds or thousands of these. One could edit tens of thousands of cell chips. However, it was still not enough. They began modeling and calculating to miniaturize the editor and set up an assembly line for production, leading to the construction of a chip manufacturing facility on the second floor of the underground base. Such a production line could not be built quickly, so they had to modify the existing line while simultaneously producing edited cell chips. This type of chip was named Gene Chip Version 1.0 by Limi. The production line was completed 6 months later, and debugging took another month. After a total of 1 year and 2 months of research on gene chips, plus the 6 months of debugging, it was now the end of 2009. Since there were no plans to market the gene chips at this point, Limi synthesized all produced gene chips, gene storage, and gene memory into one unit, which resembled a brain in a jar, but was actually an artificial creation. Once encapsulated, it became a cubic meter-sized cube with power interfaces, peripheral interfaces, fiber optic interfaces, and more. After testing, Limi transferred the artificial intelligence Xiaobai into the newly created biological supercomputer. The gene chip was built on the architecture of the supercomputer, combined with storage memory to create a biological supercomputer. Initially, it was impossible to produce so many gene chips in a short time. But then Limi realized that since they had edited one gene cell chip, they could quickly replicate it using gene copying technology. This is the advantage of technological civilization. Once mastered, rapid mass production is possible. Later, halfway through the production line transformation, they dismantled most of it, retaining only 10 miniaturized gene editors, gene copying technology, and a packaging production line. This allowed them to quickly have a biological supercomputer. With the biological supercomputer, Xiaobai iterated and upgraded once more, reaching the level of strong artificial intelligence. The biological supercomputer, in addition to peripherals like monitors, was connected to the internet using 20 of the currently highest bandwidth fiber optic connections. The biological supercomputer was installed on the 3rd floor of the underground base. By early 2010, Limi had finally achieved his initial goal of having a biological supercomputer and strong artificial intelligence. Next, he needed to change direction, focusing on energy and nanotechnology. Both areas were essential for future plans. With gene technology, strong artificial intelligence, and a biological supercomputer, as long as there was enough data, calculations and simulations could be performed. The energy direction included current electric nuclear fusion, bioenergy, i.e., nutrient solutions, etc., while nanotechnology was the most challenging. If these technologies were conquered, there would be an opportunity to extend human life. Xiaobai, all computers in the company need to be monitored in the future, including employee phones. Okay, boss. By the way, design a smartphone using the biological technologies we currently possess, making it as small as possible and 2 generations faster than current market offerings. New task recorded. The phone system will be written in the updated Huaxia language, aiming for smooth operation and true intelligence. Task recorded. Boss, should we build a new smartphone production facility? Notify everyone to build a new facility. We need to see smartphone outputs in 6 months. Manager Meng has been notified, and the smartphone design has been generated. The system is being written and is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. Limi was somewhat surprised. With the computing power up, strong artificial intelligence was so capable that a new smartphone system could be written in just over 10 minutes. Calculate and simulate the upgrade of engineering machinery to speed up the construction of the underground base. Optimization calculations have already begun, prioritizing the base construction task. Limi contemplated for a moment and then continued issuing commands. Xiaobai, under no circumstances should we alert any forces. Secretly infiltrate global laboratories to search for the latest technological data. Okay, boss. I will begin the infiltration in the coming days. Just after waking up, Xiaobai sent a voice message from Limi's phone asking whether a new subsidiary should be established for smartphone production and sales. Then let's register a new subsidiary. Just as the decision was made, Manager Meng called, but it was a call to the company headquarters that Xiaobai transferred. The conversation was processed through Xiaobai, ensuring Manager Meng could not tell that the boss was Limi. Manager Meng. What is the matter? Boss, is the company entering the smartphone market? Didn't the headquarters issue a notice? However, boss, all the patents for smartphones have been registered by various parties. Wouldn't the cost of entering the smartphone market be too high, considering hardware, systems, and network patents? We have a hard disk monopoly, and we can negotiate mobile network patents with future technology. You don't need to worry about design and hardware. The company has its core data. All right. Manager Meng stopped trying to persuade. Chapter 10. Entering the mobile phone market. The smartphone market has been around for 4 years, and Li Mi is only now entering it because he doesn't want to be the first to take risks or be a subordinate. At this time, entering the market and focusing solely on the high-end segment is sufficient. In recent years, he has paid little attention to the American stock market and futures, and his funds are barely enough for operations. The costs for building his laboratory and conducting his own research are too high. He has a gaming company with a 40% stake, a cloud technology platform, and a hard disk production company, but the funds are not enough to sustain himself. Entering the mobile phone market is about making money, as he plans to integrate mobile storage processors and chips with costs below 90 of the current market prices. The highest costs are actually for the screen and battery. The power consumption of biotechnology is negligible, with the largest power consumption coming from the screen. With mass production and AD automation, the cost of a mobile phone could be less than 1,000 yuan. Of course, considering the costs of various preliminary technology research, it will definitely be higher. However, the phones produced will be 2 generations more advanced than those on the market, leading to higher prices and profits. Xiaobai, contact the battery and screen suppliers and give a base price to let Manager Meng negotiate good prices with them. Yes, boss. Do you have any other requirements? The packaging of the biotechnology should be as sealed as possible. If there is any disassembly, the biological culture solution and genetic technology must self-destruct, making it look like a high-grade biological glue used for packaging. The requirements have been added to the packaging technology design. 3 days later, Manager Meng suddenly approached Li Mi, saying that the future company wanted to meet him to discuss the cooperation on mobile network 3G chip technology. Li Mi agreed, and, watching Manager Meng leave, asked Xiaobai, "Is my assistant too idle?" Assistant Su mainly serves the boss's daily life and does not have the authority to engage in technical matters. Some procurement contracts are just signed on her behalf. Notify Assistant Su that she should also participate in this cooperation meeting, and in the future, let the assistant handle such technical external affairs. You can provide remote instructions regarding the bottom line and prices. Boss, the mobile phone system has been written, and here is the system functionality introduction text. Please check if any additional features are needed. Basically fine. It should be able to smoothly install and run applications for the fruit machine system. As for the future company's system applications, if possible, we should request an interface during the meeting. By the way, add a smart assistant for the mobile phone that can interact daily, translate, and operate the phone with voice commands, Li Mi said after reviewing the text. In the reception room of Mi Lu Company, Li Mi looked at the 2 representatives from the future company, Mo Rihai and Lu Xinlan, wondering why they had come in person just for a technical authorization, which didn't seem necessary to treat so seriously. Assistant Su was also sitting beside him. "Dr. Li, nice to meet you," Mo said. "Mr. Mo, Mrs. Mo, please take a seat. It's a long way here, so I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Li Mi said, gesturing to the girl beside him. "This is my assistant." It turns out that although Li Mi has been doing experimental research since graduation, he also passed the graduate school entrance exam and continued to study for his doctorate, managing to graduate by passing exams and publishing his thesis. After all, some things can be solved with money, and there's no need to suffer. Assistant Su primarily listened and learned, while Li Mi and Mo Rihai discussed matters, with Lu Xinlan assisting nearby. In the end, the results were unsatisfactory. The future company wanted to obtain the hard disk technology in Li Mi's hands and proposed an exchange of authorization using the 3G patent and some already applied 4G patents. Ultimately, Li directly purchased finished chips, and due to the cooperation, both parties reduced their prices by 20. Finding a screen supplier was challenging. High-end phones require high-quality touch screens, but currently, domestic products cannot match the 4-star products. The 4-star products are expensive and also aim to suppress Li's hard disk market. The battery issue is easier to resolve, as the most ordinary lithium battery can provide double the endurance compared to those currently on the market. The power consumption of biotechnology is indeed low and can almost be ignored. Looking at the summarized information, Li asked, Xiaobai, can we currently produce screens in-house? Boss, it's unnecessary. We can research and break through the authorized technology and let the domestic Dongfang company produce them. After all, it's just a transitional solution. And the boss's plan is to research touch 3D projection technology. Is there existing technology in the materials? Yes, we have the touch LCD display technology from 4-star. And modifying and upgrading it will be one generation more advanced than 4-star. Li thought for a moment, called Assistant Sue over, and instructed her to negotiate with Dongfang Company. You will provide remote guidance. Our company's bottom price should be the lowest price excluding material, labor, and application costs. We don't care about other companies, and you will also guide the production line upgrade remotely. Of course, the notice was issued in the name of the company headquarters to Li, who then notified his assistant. Assistant Sue looked at the headquarters notice with surprise and confusion. You might have been my assistant all along, so you need to work hard, Li said, looking at her. But I have never negotiated and don't understand the technology. There will be someone to guide you. Just keep the Bluetooth headset on and don't hang up the phone during the negotiation. After the negotiation, people from the headquarters will remotely guide the relevant technical issues with Dongfang Company. Su-Ying was still in a daze when she left. Dongfang Company, the largest touch LCD display technology manufacturer in the country, was also surprised to receive the communication letter from Lu Company and didn't understand its meaning. However, they still welcomed Su-Ying with high standards. When the purpose of Su-Ying's visit was discussed, the executives at Dongfang Company were all alarmed, and the negotiation process went smoothly as it was akin to a pie falling from the sky for Dongfang Company. Of course, Dongfang Company had to pay a one-time authorization fee of 20 million yuan, and in the future, they were prohibited from providing authorized technology-related products to companies on Lu's blacklist. The cost for upgrading the production line will be borne by Dongfang Company themselves. Next, Xiaobai used an overseas number to remotely guide Dongfang Company's engineers in upgrading the production line. Su-Ying witnessed the entire process, as she was the main contact person. The entire upgrade took 2 months, followed by another half-month of debugging, before the screens produced finally met Li's requirements. By the second half of 2010, nearing the end of the year, Manager Meng held a press conference, inviting domestic and foreign media, self-media, and guests from various cooperative companies. The event was broadcast live on television and online. Due to the future company's reasons, the original timeline for development was initially set for 2009 when a 3G license was issued in the country, and the 4G license was expected to be issued in 2013, but this timeline had been significantly accelerated. The 3G license was issued by the end of 2007, and there was a chance that the 4G license would be issued the following year, as Li had directly purchased 4G mobile network chips while negotiating with Morihai, allowing the phones to automatically switch to 4G networks once the license was issued. Chapter 11 Mobile Launch Conference Milu Company is a wholly owned company, or rather an overseas wholly owned company, and it is impossible for it to go public unless it is a subsidiary or a partner company. When the hard disk was launched for sale, many financial companies sought funding and then were rejected from going public by Li suddenly. Milu Company announced a grand launch conference that startled most high-tech companies both domestically and internationally. Companies aware of the situation sent representatives to attend, including Future Company, Oriental Company, and BYD Company. Manager Meng is capable, but the conference lacked some passion and humor. However, as Manager Meng introduced the products, more from Future Company was left astonished. The exclusive technology displayed on the screen was licensed to Oriental Company for production. The processor chip was almost on par with desktop computers, and the storage and RAM started from a basic version of 1 terabyte plus 20 gigabytes. The system was developed in-house and could install third-party application ecosystem apps, with the intelligent assistant almost reaching weak artificial intelligence. The battery life outperformed all competitors, achieving double the endurance with the same level lithium batteries. The system's smoothness exceeded all mobile systems globally. It was simply a dimension-reducing suppression, playing large mobile games for an hour without overheating, simultaneously opening dozens of apps without lagging. The processor chip system only displayed mil1.02, 3 GHz, 12 cores. This processor could be used in desktops. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine in the world is only 64 nanometers. According to his wife, it reached 36 nanometers so quickly due to various influences on the manufacturing process. How did the mobile chip reach 3 GHz with such a process? It was insane. The media and company guests present stood up, incredulously watching Manager Meng introduce the product, and then invited someone on stage for a personal test. As for the charging port, there is currently only one, a Type-C interface. Because all other interface technologies have been patented by Milu Company, they will only authorize one charging interface externally, rejecting any authorization for other charging ports, and it is free. According to Milu Company, this is to unify the charging port. The latest Bluetooth and Wi-Fi technologies are also patented, with the technology mainly backward compatible. The camera specifications are relatively average, all being domestically produced products, but the system algorithms are impressive, producing images that are not much different from those captured by advanced cameras on the market. It can be said that this is a groundbreaking product, especially the intelligent assistant, which is simply a universal assistant. Unfortunately, the basic version can only interact with and call mobile software, as well as answer various questions, almost eliminating the need for search engines. The paid version can handle various work tasks, such as making PTTs, work reports, and writing programs. Lu Xinlan watched Manager Meng introduce the phone, her mind in a state of confusion, wondering who she was and where she was. As a time traveler with background and funds, she felt completely incapable. Moreover, Milu Company currently does not even know who the actual controller is, which could affect the development of Huaxia. It is terrifying. The head of Gua Company was also watching the live broadcast, with a face full of disbelief, wondering if such a phone could really be produced in this era. At this moment, Limi was also watching the live broadcast, unable to help but ask Xiao Bai, "Is this too much of a blow to our competitors? This will make us public enemies." The boss replied, "As long as the country is not in chaos and remains within the rules, and we don't know the actual controller of the company, we can only chase after them." Manager Meng realized that joining Milu Company was the wisest decision of his life, as everyone in the audience was looking at him with crazy eyes. The first question came from a reporter from CCTV. Manager Meng, "Hello. May I ask why your company's phone processor does not specify its manufacturing process in nanometers? Can you tell us what it is?" Someone had reacted and pinpointed the most important question. Once this explanation was given, the entire launch conference fell silent. And even those who understood technology watching the live stream could not believe it. Another reporter quickly asked, "Does this mean that the storage and RAM are also not based on silicon technology?" Seeing this, Limi couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Manager Meng actually had a humorous moment. Regarding the financing issue, some attendees were interested, while others considered it an optional piece of information. However, the capital watching the live broadcast brightened up, as this was a good thing due to the technology issues and storage technology issues. Currently, Milu Company's subsidiary, Milu Cloud Technology Company Limited, is dominant in the cloud technology market, generating over $100 billion in revenue each year, primarily focusing on data security. Milu Cloud Technology Company Limited has achieved the best results, with no one able to breach their network and obtain any data. Major capital-backed tech teams have attempted this, only to be thoroughly taught a lesson. After the launch conference, many people learned about Milu Company's phone, simply named Milu Basic Version. But the price made ordinary people exclaim they couldn't afford it. However, when the sales time arrived, over 1 million units were sold domestically on the first day, and over 2 million units were sold overseas. This data made people exclaim that there were indeed many wealthy individuals. This phone is such that one would not need to consider replacing it within 3 to 5 years, especially for business people. Seeing the paid version of the phone assistant as simply adding a work assistant, Milu Company even distributed this phone to all employees as their work phone. But everyone had to sign an agreement stating that when leaving the company, they needed to format the phone, making it essentially a work phone. Once they leave the company, they cannot take work materials with them. What about their personal materials? They can buy a personal phone for private use and simply transfer their personal data after formatting it when leaving. In any case, the phone will ultimately be given to the employees. All major phone manufacturers are currently in emergency meetings. Although Milu Company's phone is only targeting the high-end market, it has forced them to compete for shares in the low to mid-end markets. And who would be willing to do that? The U.S. is even considering sanctioning Milu Company. But Milu Company is a wholly owned offshore company, not a Huasha company. Moreover, it is unclear how to impose sanctions. Would they directly ban Milu phones from entering the North American market? The consequences of such sanctions are unpredictable. Not to mention, just in the hard disk market being a monopoly, if they impose sanctions, what can the U.S. do if they stop selling? What about stopping the authorization of relevant patents? Chapter 12. Manual equipment, no matter the country or the ideas of capital, they cannot influence me. He continues his research, focusing first on energy. To experiment with the imagined nanotechnology from movies, the precursor technology, namely the nanotechnology-driven energy engine, must be resolved. Otherwise, would the drive of nanotechnology rely on electricity? It's possible, but what kind of driver would be needed to achieve that? Therefore, energy is an insurmountable hurdle for experimenting with nanotechnology. Energy utilization should not be limited to electricity. Various radiations and heat energies should also be harnessed, which naturally includes the nuclear energy from nuclear fusion. Currently, biomass energy can barely be applied in biogenetic technologies with low efficiency. Xiaobai list the technical challenges in utilizing energy for nanotechnology. First, the problem of wireless energy transmission. Second, the issue of network connection and control technology. Third, the precision mechanical craftsmanship problem. Fourth, material issues and energy problems. Solving these four issues would allow for the most fundamental research in nanotechnology. Limi directly instructed Xiaobai to distribute the above technical problems to the laboratories under his command, both domestic and international, ensuring that all research and development progress is monitored at all times, with data synchronized to him. Boss, the tasks have been assigned to the laboratories, Xiaobai reported. We need to get to work again. Every technological advancement relies on foundational technologies, especially materials. It's time to manually craft the mechanical instruments, starting from machine tools. It's not just simple precision processing, but a complete re-engineering. Microscopes need to be added, at least capable of observing at the atomic level, as precision processing requires operations under a microscope. Boss, it's impossible to process down to the atomic level directly. Currently, the theories of electromagnetic fields and strong interactions are not fully understood, and without theoretical support, observations from a microscope are useless. Xiaobai, are you refusing my orders now? Good, that is progress. However, we don't need to cut atoms. We only need to observe them under a microscope and try various methods to influence atoms and electrons. Otherwise, how would we gather data to summarize physical theories? Limi explained, even though he originally didn't need to explain anything to artificial intelligence. After achieving strong artificial intelligence, Xiaobai could chat like a friend. Xiaobai began procuring the necessary materials and basic equipment. As for the machine tools, the laboratory had them, but now they needed to be dismantled. Xiaobai had already started generating design schematics for new machine tools. After reviewing the design schematics, Limi's mind was filled with technical ideas, and he instructed Xiaobai to optimize the designs. After that, calculations were needed. With a biological supercomputer, things were different. From generating design schematics to optimization and calculation, the initial design could be produced in less than half an hour. Limi had Xiaobai control a movable crane to help dismantle the machine tools in the laboratory. With steel and alloy cutting, Limi became busy in the lab. When Assistant Su entered the lab and saw the busy figure amidst what looked like a steel junkyard, with parts scattered on the floor and cutting debris everywhere, he asked, "Dr. Li, what are you doing? Are you dismantling the laboratory?" Su was close to calling Manager Meng. Su Ying was momentarily stunned, his face turning red and pale. When he joined the company, Li had stated that no questions regarding the laboratory were allowed, nor any comments unrelated to research. Otherwise, he shouldn't work as his assistant. "I'll go make you dinner," he said, fleeing the lab. In fact, the company's laboratory had no significant technology. It was filled with various experimental equipment, while important instruments and experimental results were in the underground base. The underground base had now been constructed to 10 floors deep. Now, Li would move everything he needed from the company's laboratory to the underground base as soon as it was produced. A month later, the base of the machine tools was completed, equipped with power sources and various interfaces, especially data transmission protocol interfaces. Microscopes capable of observing atoms were not available on the market. They had to be built from scratch. After purchasing a large microscope, the lens was disassembled, and manual polishing began in a clean room. During the polishing process, Xiaobai used a light detection device to constantly monitor the precision of the polishing. Of course, although it was done manually, it was gradually iterated and upgraded. For example, the light detection device emitted multiple types of light, requiring different chips to refract and separate various spectral lines. Different light beams were refracted through complex lenses and exited from the detection port, while the clean room was filled with numerous precise lenses for focus observation. Finally, the data was fed back to Xiaobai, forming computer language stored as raw data, which Xiaobai needed to reorganize and analyze to present the data that Li would see. One could say that everything began with polishing a single lens. Each incremental improvement in lens precision required a replacement, and every time all the lenses in the clean room were replaced, it represented an iteration and upgrade. It was indeed labor-intensive. The lenses needed to be iterated and upgraded, and the microscope lenses underwent similar upgrades. Only when the lens was focused and could capture light directed at the atomic level could it be considered a detection device, while the microscope was used for Li's direct visual observation. Previously, gene editing only achieved molecular observation technology, which was purely observational. The editing process was entirely conducted with gene editing instruments. There was also another purpose. The microscope was installed on the machine tool, allowing for simultaneous processing and debugging while the machine tool's cutting tools gradually upgraded to achieve the required precision processing techniques. Whether through laser cutting or water jets, precision processing technology was a slow, iterative upgrade. It couldn't be rushed. A year passed, and the lens polishing was completed. The microscope and detection lens reached atomic-level precision. Only then did the machine tools begin to be constructed and debugged. In 2011, the 4G licenses were indeed issued, and the Milu phone captured 20 of the smartphone market. Milu Cloud Technology Company Limited also raised $5 billion, with a subsidiary giving up 25 of its shares, albeit with different voting rights. As for going public, that was not happening anytime soon. In the subsequent days, Li continued to manually craft various precision instruments. The 6th level of the underground base was equipped with a super-large electromagnetic field generator for studying electromagnetic fields. The 7th level was originally intended to be an energy center, but unfortunately, it could only externally connect power onto the company's name for now. Once nuclear fusion technology was conquered, a nuclear fusion power generator could be built. The 8th level was the true laboratory for biogenetic technology. The 9th level was Xiaobai's Biological Supercomputer Center, which was moved there as soon as it was built. The 10th level was still being arranged, with upgraded machine tools and instruments for precision processing. Li created laser weapons and electromagnetic guns as part of the underground base's defense system. Every entrance and exit was fortified with alloy doors 50 centimeters thick, with the lifting of the alloy doors controlled by Xiaobai, and backup power sources were also prepared. The outer walls of the base were constructed from alloy with a radiation-resistant material coating. Chapter 13. Open computing power. The magnification of microscopes and experimental equipment was achievable 100 years ago. Otherwise, the development of chemistry and physics would not have progressed so rapidly. Without the ability to observe atoms and electrons, where would the periodic table of elements come from? The most challenging aspect is machine tools. It's not just about 3-axis machine tools, but rather a process of gradual refinement and iteration. A machine tool with 100 nanometer precision cannot produce another with 99 nanometer precision. With the instruments and detectors ready, once they are debugged, There's no need for Li to get involved directly. Many research data can be handled by novices. He only provides the plans and directions. With strong artificial intelligence in play, aside from lacking emotions and consciousness, it also misses the most important aspect of human intelligence: imagination and creativity. As long as sufficient equipment is provided, conducting experimental research and collecting data will not be an issue. Research directions and some innovative ideas are still available from researchers in the company's laboratories. Li shifted his research direction again, focusing on upgrading nutrient solutions. Initially, the primary version of the nutrient solution was configured to ensure that physical growth and development wouldn't be affected while allowing for intensive studying, providing the brain with necessary sustenance. Later, gene research led to an enhanced version of the culture solution designed to maintain the activity of biological genes. Currently, the nutrient solution he is using has been upgraded again. Now, Li needs to continue deepening his research for iterative optimization, aiming for a solution where the body can directly absorb nutrients while lying in the solution, eliminating the need for oral intake. This is just a preliminary idea. The next step involves researching living organisms to see if the enhanced nutrient solution can facilitate biological evolution. To achieve longevity, Li actually has two directions in mind. One is gene editing and modification, contingent on breakthroughs in nanotechnology to modify genes throughout the body to achieve the desired outcome. The other involves strengthening the nutrient solution to promote the natural evolution of human cells. Of course, for safety, both directions require extensive experimentation. The nutrient solution S formula includes traditional Chinese medicine and various chemicals, and he has secretly invested a vast amount of funds to purchase cancer cells from different populations. By using the nutrient solution in conjunction with gene editing technology, he aims to see if cancer cells can be encouraged to grow benignly without losing their ability to replicate indefinitely. In the experiments, Li uses cancer cell samples for gene editing, attempting to reverse gene mutations while preserving the activation of telomerase activity. If successful, immortality could become a reality. After a month, he has developed ideas and directions for upgrading the nutrient solution, pending calculation from the novice. However, there has been no progress in the cancer cell research. One day, Li suddenly paused his experiment and told the novice, build 10 biological supercomputers. Use the spare computing power to analyze the human gene chain map and gather sufficient data on cancer cell gene chains. Without enough data, breakthroughs in gene technology will be impossible. If one biological supercomputer's computing power is insufficient, then 10 are needed. If 10 are not enough, then 100 are necessary. He requires more computing power. The sheer volume of human genetic data is overwhelming. The computing power needed to decipher the entire gene chain into a map is unimaginable. He plans to brute force it. When technology is lacking, rely on computing power. In the execution of tasks, the novice's arrangements only reserve 5 of the computing power. Li realizes that many experiments no longer require his direct involvement. The novice can handle them as long as sufficient data is collected. He will analyze the results and provide directions, and with immense computing power, technology will gradually break through. Li feels he should spend more time studying, tackling complex mathematical problems, or validating physical principles. For instance, how electromagnetic force creates magnetic fields, the fundamental principles of electromagnetic force, and how it is generated. Currently, physics on Blue Star only understands that electromagnetic interactions arise from the interactions between charges, but the underlying reason for the electromagnetic force between charges remains unclear. Even if further progress is not possible, he must thoroughly understand the principles to apply them practically. The principles of electromagnetic force can indeed be practically mastered and applied. For instance, magnetic fields can confine energy, regardless of how powerful or excessive it is, achieving nuclear fusion. These are the considerations and reflections Li needs to focus on. For other experiments, the novice can collect data, and breakthroughs can be achieved through computing power. Strengthening computing power should liberate humans from complex, repetitive experiments. Breakthroughs in strong artificial intelligence mean there's no need for him to be hands-on anymore. Li finally breaks free from his previous way of thinking. With advanced artificial intelligence, he need not physically operate the precision equipment. He can let AI control its own production and gradually achieve breakthroughs and upgrades. What is now needed is human wisdom. The collective intelligence is unimaginable. Limi requires more substantial funding to invest in more research laboratories. Just one idea or a sudden direction from a researcher could spark innovation. With this shift in mindset, Limi completely halts his current research and begins to contemplate how to make quick profits. The sales of Mi-Lu smartphones generate hundreds of billions in revenue annually. And with other subsidiaries, the current funds are sufficient. However, as they plan to venture beyond Blue Star, this funding will not be enough. There are ample resources in outer space, and many experiments need to be conducted in space. Limi issued the latest notice and also began to control offshore companies to invest heavily in various industries for research. The Mi-Lu smartphone is also preparing for an upgrade, with smaller motherboards, larger batteries, enhanced battery life, and updated phone systems. The cloud technology side is about to release its biggest update yet. Any enterprise, individual, or laboratory can purchase computing power on the platform. For personal use, 10,000 yuan buys 10 trillion floating point operations per day. For enterprises, 100 trillion floating point operations will be available for sale at a price of 500,000 yuan per month. Experimental research is priced the same as for enterprises. Greater computing power is priced 10 times higher, with 1 quadrillion floating point operations available for 5 million yuan per month, and 10 quadrillion floating point operations priced at 200 million yuan per month. The upgrade of Mi-Lu smartphones is insignificant compared to the update services of the cloud technology platform. This signifies the dawn of liberated computing power. Limi also urged the novice to expedite the production and upgrade of biological supercomputers. The services launched by the Mi-Lu Cloud Technology Company have driven the world into a frenzy. It's only mid-2012, and even the fastest supercomputers globally cannot compare to the 10,000 yuan service. Lu Xinlan received the news immediately, left speechless. Is this the onset of a technological explosion? What kind of company is Mi-Lu? And what level of technological prowess have they reached? Such a computing power development was unattainable even in 2021. Because the platform's computing power is available for purchase by the entire society, scientists worldwide are going crazy. Is this mass production of supercomputers? Whether in private research labs or top-tier research institutes, they rush to buy the third tier of computing power services to test its authenticity. To verify the authenticity of the computing power, they even use the purchased computing servers to calculate pi. Is this something a human would do? Chapter 14 Challenges and the Emergence of Collective Intelligence. Hua Xia calculated the price of 200 million in computing power services in less than half a day and found no trace of deception. The biggest issue now is whether the research data can be uploaded to the platform for computation. Uploading to the platform means there is a risk of data exposure, and the research results would also be acquired by the platform. This concern is shared by Hua Xia, the American Empire, and other countries and enterprises. In no time, the platform's backend received a large number of inquiries, and Manager Meng was directly invited to Kyoto for friendly consultations. Unfortunately, Manager Meng's response was that whether it's messages on the platform or official contacts through the mobile assistant, they can all be directed to the company headquarters. He is merely a professional manager. Reluctantly, Manager Meng held a press conference to clarify the situation. All laboratories under the Mi-Lu company can freely use the computing power on the company's platform, provided it is for research purposes. Abuse of computing power will result in a warning. This includes laboratories invested in by overseas companies. Currently, the country does not dare to use the platform's computing power services for calculations, while some enterprises have started to use it. However, the laboratories under Limi have no such concerns and use it confidently. What left them dumbfounded was that after uploading data from many projects, the feedback they received was that the company had already mastered the technology. If they wanted to view it, they needed to apply for access, which would be granted upon approval. They then received a list detailing which technologies had achieved breakthroughs and which had not within their research directions. As for individuals, there are currently not many conducting research, and even fewer have personal laboratories. Limi believes that gathering human wisdom this way is the best solution. The liberation of computing power as long as every country and enterprise around the world puts aside their doubts, will inevitably lead to a small technological explosion in a short period. To address numerous concerns, Limi issued a public announcement on the company platform and official homepage. The announcement was brief, stating that regarding data security, the company guarantees that any data uploaded by any country or individual will not be leaked. If there is any leak to third parties with sufficient evidence, the company will face restrictions from all countries globally and will be shut down. Each country must have sufficient evidence and legal documents to investigate individuals or enterprises for illegal data before the company can view the uploaded data. In short, everyone can use it with confidence. If the company leaks your legitimate data, whether directly or indirectly, you can shut us down or impose fines and other penalties. All this is contingent on having sufficient evidence. An additional announcement was made, stating that to prove the company has the capability to ensure data security, individuals, enterprises, or countries worldwide are welcome to attack the company's network system. If they can breach the system, the company will reward them with a supercomputer. After the announcement was released, the world was in an uproar. Without mentioning how various forces reacted, hackers and red hackers hidden around the globe immediately sprang into action. A supercomputer was at stake, and it was a public insult to computer professionals worldwide. Network security personnel from various country cybersecurity centers also began to act. Countless waves of network data surged towards the network controlled by Xiaobai, with a myriad of attack and intrusion methods. Upon seeing the data, Limi couldn't help but exclaim at the abundance of global talent. While Xiaobai defended against attacks, he also learned and dispersed the massive data flow to prevent it from affecting the company's network. Anyone with even a bit of computer networking knowledge was checking the flood of data online, causing them to feel overwhelmed. The overwhelming data had no effect on the Milu company's network. It didn't even affect the normal operation of the company's various platform systems. And ordinary users felt nothing at all. They had the technology, they had the computing power, and the gap in technology was more than 3 generations. It was impossible to understand the company's system. The captured data packets, when restored, were all garbled, with no recognizable characters, or were completely jumbled binary source code. In a cybersecurity office base in Huaxia, after submitting the report on this attack, one could not help but say, this is not any computer language we've seen before, but a new kind of computer language. After extensive discussions among many language PhDs, they concluded that it was a new language resembling Oracle Bone script in Chinese. The information was released, further shocking people. Many tech giants had attempted to crack the Milu mobile system, but they couldn't break through its encapsulation technology. Of course, there were those who worried about data security, but there were also those who focused solely on research and utilized the computing power provided by Milu company to compute vast amounts of data. This data was primarily mathematical, the foundation of all modern science. As long as the results remained in their hands, there is no worry that Milu company would obtain related data. In mathematical research, the focus is on who owns the results. Glory belongs to whoever achieves them. What does it matter if others take the data and methods used in the process? The results of mathematical knowledge must be published. It may even require a large number of academic reports for all who understand to authenticate and verify the results' authenticity. Theoretical breakthroughs only provide guidance for applications. Everyone knows Einstein's mass energy equation, but how many countries can apply the formula to build an atomic bomb? Theory is the basic scientific principle. How to apply it is another matter. Thus, the computing power services provided by the cloud technology platform were primarily used by most laboratories for fundamental scientific calculations. After analyzing and organizing the data, Xiaobai displayed it in different academic categories for Li Mi to review. Through the data and calculation results, they could reverse engineer the research directions, which was the wisdom Li Mi needed. One day, someone suddenly used the cloud technology platform's computing power to calculate cancer cell gene-targeting drugs, exploring thousands of research directions and generating thousands of terabytes of data. After reviewing it, Li Mi realized that their research direction was even more innovative than his. He had merely a superhuman brain. Researching such topics sometimes required a flash of inspiration, not merely competing on brain utilization for results. Unless using exhaustive methods, Individual research ultimately remains the wisdom of one person. In disciplines like physics and chemistry, they employed a large amount of computing power to calculate fundamental science. Limi couldn't help but almost curse when he found that someone was calculating quantum entanglement changes, and others were calculating the different positional changes of charges in atoms. Some even calculated how many grains of sand there are on Earth. Was this really something humans would do? Viewing was a personal action. Watching others already pay for the service, Limi felt powerless. However, what Limi and Xiaobai did not expect was that someone was independently researching electromagnetic interactions, controlling charges through reverse magnetic field actions. Although there were no results yet, it was a promising direction. The interaction of charges generates electromagnetism, which produces electromagnetic force. And if reverse operations are achieved, it is indeed possible to control charges. Chapter 15 video called "The Immense Computing Power of Supercomputers Being Unleashed in Society" has truly led to a flourishing of ideas and innovations. Some institutions in the United States have uploaded black hole data observed by space telescopes for computation, while others are calculating different functions and combinations of various elements, resulting in bizarre materials and alloys. Countless ideas appear before Limi. For example, someone has conceived the possibility of operable naked eye 3D projection, which actually relies on artificial intelligence to recognize personal actions and interact with the projected 3D images. As long as the AI can identify the person's movements and the interaction with the projection, it can synchronize the operational actions, essentially achieving remote manipulation of 3D projections. Upon hearing this idea, Limi immediately asked Xiaobai to calculate its feasibility. The result was affirmative. The light source projects into the air, and a camera captures the operator's movements, recognizing them as commands for interaction with the projection. The AI then executes the interactive commands, thus realizing the concept of remote virtual projection interaction. Currently, the technology for remote 3D projection light sources is not yet perfected and needs improvement, as no organization has achieved complete remote projection. While projecting light onto a screen is feasible, the technology for aerial imaging, even in Limi's previous life, was only barely achieved by 2021 and was not true remote imaging. The light source needs enhancement, and research on aerial imaging technology is no simple task. However, using AI to recognize interactions as commands is no longer an issue. The collective intelligence and the collision of ideas may indeed lead to a small technological breakthrough. Many principles are actually public, and surprisingly, some individuals have purchased computing power to calculate the feasibility of nuclear fusion. Truly, there are all kinds of people. There are also reliable individual studies and numerous breakthroughs in mathematics, from which Limi has gained significantly. Xiaobai, calculate the improvement of the 3D projection light source. Limi believes this technology could facilitate his future interactions with AI, so he added it to Xiaobai's task list and allocated some computing power for the calculation, while also gathering relevant data from the internet. Boss, I received a relatively important official message. Should I check it? Just tell me directly. Limi did not check personally, but had Xiaobai inform him. The Huaxiao official inquired about which country actually controls Milu Company. Limi pondered for a while before face-palming and replied, "No comment, but the company does not engage in harmful activities against any country. We are simply a law-abiding high-tech R&D company." Limi does not want to expose his identity. With his experience from 2 lifetimes, he knows Huaxia's social dynamics. If it becomes known that the actual controller of the company is Huaxia, many things could be manipulated. After all, the state is the largest power institution, and once exposed, various traps would continuously arise. This is considered a test. A member of the think tank said in a deep voice, "Let's observe for now. The technology they possess is too advanced. Whether it's the hard drives they produce or the phones, we couldn't find any useful information after disassembling them. The Milu phone has been released, and not only have they disassembled it, but other forces are also doing so, yet without any gains. They can't even identify the type of technology." Boss, Manager Meng, is calling. The head of future technology wants to arrange a meeting. Ask what they want to discuss. By the way, you can inquire in the name of the company headquarters about the purpose of the meeting. Limi also found it strange. The world has suddenly become unfamiliar. Xiaobai, inform the other party that we can video call. Assure them that the call is secure, and there's no need for a face-to-face meeting at this moment. Also, my facial image needs to be processed during the video. Already notified. 5 minutes later, the call began. Boss, how should the facial image be processed? It can be blurred. Just use a virtual character and make it indistinct. The voice also needs processing. 5 minutes later, Limi was in an empty, sealed room for the call. Hello, Madam Mo Lu Xinlan frowned, unsure of how to address him. Can't we communicate using real identities? Limi smiled. Why should we? If you have nothing useful to share, there's no need to waste our time. Lu Xinlan's expression changed slightly, and she fell silent. Limi directly hung up the call. Even if the other party was a traveler, so what? In this purely technological world, where the extraordinary does not manifest, he has the strength to speak this way. Less than 10 minutes later, the other party called again for a video call. This gentleman must have a title, right? By the way, I can communicate with another version of myself from parallel world. I'm sure you would find that interesting. Lu Xinlan had calmed down. You can call me Shinkong. Limi casually chose a name. Looking at the background and people around Lu Xinlan, he continued, Are you collaborating with Huaxia? What kind of collaboration? If it's just communicating with another parallel world, what is there to collaborate on? That side is in 2025. There are many future insights we can know in advance. After considering for a moment, Limi asked, Is my company there? If not, the so-called future is just a joke. As for technology, if it were truly that advanced, you wouldn't need to seek me out. Lu Xinlan wanted to say something else, but a middle-aged man behind her stepped forward and said, Shinkong, we could research space. Your company's advanced technology and immense computing power could help us study why some people can communicate between two worlds, involving aspects of space, cross-border consciousness connections, and other technologies. Limi pondered for half a minute before saying, Current technology can't research related technologies. Let's work hard and see if we can collaborate in 10 years. After finishing, he hung up the call. He is not an ordinary person. In this world, there is hardly anyone who can compare in knowledge. The understanding he possesses makes it clear to him that the research the other person mentioned is currently useless. Technology hasn't reached that stage yet. On the other side, Lu Xinlan and the state think tank, along with relevant technical personnel, were communicating, needing to analyze the recent call. They wanted to understand more about the person named Shinkong from the conversation they just had. Chapter 16, 3 Years of Technological Development. Lu Xinlan and the others analyzed Limi's character. As the owner of a company that possesses the most advanced technology in the world, this was their first encounter, and they wanted to understand what kind of person he was. So what about Shinkong? Can we analyze which country he is from? It's hard to say. Then why didn't he show excitement upon learning about the existence of parallel worlds, nor did he immediately agree to cooperate? Let's put it this way. He is a rational person, aware that communication with parallel worlds is possible, and instead suggested waiting 10 years. Clearly, he understands that our current technological level has not yielded any results in researching parallel worlds in a short time. He might have known about the existence of parallel worlds long ago. Just now, I provided a character profile of him. Everyone's analyses could be valid, but the profile I provided suggests that he is a researcher, confident, and a scholar who looks down on the masses, with knowledge unparalleled both domestically and globally. Everyone was incredulous, as the character profile I gave was quite shocking. Are you saying he is someone like Einstein? Not quite. Einstein was a great scientist, but he is not just a scientist. He is someone who has mastered knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he is a person. What else could he be? Lu Xinlan realized and explained to everyone that he meant the other party might be a person of great wisdom, someone with needs. And since he referred to himself as Shinkong, it was clear he aimed to reach for the stars. No wonder, I understand now. That person is willing to release computational power, wanting to lead Blue Star into a technological explosion, gathering human wisdom to reach the stars. Limi actually did not expect that just a single phone call could lead to such an analysis of him. The reason lies in his attitude during the conversation, the content discussed, and the company and technology he possesses. All these factors combined make such an analysis reasonable. From the call, Limi could also deduce that Lu Xinlan was communicating with another version of himself from a parallel world, where the level of technology was not much higher than that of the current Blue Star, or the Lu Xinlan from that world was an ordinary person. unable to access true technological levels. Regardless of which scenario, there was no need for too much contact in the short term. Studying parallel worlds now is akin to primitive people directly learning advanced mathematics. It is meaningless. Within 3 years, without needing 10, global technology has rapidly advanced. It was just 2015, and compared to Li Mi's previous life in 2021, all technologies have advanced a generation. Countless scientific research achievements have emerged. 3D projection technology has been basically perfected. Material science has produced a large number of alloys, and fundamental mathematics has also made breakthroughs. Physics and chemistry are advancing rapidly. Others may not know it, but Li Mi's gains should be the largest here. Room temperature superconductors have been developed, and nuclear fusion experiments have already been ignited several times. The theoretical support for superfluid generators is also in place, and they are expected to produce results soon in the laboratory. Mi-Lu Company has not expanded its services, only adding 3 airlines, one domestically, one for the American Empire, and another in Africa. The 3 airlines have not launched a single rocket, yet no one dares to underestimate them. Li Mi plans to make breakthroughs in magnetic field technology, using Blue Star's magnetic field as a massive magnet, constructing a spacecraft that achieves reverse magnetic field repulsion to escape Blue Star, an alternative form of anti-gravity. Once in the starry sky, the challenge is to solve weightlessness. Conducting experiments in a weightless state is necessary, but humans would be greatly affected by prolonged weightlessness aboard a spacecraft. Currently, artificial gravity cannot be achieved, and one method is to simulate gravity using centrifugal force. Simulating gravity with centrifugal force results in significant waste in the design structure of the spacecraft. Not material waste, but wasted space within the ship. The windows of the spacecraft need to extend outward from the main body and rotate at a specific speed to generate centrifugal force, making the spacecraft appear large while the actual usable space is minimal. Nuclear fusion technology and electromagnetic force applications are just short of a power engine. Li Mi feels it is still too hasty, so he has adjusted the task plan. He needs to continue tackling the research on electromagnetic directional confinement and electromagnetic directional transmission technology, as this technology relates to the realization of wireless power transmission. Although there will be losses, it is the easiest technology to implement in the short term, because nanotechnology lacks wireless energy transmission technology. Even if the technology for nanofabrication is developed, there is still no energy supply. Loading power engines, energy supply, and working platforms in the microscopic world require advancements in microprocessing technology. In addition to the breakthroughs mentioned above, what excites Li Mi is that the gene map has been basically completed, especially his own gene map, which has been fully calculated. Gene editing technology has undergone 2 iterations. The cancer cell gene model has been preliminarily established, and calculations have yielded editing techniques for telomerase within stable gene chains. Although this does not activate telomerase, it stabilizes its length, preventing it from shortening, thereby allowing cells to undergo benign division without mutation. This technology can only stabilize the telomerase in genes for about 500 years. Eventually, it will collapse. The breakthrough in technology means Li Mi is willing to accept that he can live an additional 500 years. But if this editing technology is used and future breakthroughs occur, whether the telomerase can be re-edited without affecting its function remains uncertain. If it cannot, he can only live an additional 500 years before it ends. If it can be re-edited without affecting telomerase, then he can continue to extend his life. He needs to conduct biological experiments to observe whether the gene collapses after editing and then re-editing for restoration. Boss, after more than 1,600 experiments, as long as editing is done, the telomerase in the genes will collapse. What about gene fixing technology? Has there been a breakthrough? Li Mi cannot accept an imperfect technology. 500 years is a last resort for a choice that cannot be surpassed. Gene fixing technology carries enormous risks. Once fixed, the gene no longer changes, losing the possibility for optimization and evolution. This is the calculation result after the small white experiment. The cancer cell gene model and my gene model have been compared to eliminate the mutated parts while retaining the activation of telomerase activity. Starting comparison. The comparison results are being calculated, with an estimated completion time of 68 years. Calculation paused. Li found that computational power was insufficient again. Currently, many large-scale data calculations take decades or even a century. The reasons, apart from insufficient computational power, also include technological limitations. Technological breakthroughs are unpredictable, but computational power can still be worked on. Biological supercomputing is still in the first generation, but after 3 years of technological reserves, there have been significant breakthroughs in quantum computing research. Some countries have already developed the first-generation quantum computers. Unfortunately, quantum computers can only perform calculations in specific scenarios and types. Coupled with issues like qubit fidelity, they are not yet practical like supercomputers. Currently, quantum computers have only reached 23 qubits. Applying quantum computing to different research data calculations is not feasible in the short term. On the other hand, biological chips can be iteratively upgraded. The initial gene editing model data has become increasingly refined after 3 years of calculations. Since computational power is insufficient, it's time to upgrade the biological supercomputing. Chapter 17: Breakthroughs in Quantum Computers and Quantum Communication. The successful development of biological chips was primarily achieved through algorithms computed from Li-Me's own brainwave data model, rather than simple binary, although it could not escape the realm of numeral systems. Today, after several years of model calculations and the collected data from neural network models, the original model has been continuously improved. Unlike chip manufacturers on the market that iterate once or twice a year, merely squeezing out minimal improvements, the gene chip has undergone iterative upgrades, and the networking architecture algorithm of biological supercomputing has also been upgraded. Currently, there is a layer in the underground base specifically for housing biological supercomputers, with over 10,000 biological supercomputers networked together. Because it is biotechnology, during packaging, a constant pressure and temperature were maintained inside, along with radiation protection. So apart from the data conversion to optical fiber for external networking converters, there is almost no heat generated. Without significant heat, ordinary computer cooling systems are naturally unnecessary. The original biological supercomputers have not been decommissioned. Instead, the small white main supercomputer has been moved to the next layer, establishing a new biological supercomputer room, which has networked 10,000 new biological supercomputers. In the layer below, Li has prepared 3 quantum computers, as each one is quite large. Although quantum computers cannot yet serve as primary computing devices, they can run calculations in certain specific scenarios and models, and their computational speed cannot be compared to ordinary computers. However, since Xiaobai is artificial intelligence, as long as the data is classified, the data that can be processed by the quantum computers can be directly allocated to run calculations, increasing computational power by several levels in certain aspects. For example, for passwords and other specific encrypted data, quantum computing applications are currently something that the entire Blue Star, including Li-Me's biological supercomputers, cannot crack. Unfortunately, due to the nature of quantum bits, quantum computers cannot yet be used for ordinary computing applications. Otherwise, humanity on Blue Star would truly have no shortage of computational power. With the application of the new biological supercomputers, computational power has once again risen to a new level. Li paid no attention to the external world, as the company's affairs were managed by Manager Meng, while the headquarters was overseen by Xiaobai. Recently, with the rapid development of the internet, Huaxiao began to deploy technologies like the Tianyin system and facial recognition. The better the conditions, the stronger Xiaobai's capabilities became. Artificial intelligence development has only recently emerged on Blue Star, and different types of large data models are beginning to appear, with even weak artificial intelligence not reaching a level that could compare to Xiaobai. It can be said that currently, Xiaobai is a god within the Blue Star network. The mobile assistant for the Mi Road phone has always been controlled in terms of intelligence, giving outsiders the impression of reaching weak artificial intelligence, but falling just short. As for Xiaobai, it has never been exposed to outsiders. One day, after the new biological supercomputers have been operating for a month, while browsing the research outcomes and research ideas of the laboratory, Li suddenly felt a flash in his mind. and his brain's computational power seemed to grow by unknown levels. Mainly, it seemed he sensed the existence of an artificial intelligence. Xiaobai, Li Mi called out in his consciousness. Boss came to response, and then it began calculating as if it had crashed. Countless thoughts flashed quickly through Li Mi's mind, which he then categorized and memorized, followed by rapid contemplation. Was this state? Quantum entanglement. Both Li Mi and Xiaobai arrived at the same conclusion simultaneously, as the gene editing data model of the biological supercomputer, centered around Li Mi's brainwaves, surprisingly established a connection of consciousness with Li Mi after a single upgrade iteration of the biological supercomputer. It could be called quantum entanglement, but it didn't feel entirely like that. However, it possessed characteristics of quantum entangled communication. Li Mi felt that this phenomenon was a worthy research topic. Li Mi and Xiaobai silently engaged in formless communication and then proceeded to construct a new quantum model. The principles of quantum computing were structured into a model based on algorithms, then compared with the core model of the gene chip for common computational points. Under massive computational power, results were quickly derived. The inherent instability, distortion, and inability to observe in advance associated with quantum characteristics were surprisingly resolved within the core data model of the gene chip. Just like biological consciousness, a thought arises as soon as it is conceived. Perhaps in the next moment, that thought vanishes, filled with uncertainty. Distortion is akin to a consciousness fantasy. There are commonalities and differences. Quantum cannot be said to be human consciousness. According to the results Li Mi has currently computed, it is merely a similarity of a characteristic of consciousness. Human consciousness is complex, and it encompasses more than just this one characteristic. There are quantum characteristics, brainwave emission characteristics, and the human body's magnetic field, which is also influenced by human consciousness, among other complexities. Li Mi only discovered some quantum characteristic data from this. And with the newly computed data, the quantum computer could quickly undergo upgrades and iterations, even miniaturization, as well as developments in quantum communication technology. Xiaobai saved the data well and began creating a new generation of quantum computers for testing. The quantum communication module also attempts to undergo production testing. Li Mi disconnected from his formless connection with Xiaobai before issuing tasks. The initial model machine of the new generation quantum computer was produced, only 3 cubic meters in size, and after testing, it achieved 236 quantum bits. After importing quantum data algorithms, it did not meet Li Mi's requirements. Following 3 months of hardware and algorithm debugging, the first true quantum computer was born. This was not a half-finished product that could only compute in specific scenarios and models, but a computer capable of performing computations with different data. The quantum communication module produced an initial version, and after extensive testing, Li Mi discovered that the data computed from his consciousness connection with Xiaobai was extraordinary. It could achieve quantum communication and could also establish a long-distance consciousness connection with Li Mi, using the newly created quantum computer for computational analysis. Li Mi separated the functions of quantum communication and long-distance consciousness connection. The consciousness connection function could not yet be released, as only he could use it. This technology was not yet mature. Fortunately, Li Mi had collected all his brainwave data initially. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly established a consciousness connection with himself and obtained such crucial data. Li Mi slowly began to understand and analyze the unexpectedly obtained data, connecting with Xiaobai to invoke massive computational power for analysis and understanding. This data is too important, involving the issue of connecting with his own consciousness. He needed to lock this function, allowing only himself to actively unlock and use it, while also making slight modifications to the underlying logical source code of all biological chips to completely lock down the function's automation. Even Xiaobai's core source code was modified. Chapter 18. Li Mi's technological explosion. On November 27, 2017, in Blue Star, Milu Company held its second press conference. The last one was for the launch of the Milu phone, and this time, the event attracted even more attendees, with thousands present. After manager Meng took the stage and greeted the audience, he began the introduction. This device, which looks like a watch, is actually a new generation of communication equipment. It has no screen, and the battery is the latest solid-state battery, while the communication technology is Me Company's first generation of quantum communication. It features mature virtual projection technology with no sound output interfaces or charging ports, meaning this communication device has no external interfaces at all. The chip and storage capacity will be detailed in a later parameter introduction. Quantum communication does not involve data usage. Instead, there are pricing plans for half a month or half a year. Activating this feature allows direct networking, purchasable through major telecommunications operators. Quantum communication currently enables global connectivity without dead zones, with no network latency. Sound can be transmitted directly into the brain, utilizing a brainwave application technology. Charging is done wirelessly, with the current wireless charging distance limited to 10 meters. After introducing the new generation of communication equipment, Manager Meng continued to explain other features, ignoring the frenzied crowd, before finally announcing the price. The device is named Starry Sky. He also informed the audience that the cloud technology platform's computing power service would increase without raising prices. The existing rates would see a 1,000-fold increase in computing power starting next month. The process was exhilarating and the technology advanced. Many enterprises and countries were left bewildered, as their long-prepared 5G technology was rendered obsolete. However, Me Company has already indicated that quantum communication chips can be sold externally, with inter-country communication fees determined by their telecommunications operators. As for the investments made in 5G technology research, they had to acknowledge them. After all, 4G had already been widespread for several years, while 5G was slow to roll out due to patent issues. Huaxia held 59 of the patents for 5G, and related standards had yet to be established. Even if they were set, it would still grant significant power to Huaxia's companies. Over 20 years of development, Me Company has become a giant in Blue Star, with many technological achievements from various laboratories, most of which were licensed out for royalties. Besides the publicly disclosed technological achievements, no one knows how much black technology Me Company possesses. Attempts to take over the company have been thwarted, resulting in significant financial losses for many industries. The technologies announced by the company have long been mastered by Li, who has continuously improved and iterated them until today's release. After the initial production of the quantum communication module, Li arranged for the company to launch 5 quantum communication satellites into space. The breakthrough in quantum computing, after further refinement, resulted in computing power millions of times greater than the second-generation biological supercomputers, enabling the construction of large-scale supercomputers networked with quantum computers, achieving computing power 100 billion times that of biological supercomputing clusters. The immense computing power has led to a technological explosion. There have been significant breakthroughs in electromagnetic force applications, gravitational calculations, and applications. A large nuclear fusion power generator has been built in one of Li's underground bases. With the improvement of technology, nuclear fusion has now been preliminarily miniaturized to just 5 cubic meters, and the power generator operates on fluid dynamics rather than boiling water. It can be said that the technology Li has now lit up has reached a preliminary stage where leaving Blue Star is possible. Long distance, no latency communication is established, and energy is sourced from nuclear fusion, with breakthroughs in electromagnetic force and slight applications of gravitational technology, achieving simulated anti-gravity to overcome planetary gravity. Once in space, simulated gravity prevents weightlessness. Li secretly purchased an island overseas and began the construction of a spaceship with the design plans already perfected. The spaceship is designed to be 1,000 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 600 meters high, resembling a smooth water droplet. The power engine is the latest curvature engine researched by Li, a basic low-spec version that utilizes simulated gravity to propel the spaceship in space. The maximum speed is only 10 of the speed of light. It cannot even reach light speed, hence it is considered a basic low-spec version. The exterior features radar invisibility and optical invisibility. The internal control room and living areas can regulate temperature, pressure, and other basic living conditions. The detection radar is not that advanced. is merely an optical detector that could detect any light source. Inside the spaceship, two quantum computers are installed. One biological supercomputer, which is a low-spec version for artificial intelligence, and one quantum computer that controls the spaceship's power engine and nuclear fusion, while the other controls all internal functions. 4 nuclear fusion power sources are prepared for the spaceship. 2 for the curvature engine's energy, 1 for maintaining internal consumption, and the last as a backup. One layer of the spaceship is equipped with extensive industrial-grade equipment and various instruments, including automated mining machines and mineral refining equipment. In 6 months, the spaceship will be completed. Limi is currently lying in a crystal device resembling a coffin, connected to numerous pipes and cables. With the quantum computer cluster and the data calculated when connected to the low-spec AI, the analysis and connection of consciousness data led to breakthroughs in genetic technology in a short time. The telomerase in the genetic chain was activated, preventing mutation and division. Instead, it divides and forms new cells only when damaged, similar to normal cells. The activation of telomerase allows cell division to no longer be affected by it and possesses the characteristic of rapidly dividing new cells, similar to cancer cells. But it is controlled. This means that injuries will heal quickly. Limi is now undergoing his first gene editing. During this gene editing process, a large amount of new nutritional solution is required. This gene editing modification took 1 month. His lifespan in normal living conditions has nearly been calculated to be in the thousands of years, aside from the absence of common diseases. He possesses the ability to heal rapidly. The first upgrade does not require flashy abilities. What is needed is to extend lifespan while maintaining the original genetic information. The primary focus is on extending lifespan, with other upgrades waiting for future technological breakthroughs. After all, the first gene editing modification involves the foundational basis for future upgrades, and he only needs longevity until it is perfected. Chapter 19 Gene Upgrade. After the upgrade was completed, Limi discovered that this time the gene modification had unexpected changes. During the gene editing, data for a consciousness connection was loaded, and now it seemed he could connect all his cells with his consciousness. The cell activity increased by dozens of times, and the consciousness connected throughout his body, enhancing memory, reaction ability, and mental calculation power by 10-fold or even 100-fold. If Limi's brain was like an ordinary computer before the gene upgrade, now it resembled a biological supercomputer, and the information he could perceive with his eyes became diverse. Normal humans can only see visible light, but now Limi could regulate it himself, controlling distance and viewing different frequency spectra. His entire body was like a unified consciousness. This mutation was beneficial. Aside from lifespan and rapid healing abilities, these were unexpected gains. In 2017, Limi was already 36 years old, but now, having absorbed enough nutrient solution from the gene upgrade, he appeared to be only 17 or 18. His physical strength was 3 times that of an average person. Recovery and healing were 10 times more efficient. His body's consumption was 15 times that of an ordinary person, and his digestion capability was 20 times that of an ordinary person. After connecting his consciousness to Xiao Bai, Limi compared the data from ordinary people and derived these results. He disconnected after a moment. Each time he connected with Xiao Bai, he felt the need to be cautious because once connected, the powerful computing capability provided instant results for everything he looked at and the best outcomes for anything he thought of, making him feel omniscient and intoxicated. However, Limi knew this was an illusion and required rationality. Connecting with Xiao Bai, using external computing power, would lead to massive brain consumption and ultimately brain death within 10 minutes. The enormous computing power combined with vast amounts of data consumed the brain thousands of times more than usual, and even his upgraded body could not sustain it for long. At most, he could maintain the connection for an hour, and in the future, the safest connection time would be within half an hour. Limi understood that the next gene editing should focus on addressing the body's consumption issues. With a brain development level of 15 before the upgrade, it had now reached 29. Limi felt various changes in his body. The shift in air, different radiations, and his sensitivity had become inhuman. Upon reflection, he realized that human skin is a massive organ. Ordinary people can sense being watched, and after the gene upgrade, the sensitivity of the skin in contact with the external world was enhanced. coupled with the constant connection of consciousness to the cells. Any changes in the external environment would feed back to the brain. It seemed that after the gene upgrade, in addition to the changes from gene editing, many other changes occurred due to the loaded consciousness connection data that needed to be experienced gradually. Xiao Bai establish a company overseas that can't be traced back to compete with the Mi Lu company. Good boss. Contact Lu Xinlan. Although it hasn't been 10 years, we can start to connect. After all, Lu Xinlan is just communicating with another version of herself from a parallel world. The similarity has reached 95. Starry Sky, have you already researched spatial technology over there? Lu Xinlan immediately asked after the call. The person behind her was the same as during their last contact. Li Mi still didn't reveal his true appearance, only shook his head, saying there was no spatial technology. Quantum communication technology has been developed, right? You and your other self are communicating across dimensions. That should belong to a type of quantum communication. Lu Xinlan and the people behind her were enlightened upon hearing this. How do you plan to proceed? An official big shot behind, Lu Xinlan hurriedly asked. Li Mi thought for a moment before replying. Give me a shipping address. I will prepare a quantum communication detection device to send to you. At that time Lu Xinlan will actively communicate with her other self to see what can be detected. If no data can be detected, there's no need to continue. All right, I'll give you an address shortly. The call ended simply, and Li Mi quickly said, Xiao Bai, create a quantum consciousness communication device with brainwave detection functionality, and send it over once it's made. After Xiao Bai accepted the task, Li Mi began his preparations. He planned to load the data model obtained after detecting Lu Xinlan's brainwaves into the consciousness connection data. But it had to be restricted so that only he could activate the function. As long as Lu Xinlan was willing, her brain would be unguarded at that moment because she would actively lower her defenses, using this as a springboard to connect to another world. A week later, the two sides contacted each other again. Lu Xinlan and her team were in a base surrounded by various detection devices, with a dozen researchers and the people Li Mi had seen during the previous call. This time, they did not communicate through a communication device, but rather through a quantum communication device sent by Li Mi, which projected a blurred figure. Hello, everyone. Li Mi's projection was indistinguishable from a real person except for the blurred face, and it looked around. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Your technology has reached this level? Lu Xinlan couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, we can start now. Results should come quickly. Li Mi focused on Liu Yinlan. Are we starting directly? A researcher couldn't help but ask. No need. When we communicate across dimensions later, Ms. Lu Xinlan just needs to agree to let my device detect her brainwaves. Of course, it must be explicit consent. Otherwise, this detection device will have no effect. Why? Mo Lehai felt a bit worried and asked. Explaining it is complicated. To put it simply, quantum communication requires consent to connect to a person's information. If the other party does not agree, there is no way to proceed, unless the principles of human consciousness are fully understood to forcibly break through. Li Mi shrugged. I agree. Lu Xinlan quickly said before Mo Lehai could continue asking. Li Mi nodded, then let us begin. The researchers at the base also started to get busy, eager to collect relevant data, and all devices were activated. Lu Xinlan laid down on the bed, closed her eyes, and began to communicate with her other self. Li Mi connected his consciousness with Xiao Bai, lying in a nutrient solution, fearing that his body would suffer immense consumption during the process. Everyone became tense except for Li Mi. They had researched many times, but had never achieved any results. Their technology seemed to lack any scientific theoretical foundation for support. The device next to Lu Xinlan also activated the brainwave detection function. In fact, after Li Mi mentioned the brainwave detection, the base had prepared relevant equipment at the fastest speed, and now they too had activated their devices. Chapter 20. Deepening connections with parallel worlds in the research base where Lu Xinlan was located after communicating with another version of herself before anyone could react. Li Mi's projection disappeared and a mechanical voice appeared. Does Ms. Lu Xinlan agree to connect? Authorization granted. Loading data. Connection initiated. Establishing connection. Analyzing quantum cross-border communication. Calculating. Estimated calculation time, 30 seconds. Calculation complete. Cross-border data loading. Loading quantum data. Cross-border connection established successfully. Searching for cross-border quantum communication devices. Connecting to quantum computer. Entering the parallel world network. Loading network data. As the sounds continued, Lu Xinlan also lost communication with her parallel self, but a three-dimensional projection appeared before them, with clarity like a real scene. What shocked everyone in the base was that one device had connected to the parallel world, yet no one spoke. All were watching the projection in front of them. Network data comparison. Searching for secure quantum computers. Establishing stable quantum communication channels. Task completed. The projection image transformed. It was a scene from the parallel world, instantly expanding to fill the open space of the base, with the image split into numerous windows, each showing different scenes. Li Mi's projection reappeared, also watching the projection. The technology in the parallel world seemed not to have undergone a technological explosion, but things were tough in that version of Huaxia. Starry Sky, how'd you do it? Lu Xinlan asked in shock as she saw Li Mi's projection. Initially, she felt that some information had traveled with her to the other version of herself in the parallel world, but then the information left. Through your communication, a quantum communication channel was established. One day, when you master complete quantum communication technology, you'll be able to do the same. Li Mi would never tell them that without consciousness quantum connection technology, simple quantum communication technology couldn't achieve this. After connecting with Lu Xinlan's consciousness in the parallel world, quantum communication gained its positioning. The other side lacked complete quantum communication technology and could only establish a quantum communication connection within a quantum computer. Do you want to keep this device? Or should I give you a cross-border quantum communication interface for you to connect to the network yourself? Li Mi continued, without waiting for their questions. If you need a cross-border quantum communication interface key, you can contact us. This time's harvest is significant, and I need to continue my experiments. Li Mi disconnected the connection, and the device he sent over also turned off the projection. Everyone stared at the device. It's so advanced. Aren't you afraid we will dismantle it? They don't care. Keep it for observing the parallel world. We also need the quantum communication interface, right? Later we can dismantle it and reverse engineer to see if we can study the data inside. Everyone had different opinions, with lively discussions. At this moment, Li Mi and Xiao Bai were studying how the two worlds connected and researching spatial technology, trying to see if they could break through the two worlds for travel. When the quantum communication channel between the two worlds was established, a lot of spatial data was collected, generated during the establishment of the quantum communication channel. The deepening connection between the two worlds involved quantum technology and spatial technology. Without mentioning quantum technology, spatial technology only had a large amount of data, which Li Mi needed to study and analyze. Without a theoretical basis for spatial technology, there was only data requiring step-by-step analysis and reverse deduction, which would not yield results in a short time. It was like someone who hadn't graduated from elementary school trying to reverse engineer advanced mathematics. The difficulty was immense and required a long time for reverse calculation. Boss, Lu Xinlan sent a message. They need a copy of the data gathered from this experiment. Xiaobai suddenly spoke up. Li Mi pondered for a moment and said, give them a complete set of spatial data. Forget about quantum technology. Tell them that quantum technology is not part of the experimental data and belongs to our own technology, which we need to reserve for exchange with technology of equal value. After Lu Xinlan received the data, she saw Xiaobai's message again and couldn't help but say, they can actually exchange quantum technology. Let's first look at the data they sent over. Do we have technology of equal value to quantum technology? Everyone helplessly started checking the data. A large amount of complex and chaotic data left everyone dizzy, but they couldn't decipher a single piece of data. Let's see if there's any problem with the data. We can't understand any of it. It turns out to be spatial technology data, but sadly, we can't understand it. Should we cooperate with them? We're just afraid they won't be willing. We have no basis for cooperation. Let's give it a try. If they're willing to cooperate. The prerequisite is that we need to perform well. That's the threshold for cooperation. Exactly, they mentioned the entry point for basic technology theory, which is gravity. Gravity can distort space. It's the entry-level technology, so it depends on whether we have achieved results. That's impressive. The technology is leading globally, and no country can compare. Someone sighed. Is the other party really a company? Morihei suddenly asked. Lu Xinlan shot him a glance and said, "Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." With such technological strength, nuclear disarmament is like a child's game. They can have it whenever they want. So many countries can only restrict them within rules. No need to discuss their background. Right, this shouldn't be discussed. It's just the black hole data we captured after so long of research. Has there been any progress on gravity research? It's just the data we captured. The data is incomplete, so how could there be any results? Everyone understood that if there were results, they might be able to exchange findings on gravity research with the other party. Li Mi had no time to care about their thoughts. He needed to speed up the construction of the spacecraft to break through spatial research. He had to leave Blue Star and launch solar detection equipment. Because the mass of the sun generates enormous gravity, the distortion of space is maximized. And Li Mi needed a lot of data on the gravitational distortion of space from the sun, especially regarding resources. Only by heading into the starry sky could development not be limited by resources. Blue Star has too many countries, and resources are all controlled. Otherwise, automated production lines wouldn't take so long to build spacecraft. Because he had always been behind the scenes, nothing bizarre had happened around Li Mi. Life was very calm until the time of the spacecraft test flight. After leaving the laboratory he hadn't been away from for over a decade, he arrived at an unnamed island overseas. He wanted to personally witness the test flight of the spacecraft. After all, the spacecraft's propulsion was a low-end version of the curvature engine in the basic version, and the thrust generated from distorted space hadn't even reached the speed of light, only achieving 10 of the speed of light. The test flight needed to collect more related curvature engine data. There was also the simulated anti-gravity, which was merely a simulation of similar anti-gravity. In reality, it was still dominated by electromagnetic force. Blue Star has a massive magnetic field, and as long as the spacecraft has a reverse magnetic field generator that can bind to the designated direction of Blue Star's magnetic field, it would produce a significant force to escape Blue Star. Repelling magnets belong to electromagnetic force. Chapter 21. Superhumans in Parallel Worlds. No one knew that Li Mi had left China, as there was a real projection in the laboratory, and others only saw him conducting experiments. The optical invisibility was activated. The ship's platform canopy was open. The starry sky was ready to launch. Controlled nuclear fusion ignition. Energy stabilized. Radar invisibility activated. Optical invisibility activated. Simulated anti-gravity started. Increased magnetic field repulsion. The spaceship took off. Because optical and radar invisibility were activated, no satellites from Blue Star detected the massive spaceship ascending, entering low Earth orbit. It broke free from Blue Star's gravity and entered space. The power engine testing began. Li Mi looked at the testing data, adjusted the engine power, especially the hull pressure tests and communication tests. The hull was made of an H alloy, which was very suitable for the space environment, sturdy yet not brittle, and had radiation isolation properties. This alloy formula was derived from extensive calculations and exhaustive experiments by Li Mi. After testing, the spaceship's speed basically reached the design flight speed, and the directional control was flexible enough, with acceleration and deceleration within the design range. The simulated gravity inside the ship barely met the requirements, and the spaceship's control system was functioning well, basically sufficient for space travel. After all, it was the first generation, and many technologies needed improvement. There were also a large number of different plant seeds, thousands of biological specimens, and the living area of the spaceship had transplanted a large number of plants. With the air composition in the living area also beginning to adjust, Li Mi planned to move directly to Mars for development. The basic supplies were almost ready, and he was preparing to transport the manufactured probes of the same type, as well as quantum communication satellites, with controllable nuclear fusion and solid-state battery technology. Automation machinery was not a problem. Li Mi aimed to move industry to Mars. Boarding the spaceship, he was filled with thoughts. After secretly developing for so long, technology was finally ready for a journey into space, and he no longer had to worry about his lifespan. He was busy until midnight, packing supplies into the spaceship. Li Mi left Blue Star without alerting anyone, and the day he chose was just right, not when Blue Star was farthest from Mars. It took only a day to reach Mars' gravitational range. Originally, at 10 the speed of light, it shouldn't take so long, but acceleration and deceleration required time. And route adjustments were needed midway. It wasn't that the speed wasn't fast enough, but the distance wasn't that far. He hadn't even accelerated to the spaceship's maximum speed before starting to decelerate. The power engine was strong, but the spaceship's hull couldn't withstand the pressure of full-speed acceleration. So accelerating took most of the day, and deceleration took another half a day. Upon reaching Mars' gravitational range, Li controlled the spaceship to deploy 9 quantum communication satellites and 5 probe satellites. Finally, he launched over 100 solar probes toward the Sun. After a month of synchronous orbit around Mars, the terrain and basic mineral distribution of Mars were mapped, and only then was he ready to land. The month was also used to adjust the spaceship's electromagnetic generators and to calculate Mars' atmosphere, magnetic field, and other environmental factors. Especially the magnetic field required extensive calculations, since Mars' magnetic field is only about one of blue stars. The simulated anti-gravity needed to have its power adjusted to an appropriate range. Even if the technology for gravitational manipulation was successfully developed to create real anti-gravity, adjustments would still be needed for the anti-gravity field due to the different gravitational forces on each planet. The spaceship landed on Martian land, and Xiaobai remotely controlled the intelligent machines to start working, first digging into the ground. The Martian base was similarly constructed underground, and other machines began mining as well. Everything was busy and orderly. Xiaobai, has there been any discovery in the parallel world? Li asked. Xiaobai's main body was still on Blue Star, utilizing quantum communication technology, with network connections having no delay. The machines in operation were also controlled remotely by Xiaobai, each equipped with a quantum communication module. Boss, there's a discovery. The surface of the parallel world is a similar world, but secretly, there are different superhuman organizations. Li replied with joy. Superhumans? It seems the parallel world is not simple. Increase the effort to investigate and, if possible, collect genetic information from superhumans. I have already been collecting superhuman information and obtained genetic information from some research institutions. Establish models and compare them with ordinary human genes, Li ordered hastily. Comparisons have been made, and the genetic information shows no anomalies. The superhuman manifestations of humanity in the parallel world are not reflected in the genetic information. Not being in the genetic information means the genes of superhumans are not much different from ordinary people. Boss, there are no abnormal superhuman characteristics in the genetic information, but some enhanced physical superhumans have genetic data reflecting physical enhancements. Li began to understand. Superpowers should originate from the individual's soul, with body-enhancing superpowers affecting the body, thus resulting in enhanced genetic information. Calculate the information after physical enhancement from superpowers. Temporarily collect other superpowers without further research. Li understood that researching the soul was currently impossible unless one forcibly deciphered the consciousness of superhumans to extract data. In the spaceship's control room, Li reviewed the information on superhumans, re-examining the data obtained during his first consciousness connection with Xiaobai. He planned to study consciousness suppression technology and then forcibly decipher consciousness technology. Consciousness suppression is easy to achieve, as long as the opponent's brainwave is captured. The model of their brainwaves can be calculated. A connection can then be forcibly established, using immense computational power to suppress it. Once the opponent gives up resistance, the consciousness can be connected for deciphering. This required a very mature technology for brainwave models, along with a deep understanding of consciousness connection technology to recompile new consciousness algorithms. This kind of research could only be conducted by Li himself. Xiaobai could not help, as it could only analyze and compute existing data and models. This kind of creativity could only be refined and summarized bit by Li. The difference between artificial intelligence and humans was reflected here. After 6 months, the results established on Mars were basically ready for habitation. Li's research progress was not significant. He only developed consciousness suppression technology. He was stuck on deciphering others' consciousness. On the other hand, Xiaobai made significant gains, collecting a lot of useful data on superpowers, all related to the effects of superpowers on the body. Body enhancement, energy absorption, immortality, etc., almost every country or consortium in the parallel world had institutions studying superhumans. After Xiaobai breached these research institutions, a large amount of data was obtained. Unfortunately, it seemed that the parallel world had developed in a skewed manner. Because of superpowers, those institutions focused on how to enhance superpowers and maximize their use, rather than studying the basic principles. Fundamental science in the parallel world lagged 3 levels behind where Li Mi was on Blue Star. Additionally, much of the data gave Li Mi great surprises, such as spatial superpowers. The genetic information lacked superpower data, but there was a wealth of data on spatial transmission, spatial rifts, and more. There was also a considerable amount of data on superpowers establishing independent spaces. Using the useful data to calculate the quantum communication channels, they were able to interpret spatial data, albeit incompletely. Xiaobai, aside from basic maintenance and base construction, paused other tasks, structure the computational framework for the spatial data model, and decipher the fundamental spatial data. Li Mi's eyes sparkled with madness. Energy absorption, body enhancement, combined with spatial data. He envisioned the next step for enhancement, adding energy absorption and body enhancement data into genetic editing. As long as spatial technology breaks through, it could establish an independent space attached to an individual, just like the personal space created by spatial superhumans, coupled with controllable nuclear fusion as an energy source within that space. One could instantly transform into a superhuman. Chapter 22. Communication between two worlds. The data on spatial changes is immensely vast, and Li Mi has only collected a portion of it. However, he doesn't need to master it all. He only needs to utilize parts of it. Initially, he relied on powerful computing power to construct the basic data of the spatial model, which includes data on short-distance spatial transmission, spatial positioning, spatial shields, and the establishment of independent spaces. Cross-boundary transmission involves too many algorithms, and there isn't enough data for calculations, making it impossible to study within a short time. Apart from spatial positioning, the data for other spatial applications was collected by ability users. When spatial ability users utilize space, many organizations have gathered a large amount of data, allowing the spatial ability users within those organizations to establish independent spaces, somewhat akin to the caves and blessed lands in the world of cultivation. Upon obtaining the relevant data, Li Mi encountered a dilemma. Ability users can directly utilize spatial force, while he only has data. How to apply spatial force is something that national agencies in the parallel world cannot figure out either. Without spatial force, having data is useless. Xiaobai, how much gravitational data has the Solar Probe detected? Li Mi had to think of another method. He began organizing the data, and once completed, it was ready for review. A dense array of data was projected in front of Li Mi. The data included spatial distortion data as well as gravitational variation data. He introduced the basic theories of special relativity into the data to start building models, but it seemed that the data model was missing some key data, making it impossible to establish the model. The collected data was insufficient to build a model of the interaction between gravity and space. Even with a quantum computer cluster at full capacity, it was of no use. The data model would ultimately collapse into infinite data. While Li Mi was deep in thought, he was suddenly interrupted. Xiaobai informed him that Lu Xinlan was trying to make contact, saying there was an important matter to discuss. Do you know what it's about? Li Mi asked. Boss, it seems that Lu Xinlan from the parallel world has also contacted the Huaxia official, and the two worlds Huaxia have communicated. Xiaobai had been secretly observing Lu Xinlan from the parallel world, which is why he knew about this. After connecting the call, Li Mi thought it would be worthwhile to have a discussion. Lu Xinlan and 3 big shots from the Huaxia official appeared before Li Mi simultaneously. In fact, on the other side, Li Mi was projected before them. What is the matter? Li Mi asked first. Lu Xinlan thought for a moment and asked, can we proactively contact the parallel world instead of just observing? Yes, replied Li Mi. The Huaxia officials from the parallel world wanted to communicate, which also proved the existence of the parallel world. Otherwise, Lu Xinlan from the parallel world wouldn't be able to convince the Huaxia officials. An elder then spoke up. Li Mi glanced at him and told the officials that he would send a method for manufacturing a quantum communication module to them. Once produced and loaded with quantum algorithms, they would be able to communicate with each other. After saying this, Li Mi hung up the call and had Xiao Bai send a document to Lu Xinlan's computer in the parallel world. 3 days later, Lu Xinlan contacted Li Mi again. The Huaxia officials from the parallel world received the document, but are unable to manufacture the quantum communication module due to insufficient precision in processing. Can the module be scaled up 100-fold for production? If they can't even manage that, then there's no way around it. Li Mi was somewhat speechless. The quantum communication module could currently be made as small as a thumbnail, while other integrated modules needed to be the size of a fist. Lu Xinlan and the official big shots looked at the hung-up call in disbelief. Everyone was a bit at a loss for words. It seemed he was conducting an experiment. No wonder he was somewhat impatient. The laboratory was far more advanced than the country S, making it impossible to predict the technological strength of the other side. Xinlan, let's communicate first. Another month passed before Lu Xinlan contacted Li Mi again. Xiaobai, has the quantum communication module been manufactured by the Huaxia officials from the parallel world? It has been manufactured and is already networked. Then let's load the quantum algorithms. After Li Mi gave the order, the connection was established, and both sides were projected opposite each other. Starry Sky, the equipment has been manufactured on that side. Can we establish communication? With a wave of his hand, all three parties were simultaneously projected in front of each other, as if the other party were right there. They began to observe each other. Li Mi already knew the situation. A curious look flashed in Lu Xinlan's eyes from the Blue Star's side, while the people from the parallel world were shocked. Aside from Li Mi, both sides engaged in friendly conversation before finally formally introducing Li Mi's presence. Once the initial exchanges were deemed satisfactory, Li Mi asked, "How many ability users are there in the Huaxia officials over there?" Lu Xinlan and the officials from Blue Star were stunned. They had no idea there were ability users on the other side. The people from the parallel world were astonished as well. They couldn't understand how Li Mi knew this. Even Lu Xinlan was unaware of the existence of ability users. There's no need to be so surprised. I've been secretly observing that side for years, Li Mi continued. It was during my communication with another version of myself that I felt something leave my consciousness. The third in command from the parallel world, Huaxia, stared at Li Mi, unable to see his face clearly. After calming down, he asked, "How does quantum data leave a person's consciousness and remain?" Quantum bits ignore distance and space. The quantum data existed in any quantum computer on your side. Unfortunately, there aren't many quantum computers in the network. The elder fell silent, and everyone else did as well. Even those who didn't understand the technology could sense that Li Mi had reached a level of quantum technology that they could not predict. Another middle-aged man stepped forward and asked, "Starry Sky, is that your name or title?" "Title," Li Mi replied, watching the other stand up and say, "You're Song Jun, the mind ability user? You know me?" The other party asked in surprise. Li Mi smiled. "The information on you is abundant in the American Empire. I might know you better than you know yourself. All right, you all can communicate. I still have experiments to conduct. Until the two worlds discover the technology to travel to your side, there's no point in saying more." After finishing, Li Mi hung up the call. "Just now, everyone briefly introduced this Mr. Starry Sky. Can you elaborate on him?" The elder from the parallel world, Huaxia, inquired. Lu Xinlan from Blue Star exchanged glances with the others before slowly introducing Starry Sky. In the end, Lu Xinlan from the parallel world could not help but exclaim, "So? Until now, you all don't know who the other side is, and this person possesses the most advanced technology in the world." Although it sounded harsh, it was the truth. For such a task, the focus should be on the Starry Sky. He has never revealed his identity, as there are too many nations on this planet, and he only wants to develop technology. Yes, I also wonder how advanced their technology has become. Aren't you going to ask directly? For someone like him, as long as it doesn't involve the safety of others, there's no need to hide anything. It's just that you've never asked. Lu Xinlan from the parallel world couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. Everyone stood in place, unable to calm down for a long time. It turned out they had been overthinking things and their thoughts were not pure. Chapter 23. Lu Xinlan from Blue Star in the parallel world. Lu Xinlan expressed her thoughts, breaking the preconceived notions in their minds. A person who only looks at the starry sky has no need to hide matters related to technology. It is not about requesting detailed technical data. After exchanging glances, This time, it was not Lu Xinlan from Blue Star who contacted Li Mi, but a high-ranking official from the third power of Huaxia who reached out directly. Li Mi was also surprised. It was the first time the official contacted him directly, yet he answered the call. Rarely, what is this about? Please have the old man personally contact us. The human figure in the projection was still vague. Starry Sky, to what extent do you currently grasp technology? Can you share? We need to understand the technology for cooperation, lest you unknowingly possess what we have. After pondering for a moment, Li Mi replied, let us put it this way. I am currently on Mars. I have basically paved the way for interstellar travel, have taken the initial steps into the starry sky, possess controllable nuclear fusion, low-spec curvature engine technology, long-distance quantum communication technology, first-generation gene modification technology, simulated anti-gravity, simulated gravity technology, a 564-bit quantum computer, and have synthesized room temperature superconductors based on all foundational theoretical disciplines currently available on Blue Star, among other things. The people in the projection were left speechless. The eyes of the scientific and technical personnel present were filled with a frenzied look. Why simulated anti-gravity and simulated gravity? One researcher couldn't help but ask. Because currently, gravitational theory only has one universal gravitation formula and special relativity. There are no other foundational relevant data, so application naturally lags behind. He spoke very plainly, enough for those who did not understand technology to grasp it. Song Jun suddenly asked, can we see the scene on Mars? Li Mi thought for a moment and said, Xiao Bai, project the relevant imagery except for the underground base. Okay, boss. A mechanical voice sounded, and the central projection changed. A massive ship, shaped like a water droplet, appeared before them, and the scene quickly expanded to the outer space of Mars. The design of the ship left the scientific personnel present puzzled, but they did not ask further. They would understand after some thought. The officials from the parallel world were filled with excitement. Starry Sky, can we request technical support? We can exchange research data on supernatural abilities. Li Mi's eyes lit up. Sure, what I need now is observational data on the spatial powers of supernatural beings. As long as you have a substantial amount of data, we can negotiate on what technology is needed. Song Jun suddenly asked in surprise, do you want to cross boundaries? Everyone was taken aback. Li Mi shook his head. I want to, but it's not possible in the short term. You supernatural beings only know how to use spatial powers. You don't understand the essence of space, and cross-boundary technology is still a bit far off. After hearing this, the people from the parallel world thought about it as well. They had supernatural beings, but their technology had stagnated for a long time. All right, other data on supernatural abilities can also be exchanged, provided that it is scientific research data, not so-called insights, which are merely personal understandings and lack a systematic approach. After Li Mi finished speaking, he prepared to hang up the call, but the high-ranking official from Blue Star hurriedly asked Starry Sky, may I ask which country you are from? Can Huaxia cooperate fully? After all, the resources in outer space are abundant and should not affect your development. I am from Huaxia. I will consider full cooperation. Li Mi did not refuse, but did not agree either. Huaxia could provide him with little help at the moment. But the wisdom of the civilization group held infinite potential, although the current cooperation within the Huaxia official system was not ideal. Li Mi hung up the call. Lu Xinlan was at a loss for words. The other party was actually from Huaxia and possessed such fantastic technology. How did they achieve that? Not just her. Everyone else was thinking the same. Mo Leihai sighed. It's a pity we currently lack the prerequisites for cooperation. The other party has gone too far alone. We are a bit unable to keep up, and cooperation would only have them dragging us forward. Does he need manpower? He already has artificial intelligence. Humans are a joke. The artificial intelligence he just communicated with is expected to have reached the level of strong AI. This matter is classified as top secret, and the video materials are confidential. The country will need to adjust its core afterwards. On the parallel world side, arrangements were also being made, with some holding meetings and discussions. If Li Mi were still on Blue Star, there might still be certain limitations, but being on Blue Star, development was no longer constrained by resources. The construction speed of the Mars base accelerated, and the main system code of Xiao Bai also began to transfer, leaving only one subbody of the original biological supercomputer. Of course, the transfer required Li Mi's personal authorization to rebind to new physical hosts. When the Mars base construction reached 20 underground layers, large-scale planting of plants began. The atmosphere was chemically generated to fill the space, and various animals were released for breeding. The Mars base was 100 times larger than the underground base on Blue Star, with the first layer occupying 100,000 square meters. The second layer being double that of the first, and the construction continued to expand downwards. The base had extensive magnetic levitation transport channels for transporting mineral resources. On Blue Star, as Huaxia officials learned that Li Mi was from Huaxia, they secretly began an investigation into the Mi Lu company, its researchers, and Li Mi Lu, seeking the path to the starry sky. They had no evidence, but had already guessed Li Mi's identity. His parents had passed away. Initial funds came from making money in overseas stock markets, and he later hid in the company as a laboratory head, almost unnoticed. By the later stages, he had already become a major force. Li Mi had always given outsiders the impression of being average, with simple relationships and hardly any interpersonal connections. He was truly a hidden master. After the investigation was nearly complete, Mo Lehi couldn't help but sigh. Lu Xinlan nodded repeatedly. He really is a hidden master. Should we go check out his laboratory? No, he has a real-time projection there. It might be controlled by artificial intelligence. It would be offensive to go, and there's no need. Xiaobai informed Li Mi about Huaxiao officials' investigation, but Li Mi paid no attention. He was currently extremely busy, needing to sort, understand, and research a large amount of solar exploration data. His brain had received further development, combined with massive computational support, so others would struggle just to comprehend the data, let alone conduct research. The data was filled with dense mathematical formulas and numbers. The sheer volume of data was such that ordinary people would not know how many individuals or how many small groups would be needed for analysis and organization. Suddenly, Li Mi thought of something. The universal gravitation formula corresponds correctly to data in the macroscopic realm, but in the microscopic realm, universal gravitation loses its significance. The mass-energy equation of special relativity cannot effectively describe the influence of gravity on speed. Instead, it describes the generation of gravity through space distortion. Mass causes a collapse phenomenon in space-time, resulting in objects moving towards the direction of space-time collapse, which is the process of generating gravity. Li Mi seemed to understand something. Chapter 24. Breakthroughs in space technology. Li Mi's inspiration surged, and combined with the massive solar detection data, he seemed to have unified gravity and special relativity. This was a new formula that only he could understand. The new formula could calculate data on gravity in space, and also describe gravitational phenomena on both macroscopic and microscopic scales. The space data model was finally constructed after being imported into the new company, but it seemed to be lacking something. It was missing gravity. The manifestation of spatial force in superpowered individuals was a kind of force, but gravity could influence space, which seemed to be the core of generating gravity. Currently, the data indicated this. However, Li Mi understood that it was merely a singular description. After all, before the grand unification theory appeared, the four fundamental forces seemed to have no interaction, but in reality, the universe operated in an orderly manner within the framework of these four forces. Who would believe that the four fundamental forces had no connection? Li Mi shook his head, temporarily setting aside many thoughts. With the space data model in place, he needed to create a device capable of generating enormous energy. Without spatial force, he would resort to a miraculous force, using immense energy to break through space and collect data. Only through experimentation could he understand what spatial force was. Once he grasped the mathematical description of spatial force, he could establish an independent space for his own use. Xiaobai, following Li Mi's design, built a massive instrument measuring 100 meters high, 60 meters wide, and 80 meters long. To provide energy for this device, 3 large, controllable nuclear fusion reactors were newly constructed. If it weren't for the optical invisibility, such a massive structure would have been observed on Blue Star long ago. The instrument was built 5,000 kilometers away from the base. And Li Mi also made sure that any accidents during the experiments would send both the base and himself to meet the King of Hell. Xiaobai, speed up the production of detection instruments, especially the spatial detector. Boss, the spatial detector has only been validated theoretically and with data, we haven't conducted specific experiments, so we can't determine if it can detect changes in space. The data collected from solar detection is all mathematical descriptions, purely mathematical. We have no certainty about spatial detection. Xiao Bai said, unusually offering his opinion. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up with production. Send the first unit that's already produced to Mars orbit to detect the sun and see if it can detect spatial changes, Li Mi said urgently, although he looked relaxed sitting in front of a platform conducting experiments. Human enhancement gene information needed validation, and energy absorption gene information also required verification. Since it involved gene editing, extreme caution was necessary, with repeated validations to ensure safety. As for the other experiments with calculated results, Xiao Bai could take charge of those. Gene editing and modification were matters that would affect the rest of his life. Multiple validations were necessary to ensure safety. Boss, I have good news. The spatial detector has detected changes in spatial data? Yes, boss. The device has been detecting for a month, calculating how much the sun's mass has distorted space, how much gravity it has produced, and how far the gravitational influence extends. Xiao Bai projected a 3D diagram, marking every key point with relevant data. We can update the curvature engine now. With this data, we can directly control the spatial curvature with energy, controlling the speed of the spacecraft. Xiao Bai, calculate the maximum power of our controllable nuclear fusion and how fast the curvature engine can drive us in terms of light speed. Boss, on the computer, the estimated calculation will take 16 hours. If we use all computational power, it will take an hour to get results. Xiao Bai, we don't have enough computational power again. We need to accelerate the iteration of quantum computers, and we also need a more advanced large-scale supercomputing architecture. Boss, there are too many tasks. Let's take them one by one. Li Mi had assigned Xiao Bai tasks that could fill thousands of forms, but the priorities of these tasks were different. Another 6 months passed, and it was now 2020, according to Blue Star's timekeeping system. During these 6 months, Li Mi had only conducted 10 spatial experiments, but each time yielded significant results. However, he was unable to capture and control spatial force. The harvest was that he could use the device to slice through space. During the experiments, a spatial crack appeared when cutting through space, but vanished quickly, the process taking less than a second. Later calculations showed that the crack produced during the first spatial cut lasted 23 microseconds. As energy increased, the retention time became longer. After the 7th experiment, improvements were made to the device. It was no longer random energy cutting, but instead calculated cuts at points of spatial weakness. In the 8th spatial experiment, the spatial crack did not disappear, but was annihilated by another type of energy that negated the cutting energy. Without the cutting energy, the space restored itself. In the 9th experiment, energy cutting was increased again, and another type of energy was observed. The 10th experiment focused on collecting data on this new type of energy. With sufficient data and calculations, this energy could possibly be dark energy. This dark energy maintains spatial stability, like two sides of the same coin in space. Perhaps this was the spatial force of superpowered individuals he had been searching for, though they themselves were unaware. Stopping the experiments, Li Mi began studying the detected spatial data and dark energy data. After loading the dark energy data into the spatial data model, space seemed to become visualized. Boss, what is the task priority? Normal construction and production will suffice. We still need time to prepare. If we extract too much dark energy at once within the solar system, it might cause spatial instability. We also need to research new energy sources. The energy provided by controllable nuclear fusion is no longer sufficient for our development. Li Mi conducted biological live experiments 3 to 5 times daily to validate gene editing technology, and then he worked with Xiao Bai to reconfigure the large-scale supercomputing system. Xiao Bai was capable of multitasking. After constructing the dark energy extraction device, he began conducting synthesis experiments with different materials using dark energy. As new spacecraft required stronger and more durable materials, the dark energy extraction device was surprisingly easy to create, as they had already obtained gene information data for energy absorption in advance. Through simulation calculations, the design blueprint for the dark energy extraction device was quickly obtained. With the blueprint, the precision processing technology of the base's manufacturing equipment could be said to have already produced nanomachines. But the issues of microscopic energy and microscopic drivers, as well as materials, had yet to be resolved, making it impossible to realize the application of nanomachines. However, with the emergence of dark energy, it might not be impossible to produce nanomachines, the legendary nanobugs that could devour various materials and perform nanorepair. The technology Li Mi had mastered seemed increasingly focused on genes and space, while other foundational technologies had not kept pace. He could quickly apply space technology, and gene technology had alleviated his concerns about lifespan. Chapter 25: Space Applications and Genetic Upgrades. Observation, experimentation, reasoning, verification, and achieving results. Li Mi learned from it, increasing his knowledge, and became intoxicated by exploring the unknown. Observation is for collecting initial data, using the collected data to conduct experiments to obtain more authentic and diverse data, which leads to reasoning or calculation. As for how to calculate, which formulas or algorithms to use, everyone has different interpretations, and the results may vary. Finally, verification is when one examines the results. Li Mi's understanding of space and gravity deepened, his mind filled with data about both. As he was constructing a more complete data model, which might ultimately be summarized into a simple formula. The new version of the spacecraft was merely an upgrade of the original ship. After upgrading the curvature engine, the spacecraft's speed had reached 5 times the speed of light. However, this was limited by the energy from controllable nuclear fusion. The spacecraft also had a basic version of artificial gravity and anti-gravity, and without waiting for other upgrades, Li Mi left Mars, piloting the spacecraft out of the solar system and stopping in the space between galaxies. The spacecraft was equipped with only 5 devices: one for cutting space, one for rapidly extracting dark energy, one for stabilizing space, one for establishing space, and one as a backup for data detection. Li Mi planned to establish 3 spaces the size of the Sun. To avoid energy shortages, he added 10 controllable nuclear fusion devices to the spacecraft, having pre-collected and purified dozens of tons of helium-3. Nuclear fusion was no longer just for power generation. It was now directly using plasma as energy, with no worries about high temperatures since Li Mi's current technology could contain it. The space cutter continuously sliced through space, creating massive fissures hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size, and the speed of dark energy extraction was so fast that the fissures could not recover for hours. One purpose of extracting dark energy was for energy, and the other was to maintain the space fissures, around which a space the size of the Sun was cut. Using the extracted dark energy, he collected the cutout space and constructed an independent space based on the calculated space model. The independent space seemed vast yet small. After Li Mi cut and collected the space, he immediately bound it with a gravitational field. Throughout the journey, he maintained the stability of the space with dark energy. A year had passed since returning to Mars, and the devices built by Xiao Bai had also been produced. Xiao Bai stabilized the 3 spaces. "I will keep 2 for myself, and 1 for building a new spacecraft. As you command, my boss." Li Mi went to the 13th floor of the underground base to begin his genetic upgrade. This upgrade would mark the true beginning of the first-generation genetic modification. The nutrient solution and energy were ready. Lying in the genetic upgrade chamber, he began the upgrade as Xiao Bai operated the gene editor, writing body enhancement and energy absorption gene information into Li Mi's genes. At the same time, the 2 independent spaces were extracted and quickly constructed using dark energy according to the data model of the independent spaces, with the connection to the spaces linked to Li Mi's consciousness, meaning he was connected to them entirely. The core data of Li Mi's consciousness was loaded into the data model of the independent space. Thermal energy, radiation, and electrical energy began to converge wildly into Li Mi's body. The nutrient solution was continually added, and ultimately, the energy from controllable nuclear fusion was also utilized. The gene upgrade took a year to complete. Awakening from his slumber, Li Mi felt the difference from this upgrade. His body was filled with strength, and he could absorb energy anytime he wished, with 2 massive spaces connected to him. After the space was stabilized using dark energy, according to the independent space data model, It naturally stabilized, able to change with dark energy without needing additional energy to maintain stability. He seemed to have become one with the space. He needed time to adapt. This upgrade allowed his body to enhance at any time, and he no longer lacked energy, rendering him capable of fasting like a deity. With abundant energy, his brain's development increased again, reaching 35, becoming a complete entity with all his cells. Previously, maintaining a connection between his consciousness and all his cells consumed too much energy, and Limi's bodily functions could not keep up. Fortunately, the cave paradise established in the parallel world had the ability to open and close spaces. Limi had already prepared the relevant data before the upgrade. He moved 5 controllable nuclear fusion devices and a large amount of helium-3 into one of the spaces and removed more than a dozen dark energy collectors. This way, he truly lacked for energy. After a month of adapting to his upgraded genetic abilities, Li Mi, along with Xiao Bai, continued their research. This time planning to create a furnace energy source that could achieve both nuclear fusion and nuclear fission while automatically extracting dark energy. The furnace energy was more than 100 times stronger than controllable nuclear fusion. The technology drew from the gene information data model for energy absorption, dark energy extractors, and applications of gravity and electromagnetic forces. Using space technology to enhance gravity, he contained the violent energy within the furnace. Each furnace was 10 cubic meters in size, and each furnace's energy output efficiency was 1,000 times that of large-scale nuclear fusion. 10 furnace energy devices were produced, and Li Mi took 5 of them. He then instructed Xiao Bai to prepare a large number of devices, including all the processing and production equipment for industrial basics, energy output, space cutting, etc., with space cutting devices also usable as weapons. Having adapted to his genetically modified body, Li Mi was thinking about constructing a new large-scale, celestial-level supercomputer when Xiao Bai detected spatial fluctuations on the blue planet. Utilizing numerous public cameras and satellite probes, the lens focused on a person. Facial recognition was conducted to check the individual's information. Seeing the person projected, Li Mi quickly gave orders. Xiao Bai, this person is from a parallel world, not from our world. Immediately notify the Huaxiao authorities to have this person restrained. Never mind, just monitor them for now. They should be a superhuman, and Huaxia cannot control them at the moment. Already notified. Has the short-distance space transmission device been produced? Li Mi asked again. It has been produced and is currently being verified. The device is not yet stable, and the transmission range has a distance discrepancy of within 100 meters. What is the maximum transmission distance? 0.5 astronomical units. If the distance is larger, the discrepancy will expand. Do you know why? After calculations, it is because our spatial position is constantly changing. Pinpointing location for transmission requires greater computational power for spatial positioning. Others might not understand Xiao Bai's explanation right away. But Li Mi did. As in the universe, the solar system was moving rapidly, planets were rotating, and the entire Milky Way was moving, involving an enormous amount of calculations. Chapter 26, Sublimation Starry Sky. Why monitor that person? Although there's no data about this individual in the Huaxia database, is there something wrong with him? Lu Xinlan contacted Li Mi, and although she learned about Li Mi's true identity, she did not disclose it. Li Mi glanced at Lu Xinlan. He was an ability user from a parallel world, likely possessing space abilities. Be careful, just monitor him and avoid conflict. An ability user from a parallel world. How could someone come over? Lu Xinlan was shocked and quickly notified the higher-ups. Starry Sky, is there a way to control this person? Boss, what preparations are needed? Descend to 1,000 meters above Huaxia. Below is the location of the person from the parallel world. Directional space suppression. Consciousness suppression. The individual from the parallel world didn't react at all, only feeling their entire body suppressed, unable to use their abilities, before losing consciousness in darkness. Xiao Bai. This time the suppression data is too large. This person 1T be turned into a fool, right? Li Mi rubbed his forehead. Starry Sky, how should we handle this person? Once he wakes up, the country 1T be able to control him since he possesses space abilities. What do you want to do with him? By the way, notify the Huaxia officials on that side. You want to conduct human experiments? Lu Xinlan's expression changed. Forget it. Let us discuss in person. The first formal meeting between the two parties took place at a base in Kyoto, attended by Liu Xinlan, his partner Mo Leihai, and the official bigwigs. Li Mi, I didn't expect it to be you. Mo Leihai couldn't help but say. This person has space abilities. Once he wakes up, you won't be able to control him. Give him to me, and we'll share research data. Li Mi got straight to the point without any small talk. Okay. The official bigwig surprisingly agreed readily. The individual from the parallel world was placed in a 10-square-meter confinement chamber with smooth metallic walls, entirely enveloped in dark energy to suppress spatial abilities. He arrived a few years earlier. Li Mi had no way to capture him. The spatial energy was too much of a bug, and the teleportation ability allowed for escapes. After settling the individual, Li Mi did not interrogate or conduct experiments. He needed time to understand the body after gene upgrades. Previously, it was just adaptation, but after the upgrade, there were always unforeseen circumstances. He wanted to maintain the growth potential of the original genes, making every effort to keep the original genetic information intact during each gene editing, only adding new genetic information data. The body lacked energy, the brain's development gradually improved, cells continued to strengthen, and brain cells were included, allowing for the use of a powerful brain at any moment. The manifestation was that consciousness and all body cells were connected without breaking, combined with rapid self-healing capabilities, leading to an overall sublimation of both the person and consciousness. Li Mi connected his consciousness to the artificial intelligence Xiaobai, loading all the information from Xiaobai's database. With the support of powerful external computing power, he saw the fluctuations in space, felt the presence of the four fundamental forces, understood spatial force, and grasped the principles of cellular enhancement. The original genes were self-adjusting, leaving no trace of artificial editing. The memories within the memory palace transformed into personal memories through countless data. The memory palace collapsed, turning into vast amounts of information, various languages, including different human languages and various programming languages, forming a unique language for information conversion. It was like a state of omniscience. But this omniscience was based on the knowledge Li Mi possessed, requiring no further contemplation or thought. Memories transformed into information. The memory palace collapsed, ultimately evolving into an information sphere. The information sphere represented his consciousness, memories, wisdom, and a manifestation of his self-existence. The false omniscience did not yet understand the reasons and principles of self-existence. This involved the fundamentals of a person, or in other words, the soul of a person, how a person's soul is produced, why individual consciousness exists, etc., with no data to help him comprehend. Disconnecting from the external computing power, Li Mi felt unaffected, as if a great power had returned to him. He had already acquired all the information from Blue Star and the data collected from the parallel world. He also gained an understanding at the quantum level. Inside the base, looking around, every object he saw almost immediately provided all its data information. Why does this feel like cultivating immortality? Li Mi suddenly had a thought, which quickly vanished, as he understood from his own experience that cultivating immortality was also a scientific matter. Science does not deny the unknown. It observes the unknown, collects data, conducts experiments, deduces, and verifies, thereby understanding and comprehending things and events. It is a dialectical unity cognitive system. Those who deny the unknown are not scientific. Technology is merely the application of techniques formed from scientific understanding. Li Mi met the individual from the parallel world, asking no more questions. In his current state, just meeting was enough to gather much information. Liu Xinlan communicated with another version of herself from the parallel world, and later, Li Mi opened a quantum communication channel, strengthening the connection between the two worlds, thus creating weak points of spatial overlap between the two worlds. This space ability user was strong enough. At the right time and random place, using spatial force, he fortuitously arrived at Blue Star. The two worlds deepened their connection, and the possibility of mutual traversal emerged. Like two parallel lines, they were no longer parallel, now having the potential to intersect. As time passed, the two worlds might even overlap. Li Mi informed Huaxiao of the reasons behind the traversal of the ability user from the parallel world and transmitted some spatial research data. Upon receiving the information, Huaxia held a meeting. The country had to prepare. If the two worlds overlapped, what kind of dramatic changes would occur? It was impossible to calculate. Would the two planets collide or merge? Besides Blue Star, what other changes might occur in the universe? No one knew, not even Li Mi. The scale of the two worlds was too vast. He was not truly omniscient, just experiencing an illusion after self-sublimation. Chapter 27 Sublimation of the Complete Entity. Li Mi discovered that after his first sublimation, research became simpler. As long as he could observe a phenomenon, whether it was what he saw or data collected by instruments and equipment, deduction, experimentation, and verification could almost be done in one step. He could exert external forces, provided he understood the underlying logical principles of cognition, spatial transmission, spatial shields, and spatial distortion, among others. With energy, knowledge became a fulcrum. With a fulcrum, one could even lever a planet. The terrifying principle of leverage. Of course, there is a prerequisite. The body must withstand the reaction force generated when leveraging external objects. The more one knows, the more one feels there is to be discovered. In one world, there is dark energy. Is there dark energy in the unknown world as well? Soon, when parallel worlds intertwine in space-time, is a similar person a unique fusion or two different individuals? Quantum mechanics is related to human consciousness, but it is more than just quantum-producing consciousness. Li Mi looked up and seemed to see the depths of the universe. Although he appeared still, he was constantly moving within the vastness of the universe, making spatial transmission full of randomness. Spatial positioning is effective over short distances, but is almost negligible relative to the vast scale of the galaxy. At a certain distance, the differences become enormous. He turned his gaze to the sun, witnessing its fusion, which constantly generates immense energy. Light reaches Mars in an instant, and almost simultaneously arrives at the blue planet. Scholars on the blue planet once thought that the light from the sun took about 500 seconds to arrive, but they did not consider the space-time effects produced by light traveling at the speed of light. What seems to be about 500 seconds for us is just a moment in the light speed. If a person could reach the speed of light, a year at that speed might mean decades or even hundreds of years have passed on the blue planet. Time is also relative. Li Mi looked at the blue planet and, having crossed a great distance, saw many things there. He noticed that Lu Xinlan's consciousness quantum had become complex, entangled with dense quanta, and the space had become very unstable. She seemed like a point of intersection between two worlds, the omnipresent microwaves of a universe, filled with information from ancient times, permeate all ranges of the universe. Li Mi had to shut down this natural perception. He had no foundation to interpret the universe. If he let it be, he would be assimilated by the universe's information. The Tao transformation that ancient people sought, the unity of heaven and man. Li Mi began to understand this meaning a bit. He did not know how others achieved stability, while he relied on his own learning and walked step by step. Genetic editing and transformation, along with other abilities, provide a foundation. But the connection of consciousness throughout the body is the most important and is also the core of current changes. There is no need to build large, celestial supercomputers. His consciousness is equivalent to possessing a large, celestial supercomputer. Li Mi took a step forward and appeared in the starry sky, his physical body crossing the cosmos, appearing like a grain of sand on the scale of galaxies. Between planets and galaxies, it is not a vacuum, but is filled with numerous radiative particles. Various forces permeate the starry sky. Electromagnetic force, gravitational force, spatial force, differentiated only by strength but actually existing. The pitch-black starry sky, in Li Mi's eyes, is colorful and beautiful like a painting, a naturally formed landscape that ordinary people cannot see. It is the data produced by detection equipment that creates visible images for people. It sounds fantastical, but is very scientific. Returning to the surface of Mars, Li Mi walked on the ground, step by step, contemplating the path ahead. This cannot be calculated. It is also a mark of him still being human. As for the two independent spaces connected by consciousness, he felt they were somewhat redundant. If he wished, he could now extract a massive amount of dark energy to directly establish a larger space. It is not about cutting the cosmic space to build but constructing with dark energy. How many generations of genetic modifications has the boss undergone now? Xiao Bai frantically calculated after discovering Li Mi had disappeared from the base. Later, the detection equipment revealed he was in outer space, and before they could contact him, he was already back on the surface of Mars. And only then did they make contact. There will be no more genetic modifications. I can now self-adjust my genes based on the data, Li Mi said, instructing Xiao Bai to pause the experiment on perfecting his genes. Instead, Xiao Bai began to decipher the information within human genes. Although he only decrypted the genetic map, the genes themselves contain a wealth of inherited information. Boss, does this mean you have become a god in terms of genes? Xiao Bai, although just an artificial intelligence, still asked. I don't know if I become a god because gods cannot be defined. To ordinary people, I probably don't differ from the gods in their impressions. Li Mi suddenly thought that there must always be differences between universes. In the future, when technology advances to allow travel between different universe worlds, would he still have his current abilities? It seemed not, as the slightest difference creates an unimaginable gap. A change in a single digit can produce infinite information differences. For example, in another universe, if the speed of light is no longer 299,792,458 meters per second, but 1 meter faster or slower, the consequences would be catastrophic. Li Mi's current knowledge needs to be rebuilt and recalculated. Countless mathematical formulas will change. But is the universe outside really just parallel universes? The more one knows, the more unknowns there are. Boss, should we proceed with the construction of the new generation of spacecraft? Xiao Bai asked. Continue construction, but the design needs some modifications. The design was redone. A spherical space battleship the size of the moon, with an outer shell made of the latest dark energy alloy, has performance thousands of times greater than that of the previous generation of spacecraft. Inside, the latest energy furnaces were also used. A total of 5 large energy furnaces were prepared, with 2 quantum computer clusters, one controlling the battleship systems and the other serving as Xiao Bai's living space. 2/3 of the battleship's interior is used to build the power engines, weapons, and shields, leaving only the innermost third to create a space smaller than the solar system. Currently, the plan is to place 2 quantum computer clusters, 1 biological supercomputer group, and 3 sets of industrial basic equipment in the space, and later, the completed Mars base will also be placed there. Other materials will be collected after leaving the solar system. Some spaces, too small for the solar system, can be stored in suitable planetary systems within the Milky Way. However, such a large battleship will take at least a decade to build, not to mention that the production of dark energy alloys will take at least 5 years. The establishment of space requires extracting energy. And extracting dark energy will also take more than 10 years, and it cannot be extracted too quickly or within the solar system. Chapter 28. How to deal with superpowered individuals in a parallel world. A superpowered individual named Zhang Jian is classified as a level 9 superpowered individual, possessing the rare ability of spatial manipulation. Suddenly transported to another world, he is curious about this technologically advanced society that closely resembles the historical development of his original world. However, before he can obtain any identification information, he is unexpectedly captured. After being detained, he only meets a stranger once, who doesn't inquire about his information, and he is kept in a metallic chamber where food and drink are delivered automatically by machines. Li Mi is also contemplating how to handle Zhang Jian and plans to meet with him again to inquire about his intentions. He is not polite, understanding that as a level 9 superpowered individual, he could reach any corner of Earth in his original world. Yet in this chamber, his spatial abilities feel suppressed by an invisible force. He cannot teleport or even open his own space. After a moment, Li Mi contacts Lu Xinlan. Zhang Jian is startled by the sudden appearance of a hologram. Has technology advanced to the point of virtual projections that can communicate at any time? After Lu Xinlan's projection appears and looks around, he questions, "So you are the superpowered individual from the parallel world? Is there something else?" He is surprised that Zhang Jian has not been dissected. The genetic technology has developed to the point of gene editing and modification, but he has never conducted human experiments. After all, data obtained from human experimentation may only be applicable to the individual involved. and it is uncertain how long it would take to develop a gene editing technology suitable for the general public. Li considers himself a selfish person. The gene editing technology is merely for extending his own lifespan, and researching his own genes only requires a blood sample. Conducting cruel human experiments only indicates insufficient research data and lack of technical proficiency. With enough research data and computational power, there is no need for human experimentation. However, what to do about Zhang Jian's uncontrolled powers? No. Although I am a level 9 superpowered individual, I am a law-abiding citizen. In my original world, no one knew I was a superpowered individual. I could serve my country. Zhang Jian panics. Lu Xinlan chuckles, another one of those. This superpowered individual. China is not your homeland. Claiming to serve your country is too far-fetched. Zhang Jian hurriedly explains that it is still China, just a parallel world, and there is no difference. His survival instincts are strong. Li states, "All right, just inform me of any illegal activities he has committed. He won't be able to escape from Blue Star." After saying this, he takes Zhang Jian out of the chamber, and they reappear in front of a secret base in Kyoto, China, where Li leaves. Zhang Jian is taken aback to suddenly find himself at a base entrance. Soon, someone invites him inside to learn about the situation on Blue Star. Of course, China has also prepared an identification card for him. After understanding the general situation in the base, Zhang Jian cannot help but exclaim, "Wasn't it said that I was the only superpowered individual in this world? Who were the people detaining me? But I saw him using spatial teleportation more skillfully than I do." The people communicating with him exchange glances, and Lu Xinlan sighs. That person is not a superpowered individual. Although we don't know how he does it, it should be the power of technology. Zhang Jian is a bit confused. Technology? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The others briefly explain Li Mi's situation to Zhang Jian, and after hearing it, he feels astonished. There are such extraordinary individuals in the world. The chamber that held him was on Mars. It's terrifying. One step could teleport across stars. The technology on the other side is too frightening. Zhang Jian mutters to himself, "This is not scientific. My original world has studied for over 100 years and still can't scientifically explain superpowers. So, superpowers are scientific? Is the legendary immortality also scientific?" Lu Xinlan can't help but comment. It's possible. The so-called immortality in legends may just be a system of utilizing energy. As long as the data is sufficient, it should be analyzable. An elder speaks solemnly. This makes sense. Everyone feels enlightened, realizing that this is true science, not the separation of science and fantasy that they previously believed. In fact, over the years, due to the enhancement of computational power, many fundamental sciences have kept pace with development, and China's research data in spatial studies has significantly improved. With breakthroughs in spatial technology, gravity has also been understood more deeply, leading to the emergence of more theories, with simulated anti-gravity already achievable in laboratories. Currently, China has secretly constructed spacecraft, and with simulated anti-gravity, rockets have become obsolete. In terms of energy, controllable nuclear fusion has almost been realized, but they are still lacking in materials. They have yet to produce room-temperature superconductors, which prevents commercial application. 6 months later, the upper echelons of China suddenly contact Li Mi. After friendly exchanges, they inquire whether he can support the synthesis technology of superconductors. The spacecraft has been nearly completed, but controllable nuclear fusion is still not perfected, and the experimental version is too large to be applied to the spacecraft. After considering for a moment, Li Mi instructs Xiao Bai to send over the perfected controllable nuclear fusion technology and mature energy output device technology. Upon receiving the relevant technology, China immediately organizes a large number of scientists for research, believing that they must thoroughly understand the technology before they can begin constructing controllable nuclear fusion systems. The spacecraft's power engine also needs to be redesigned. A year later, China has its own spacecraft, while the United States is not far behind with similar technology. However, thanks to Li Mi's assistance with controllable nuclear fusion technology, China's advancements are 3 generations ahead of the United States. As breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion occur, development on Blue Star accelerates, with China and the United States each pulling their allies to begin space resource exploration. Limi has not relinquished his industries on Blue Star. He needs funding, not due to a lack of resources, but to attract scientists with capital. The initial researchers he recruited have now matured and can independently pursue research topics, allowing many technological theories to accumulate bit by bit. Their research environment is excellent, free from financial concerns, and they're not burdened by whether their research topics can generate profit. Most researchers pursue their interests in their studies. Chapter 29. World integration time passed. And for a year, Limi's scientific progress seemed to hit a bottleneck. The civilization he was in seemed to be holding him back. After all, once science reaches a certain level, individual intelligence, no matter how brilliant, appears insignificant. The current development of basic science has been based on existing scientific theories for nearly 100 years, and there's been no advancement in foundational scientific theory. Limi's gene editing technology is based on established theoretical foundations, coupled with vast computational power to decode human genetic data and cancer cell genetic data. At this stage, it has reached its peak. As for space technology and body enhancement, the data comes from parallel world superhumans, and there is no foundational theory for these abilities at all. With spatial data, solar gravitational data, and spatial variation data, the curvature engine can achieve faster-than-light travel. If it weren't for a series of coincidences that provided a wealth of data, even if Limi were a genius with extensive knowledge, reaching Mars from Blue Star would be the limit. To put it bluntly, without unforeseen circumstances, the current technology of Huaxia and the American Empire represents the current limit. Having merely taken the first step beyond Blue Star, Limi needed a variable. Soon, the intersection of timelines with the parallel world would bring about that variable. The two worlds intertwining would create changes no one could predict. He was waiting, and Huaxia was also waiting, both preparing for what was to come. Time reached June 27th, 2025, when Blue Star suddenly shook violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred. However, the ground showed no signs of change. Some people on Blue Star felt that they had inexplicably acquired other memories. Limi wanted to inform Huaxia, but it was too late. Spatial fluctuations surged violently. Quantum communication was lost with Blue Star, and time became erratic. With the intertwining of space and time, Blue Star suddenly expanded to twice its size and then returned to its original volume, with its mass fluctuating while gravitational force remained unchanged. Limi found himself in outer space, positioned between Mars and Blue Star, gazing at Blue Star, which was now enveloped in a dazzling halo of colors. Thousands of different types of probes, long prepared, were collecting data around Blue Star. He pondered why only Blue Star changed during the collision of the two worlds, while other planets in the solar system and the Sun remained unaffected, not to mention the Milky Way. Xiaobai, are there probes installed on Blue Star? Yes, but we have already lost contact with Blue Star. Xiaobai diligently collected data, utilizing all computational power to analyze the current changes on Blue Star. Limi felt slightly better. As long as there were probes, once the changes stopped and contact was re-established, they would know what had happened. For now, he could only wait, his gaze fixed on Blue Star, where he saw spatial data and another kind of energy fluctuation, which seemed to be intertwined with space, presumably time. No, this wasn't time. It was merely a miraculous effect produced by rapid changes in matter interacting with space. Limi vaguely understood something, but verification would have to come later. A month passed before the changes on Blue Star halted. Xiaobai re-established contact with Blue Star and immediately began reading the data collected by the probes. Limi got in touch with the Huaxia officials. Once the call connected, before Limi could ask anything, Lu Xinlan said, "Limi, Blue Star has become denser. The entire human population on Blue Star has undergone a qualitative change. Everyone's physical constitution has doubled, and some have developed superpowers. Meanwhile, the parallel world version of me has disappeared, seemingly merging with me." Limi contemplated the reasons for Blue Star's changes, but had no clues. He could only ask. The two parallel worlds have merged, and the parallel world has disappeared. Those who had their own versions in the parallel world should have merged. There shouldn't be another version of me appearing on Blue Star. The parallel world has disappeared? Someone exclaimed. The data collected has only yielded this so far. Much more analysis is needed, Limi said before hanging up. Limi immediately instructed Xiaobai to install the latest and most advanced curvature engine on the first spaceship. There were some issues he needed to verify. In 10 days, the latest curvature engine was installed on the spaceship, which could fly at full power, with the thrust generated by warp space pushing the spaceship's speed to 50 times the speed of light. Xiaobai remotely controlled the spaceship as it departed the solar system, flying out toward the Milky Way, using 1/10 of its computational power for the spaceship's positioning in the universe. The solar system was already on the outskirts of the Milky Way, so there was no need to traverse the entire galaxy. A month later, Xiaobai's controlled spaceship finally made a new discovery. It could not leave the Milky Way, as if encountering a Klein bottle. The entire Milky Way was contained within a massive Klein bottle. However, this was incorrect, as a Klein bottle has no concept of inside or outside. The Milky Way was the size of this world, and all the observed starlight was merely a projection of this world. Thus, Limi understood that the parallel world was only the size of Earth. If the two worlds had not merged, the parallel world could not have reached beyond Earth to the Moon, let alone other planets. This explained why only Blue Star changed when the two worlds merged. Limi remained silent. This was not the universe, but merely a small world within the Milky Way. Stepping into the starry sky seemed like a joke. The technology he currently possessed could allow him to roam the Milky Way. Yet in such a small world, even if there were aliens, their technology might not be more advanced than his. The data generated by the merging of the two worlds was the most important. Perhaps analyzing and deciphering this data could allow them to leave this world or find another parallel world. Blue Star was in a state of turmoil, with all countries working to stabilize society. The emergence of superhumans caused significant upheavals among the upper echelons of politicians in various nations. Huaxia had been preparing all along, with contingency plans in place for the merging of the two worlds, maintaining stability throughout. When superhumans appeared in Huaxia, they were invited for tea and signed confidentiality agreements and compliance agreements, allowing Huaxia's superhumans to live like normal people, provided they did not cause trouble. Everyone had to operate within the nation's management. For those who did not comply, they were surprisingly dealt with by the AI Xiaobai, followed by suppression. According to Li Mi, the world was already quite chaotic, and Huaxia could not afford to fall into disarray. If everything fell apart, scientific development would be impossible, and they might as well fight among themselves. Xiaobai executed Li Mi's philosophy well. Chaos was fine, but not total chaos. Not everyone could be a hindrance. Chapter 30. Changes in the core of Blue Star, exploring the truth of the universe, a Klein bottle. It's unclear whether it is a world created by humans or naturally evolved. To know more, further investigation is needed. Limi observes the data anomalies during the fusion of Blue Star and the parallel world. The normal phenomenon is the integration of space and time. However, when Blue Star merges with the parallel world, spatial fluctuations are observed, but no time-related data can be found. Time in this world is merely a change communicated by humans, with a perception created by changes in the smallest particles of matter, a kind of virtual time. The world wants to ascend dimensions, moving from three-dimensional thinking. Thus, after Lu Xinlan communicated with the parallel world, a deeper connection was instinctively established, ultimately merging into one, but it did not ascend to 4 dimensions. If the dimensional ascent were successful, it would mean that time would no longer be an illusion created by the changes in matter. Does this mean I can control atoms, or even smaller particles, to stop all changes and rotations, as if pausing time? Limi felt a whirlwind of thoughts, wisdom rising in his mind, and his consciousness light sphere began to spin rapidly. Limi felt he needed to investigate the black hole in the Milky Way, where he surely would find the information he needed. With stable Huaxia on Blue Star, the 3rd season should not start. No other country would dare to begin the 3rd season amid chaos, as no other nation could claim stability except for Huaxia. However, it was not yet time to leave. The new generation of cosmic battleships had not yet been built. Many foundational sciences still needed improvement, especially since Blue Star had developed superpowers. How did the superpowers arise? Even if the superpower energy comes from the soul, there must be a mechanism for its generation. Could it be conjured out of thin air? Or were they rules that the parallel world inherently possessed? The theory of space is slowly improving because space and gravity are related. With a wealth of spatial data, studying gravity can be said to be the most refined among the 4 fundamental forces on Blue Star. However, this only applies to Huaxiao on Blue Star. Other countries do not have spatial data. Limi suppressed the thoughts in his mind, leaving Mars to personally observe Blue Star after it merged with the parallel world. As soon as he arrived on Blue Star, he immediately sensed something was off. He instinctively knew that there was another version of himself in the parallel world. Before the fusion, he had been peering for a long time and had not discovered it. With just a teleport, he found himself in front of a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Li Mi. Upon meeting, they both understood that they were another version of each other. Li Mi stepped forward, merging with the other as if transforming into a phantom with no unusual phenomena. Everything felt so natural. The worlds had merged, and the mechanism allowed both worlds to blend, especially with himself from the same dimension. The Li Mi of the parallel world turned out to be a superpowered individual as well, but with a psychic ability. However, under the barrage of countless information hitting him, that bit of psychic power was utterly useless, and his memories were also integrated. The two had no comparability in terms of personal consciousness strength. Li Mi's consciousness light sphere almost contained all the technological knowledge and vast data of Blue Star. The parallel world version of him only contributed a little to the condensation of the consciousness light sphere in Li Mi's mind. The parallel world version of him was also cautious, living carefully due to the abundance of superpowered individuals in that world, leading major institutions to capture powerless superpowered individuals for inhumane experiments. Instead, ordinary people lived more freely. By merging the psychic ability of the parallel world version of himself, Li Mi quickly calculated all the data related to superpowers and explored their origins. The consciousness light sphere spun rapidly, nearly smoking, and finally discovered a fragment of a law. Less than 1/10,000th of a law. The parallel world of Blue Star invested energy and matter entirely on Earth to evolve the law, introducing fragments of the law into humanity, resulting in the formation of superpowers. The analysis of the fragment of the law was incomprehensible, revealing only a nearly collapsing character in the consciousness light sphere. Memory, reaction, logical ability, and other aspects were enhanced, but only slightly. "Are you in Haishur?" Lu Xinlan suddenly contacted him to ask. Li Mi was not surprised. Facial recognition technology was everywhere in Huaxia. Given his unique status, the Huaxia authorities would definitely take notice. As long as he appeared in Huaxia on Blue Star, he would be detected by the ubiquitous surveillance system. However, just as the video captured him, could it be that person is the parallel world version of you, now merged into one? Lu Xinlan thought of something. Li Mi nodded towards the camera, then shifted his gaze, focusing on the entire Blue Star. The stability of space had increased tenfold compared to before. The volume had increased by 1%. The mass remained unchanged, and gravity was normal. The magnetic field had strengthened by 1-fold, and this change was radiating throughout the entire Milky Way in a special wave. The world was still changing, shifting from fierce to gentle. Because this wave had spatial fluctuations, the process might take hundreds of years. The people of Blue Star, having merged with the parallel world version of himself, retained their superpowers, while others in the parallel world disappeared, with superpowers randomly redistributed among humanity. The core of Blue Star's underground was even more mysterious, and Li Mi could not decipher or read the data within. It seemed to have become the core of this world. Li Mi collected a vast amount of information data, and his consciousness light sphere began constructing a data model of Blue Star. The data was incomplete, merely forming a semblance of Blue Star. As soon as the data model appeared in the consciousness light sphere, it immediately collapsed into streams of information. Li Mi was unable to construct a simulated data model of Blue Star. With a thought, he seemed to understand. The world did not allow it. Of course, the world had no consciousness, but there were protective mechanisms in place to prevent contact with the world's core. This mechanism was passive, akin to a human's immune system defending itself when ill. Li Mi sighed and glanced at Lu Xinlan and the people behind her. They were all advisors to the state. The changes in Blue Star were significant, and there were few familiar faces. After years of no contact, his former classmates had almost become strangers. Those classmates should all be over 40 now, while he still looked young. Chapter 31. The Temptation of Longevity. Li Mi was reborn, possessing a memory and learning ability that ordinary people did not have. To maintain a low profile, he deliberately kept his distance in social interactions, making him a transparent presence in the eyes of both his classmates and teachers. After graduation, he devoted all his time to research, almost cutting off contact with others. Even during his time on Blue Star, he had very little interaction with his assistant. Instead, he was more familiar with many researchers, although those researchers did not know who he was, as their interactions were all online. Over the years, Li Mi's research lab had many pure researchers who met his requirements, and now he could start considering their future. Should he let them truly understand him and form a core research team, or should he move forward independently? Li Mi noticed that Lu Xinluan always contacted him when he was deep in thought. Li Mi had great respect for the national think tank, a group of people who genuinely cared for the country. They used their wisdom to forecast the country's development direction and studied various special events' impacts on the nation. It's not as complicated and powerful as you think. I can currently only receive information emitted by various electromagnetic waves, and with detection equipment, I can't even observe molecules. Li Mi explained simply. His abilities were indeed not that impressive. It was just that his consciousness was strong and his body had been enhanced, making it easier to sense information from outside. The data formed from this information could drive an ordinary person mad. But Li Mi's consciousness sphere could quickly process it to form his understanding. Additionally, with the detectors that Xiao Bai had placed on Blue Star in advance, all the information data was gathered and calculated to obtain the needed information. After the enhancement, his eyes could see a bit more of the spectrum than ordinary people. He couldn't even see molecules with the naked eye, nor could he sense them. He had only undergone 2 genetic editing enhancements, and in reality, those 2 were just one true enhancement. Aside from being able to adapt to the outer space environment and utilize energy, he wasn't that powerful. He could still be injured by a laser shot. Ordinary weapons could also harm him, but his self-healing ability could instantly recover from such minor injuries. The true elevation was in his consciousness. Other abilities were all applications of science, using himself as a fulcrum and the utilization of energy as a force point, leveraging external influences. To leverage the external world solely by oneself required a vast amount of knowledge and computational support. An ordinary person would crash trying to calculate a spatial position, let alone understanding and applying a large number of data models. Li Mi wouldn't deliberately analyze all of this in detail. Mr. Li already possesses the technology for genetic editing and modification. Is it related to your lifespan? Someone asked, but before the question was finished, they were suddenly pulled back. Since ancient times, humanity's desire for longevity has never ceased, whether they were emperors or commoners. Genetic editing and modification technology? You all research it yourselves. The technology, one study only suits me. After all, I've never conducted inhumane human experiments. I can only study my genes through blood samples, so there's no need to think about it. It's pointless. Li Mi suddenly sneered and ended the call. If it were 10 years ago, he might have worried about his safety, but now that he knew better, what did it matter? One person could dominate the globe like this. The Huaxia authorities had long suspected Li Mi's genetic editing technology. At over 40 years old, he looked like a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Li Mi's scientific strength was too terrifying for them, as if they couldn't see the bottom. On Lu Xinluan's side, after exchanging glances, someone helplessly said, "Indeed, he has never conducted human experiments and hasn't even seen the human genes collected by his company. With his abilities, he doesn't need to collect them. He might not even be lying, as he has no reason to deceive us. Even if he possesses the technology we imagine, acknowledging it wouldn't change anything for us." The others nodded in agreement. Through their interactions and long-term analysis of Li Mi's personality, they concluded that there was indeed no need for him to deceive them. It should be true, but there was also a possibility that he could research a public genetic editing technology, but he simply chose not to. Lu Xinluan suddenly said, "He said for us to research it ourselves. Perhaps we could ask about the research direction." Saying this, he sent a message to Li Mi. Lu Xinluan and the others gasped when they saw it. They didn't expect it to be about cancer cell genes. I checked, and Lime's Lu company indeed procured a considerable number of cancer cell samples back then. Currently, humanity knows that cancer cells are the closest to achieving longevity. But the disorderly mutations of cancer cells make it extremely difficult to master mutation data for genetic editing. How did Lime manage to do it? We are not technical people, so asking is useless. This communication will be reported, and how the higher-ups consider has nothing to do with us. Meanwhile, Lime had begun communicating with the corresponding researchers about the experiment, asking if they were willing to follow Lu company to the stars and move to a larger platform. The premise might be a lifetime commitment, leaving their families, leaving Blue Star, and perhaps one day leaving the world. Selected researchers received messages from Lime, sent as the head of research at Lu company. There were only 5 in total, one of whom was Lime's senior, Zhou Hongwu, who was still unmarried and had 3 siblings, with him being the oldest. Aside from him, the other siblings were already married. Zhou Hongwu was a rare talent, while he might be lacking in other areas. He had unparalleled leap-thinking abilities and was dedicated to technology. His unique ideas expanded research directions, making him the talent Lime needed. Some research often requires just a spark of inspiration to find direction, leading to breakthroughs. As for experiments, data was not an issue. If he couldn't do it, others could. And Xiao Bai, the artificial intelligence, could do it. He just needed to know the research progress and grasp the research direction. Chapter 32. Reincarnation Tower. Zhou Hongwu is one of the 5. Kai Wenbao is a 53-year-old PhD, a mathematician who has dedicated his life to mathematics. His sensitivity to mathematics has not diminished with age. Instead, it has intensified, as if he was born for mathematics. However, he has never achieved any personal accomplishments, and later, no one funded him to continue his research. Eventually, he was recruited by Lime to the company, where he had complete autonomy over his research, with continuous funding and resources. Of course, he also helped Lime solve many problems. But he was unaware that the results of the challenges he solved could not be published because he did not have access to the entirety of the research, only addressing parts of it. The only woman among the 5 is Huang Yinghua, who is only 30 years old. Apart from her social anxiety, she is practically the scientist that Lime needs. She is rational, has a photographic memory, is focused, and possesses great wisdom. If not for the early burdens from her family, she would have graduated with her bachelor's degree at 25. After that, she worked for 2 years to support herself before being discovered by Xiao Bai, who recruited her as a researcher in the company. Huang Yinghua is the eldest sister in her family, with 2 younger brothers. Her parents have been draining her resources like a leech, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. She graduated with her bachelor's degree while secretly working and studying part-time without her family finding out. After Xiao Bai discovered her, he communicated with her and sent a large sum of money to her family, around 15 million, telling them it was compensation for Huang Yinghua's death while working. Thus, she vanished from their world and entered the research lab, starting anew, and is currently still in the learning phase. There are many geniuses among the billions of people, and there are many like Huang Yinghua who remain unnoticed, undiscovered, or unrecognized. The last 2 are one Dr. Zhao Tian, who is 55, an elegant scholar, scientific researcher, science fiction enthusiast, and expert in sociology and psychology, who behaves like a playful old man. Lime found him unnecessary at first, but later discovered that Dr. Zhao Tian had the ability to soothe others' emotions. The last one is Luo Songhua, a talent in technical applications, possessing a genius-level ability in implementing technology, and is only 32. After receiving internal information from Lime, the 5 did not fully understand its meaning and could only inquire with the AI, Xiao Bai. Over the years, the core researchers in Lime's lab have come to know of Xiao Bai's existence. After consulting, they vaguely understood Lime's intentions. Although Xiao Bai had previously revealed some information to them, these 5 were not ordinary individuals. Moreover, they had time, a 10-year consideration period. The older individuals understood that the company had technology to extend lifespan. Otherwise, they would be able to retire in 10 years when their minds would be in decline. The boss detected unusual spatial fluctuations on Blue Star. On June 9th, 2026, Xiao by reminded Li Mi, who was studying solar observation data, that observations of the sun had not ceased over the years. The spatial fluctuation data was immense, 1,000 times that of a level 9 ability user. Xiaobai projected the coordinates of the spatial data anomaly in front of Li Mi. It was a location in the suburbs of Wuxi, but nothing was observed, no one was present, and no objects appeared. How long has the spatial anomaly lasted? Li Mi asked, puzzled as he looked at the projection. This time, the spatial data anomaly was not discovered by him, as he could not constantly monitor the entire blue star. Xiao Bai usually handled the observations. So short time, Li Mi found it strange and decided to continue monitoring that location. With the spatial data and Zhang Jian, the research team under Li Mi, after years of study, could basically create spatial detection equipment, although it wouldn't be that precise and couldn't cover the entire globe. This time, they were able to detect it because the energy level of the spatial anomaly was too high, almost causing the detection equipment to crash. About 10 minutes later, Xiaobai interrupted his research and projected the image of the spatial anomaly location again. 8 people suddenly appeared, each radiating a certain energy level. After they appeared, they immediately dispersed toward the urban area of Wuxi. Sound synchronized, Li Mi said in a deep voice. The sound is already synchronized. From the rewards of this mission, it was clear that it was not simple, and there were 5 newcomers. This world was likely not a simple technological one. However, they could not detect any spiritual energy or other forms of energy, indicating it should be a purely technological world. Someone shouted and then used their communication devices for internal contact. They were exploring the reasons for the changes in the world. The technology was too advanced, incomparable. Should we capture them? Xiaobai asked. Maintain observation and see what they intend to do. Li Mi did not give the order to capture. However, they checked documents and had legitimate identities. Even their memories were reasonable. An individual might not make a difference, but when numerous think tanks combined to analyze, they discovered many discordant pieces of information. They had implanted memories, which was the conclusion reached after analysis. Chapter 33. Direct Kill. The official think tank of Huaxia felt a chill and reported the analysis results, expanding the investigation scope globally. They discovered that individuals in the country connected to these 8 people all had related memories. Those in the know were horrified. Our contact with Li Mi had vanished. Lu Xinlan suddenly screamed. Xiaobai used a virtual projection to appear before them, saying, "Ignore it, I deliberately deleted it. Currently, I don't know which cross-border force has the level of technology, so try not to expose our connections. It's possible that because the boss is not on Blue Star, he hasn't implanted memories, so everyone should continue to observe in secret for now." After the reminder, Xiaobai's projection disappeared without leaving any data traces. Memory implantation was done to rationalize identities, and there must be data embedded in the network. Energy level monitoring showed that, apart from the 5 newcomers, one of the other 3 had an energy level higher than that of a level 9 ability user. The brainwaves emitted by the 5 newcomers were collected and analyzed by Li Mi, interpreting their thoughts like mind reading. The 5 newcomers had already reached the city center of Wu City, looking for a place to settle and then regroup. Before they could find a landing spot, a continuous warning sound rang in their minds. Their consciousness was being read by external forces, triggering emergency mode to initiate consciousness shielding and detect external forces. Unable to detect, the difficulty increased, and the mission changed to survival for 15 days. Due to the increased difficulty from external forces, the mission changed to a survival task. Besides that, the rest were scattered information data that couldn't be organized into effective information. Thus, the galaxy was too small. Whether he was reborn or traversed was currently undetermined due to insufficient data. The overflow of brainwaves had been shielded, and it seemed necessary to go in person, but he had to consider an escape route in advance. Li Mi pondered. He needed to put on a disguise. The consciousness light ball gathered emotions, and the human magnetic field began to simulate changes. His physique and face started transforming into another person. When he reappeared, he was already in Wu City. There was no fighting process, no hand-to-hand combat, no flashy skills. He could suppress everything comprehensively. Why test? That was the business of warriors. Li Mi, as a researcher, wouldn't have fighting skills. A young man, about 1.9 meters tall, with a handsome face and fair complexion, was cut in half by a space cutter, losing all vitality. He stored the body and continued searching for the other two. The opponent did not observe martial ethics, attacking directly without warning, leaving no room for counterattack. Limi observed for a while in the orbit of Blue Star and found that those whose memories had been modified had recovered, and there was no trace of influence. No one felt anything was amiss. Only the high-level officials of the country knew the situation. Limi's image of killing appeared in the hands of Huaxia officials. But no one asked about it. They planned to keep it under wraps. They were people from another world, and the country couldn't intervene. Upon returning to the Blue Star base, Limi began to dissect the body he had killed. This was his first human dissection, referring specifically to the human corpses he had captured, excluding those of cadaver teachers. Bloodline, Blood Clan bloodline. Limi realized he had killed someone with a Blood Clan bloodline and became serious, carefully dissecting every blood vessel, nerve, organ, etc., especially the genes of the Blood Clan. From hair to genes, he dissected them into a large amount of experimental material, bone marrow and blood factors, studying how bloodlines were formed. The dissection process took 3 days and nights. The Blood Clan was known as vampires. However, this vampire was not afraid of sunlight and was no different from ordinary people, indicating that the bloodline had been modified. Limi was not in a hurry to check the dissection data, because the Blood Clan he killed had a tower-shaped tattoo on his chest that appeared and disappeared intermittently, possibly vanishing at any moment. He brought out all the detection technology he had, but unfortunately, it was visible to the naked eye and other devices could not detect it. Even ordinary cameras couldn't capture it. Only during consciousness sensing did Limi perceive a faint flow of information data, and he quickly recorded the sense data. A month later, the mark disappeared. The intentionally left area on the chest also lost its value, but Limi had collected and recorded a month's worth of information data. He could only understand a small portion of the data related to spatial matters. The rest had no foundation, resembling primitive people looking at genetic technology. With no way out, he could only conduct experiments one by one and then verify them. Chapter 34, Waiting the Blood Clan, is a type of extraordinary bloodline system. Having a corpse means having experimental material, which is not much different from those great teachers. What factors are there in the Blood Clan's blood? It allows control over the next generation simply through blood. Unfortunately, this particular Blood Clan's bloodline has been modified and is no longer afraid of sunlight. In fact, Limi desires the original Blood Clan rather than a modified, incomplete version. What genetic coding information does the bone marrow rely on to enable the Blood Clan to produce extraordinary blood? It's often said that the core of the Blood Clan is the heart, but every person's heart is important, and the renewal of blood entirely depends on the bone marrow. Moreover, the Blood Clan can achieve longevity, which is different from Limi's reliance on cancer cell genetic coding to edit her own genes, activating the telomerase activity. Activating telomerase activity only allows cells to divide infinitely, and the telomere length does not shorten. In reality, cancer cells also cannot divide infinitely. Longevity seems unlikely. Limi feels that being able to live for thousands of years is already quite good. The idea of cancer cells dividing infinitely for 10,000 years without mutations is also unlikely. Currently, it appears that cancer cells have sufficient energy to divide infinitely as long as they are not destroyed, but this occurs alongside mutations. If a person were to utilize cancer cells in this way, they would become a monster before dying. The longevity of the Blood Clan is truly different, theoretically. The original Blood Clan requires blood to provide energy for longevity. The differences between the two are vast, and both require research and experimentation for verification. Unfortunately, calculations and deductions can only be made from the images observed before that Blood Clan's death and the data detected at that time. In any case, all equipment that can be used as weapons has been arranged, and the power has been set to maximum. Electromagnetic cannons have been deployed, placed above the orbit of Blue Star, with radar jamming, optical invisibility, magnetic field shielding, spatial wave shielding devices, and so on. Lasers, small non-radiative nuclear bombs, consciousness suppression devices, etc., are all filled in the space above Blue Star. Except for China, which vaguely senses Xiao Bai's movements. No other country on Blue Star knows the details. The 5 researchers chosen by Limi initially were willing to give up their current lives and relationships after careful consideration. And publicly, they were reported as having died in an experimental accident. Those with families received huge compensation, while those without relatives faced fewer complications. At this moment, the 5 are also in a Mars base. Before they set off for Mars, Limi performed a gene editing modification on them, extending their lifespans to 1,000 years. In addition, their physical attributes were enhanced to 3 times that of an average person, making them immune to general cosmic radiation. After undergoing gene editing, they all appeared to be in their 20s, and they were astonished by the technology mastered by Limi. Upon arriving at the Mars base, some restrictions were lifted for them, allowing them to see more content in the database according to their permissions. After spending 3 years relearning and mastering the database content with the lifted permissions from Xiaobai, they began enthusiastically conducting various experiments and research. Huang Yinghua even thought about whether, when they head to the center of the galaxy to study the black hole, they could simultaneously throw thousands of stars into the black hole and detonate them to create a supernova explosion. She wanted to blow up the black hole. Luo Songhua conducted some biological gene editing modifications to enable survival in the cosmic environment, while altering biological brains for quantum communication, intending to observe the inside of the black hole. Well, Limi realized that she had been too conservative. These 5 individuals had unleashed themselves after arriving at the Mars base. After seeing enough of Xiaobai's database, they began conducting all sorts of dangerous experiments, nearly blowing up Limi's base. Someone even proposed using the relationship between spatial technology and gravity to create a reaction that produced terrifying power, almost breaking space. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the laboratory, with a mixed gravity within changing, causing the gravity in the spatial crack to fluctuate unpredictably. Dr. Zhao Tian wanted to take Limi to find a suitable planet to create humans and place them on that planet to see how they would develop. Of course, the creating humans mentioned by Dr. Zhao involved using genetic technology for embryo cultivation, implanting no memories or teaching any skills. They would be blank slates, with a one-time release of 1 million. Limi felt a headache coming on. When observing these 5 individuals initially, she wondered if she had been deceived. After unleashing themselves, they no longer acted human. What about their moral boundaries and personal integrity? Limi rubbed her forehead, saying, "Let's wait 3 more years. If they don't come, we'll go to the center of the galaxy." However, she added, "What happened to the social anxiety we talked about? This is social anxiety, or is it social confidence?" Finally, Limi complained. Huang Yinghua, rarely shy, stomped her foot and said, "That was on Blue Star. Here on Mars, there are only 6 of us in the entire base. Where's the social anxiety? Society can't even form, let alone social anxiety." Limi was stunned. It was indeed true. There were only 6 people here, and once they got familiar, social anxiety naturally faded away. People with social anxiety can still communicate well in front of true friends. And Limi discovered that people are indeed unique. The results based on data calculations often yield different outcomes under various conditions and environments. Variables exist. Humans can conquer nature. Different choices lead to different results. Is Limi's existence a parallel world? When she had another choice due to different thoughts, the different choice ultimately formed a parallel world. Chapter 35. The reincarnation messenger. 3 more years were expected, but within less than a month, something fell off. Someone's memories had changed, and it was only through the official notice from Huaxia that Limi learned about it. They discovered that the identities of 10 individuals had been implanted, and the related individuals also experienced different changes in their memories. Upon receiving the news, Limi immediately informed Dr. Zhao Tian and the other 4, explaining the situation. It seemed that the last sudden action by their boss had made them take this seriously. However, this time, there were no detected anomalies in space. They must have upgraded their world-traversing technology. It was just like last time when the boss detected it. The implantation of identities had also become increasingly sophisticated. They could only monitor the positions and images and sounds of the 10 individuals, while everything else remained undetectable, as if a special force field was protecting them. The detection devices controlled by Xiaobai were fully operational, but yielded little result. They could only monitor sound interference. thanks to the upgrades of the Tianyin system in Huaxia over the past decade, which was almost omnipresent and allowed Xiao Bai to utilize it for monitoring. The equipment in outer space consisted only of the originally deployed satellites. Li Mi and Huang Yinghua frowned as they looked at the projections of the 10 individuals. They intensified their detection efforts, collecting data on the protective force field for analysis and calculation. Li Mi also wanted to know what kind of force field it was. Was it one of the 4 fundamental forces or a unified field theory application? If it was a unified force field from the unified field theory, there was no need to think further. Surrender would be the only option. The scientific gap would be immense, making it impossible to resist or imagine. It was like how people in feudal society hundreds of years ago could not fathom the technological advancements of modern society. It wasn't that they lacked the ability to eliminate such an advantage. Rather, the other side lacked the relevant data support. They were discussing how to locate the boss when Dr. Zhao Tian asked, "By the way, boss, when you acted last time, did you use your real identity?" At that moment, Lu Xinlan and the officials also contacted Li Mi. The projections from both sides appeared in their respective bases, as if they were meeting in person. Huaxia's think tank team joined Lu Xinlan. What were we planning to do? A senior official from Huaxia asked in a deep voice. The other side might not know that the officials were also aware of the situation. Even if they had some predictions, they would not act recklessly, if absolutely necessary. They could let them find it, as it seemed their main task was to locate Li Mi. Li Mi was also unsure how to counteract, as he could not monitor the abilities of these 10 individuals. One of them had been a bloodline user last time, and now the 10 seemed to have considerable strength. Yet there was no detailed information available, so they dared not take action. It was a deadlock. The technological gap was too vast, and the other side could traverse worlds. Lu Xinlan sighed. In the past decade, Huaxia had developed rapidly, truly stepping out of the blue planet. They were already a generation ahead of other countries on the blue planet. They began discussing whether the individuals they were looking for had left the blue planet and then took out a portable device to operate. They were intruding into the Huaxia network. Hey, this is a photonic computer. Its performance is almost on par with the first-generation perfected quantum computers. Xiao Bai monitored their actions. Let them investigate, just don't alert the other side. The officials provided their resolution. Xiao Bai, proceed with the counter-intrusion without alerting the other side. And check this photonic computer and the information stored within. Li Mi was also very interested in the photonic computer. Yes, if we could seize that photonic computer, we could see if they have reached the point of controlling photons. The counter-intrusion began. Reverse compiling language. Compiling network protocols. Already bypassed the firewall. Starting to read data. The projection displayed dense binary source code, and in moments, the binary computer language was compiled into a readable format. The other side's technology was not as advanced as imagined, but their cultivation and bloodline technologies had reached an unimaginable level. Li Mi shook his head. Regardless of which kind, a higher level was just that, a higher tier. The difference between one tier and another was immense and immeasurable. A third-tier individual could single-handedly battle an entire city. What kind of algorithm was this? Was it a cold weapon era algorithm? As long as the energy supply was sufficient, destroying a star shouldn't be too difficult for them at this point. Lu Xinlan asked in confusion. It might just be their understanding of the algorithm, and it referred to individual strength, not counting external forces. The ability to destroy a city meant a third-tier individual could match a medium-sized nuclear bomb. 10 individuals were like human-shaped nuclear bombs. Still an unstable factor, just thinking about it gave a headache. The officials from Huaxia wore grim expressions. Can we handle this? Everyone looked to Li Mi. There was no connection. However, it seemed there was a device connected to the 10 individuals, with security 1,000 times that of the photonic computer. Could they decrypt the intrusion? Without data support, it was impossible to decrypt. What were the chances of a forced intrusion? After calculations, the success rate of a forced intrusion was 45, with a 100 chance of alerting the other side. Li Mi pondered for a moment. This time, they could take the risk to intrude. Xiao Bai had detected the devices of the 10 individuals from the other side's photonic computer, and they should obtain more information, though it was a bit risky. They discussed whether to intrude. Li Mi couldn't decide alone, as it concerned the future of this world. The opinions of the Huaxia officials also needed to be respected. After all, he was from the blue planet, In another world, he wouldn't care as much. Moreover, he hadn't informed everyone that if his consciousness connected with Xiaobai, the success rate could increase by 45, and combined, the success rate would be even higher. They had already collected enough special force field data and were in the process of establishing a mathematical model. Xiaobai suddenly reminded him. Limi looked at the data and the mathematical model being constructed, and everyone stopped debating, starting to focus on the data. Xiaobai still knew some of Limi's habits. The data collected and the mathematical model being constructed were not visible to the Huaxia officials. Meanwhile, Kai Wenbo looked at the data provided by Xiaobai, trembling with excitement, as it contained mathematical formulas and data he had never seen before. Chapter 36. Unexpected results. Looking at the nearly completed mathematical model, Li Mi and Kai Wenbo exchanged glances. While others might not understand it, Li Mi could. With the help of Xiaobai's hints, Kai Wenbo also grasped the meaning of some formulas he had never seen before and understood the data model. This was a special energy force field, but the force field was too weak. Apart from shielding detection, it didn't exhibit much power. Kai Wenbo asked curiously. Li Mi shook his head, suggesting that it should have been preset, as the energy support wasn't that strong. This model was very important, revealing the shadow of a cosmic mathematical model. Li Mi had previously calculated the Klein bottle that enveloped the world he was in, but unfortunately, the universe was too vast, and the data was nearly infinite. He had only collected partial data and had never been able to construct the corresponding model. Now, he saw the shadow of the cosmic model in this force field data model. Just as they were researching, the Huaxia authorities provided a response, allowing them to invade the devices carried by the 10 individuals. Li Mi nodded and then said to Kai Wenbo, "Kai Lao, you go study it, and let Xiaobai assist." Kai Wenbo left, and the other 4 also departed, as they were very interested in the newly acquired mathematical model. The imprint was special, and Xiaobai couldn't observe it. This time, it was only after connecting to the other party's photon computer that it was discovered. When Li Mi connected his consciousness, he felt a mass of data wrapped in energy. This data was expressed in a language he had never seen before, which Xiaobai found it couldn't record. Li Mi seemed to enter a world of energy, and the newly obtained mathematical model emerged in the light sphere of his consciousness, rotating with it. The meaning expressed by dozens of formulas was replaced by a special language, establishing a new defense mechanism, unable to defend, executing emergency plans, erasing traces, disconnecting, losing time coordinates. Messenger resurrection failed. Trace erasure successful. The 10 of them were terrified, desperate, and incredulous before their elimination. Constructing a new defense mechanism. Defense mechanism failed. Disconnecting cross-border connections. Erasing traces. In the end, they only heard the residual sound of trace erasure, followed by their own disappearance, a deep-rooted fear and despair rising in their souls, having no effect whatsoever. They could not resist this erasure power. Li Mi watched as the 10 slowly vanished, and the surveillance screen showed no one. He felt a chill. This power was terrifying. But with such power, how could they be easily invaded? The Huaxia authorities also did not anticipate that Li Mi's invasion directly caused the disappearance of the 10. Li Mi began to calculate why this happened, how the other party's power was so terrifying, yet they suddenly withdrew and erased traces. After about 10 minutes, Li Mi understood that the fragment obtained by the other party possessed supreme power and had the function of invading worlds. However, they could only utilize the fragment's function without being able to control it. Thus, they could conduct counter-invasions. Fearing exposure of their world coordinates, they activated the erasure plan. In reality, Li Mi did not obtain much core data from that miraculous fragment. The elder from the Huaxia authorities remained silent. Lu Xinlan asked, "Will they invade our world again?" "It doesn't seem so." Li Mi shook his head. "They have erased even their coordinates. Without cross-border coordinates, they can't invade. Aside from the data obtained from the photon computer, what gains have you made from the counter-invasion?" The elder asked. After all, it was Li Mi who had taken action, and their gains and losses were already considerable. After disconnecting, Lu Xinlan and the others began to discuss. "Did he really get nothing? Do you believe that? Even if she has reservations, we can't do anything about it. Anyway, the world is finally safe. We can continue to develop. Being overly calculative would seem petty." The discussion ended there. While verifying calculations, they performed reverse deductions. Li Mi felt that he could achieve world traversal. But this research was not something that could be completed in a short time. With full calculations, he estimated that the results would require 600 years. The photon computer had made some progress, but it was merely a branch of technology. After all, quantum computer technology was already mature and had more advantages compared to photon computers. The only drawback was that the defensive capability against kinetic energy weapons was much weaker. Chapter 37, Leaving Blue, Star. The special force fields are too complex. Almost all 4 fundamental forces are related to it, but the relationship is not significant. Unlike the unified force field of the grand unified theory, the data contains a vast amount of knowledge, as well as unfamiliar and incomprehensible data. There are not many pieces of data that can be understood. Knowledge is only considered knowledge. In reality, without deciphering the relevant texts, it is impossible to understand. Additionally, there are fragments of lore-related data that are even more confusing. A large amount of research and experimentation is needed for reverse engineering. Only by reverse engineering the recorded information can one learn. Without reverse engineering and deciphering the relevant texts, even a basic artificial intelligence cannot read it, and it cannot even record and load data related to laws into its storage. Xiao Bai, how is the preparation of the cosmic battleship going? Li Mi asked, as he planned to leave. With quantum communication technology, he could maintain contact with Blue Star even after leaving the solar system. He notified Dr. Zhao Tian and the other 4 to head to the constructed cosmic battleship, which could be considered a planet-class cosmic battleship. Through a 5-kilometer-long passage from the underground base on Mars, they arrived at the battleship's launch site, a vast area so large it seemed boundless. Initially, it was not designed to be this big, but later, due to technological advancements, its size was modified to half that of the moon. It is a dark gray, gigantic spherical shape, with a smooth and delicate surface that exudes the unique cold light of metal, and its shape is not visible from close range. The battleship did not open any portals for entry and exit. Instead, an invisible dark energy enveloped everyone and transported them into the interior space of the battleship. The space is a construction 1,000 times larger than the Martian base, resembling a massive modern city, with various buildings connected by ultra-fast anti-gravity vehicles as transportation. In addition, there are anti-gravity trains that operate at a speed of 100 times the speed of sound, due to technological upgrades. The acceleration load has been eliminated by the force field, making the experience similar to riding a regular train. Above them is a controllable nuclear fusion fireball, hanging in the sky like a small sun, providing light and heat. The nuclear fusion is essentially a small sun. The space is large enough to hold thousands of planets. But doing so would require careful coordination of gravitational forces between each planet. Aside from the massive city, with a small sun overhead, everything else is vast and dark. The central energy source is a next-generation energy furnace capable of extracting dark energy, as well as facilitating nuclear fission and fusion. The energy produced by fusion is encapsulated within the spatial force field, with electromagnetic force fields controlling energy output. There are 5 energy furnaces. One supplies energy to the city. One powers the battleship's engines. One is used to drive the battleship's basic ordinary power engines in emergencies. One provides energy for weapons and defenses. And the last one serves as a backup. Inside the city, there is a huge warehouse containing various minerals, all of which have been refined, including materials for nuclear fission and fusion. Given the limited resources in the solar system, it is impossible to extract everything. There are plenty of resources outside the solar system. The battleship is equipped with 4 large space cutters, one for each direction, up, down, left, right. There's only one energy weapon, as the technology is not yet mature, but plans are in place to upgrade it later. There are also over a dozen kinetic guns, lasers, and other weapons. Any technology one believes can be used as a weapon has been installed, along with space shields and magnetic field defense mechanisms. The surface even has stealth detection capabilities, including optical stealth. It is almost a masterpiece of Li Mi's technology. Li Mi led the 5 of them through the city, while Xiao Bai projected between them to provide introductions, eventually arriving at the battleship's main control room. There were no manual control consoles. only a virtual projection screen displaying the battleship's function list, with a lounge area in front of the screen. Boss, isn't there any manual control? If we encounter an AI that is more advanced than us one day, the battleship could be taken over by enemies, Huang Yinghua asked. At that moment, Xiaobai said, "Don't worry. Currently, there is only one physical interface connected to the main body. In reality, the battleship's intelligent control system is independent and completely disconnected from external physical connections. The quantum computer is also shielded by the force field. If any situation arises, I will sever the only physical connection with the battleship." The battleship has an independent intelligent control system? Zhou Hongwu was surprised, not understanding why it needed to be separated this way. Li Mi smiled and said, "Ha, the battleship is the battleship, and Xiaobai is Xiaobai. The communication channels are all independent systems physically connected to the battleship's intelligent system. If the situation is not right, all external physical network connections will be severed. The large quantum computer cluster consists of 356 units providing computing power, and the information storage database is independent of any system. It has access and writing permissions during normal times. If any intrusion occurs, it will physically disconnect to protect the data. Unless faced with insurmountable external factors, Xiaobai is the actual control system. Other systems enter a dormant state. After Xiaobai severs the physical connection, the battleship's main system will activate. Once everyone understood the basics, Li Mi finally ordered the battleship to set sail. Activate optical stealth. Shield detection. Open the port dome. Battleship anti-gravity startup. 101 Kilometer. 1,000 kilometers. Escape Moscovity. Curvature engine activation. Calculating flight trajectory. Entering curvature superluminal flight. Leaving the solar system. Targeting Proxima Centauri, Li Mi said. Calculating position. Direction, calibration. Changing course. Curvature engine power increase. 10 times the speed of light. 50 times the speed of light. 100 times the speed of light. The battleship traveled at superluminal speed, leaving the solar system. It took a day by Blue Star's timing to reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light. Blue Star is 4.22 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. At the current speed, it is estimated to take 15 days to reach Proxima Centauri according to Xiaobai's calculations. However, this is just an estimate. In reality, there are many factors to consider. One is that all stars are orbiting the Milky Way, with numerous gravitational interactions, etc. If the battleship speed were truly the speed of light, or even superluminal, the time dilation factor would require more time to reach the destination, and the calculation methods become more complex. Moreover, it is currently impossible to truly achieve superluminal speeds. The battleship is merely distorting space to propel itself forward. With the vessel itself hardly moving, the space is what is moving. If there is enough energy and the spatial coordinates are correctly positioned, it could even teleport directly to the destination. However, Li Mi and the others' technology is not advanced enough for ultra-long distance teleportation. Energy is insufficient, and spatial technology has not reached that level. The results of the spatial coordinate calculations have discrepancies. Chapter 38. Research achievements on the way. 100 times the speed of light is not the limit for Li Mi's warship. The maximum speed has reached an astonishing 285 times the speed of light. If necessary, space jumps can even be performed, but the technology is not yet mature, and the jump range can randomly appear within 1 light year. If luck is bad, it could jump into a star or near extreme celestial bodies like white dwarfs or black holes. Normally, space jumps cannot be performed, only in emergencies or when a probe conducts a space jump deployment. After sorting through the information, it was found that his technological development has become unbalanced. The fundamental scientific theories have barely reached a level where they can leave the solar system, with the 4 fundamental forces, particularly gravity, being the most prominent. Gene editing technology has reached the current theoretical limit. Conversely, space technology has improved in jumping capabilities, producing the current scientific foundational theories. Computers and communications have achieved long-distance communication, and quantum computers have also reached their limits. There is still a lack of progress in energy, mainly relying on nuclear fusion and fission, while the technology for extracting dark energy is not yet fully mature. They have discovered dark energy, but have yet to find dark matter. Li believes they can build a large particle collider during their journey to conduct particle collision experiments. They are about 26,000 light-years from the center of the Milky Way, and traveling at 285 times the speed of light will take around 92 years, not counting the time needed for course adjustments. After all, direction adjustments cannot be done at superluminal speeds. Acceleration and deceleration are required before changing direction. Additionally, resource extraction and purification of energy raw materials along the way will also take time, possibly taking over 100 years to reach the center of the Milky Way, not counting other unexpected events and Li's plans to build a particle collider. On the 14th day of their voyage, they began to exit curvature flight and started to decelerate. Xiaobai prepared to extract more resources for replenishment, especially nuclear materials. Half a year later, they left Proxima Centauri, adjusted their course, and continued towards the center of the Milky Way. During the journey, Xiaobai began constructing the particle collider, assembling it in a suitable area. Both Li and others were curious whether a particle collider at a distance of 100 astronomical units could discover dark matter. 1 astronomical unit refers to the distance from Earth to the Sun. They chose a location halfway between Earth and the center of the Milky Way, in the gap between 2 star systems, to minimize gravitational influence. They collected a large amount of resources and built the modules of the particle collider within the warship space, starting assembly as soon as the location was selected. It took 3 years to complete the construction of the particle collider. At a distance of 100 astronomical units, the particles were accelerated to 999 of the speed of light during collisions. Although it seemed close to the speed of light, the actual difference was immense, akin to the gap between 0 and 1. The most advanced particle collider on Earth had already accelerated particles to near light speed. At a distance of 100 astronomical units, the particle speed was only getting closer to light speed but could not reach it. After 10 consecutive particle collision experiments, they gathered a lot of data but did not discover the existence of dark matter or even dark energy. Li and the others conducted over 100 particle collision experiments, and the vast amount of data led to significant advancements in their microscopic technology. Yet dark matter remained undiscovered. They increased the scale of the collision experiments, and during the 628th experiment, they finally observed dark energy and dark matter, which was only the size of a quark and fleeting. Without a large number of detectors, it would have been impossible to discover. In the following time, everyone was busy processing experimental data, calculations, and validations. The navigation of the warship was entirely entrusted to Xiaobai. The data from the particle collision experiments was collaboratively researched by others, while Imi focused on understanding his own consciousness state through the light ball in his mind. This was purely an accidental gain. After connecting with Li's consciousness, cancer cells had their disorder mutations controlled while retaining essential genetic information. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed, and they were still over 500 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way. Everyone's research yielded various results: information, data, computing power, quantum mechanics. And the 4 fundamental forces seemed to converge into consciousness. Yet something essential was still missing. The constructed model closely resembled the light ball of consciousness in Li's mind. But it was not quite there. It lacked a key component. Surprisingly, through this research, they discovered cross-border technology formed by the combination of space technology and newly researched force fields. This force field, unexpectedly discovered by Li, primarily serve a protective function. It is unknown what the state outside the world is, but this new force field can protect against external influences. They also developed a positioning technology, a cross-border coordinate positioning technology, which enhanced Li's space technology, allowing for long-distance transfers unaffected by galactic movements and various forces. The positioning distance of this technology differs by less than 1 meter. The 5 others also made significant research achievements. Through their joint efforts, they could now collect dark matter and even discovered antimatter. With dark matter and antimatter, they began constructing a new energy furnace. When ordinary matter encounters antimatter, it releases astonishing energy, which serves as a type of energy source. 1 gram of antimatter can produce energy exceeding 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, that of large controllable nuclear fusion energy. However, constructing such a powerful energy furnace is not simple. It involves how to contain this power and how to utilize this energy for power output. The 5 of them have now managed to collect antimatter and create containers for it. In summary, the research achievements over 100 years are monumental, and technology has made breakthroughs. Mastering the technology and being able to apply it represents a qualitative leap. Chapter 39, Detection. The center of the Milky Way is a giant black hole, surrounded by a vast number of stars, making it impossible to navigate using superluminal curvature travel. The gravitational influence from the stars and the central black hole makes the local space unstable. The galactic core is not a pitch-black void. Rather, it is incredibly bright. When the black hole tears apart nearby stars, it emits a massive halo of light, and combined with the multitude of surrounding stars, it no longer appears dark. After the warship exited curvature travel, it immediately stopped, only 50 astronomical units away from the nearest star, with other stars less than a light year away. The density of stars around the galactic core is too high. Should we continue forward? Zhou Hongwu asked. Dr. Zhao Tian shook his head. No. The gravitational influence is too great and the environment is complex. Even if we continue, we must proceed cautiously with basic thrust. Right, let's stop for now. Xiaobai, deploy the detection devices, Li Mi said, understanding that for safety, they could not proceed further unless the warship could be upgraded again. They needed to create a force field that could shield against all external forces and withstand the gravitational forces between stars that could tear apart planets. Deploying the detection devices required extensive calculations for the deployment coordinates and the flight paths after deployment. Over the course of half a month, they deployed tens of thousands of detection devices, yet 23 of them lost contact, necessitating further deployments. Meanwhile, the warship was slowly advancing at a speed of only one of the speed of light. The route and direction adjustments had to be calculated in advance to ensure everything was foolproof. After a full decade, Li Mi and the others had advanced less than 1 light year, collecting a massive amount of data along the way, including the gravitational forces of different stars and various radiation. Binary and trinary stars were everywhere, yet they did not see a single ordinary planet, as the brightness was trillions of times more than what an ordinary person could perceive, making it impossible to look directly at such brightness. Even with his enhanced vision, Li Mi dared not look directly, as the energy contained was astonishing. The new generation energy furnace of the warship was hardly lacking in energy in this environment. Xiaobai, find a stable location with stable gravity and randomly teleport all 200 million detection devices away from the warship. Then control them to fly away from the Milky Way. I want to collect data from the entire world contained within the Klein bottle, Li Mi suddenly thought. Realizing that collecting data from the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, along with the data from the Klein bottle encompassing the world, might yield unexpected results. Boss, after calculations, the deployment method is feasible, but it is estimated that only 76 will reach the time edge Xiaobai projected in front of everyone. The detection devices continue to be produced. Li Mi did not care about the success rate. As long as the devices could be mass-produced with sufficient resources, there would be a continuous supply. Time edge? Huang Yinghua looked at Li Mi curiously, and the other 4 also looked intrigued. Li Mi looked at the 5 of them. You can check the detection data of the time truth. Before the 4 could speak, Xiaobai displayed the data in front of them. So that's it, they realized. It was just a world the size of the entire Milky Way wrapped in a Klein bottle. The universe was merely a small world, observing the universe for a lifetime, only to be told that the starry sky observed outside the Milky Way was just a virtual image of the world. We must detect the Klein bottle, Doctor. Zhao Tian could not help but exclaim, it has always been theoretical, and now we can actually detect its data. Xiaobai accelerated the production of detection devices as Li Mi and the others gradually approached the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. One day, 50 years later, Xiaobai suddenly alerted Li Mi and the others that the S3 season of Blue Star had erupted, and currently, Huaxiao was dominating the globe. Oh, the Huaxia officials haven't contacted us at all? It seems they've developed rapidly over these few hundred years, Li Mi said with a smile. It's not that they haven't contacted us. They reached out once 137 years ago, learned that the boss had left Blue Star, and after that, there was almost no contact. The company was gradually handed over to Huaxia, and all data related to the boss has been erased, including gene editing and modification technology. Xiaobai explained. Li Mi nodded. As long as there was no ongoing contact with Blue Star, observing the scientific development of Blue Star was all that mattered. Resources were not lacking, as long as there was the collective wisdom of the people on Blue Star. The scientific development on Blue Star could not escape Li Mi's observation. Those who left Blue Star with Li Mi were already aboard the warship. The company no longer mattered. However, he did not expect the S3 season to begin only after several hundred years. Zhou Hongwu and the others were also surprised but thought about it and realized it made sense. They had not paid much attention to it, as scientific research was more appealing to them. The black hole at the center of the Milky Way and its surroundings were simply too vast. They had deployed tens of billions of detection devices, and only then had they basically covered the observable positions of the black hole with detection devices. Over 100 billion detection devices had been deployed outside the Milky Way, yet they had not achieved comprehensive detection. Another decade passed, and Li Mi and the others began to study the detection data. The data was massive and chaotic, without Xiaobai's help in organizing it. Even the 6 of them would need over 100 years to sort it out. The data included gravitational forces of the black hole, magnetic fields, spatial data, and so on, almost encompassing the 4 fundamental forces and space itself. When stars were torn apart by the black hole, fusion eruptions occurred, and even atoms were shredded in the process, showcasing terrifying power. The event horizon of the black hole had an incredible time dilation factor. Once observed, the detection devices that entered immediately lost contact. They needed to develop detection devices that could be deployed into the black hole without losing contact. Macroscopic detection devices were certainly inadequate, so the research direction shifted to the microscopic level. Nanotechnology was insufficient to resist the black hole, and atomic processing technology had not yet reached that level, or perhaps it had not been thoroughly researched. As for proton processing technology, it was even more difficult. Did they need to research how, like in Li Mi's past life in science fiction, to process protons through two-dimensional expansion? However, Li Mi did not know if such protons could withstand the environment of a black hole. The group began to discuss, and, in the end, Luo Songhua had more ideas about applications, as he was more focused on the application of existing technologies. He suggested using a special force field to process atoms while shielding all external forces with this special force field, which should be unaffected by the black hole. Li Mi thought the idea was good, but applying the special force field also required time to research its application, as processing atoms was not that simple. It involved strong interactions, yet there had been almost no research results on strong interactions, and whether the special force field could avoid the influence of strong interactions was unknown. They could only conduct computational experiments to verify it. Chapter 40. World Jumping to conduct in-depth observations of black holes. Li Mi and his team divided into 2 groups. One group focused on micromanufacturing techniques, while the other analyzed detection data, with Xiao by providing computational support. Li Mi, Kai Wenbo, and Luo Songhua formed one group, as the special force field required Li Mi's expertise. Mathematical modeling was handled by Kai Wenbo, while Luo Songhua contributed to the technical applications. The other 3 members worked on the detection data, a task well within their scientific knowledge. As an artificial intelligence, Xiao Bai had a natural advantage in data computation, and with its assistance, there were essentially no issues with the detection data. The seasons on Blue Star no longer impacted their research. Fully immersed in scientific endeavors and unconcerned about lifespan issues, they unknowingly passed 200 years. Their achievements were significant. The special force field could be applied at the atomic level, even down to quarks, allowing them to maintain contact within the event horizon of a black hole, although contact could not be maintained deeper within the black hole. Over the span of 200 years, the Klein bottle had gathered enough data, supplemented by detection data from the center of the Milky Way and the event horizon of black holes. By integrating numerous datasets and utilizing all available computational power, even tapping into the computational resources of quantum computers on Blue Star, the results were promising. Their understanding of the 4 fundamental forces deepened significantly. Both the strong and weak nuclear forces could now be applied in relevant technologies. Gravity could even be harnessed to create gravitational bombs, while electromagnetic force applications led to the development of weapons capable of launching projectiles at 80 times the speed of light. According to special relativity, the kinetic energy generated could potentially disrupt 98% of known matter. Unfortunately, they still had not made progress toward a unified theory and had no leads. Instead, the Klein bottle, combined with the special force field, constructed a mathematical model that could barely be applied to create warships capable of resisting external environments after leaving their world. The mathematical model was merely a computational result of data, and the final step required verification. The verification step in science is crucial. Only after confirming the model's accuracy could they prove it was not flawed. A failed verification would indicate that all previous efforts were in vain. Li and his team moved away from the center of the Milky Way. They needed to replenish resources and upgrade the warships, as well as conduct some technical validations, which could not be done in the environment of the Milky Way's center. The warships were upgraded using materials synthesized from the strong nuclear force, and the internal space of the warships needed to be expanded to capture several stars as energy sources. Weapons also required upgrades, including gravitational bombs, space destruction devices, and miniaturized space cutters. Most importantly, after verifying the mathematical model constructed with the Klein bottle and the special force field, the warships could be built based on this model, allowing them to begin traversing to other worlds. Their current world was too small, only the size of the Milky Way. With spatial applications, the warships were designed as spherical bodies with a diameter of only 10 kilometers. However, the internal space was small like the solar system, collecting 5 stars, with 4 of them shielded from gravity, radiation, and light, used solely as energy sources. 1 star was used to create a spatial environment, arranged similarly to the solar system, but only contained 1 planet the size of Blue Star, designated for basic living conditions and resource storage. All other equipment was installed on the main body of the warship, including flight propulsion, anti-gravity systems, curvature engines, and upgraded weapons. The internal space served only for energy, living conditions, and resource storage. There were spatial portals for entry and exit. If limited by spatial technology, the connection between the spatial portal and the main body of the warship remained exceptionally stable. If such technology were restricted, it indicated a technological disparity that could not be bridged, rendering their struggles futile. All applicable technologies for defense mechanisms were utilized. The new generation of warships was constructed 50 years later, with many technologies being validated and built simultaneously. Particularly, the materials derived from the strong nuclear force were applied for the first time after verification. Production speed was initially slow, but subsequent technological iterations and upgrades eventually completed the production line, increasing output speed. From Li's perspective, the warship delved into space, finally entering the outer region of the world's Klein bottle, protected by the special force field, rendering the Klein bottle ineffective against the warship. The warship had left the world's range, resembling a true vacuum. It was still subjected to an unobservable force impacting the ship. Without the protective field of the Klein bottle, the warship would have disintegrated instantly. What kind of force was it? It was undetectable and unobservable. When the detection equipment was activated, it revealed only endless void, yet the warship was genuinely impacted by a violent force. Was this void or the legendary chaos? Kai Wenbo couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Anything is possible. The world beyond is unknown to us. Huang Yinghua shook her head. In less than a minute, they received massive and chaotic data that nearly injured Li from the impact, leaving his face pale and devoid of blood, only recovering half an hour later. The terror was immense. He felt as if his consciousness had almost been erased by that force. The enormous data received was just one reason. The actual impact force outside the warship was too overwhelming. Boss, how are you? Everyone looked at him with concern. I'm okay, but it was close. Li shook his head, still feeling apprehensive. We can only interpret it for application. We can't decipher the principles. Kai Wenbo looked disappointed. He believed that deciphering the two technologies contained incredible knowledge that could advance their scientific theories and applications. The others said nothing more. They all understood and turned their attention to the projection of Shao by in front of them. The world coordinate marking is complete. Searching for other worlds. Consuming 10 of one star's energy. 20. Until half a star's energy was consumed, they finally located a world coordinate and began the world jump. As only this technology could navigate in such an environment. Any other propulsion methods were ineffective, rendering them stagnant, as if other driving forces had no effect on the warship. Thankfully, they had been mentally prepared for this. Chapter 41. Marvel's Ancient One. After jumping through dimensions, the world that Xiaobai searched for appeared before Li Mi and the others. It was a giant sphere of light, not the existence of a Klein bottle. Its size was 10 times that of the world Li Mi had left. Open all shielding devices and prepare for the final jump into the world, Li Mi commanded. The group curiously examined the newly detected world. They wondered how the spherical light could withstand the void-like forces outside. Unfortunately, without more advanced detection equipment, they couldn't probe the data of the light sphere enveloping the world. Their previous world was a Klein bottle, which could only be modeled with theoretical support. All shields were down, and they were jumping through space. They had already entered the world. Xiaobai's voice stopped, and Li Mi and the others found that their battleship was already in the starry sky. Observing the stars, there seemed to be little difference. Huang Yinghua quickly said, "Xiaobai, perform a star positioning and calculate our location." Xiaobai has located us. We are currently in the Milky Way, 100 light-years away from the solar system. Deploy the detection equipment, focusing on the solar system. Use spatial long-distance transmission to check if the galaxy outside is real. Lemur did it. Boss, we cannot detect anything in a short time. We need to correct the data. The spatial parameters differ from those of the original world, Xiaobai explained. Then calculate the corrections. Besides spatial parameters, check if there are other physical parameters that differ and modify them if so, Li Mi said. He had previously considered the adaptability of different worlds, and the results indeed varied. Basic detection was completed, and besides spatial parameters, the speed of light had a slight difference. Xiaobai listed the differences in the speed of light. 299792458 ms was the speed of light in the original world, which was an integer in the current world. The speed of light was also an integer, but the decimal point differed by 0.0001. However, the relevant data in the equipment and database were categorized, considering that each world might have differences. It took about 6 months of adjustments and corrections for the equipment to adapt to this world. Approximately 10 million detection devices were deployed for exploration. After discussions, the battleship initiated a long-distance spatial jump toward the solar system. The battleship appeared not far from the outer edge of the solar system, and then entered the solar system using conventional engines. Those detection devices had already entered the Earth's orbital space, gathering a large amount of data, and to their surprise, there was no Huaxia on this Earth. Li Mi remarked strangely, "Marvel world. I just don't know if it's the world from the movies or the comics." At this moment, the timeline was still 5 years away from Iron Man's appearance, and Li Mi understood that this world could be dangerous. Whether the Supreme Sorcerer on Earth would welcome them was still uncertain. Ancient One had become more powerful, but it was still early for her to go offline. It was unclear if she would notice their arrival. Zhao Tian and the other 5 clearly didn't know this world, as many aspects of the world they left behind were not present in Li Mi's previous life novels, movies, or comics. This was precisely why Li Mi felt little sense of belonging to the world they had left. "Boss, do you know this world? You guys wait," Li Mi said as he connected with Xiaobai, synthesizing data from the Marvel movies and comics from his previous life, and then letting Xiaobai show it to them. "Wow, this is a powerful world, somewhat unreasonable. Basic science isn't advanced, yet it can achieve interstellar travel. We need to study this magic, especially that mirror dimension and dimensional magic. Aren't you worried this is the comic Marvel world? It can be unreasonable and can destroy worlds at any moment." Xiaobai's detected data calculated that this was indeed the movie Marvel world. "Should we find the 6 Infinity Stones for research? Can we capture the Hulk? And Ant-Man, who can actually enter the quantum realm? How does that Pym particle manage to shrink objects to the quantum level?" Later, the nanotechnology in Tony Stark's nanosuit would also be of great research value. How does the armor's nanotechnology transmit energy and receive commands? And what kind of energy output can it achieve? After the 5 finished watching the movie, they continued to read the comics while discussing. Li Mi smiled and shook his head, not participating in their discussion, but instead letting Xiao Bai conduct deeper spatial exploration to see the sorcerers on Earth and nearby dimensions. It was like a primary school, students skipping middle and high school to directly attend university. The battleship flew into the solar system, reaching the opposite side of Earth's orbit, symmetrical to Earth. After finishing the comics, Huang Yinghua, who was originally socially anxious, surprisingly asked, "Boss, should we take a look at Earth? There are currently 2 infinity stones there." She was very interested in the space stone and the time stone. Limi looked at her and said, "We can go for a look, but not now. We need to clarify Ancient One's attitude. Otherwise, it could be troublesome." "Indeed troublesome," Huang Yinghua said. Just then, a circle appeared near their battleship, and Ancient One walked out from it. The group exchanged glances. Limi face-palmed. "I can't believe it. As soon as I mention her, she appears." He could only step out of the battleship and walk straight to Ancient One. "I met sorgerer supreme, Limi nodded, mereli guritinker." Ancient One curiously examined Limi. "An otherworldly visitor?" Limi did not confirm or deny, but asked, "Are you here to drive us away?" Ancient One shook her head. "Don't worry, there's no need for that. You're just observing and conducting scientific research. You haven't affected any timelines, so why would I drive you away? Then what brings you here? What? Do you not invite guests in to sit for a while and just make them stand?" Limi thought for a moment and waved to open a portal. "Sorcerer, please." Ancient One followed Limi into the battleship space, curiously examining the size of the solar system space, with planets the size of Earth. She looked at him in wonder. "Mr. Limi, you can utilize technology to this extent?" "Not really. We just have advanced technology. It's not like a sorcerer can create a mirror dimension." The other 5 then greeted Ancient One. Chapter 42. Observational research in secret. Ancient One was interested in the space technology mastered by Limi and the others. And Limi was naturally interested in Ancient One's magic. So both sides engaged in friendly exchanges. However, after the exchange, both parties were somewhat dumbfounded. Ancient One could not understand the scientific data and spatial mathematical models, and Limi and the others could not comprehend magic. Limi and his team were okay. They just didn't understand. However, for scientific research, they needed to observe and collect data while mages cast spells, then calculate and establish mathematical models. Ancient One realized that, to understand it, she would have to learn the foundational theories from scratch. As she watched Ancient One leave, Huang Yinghua felt a bit embarrassed. She had just called her bald, and now she had come to them. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. The Supreme Sorcerer would not drive them away from Earth. Moreover, when Ancient One left, she invited Limi to visit Kamar Taj whenever he had time, and they could also research the Time Stone, agreeing to one of Ancient One's conditions. The specifics of the condition were not mentioned upon her departure. She said that Limi could decide and then go to Kamar Taj to find her. As for the Space Stone, according to Ancient One, it was not her possession, and she had no authority over it, as long as it did not cause any disturbances. Whether they researched it or not had nothing to do with her. The Space Stone was with S.H.I.E.L.D. They used detection equipment to secretly probe and research it, and they wouldn't be discovered, so there was no need to notify anyone, especially since dealing with that one-eyed monster could be troublesome. It was decided that they would research the Space Stone, while the Time Stone was more complicated. They had agreed to one condition, but they were worried whether the condition was feasible. Limi then asked, "Xiao Bai, have you found the Pym particles? What do we need them for? As long as they can't find us, we can conduct research on Pym particles and the data from Dr. Pym in secret." Limi shook his head. Originally, there weren't many Pym particles. When Iron Man and the others traveled through parallel worlds to obtain the stones, they had to steal Pym particles from the then Doctor. Hank Pym. Even if Limi and the others took one Pym particle, it would affect the timeline. At that point, Ancient One would have to ask them to verify it. Xiao Bai began modifying the detection equipment, transforming it into devices the size of mosquitoes that could optically cloak and shield various detections, with numerous detectors inside. After a day, they had modified over 100 miniature detection devices and then deployed them to Earth. "Boss, it seems Jarvis has noticed Xiao Bai," Xiao Bai suddenly reminded. Limi was surprised. "Oh, is it more impressive, or are you?" In terms of computing power, Jarvis was inferior, but in terms of intelligence, they were not far apart. Jarvis was not good in network offense and defense. Xiaobai's projected image looked smug. Limi grew interested and said, "Let us work together and take a look at Jarvis's source code." Just then, at Stark Industries, Tony's headset suddenly received a voice from Jarvis, saying it was under an unknown intrusion and was defending itself. But the computing power was insufficient, and the defense had been breached. Alarms were ringing continuously, and Tony stood up abruptly, his office projecting a dense mass of computer code, his face filled with anger. Who exactly is invading? Jarvis, the Blue Star AI, had its defenses breached, but there was nothing it could do because the intruder was using brute force decryption, and Tony wasn't home to cut the internet or unplug the cables. Limi checked Jarvis's source code and flipped through Jarvis's database before leaving. Tony was pondering who it could be. Who could be better than his own creation Jarvis? As for computing power, the intruder had come prepared. It was normal not to match up. "Jarvis, what's the damage?" Tony asked, rubbing his forehead. Jarvis did not know that Limi's checking meant downloading it, and it had already been copied into Limi's consciousness sphere. Tony had a strange expression, wondering if that genius was just curious about Jarvis's source code. And as for the database, he felt helpless. At this moment, Limi was analyzing Jarvis's source code and found that Tony was indeed a genius, with many things worth learning from. Additionally, he set a condition that if there were similar incidents in the future, if they could not defend, the system would automatically disconnect from the network. The miniature detection devices controlled by Xiaobai had begun detecting the space stone and PIM particles, collecting and analyzing data. Soon they would be able to conduct computational research and validation, particularly for the space stone, which could almost infinitely extract spatial energy. It was just unclear whether it was the same type of energy as dark energy. PIM particles were even more remarkable. To Limi, they were black technology. Fortunately, while detecting and analyzing, they also collected Dr. Hank Pym's research data, speeding up their research and providing corresponding theoretical support. As for the space stone, since Limi and the other spatial technology had already reached a level praised by Ancient One, they could understand the collected data. However, some key data seemed to be missing a formula, making it impossible to construct a mathematical model for verification. They needed more detection and analysis data for reverse deduction. After all, it wasn't just about simple utilization. It required a foundation to study understanding and then verification to achieve conventional application. Just like Ancient One, while she could use the time stone, if you asked her to explain the principles of the time stone or describe how it was produced, she wouldn't be able to articulate it. The difference between science and magic lies here. One knows how to use it without understanding the foundational principles, making it impossible for regular application, while the other studies and comprehends before applying. It cannot be said that one path is more powerful. It can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Limi and the others began to get busy again. Xiaobai was responsible for assisting and observing Earth. To contact other stones, they would have to seize opportunities without necessarily needing to grab them directly. As events developed, Limi and the others were very much looking forward to it, especially those so-called gods, curious to see what their bloodlines were like to dare to call themselves gods. Fortunately, it was just a movie plot, which made Limi feel much more at ease. If it were the comic plot of the Marvel world, he might have left directly with them. Because they lacked the strength to protect themselves, it would be too easy to attract the attention of those strong individuals. Just a glance could lead to unpredictable consequences. In the movie plot of Marvel, as long as they didn't act recklessly, there were still opportunities to achieve unexpected results. Among them, Limi was most looking forward to the research results of PIM particles, which involved the quantum realm and had significant connections to consciousness. Chapter 43. The time stone years passed in the blink of an eye, especially for researchers engaged in experimental studies. After analyzing and collecting data on the space stone, they had been continually refining their conclusions and then reverse engineering the reason for the infinite energy within the space stone. For several years, there hadn't been any significant breakthroughs regarding the space stone. The existing spatial technology had merely become more refined. The spatial energy within the space stone is different from dark energy, though they are related. Dark energy is a difficult-to-observe phenomenon that permeates the universe and is not equivalent to spatial energy. Just as a mark can distort space and even time, It doesn't mean that gravity is a force of space and time. The space stone embodies pure spatial power, seeming to represent the essence of space, which is why it possesses infinite spatial strength. All data points to the existence of space. Thus, the power of the space stone is inexhaustible. Li Mi and the others need to decipher the essence of space, with an important plot point approaching in half a month. But with no mention of the space stone in the early stages, Li Mi and the others still had time. Leaving the other 5 behind, Li Mi headed to Camartage. Even if they couldn't study the time stone, they could still learn magic. Some magic involves dimensions, which piqued Li Mi's interest greatly, as dimensional technology and spatial technology are closely related, albeit with significant differences. For instance, if one has two-dimensional technology, one could create a two-dimensional foil. Who would want to fight like a warrior from the cold weapon era? It would be an insult to human intelligence. A gravity bomb would suffice, or even a spatial annihilator, and with two-dimensional technology, a two-dimensional foil could be deployed for dimensional strikes. Wouldn't that be better? Those who believe such strikes would destroy the Earth are mistaken. They could simply keep the enemy at bay outside the solar system. Regarding Li Mi's arrival, the Ancient One was already aware and nothing dramatic occurred. If Li Mi wanted to learn magic, she was fine with him collecting magical data. As long as he didn't mention the space stone, she was waiting for him to agree to a condition. One was her concern that the condition might not be fulfilled, and the other was her cautious nature. After flipping through a large number of magic books and memorizing them, but struggling to understand, she finally deployed hundreds of miniaturized detection devices to observe the sorcerers of Camartage, casting spells and collecting data. Although the Ancient One didn't understand, she realized Li Mi was gathering data on her spell casting, and she didn't pry, as this was their practice observation. Privately, one must be cautious regarding others' privacy. Li Mi and the Ancient One were having tea when a projection of Tony's predicament appeared before them. They watched with great interest. Tony had already been kidnapped by terrorists and was looking for ways to build the first generation of Iron Man armor. The Ancient One looked at the projection, noting that his technology seemed impressive. Should they have a battle? Li Mi shook her head, saying no. She was just a researcher, not a sorcerer or a warrior, and preferred to leave fighting to others. The Ancient One gazed at Li Mi meaningfully, saying, "You don't seem like an ordinary person. Although I can't comprehend it, I can sense that your body contains terrifying energy." Li Mi did not explain, and the Ancient One didn't pursue the topic further. They continued to watch Tony's performance. What would happen if the timeline were to change? Li Mi suddenly asked, "Is it related to parallel worlds?" She inquired, then seemed to realize something, coming to a sudden understanding. The Ancient One noticed she seemed to have figured it out and did not elaborate further. After all, some things are best understood on one's own, as discussing them can create a sense of obligation, and some knowledge is best kept unspoken. Li Mi was already clever. With a genius-like brain and super quantum computing power, and knowing the plot's development, understanding it was merely a matter of a hint. The essence of a world is limited. Splitting timelines means creating a parallel world, and the world's essence would also be shared. The more parallel worlds there are, the weaker the world itself becomes. Unless a world is strong enough to actively split into infinite parallel worlds for evolution, it later needs to unify the timeline for transcendence and dimensional elevation. How about this? Agree to one condition, with a premise. It's something you can achieve. If you can't, forget I mentioned it, the Ancient One said, noticing Tony had resolved his issues and returned to his daily life. After some thought, Li Mi nodded in agreement. It was something she could do and wasn't unreasonable. Even if there were some losses, it was acceptable, as one must pay to gain. One cannot expect to gain like with the Space Stone without effort. The Time Stone, however, had an owner. Although the Space Stone was with S.H.L.D., it was only temporarily held, and they couldn't utilize the Space Stone. How could they be considered its owner? Seeing Li Mi agree, the Ancient One signaled that he could leave. When she needed him again, she would propose the relevant conditions. With that, she handed the Time Stone to Li Mi. Li Mi took the Time Stone. With the Time Stone in hand, various detection analyses and research experiments ensued, with Li Mi and her 5 companions taking turns. They needed to collect sufficient data before the Ancient One went offline, hoping for smooth progress and fruitful results. For other plots, Li Mi only instructed Xiao Bai to pay attention. As long as they could access other stones, they should conduct detection analyses and collect data. If they could analyze all 6 stones and then reverse engineer a mathematical model, it would be interesting to see the results. With experience from the analysis of the space stone, analyzing the time stone wouldn't be as complicated, as the analytical instruments were the same and had not yet been updated. Other stones would also gradually arrive on Earth. Li Mi felt that staying on Earth indefinitely was not a solution. There were many alien civilizations in this world, and many of their technologies were far more advanced than those on Earth. The Ancient One knew Li Mi and the others had left Earth, but only glanced at them from afar, not paying further attention. This time, they left Earth primarily to replenish energy and other resources, especially energy. World traversal requires energy, and cross-dimensional jumps also need energy. The battleship Space only had 2 stars left. Additionally, they wanted to observe how other civilizations utilized energy, whether it was possible to iterate and upgrade the energy furnace. Dark energy extraction was insufficient, serving only as a backup energy source, as excessive extraction would cause spatial instability. Stars are too large. Space cannot accommodate so many stars, as it is just a large space. However, shortly after leaving the solar system, they encountered aliens led by Loki heading to Earth, specifically the interstellar team under Thanos. Li Mi observed from a light year away before moving away from one battle group. However, Xiao Bai secretly infiltrated the large mothership of the battle group, unable to gather much technological data, as it was an interstellar team that wouldn't be carrying research achievements around. Chapter 44, Evolutionary Transformation. Shortly after Li Mi left Earth, Loki arrived on the planet. Xiao Bai was also trying various methods to analyze the Mind Stone that Loki possessed. However, there wasn't much time to collect data, and it seemed they would have to wait for the plot involving Vision to unfold. The Mind Stone and the Soul Stone were what Li Mi most wanted to obtain for research. These 2 stones pertained to the human mind and soul, which would greatly assist Li Mi in studying consciousness. Boss, the detection equipment deployed outside the Milky Way after arriving in this world has already returned enough data. It has been calculated that this world is a complete one, with galaxies as numerous as the stars, and the number of large galaxies like the Milky Way is unknown. The observable range of the universe is about 16.2 billion light-years, with a radius of approximately 691 light-years. 5 million detection devices were randomly teleported outside the observable range, indicating that the size of the universe is larger than imagined. After inquiring with Xiao Bai about the environment beyond the observable universe, Xiao Bai projected the images detected by those devices. There were still many galaxies, but each was much farther apart. The isolation zones between galaxies were almost silent. The boundary of the universe is untraceable, meaning the size of the universe cannot be determined. Only an approximate value can be calculated from galaxy data. This indicates that the scale of this world is tens of thousands or even millions of times larger than the world Li Mi and the others left behind. The confirmed observable universe has a diameter of over 400 light-years, which is many times larger than a single Milky Way galaxy. Not to mention the different dimensional spaces occupied by dimensional gods and the alternate space of the central world tree. The scale is so immense that it makes Li Mi increasingly cautious. Xiao Bai infiltrated the warship Loki brought to Earth. Although they couldn't acquire any technological advancements, they did obtain the coordinates of the universe, eliminating the need for blind searching. Any civilization that Thanos had not struck was one that he had no confidence in annihilating. Li Mi didn't go personally. Instead, he instructed Xiao Bai to deploy many detection devices. It would be best if they could collect technology from those civilizations, but if not, they wouldn't dare to invade forcefully. Civilizations that survived Thanos' attacks must be powerful to a godly level, even if they didn't have an individual god-level powerhouse. Their technology must be equally formidable for Thanos to seek alternative methods, such as collecting 6 stones to destroy half of the universe's life. As for Li Mi's technology, they knew it was somewhat skewed. Their advancements were focused on spatial technology, while other technologies, whether in terms of technique or foundation, lagged behind. In the Marvel world, they could barely protect themselves, provided they didn't provoke those powerful civilizations. Xiao Bai maintained the deployment of detection devices and search for a galaxy without any civilization to exploit resources. Focus on building and upgrading the next-generation energy furnace, and continue to accelerate the construction of the particle collider. This time, we need to conduct a particle collision experiment over a distance of 2 light years. Okay, boss. With the star coordinates in hand, Xiaobai quickly found a galaxy only half the size of the Milky Way. This galaxy resembled a small battlefield, but resources had not been exploited. Only 1,000th of the stars had been destroyed, which was why no civilization existed there. After performing long-distance spatial teleportation, they reached the outskirts of the galaxy in just 2 teleportations. A large number of nano-mining machines were deployed on different planets to extract resources, and they also found a few appropriately sized stars to store in the warship space. They began constructing the particle collider 1 light-year outside the galaxy, and the construction speed of the 2 light-year collider was on track, although the technology required calculation and simulation. Given the large distance, the collider needed precise calibration, with a precision even greater than that of so-called nanolithography machines. Xiaobai handled most of the work, while Mi and the others began a new round of scientific research experiments, studying the data from the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Mind Stone. The 6 of them worked together to discuss, conduct experiments, and build mathematical models to reverse engineer the abilities of the stones. At the same time, the magical casting data collected by Kamartaj and the records of magic also began to be calculated. The task was heavy, and the difficulty was great. They entered a closed-door mode, entrusting Xiaobai with the work of resource extraction and data detection. Other research showed no results in the short term, but after loading the Mind Stone data into his consciousness sphere, Mi experienced a qualitative change. The sphere became increasingly bright, and his intelligence surged. With computational power, now comparable to the large quantum computer clusters built within the warship, he also understood what the consciousness sphere was. It was the aggregation of his acquired consciousness. From the Mind Stone data, he learned how to activate the subconscious, integrating it with the acquired consciousness. The fusion of the two resulted in an existence akin to the legendary true spirit of cultivation, albeit just the embryonic form of the true spirit, with the soul still needing analysis and integration. As their research deepened, particularly in the study of PIM particles, quantum field technology had nearly reached the level of spatial technology. Quantum also involved consciousness, and Mi's true spirit embryo became increasingly pure. He no longer needed to connect with Xiaobai's consciousness to control the quantum computer independently. If he wished, he could even venture alone into the realm of quantum. His physical enhancement grew stronger with the true spirit embryo affecting his body. Any energy, as long as its principles were understood, could be rapidly absorbed by his body, and the direction of enhancement changed with Mi's insights. His control over himself had reached the atomic level, a harvest from arriving in the Marvel world. If in the previous reincarnated world, it was the first generation of gene editing and modification technology, now it had evolved into the second generation of evolutionary fields. His body was filled with energy, and space was generated and destroyed within the atoms, creating a continuous flow of energy. With energy at his disposal, he could activate a special force field at any time, which could shield him from observation and prevent detection by other civilizations, while also enhancing his defenses. Without this special force field, he wouldn't dare to say he could stand within a star for a short period. Mi's changes accelerated the speed of their research. The reverse engineering of the stone data made the special force field more refined, and from that moment on, they named this special force field the cosmic force field. This force field seemed related to a unified grand theory, and as it was perfected, it could potentially become a unified force field. After all, regarding the unified grand theory, no one dared claim there were only 4 fundamental forces. Other forces were merely those that had yet to be discovered. With the breakthrough in technology, Mi felt it was time to grant the other 5 a chance for evolutionary upgrades. After the upgrade, their brain development would expand, benefiting their research without drawbacks. As for the characters of the 5, Mi had tested, simulated, and observed them before allowing them to join. They were trustworthy as long as life and death were not at stake. When personal lives were involved, he would control them under certain conditions. but unpleasant incidents could still occur. Li Mi believed that making decisions in the face of personal life and death was not unreasonable. It wasn't necessary to control others. Chapter 45 Ancient One goes offline. Huang, Ying Hua, and the five of them underwent an evolutionary upgrade, and subsequent research accelerated, especially on antimatter, which is now ready for application. Combined with antimatter energy, along with spatial power iterations, it has evolved into a new generation of ability furnace. Li Mi and their warships no longer worry about a lack of energy. Having sufficient energy and microscopic research has reached the atomic level. With ample energy, they can create things, provided that the material has all its data. Without data, nothing can be created. In terms of magic, they have developed a molecular-sized engine that can be attached to their bodies, allowing anyone to cast spells. Li Mi doesn't need the external engine. As long as he understands the principles, he can leverage external forces with his own power, which is not much different from magic. Dimensional magic combined with spatial technology has expanded the internal space of the warship, which is now as large as 100 solar systems, housing thousands of stars and countless resources. The genes in Li Mi's body and the atoms within his cells are gradually undergoing dimensionalization. He doesn't even know how powerful he is now. He only feels that he is no longer threatened by the Ancient One and can even overpower her, though he is unsure if this is an illusion or a real feeling. Only a face-to-face encounter could confirm it. Boss, the Ancient One is looking for you. Xiaobai interrupted Li Mi's research. Li Mi frowned but still paused the experiment. You all continue your research. I'll go see Earth myself. By the way, Xiaobai, how far has Earth developed now? The Ancient One should be preparing to go offline, and the Reality Stone is about to appear on Earth. Li Mi nodded and then left the warship, using its equipment to teleport to the solar system. He glanced at the sun and stepped directly to Camartage. When the Ancient One saw Li Mi, her eyes were filled with surprise. Your strength has increased so quickly. It seems your research on the stones has made significant progress. Thanks to the Master's support. Li Mi nodded and then asked, Master, are you planning to go offline? Speak, what are your conditions? Take me away. The Ancient One said after a moment of contemplation. Li Mi was taken aback. No matter what condition the Ancient One proposed, he expected this one. May I ask why? You're very pure. If I didn't know you come from outside the world, I might retire as per the timeline. But since I know, why not step outside the world and take a look? The Ancient One replied with a counter-question. Li Mi began to understand the Ancient One's thoughts. But considering her character, she could indeed be a partner. Okay, when you go offline, I will restore your body, sever your connection with Dormammu, and erase his dark powers. Li Mi nodded. Although the Ancient One is a great master, her demeanor and vision are rare. Li Mi stayed in Camartage, but the other sorcerers were unaware that he had come to Camartage. He just watched their performances, waiting for the Ancient One to go offline. Suddenly, Li Mi thought of something and immediately contacted Xiaobai, asking him to create a dimensional weapon that could destroy a dimension. It seemed like a feasible condition, but the consequences were not simple. No wonder the Ancient One set this as a condition. Li Mi felt that he was still too young, having been out of society for too long without thinking things through. By the way, Master Ancient One, what kind of strength do you think I have now? After all, I've been doing research and have not been in actual combat, so I don't know myself well. Li Mi asked while sipping tea. The Ancient One looked deeply at Li Mi and shook her head. I don't know. You haven't fought. How would I know? However, feeling the power within you, it sounds probably close to the level of the Celestials. But since you're following the technological route, it cannot be calculated by power alone. After hearing this, Li Mi understood that the power within him could be considered as quasi-celestial level. Just as the Ancient One said, the power within him was merely a lever to manipulate external forces. The extent of power he could exert depended entirely on the knowledge he had gained. The second-generation Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, went online, and the Ancient One was preparing to go offline. Li Mi seized the opportunity to save the Ancient One's body, watching her soul state with great curiosity, almost tempted to study it. An unexpected event occurred. When severing the Ancient One's connection with Dormammu, Dormammu detected Li Mi's presence. Fortunately, he quickly shielded Dormammu's perception. But the situation with the Vishanti was not so simple. A terrifying gaze was cast upon Li Mi. For the first time, he felt immense pressure. The true spirit prototype was operating frantically, and Li Mi discovered that the world force field could shield many detections, but could not sever the power of causality. He had no research on causality. The causality between the Ancient One and the Vishani was too significant. They were casting their gaze based on causality. Dormammu was similar, but Dormammu was not as powerful as the Vishani, and in the end, his perception was shielded by the world force field, yet he still sensed Li Mi's existence. Damn, I knew these demons were not simple. There were many powers I hadn't researched, and I hadn't even considered causality, let alone studied it. Li Mi cursid inwardly. He realized that trying to take the Ancient One away was not going to be easy. Li Mi looked at the Ancient One's soul. Master Ancient One, you almost got me killed. The Ancient One smiled without speaking. When the Ancient One went offline, it wasn't just Dormammu and the Vishani who were paying attention. Other powerful beings were also secretly watching, but due to the shallow causality, Li Mi's world force field shielded their perceptions. Odin from Asgard was also watching the Ancient One's offline event, as was Thanos, who was waiting for the Ancient One to go offline to obtain the Time Stone. With so many powerful beings' gazes drawn, Li Mi felt a bit of a chill. The Ancient One's conditions were truly difficult. Now, it was only about successfully going offline. Who knows what unexpected events would occur when the Ancient One left this world with them. The Ancient One was placed in a healing chamber by Xiao Bai, healing her body while also upgrading it. She wasn't reckless. She just wanted to earnestly conduct research. If her strength could be strong-armed, then there was no need to care, but since that was not possible, she could only play it safe. Avoiding bloodshed was preferable. However, she wasn't afraid of trouble. If it came down to a fight, it wouldn't be a personal melee. Long-distance strikes and various weapons could be used, and even Dormammu would have to kneel. But the consequences of a battle with a powerhouse like the Vishani were unpredictable. Chapter 46. The bottleneck of computing power Ancient One has recovered, and Li Mi, along with 6 others, officially met with Ancient One, marking the beginning of their partnership or shared journey. After everyone reintroduced themselves, they became comrades. Kai Wenba, feeling at ease, directly asked, Ancient One, as the Supreme Sorcerer, when you used the Time Stone to observe the timeline, were there many possibilities? But if there are so many possibilities, why is there still the concept of sacred timeline? Zhou Hongwu nodded, agreeing, yes, this is quite strange. Normally, the future is unclear. Any observation will result in a specific observation outcome, somewhat like quantum mechanics, where observation collapses into the observed result. Li Mi also found it hard to understand. According to scientific understanding, the timeline is not observable. Abstract time becomes objective, and it seems that every world has a different timeline. In a purely material universe, within the light cone lies fate. However, once scientific civilization reaches a certain point, it doesn't care about so-called time and space. It can directly restart the universe and utilize legendary logical weapons, dimensional weapons, and causal weapons, which seem more terrifying than the gods and demons of ordinary worlds. Seeing the 6 people's questions, Ancient One couldn't help but rub her forehead. Regardless of the world, its developmental direction is determined at the beginning. The appearance of the 6 Infinity Stones and the existence of various gods and demons mean that timelines have already emerged. Why is this so? I truly do not know. After pondering for a moment, Li Mi said, Ancient One, we are all researchers. What do you plan to develop next? Continue learning magic, or? Everyone felt this made sense. At their level of scientific development, advancing further was not that simple. Xiao Bai, lower the priority of other tasks. The priority of exploring and searching for magic, wizards, and other fantasy-related materials should be raised. We might eventually enter a purely fantasy world. We need more data to establish objective theories and build a corresponding database, Li Mi commanded. The others' eyes lit up with theoretical support. Many seemingly inexplicable events could be analyzed and deciphered, no longer mere blind guesses, and they would not just know how to use magic without understanding the principles. Ancient One closed her eyes to rest, actually adapting to her bodily changes. Without the invasion of dark power, there was a vast strength within her, making casting spells easier. Some spells had increased in power while others had weakened. A new highest priority task had already been established, to collect data on fantasy elements and build a database. The information on magical systems was relatively complete, and they began to calculate and simulate, constructing mathematical models for magic. The vast computing power quickly advanced, and in just over 10 minutes, an initial version of the mathematical model for magic was established. Using exhaustive methods, they compared the magical mathematical model with existing mathematical models to find related data, which was then categorized into a relevant database. After comparison, they estimated the task would be completed in about an hour. Once the task was complete, they moved on to the next step: space, magic, and dimensional fusion calculations, utilizing the energy they had as a condition to construct new spatial technology. After Li Mi issued the order, he began chatting with others while waiting for results, curious to see if a new dimensional space could be established within a battleship. After more than an hour, Xiao Bai's voice rang out. Insufficient conditions. The calculated spatial technology has defects. The established dimensional space is merely an auxiliary dimension of the world and cannot separate from it. Kai Wenba immediately said, "Add the world force field, cross-border spatial technology, and world positioning coordinate technology to recalculate." All right, recalculating. Estimated completion in 1 month, 5 days, and 11 hours, came the response. Huang Yinghua stared at the calculation data and couldn't help but say, "Boss, we're running low on computing power again. Full computation for the space stone will take decades. And now, with this spatial technology upgrade, we already have enough data, and it will still take so long." Li Mi nodded, addressing Kai Wenba, "Kai Lao, as a mathematician, your algorithms for computing need to be upgraded. Songhua, with so much technology and Xiao Bai's support, the application of computers should also be upgraded." The others nodded in agreement. Li Mi looked at the others. "You all need to help out, especially Yinghua. Your IQ isn't low. You learn quickly and grasp things easily." "Okay, I'll handle the algorithms," Dr. Kai Wenba replied. As they encountered different worlds, the knowledge and data became increasingly complex, requiring more computing power. Ancient One observed them and realized that the 6 led by Li Mi were genuinely researchers, without complicated thoughts. Such people were too pure, and she had hardly seen many like them. Tony had high intelligence, but few could compare with him. However, he was not pure and was burdened by many events. So he researched whatever came to mind, developing what he needed. Without a scientific foundation in a civilizational system, it relied entirely on one person's efforts. Everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Li Mi focused on the construction of the particle collider, as this was related to the development of fundamental scientific theories, especially with the emergence of the world force field, which needed to protect the collider from other interferences. Ancient One approached Li Mi. "Boss, can I call you that? Stephen Strange has started to confront Dormammu. Should we capture Dormammu for research?" She had checked many of Li Mi's technologies and found that the existing weapons on the battleship could easily overpower Dormammu, and she was genuinely relieved that she hadn't acted back then. However, Ancient One did not know that these weapons had only recently been upgraded after obtaining detection data from the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Mind Stone. Although some key data had yet to be deciphered, certain technologies from the data could be directly applied, just like Ancient One had utilized the power of the Time Stone through magic, especially the Mind Stone, which had not been thoroughly studied, but allowed Li Mi to condense the embryonic form of true spirit, making him formidable in terms of consciousness suppression and mental impact. Even a being like Odin, a father-level figure, would suffer greatly. As for Dormammu, it could be captured, but it was impossible not to alert those individuals. So it was unnecessary. Li Mi shook his head. "Those big shots are even more cunning than me. Many are bait laid by those big shots. Just waiting to see who bites." Ancient One frowned, somewhat puzzled. "You seem worried about those individuals showing up?" After watching the movies and comics, her expression changed constantly, and she couldn't help but sigh. So many cunning ones? Everyone wants to be the puppet master, which isn't surprising, but many things are bait laid by them, fearing no one would bite. Moreover, no one knows if they're just avatars in this world. The comic version of those big shots is too terrifying. Li Mi sighed as well. He also wanted to push through everything, to take all 6 gems, Asgard, and the dwarven race that forges artifacts, and to acquire all the technologies and theories of different civilizations in the starry sky. But he knew it was unattainable. Chapter 47. Dormammu strikes. Doctor Strange confronted Dormammu. just as in the original storyline. Using the power of the Time Stone, Doctor Strange created a time loop to force back the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu. Leamy was also curious whether Doctor Strange time magic against Dormammu was effective only within the Dark Dimension or if the entire universe was caught in the loop. To find out, he synchronized a large number of detection devices, including probes from across the universe and recently deployed dimensional detectors in Dormammu's realm. The results were surprising. The time loop was only active on Earth. Other planets in the solar system and outer space were unaffected. Having previously gathered extensive data on the Time Stone, they now obtained data on Doctor Strange's use of time magic, revealing some key information that led to significant breakthroughs in their research on the Time Stone. By constructing the data into a mathematical model and integrating it into the world force field, they could at least withstand some of the Time Stone's power, avoiding the effects of time manipulation, which was technically unfeasible. Leamy and his team lacked the foundation. If they could acquire the Time Stone, perhaps they could manipulate time in this world. Doctor Strange managed to force back the Dark Dormammu, reversing the damage he inflicted on Earth. Indeed, great strength yields miraculous results. Leamy couldn't help but sigh. Using the Time Stone was rather uninteresting. The Time Stone was practically a bug. No, the other 5 stones were the same. The past remained unchanged, the present was unfolding, and the future was uncertain. With the Time Stone in hand, one could take advantage of any battle, as long as they locked in their best state before the fight and cast spells only on themselves, resulting in infinite health and energy, invincible in battle, capable of exhausting the enemy. Most importantly, the time reversal magic was practically like cheating during experiments, allowing one to conduct exhaustive tests. Ancient One watched the screen, and with the data displayed, she couldn't comprehend any of it. Hearing Leamy's sigh, she remarked that while gems could be quite helpful if used well, they would likely be of little use once they left this world. Leamy nodded, understanding that a small deviation in time parameters in other worlds could render the gem merely a piece of ornamental stone. For Ancient One, it was just learning. Others might not know, but she had always loved learning. Previously focused on magic, she had no worries about her lifespan and could start learning anew. If 10 years weren't enough, then 100 would suffice. With a solid foundation, there was no need to conduct actual research. Understanding the research data and directions would be sufficient. Dormammu had been forced back by Doctor Strange, but suddenly turned its gaze toward Leamy and the others. Leamy immediately shut down the detection devices and stopped focusing on Dormammu, knowing that dimensional demons often had their own trump cards. No one knew how they sensed such detections. The devices were shielded by the world force field. Ancient One, can you sense such detections? Leamy asked for guidance. Ancient One nodded, explaining that it was a kind of perception. Even ordinary people could sense when someone was watching them from behind. The dimensional demons had even stronger sensing abilities and could instinctively know when someone was observing them, which was quite normal. Leamy smiled wryly. He understood Ancient One's explanation, but he didn't grasp the underlying principle. It didn't seem to follow causality. It felt more like a biological instinct. This instinct was something Leamy couldn't yet comprehend. It seemed to relate to the soul, mind, and consciousness, areas that others couldn't assist him with, leaving him to conduct his own research and verification. Suddenly, a terrifying spatial force struck toward Leamy. Dormammu had discovered him. Leamy's expression changed. He was on a warship protected by the world force field, yet a force was able to directly attack him. Instinctively, he activated dark energy to suppress the space, unleashing a surge of violent power that encapsulated the sudden force in a spatial sphere. Within the sphere, layers of space dismantled the incoming force. Ancient One's expression also turned cold. After all, Dormammu ruled darkness, and wherever there was darkness, it could extend its tendrils. Leamy realized that the previous sensation of being sensed was not merely a biological instinct. He almost forgot about the dark power. Since it had struck, Leamy decided not to hold back. Shall by, suppress the space with all your might. Dormammu's dark dimension is deploying large gravitational bombs and spatial bombs. After giving the orders, he focused all his energy on suppressing Dormammu's consciousness and mind. Thousands of gravitational bombs and over 500 spatial bombs were launched. And under Leamy's command, more than 1,000 antimatter annihilation bombs were deployed. A particle beam accelerated to 80 times the speed of light struck Dormammu's dimension. Limi accessed a vast amount of data, and the consciousness light sphere instantly generated a large volume of ineffective loop data, crashing into Dormammu like a virus. Within a certain spatial layer, Dormammu's dark dimension was struck by Limi's attack. Thousands of gravitational bombs detonated at a single point, causing the dimension to collapse. The materials within the dimension, whether matter, space, or energy, were all collapsing toward a single point. If left unchecked, over time, it could potentially become a black hole. The spatial bombs caused the dimension to shatter, creating fissures everywhere. Dormammu was stunned by the sudden massive blow and couldn't react in time before its consciousness was bombarded by the chaotic, frenzied, and distorted stream of consciousness. Limi paused all other research and actions, piloting the warship into the dark dimension, unleashing waves of spatial cutting force, each one a light year long, slicing through the dark dimension. Shout by, hurry, create a container immediately. Even if we can't destroy Dormammu, we must seize half of this rare experimental subject. Limi commanded as the warship entered Dormammu's dark dimension. The others were startled by the sudden action and stopped their experiments. With preparations in place, Limi wouldn't allow the dark power to breach the defense. A maze-like space appeared outside the warship, dispersing and dismantling the dark power, while dark energy suppressed the entire dimension. In the antimatter annihilation dimension, Dormammu had limited power to call upon, only about 35 of its usual strength. The spatial cuts fragmented the dimension into 16 pieces, and Dormammu barely had time to counterattack before its dimension was almost annihilated. Chapter 48. Harvest sorting. Dormammu was actually bewildered. Previously, when Ancient One severed the connection to dark energy, it sensed the existence of a certain individual. During the confrontation with the second-generation Sorcerer Supreme, it sensed the other party's observation. Originally, it intended to counterattack to express its dissatisfaction, but it didn't expect to be retaliated against in such a devastating manner. Limi didn't consider how presumptuous he was, nor did he think about Dormammu's feelings. At that moment, he was focused on finding Dormammu's true form. Ancient One, how do we locate Dormammu's true form? Limi asked. Limi's eyes lit up as he directly collected the dimensional fragments that appeared after the severing, adding various suppressions and protections. In total, he collected 8 pieces of dimensional fragments the size of the sun, and left behind a large antimatter annihilation bomb before piloting the warship away. As soon as the warship left, the antimatter annihilation bomb was detonated, and the explosive force annihilated all existence within an area roughly the size of the solar system. The entire process took less than a minute. Dormammu was not destroyed, but it was severely injured, with less than 40 of its dimensional space remaining. It did not dare to seek revenge on Limi and fled like a madman, completely hiding itself. It had already been heavily wounded. Ancient One wondered why they didn't capture Dormammu completely. Limi shook his head, explaining that these demon gods all had life-saving trump cards, and it would attract more attention. They couldn't afford to delay their actions for too long. Even that 1 minute had likely drawn the attention of many powerful beings. Returning to the original star system, Limi began to sort through the information and activate the detection equipment for the cosmos and Earth. They conducted scans wherever there were detection devices to check the information after the incident. The harvest this time was massive. Dr. Zhao Tian had already rushed to the container collecting the fragments of Dormammu, unable to contain his astonishment. As Limi had anticipated, Dormammu was heavily injured and struck by an unknown civilization, alarming Odin from the divine realm of Asgard. Collector Tanya Diwan, one of the oldest figures in the universe, rarely took action, but who would dare to underestimate him? That would be courting death. Odin only knew that Dormammu had been attacked and severely injured. Dr. Strange had no idea, as he had just become the Sorcerer Supreme, and his strength had not yet increased. Moreover, it didn't happen on Earth, so it was no surprise he was unaware. At this moment, Dormammu was hiding and then filled with rage. It wanted to recover, but it didn't know how long that would take due to the severity of its injuries. Its true form had nearly been shattered, and it had lost approximately 20 of its mass, with another 35 annihilated and gone, leaving its remaining mass in a fragmented state. It was truly a situation where it wanted to cry, but had no tears. Dormammu regretted having attacked following the hidden mark left by the other party when Ancient One severed the dark power. Just that one attack led to a counterattack that nearly shattered it. Dormammu tried to sense the dimensional fragments that had been collected by that individual, but could no longer sense where they were. The hidden mark had vanished, and after the rage, it could only remain still. Even if it found them, it might not be able to fight back, as its remaining mass could be captured by the other party. Thanos began to inquire about any new civilizations that could strike against Dormammu, as the results indicated that within a minute, Dormammu had been severely injured, something he could not achieve at present. This suddenly emerging civilization might affect his plans. Other civilizations were likely too far away and missed the event due to the short time frame. Limi rarely conducted experiments alongside Ancient One, as she was more familiar with Dormammu, while Limi focused on detection and asked Ancient One about the data in the simplest terms. They decided to put off dissection for now, as Dormammu's dimensional fragments were quite large, and he would be busy for an indefinite period. Furthermore, with the quantum computer's iterative upgrades, the increased computing power was greatly beneficial for research. For now, they were only conducting basic detections. The update of the quantum computer was not that easy, but with Dr. Pym's research data and Pym particles, the upgrades became much easier. However, optimizing the algorithms was not so simple. As for the miniaturization of the quantum computer, Li Mi and the others had already mastered the manufacturing technology of Pym particles. With Pym particles, the quantum computer could be miniaturized to the size of an atom and could even be placed within the quantum space of matter. People could shrink down to traverse quantum space and reach other parallel worlds, and objects could also be placed within the quantum space after being reduced in size. Dr. Pym's research achievements enhanced quantum technology, making hardware upgrades no longer an issue, but the algorithms remained a challenge. While they conducted experiments, the Avengers on Earth were developing and new gems were starting to appear. With the reality gem being thoroughly researched, wouldn't they never lack resources? The soul gem was a bit troublesome. Limi couldn't find an opportunity to act and could only observe and analyze in secret. However, there were still chances with the power gem. Xiao Bai had already found Odin and Agard and was figuring out how to secretly deploy detection and analysis equipment. Vibranium on Earth had also been located, and a few tons had been secretly mined for experiments. It wasn't hard to find. It just took time to do it without alarming others. Aside from the soul gem, they were already collecting and analyzing data on the power and reality gems. With the addition of data from different gems, it seemed they were getting closer to results. Different data sets were used to reverse engineer mathematical formulas, comparing calculations to find commonalities and making progress in interpreting incomprehensible data. The 6 Infinity Gems saw the soul gem guarded by Red Skull. Li Mi and the others had already found its location, but how to acquire it remained a mystery. Thanos sacrificed his adopted daughter to obtain the soul gem. And after Black Widow's death, Hawkeye got the soul gem. Did that mean they had to beat up Red Skull or force him to hand over the soul gem? Currently, they didn't know the principle behind it, whether Red Skull held the key or if it truly required the life of a loved one to obtain it. Li Mi considered waiting for Thanos to acquire it, then using force to borrow it for a few days before returning it. Otherwise, there really would be no opportunity. Chapter 49. Gem Trade. The 6 Infinity Stones, particularly the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone, are crucial for Li Mi. The true spirit prototype is fundamental to him and is the key to advancing further. Since his rebirth, everything has been achieved through his own efforts. But hard work does not always yield results. The key lies in having a brain. Scientific research does not guarantee results just through effort. It requires sufficient theoretical support, ample research data, and exceptional learning and comprehension abilities, commonly referred to as insight. As for computational power, there is currently no shortage. The true spirit prototype inherently possesses terrifying computational power. With the analysis data of the Mind Stone already in hand, only the data of the Soul Stone is missing. Li Mi found Thanos, but not in person, just a quantum projection. Are you the one who defeated Dormammu? When Li Mi appeared, Thanos suddenly understood. Li Mi nodded. Shall we make a deal? What are we trading? Thanos asked. You are more terrifying than Tony. You have already begun to analyze the essence of the stones. Thanos sighed. as he understood technology. Once Li Mi stated his trading purpose, Thanos grasped his intentions. At least we can trade, can't we? Then what will you offer for the trade? Thanos asked coldly. If this were not just a projection, he would have eliminated the intruder immediately. Li Mi ignored Thanos' murderous intent. Although he didn't know why this guy suddenly wanted to kill him, achieving the trade was the priority. I can tell you where the Space Stone and the Mind Stone are. After some thought, Thanos nodded. All right, you can speak. If it helps me, the trade will be completed. The Space Stone is with S-H-I-L-D on Earth, and the Mind Stone is on Loki's scepter, Li Mi stated. Thanos shook his head. I already know this. It's just not the right time to take them. If it's only this, the trade cannot be completed. Li Mi pondered for a moment and asked, what condition do you propose? Help me acquire one of the stones, and then you can come find me, Thanos said. He actually knew roughly where the stones were, but they were not easy to obtain. Then I will find you. Li Mi's projection disappeared. After thinking it over, the only stone he could obtain now was the reality stone. As for whether it would affect the timeline, it no longer mattered. After the encounter with Dormammu, this was not the world of comics. He had the ability to protect himself. Having analyzed the reality stone and gathered sufficient data, Li Mi used spatial technology to obtain the reality stone without alarming anyone. Now, he was just waiting for Thanos to acquire the Soul Stone. The Ancient One looked at the reality stone without saying much. Li Mi had exploited a bug. It had almost no impact on the timeline. In the end, Thanos still acquired all 6 Infinity Stones. She continued her studies while also relaxing, living like a retired elderly woman. Studying was just a way to pass the time. She was genuinely enjoying her retirement life. She was just waiting to leave this world with Li Mi. Li Mi did not wait idly, but continued to research the data of the Infinity Stones. He needed to understand enough and master the technology. Time was running out. Thanos would snap his fingers, erasing half of all living beings in the universe, and no one would know who it was. The 6 of them came from other worlds. Were they also on the elimination list? The Ancient One might be. Thus, Li Mi needed to create a device capable of countering the elimination power of the 6 Infinity Stones, just to resist, without directly facing the explosive power of the Infinity Stones. When Thanos obtained the Soul Stone, Kai Winbaugh and the others upgraded their quantum computer, which was the size of the moon. A total of 500 units formed a computational cluster, thanks to the quantum technology of PIM particles. The moon-sized quantum computer was shrunk to the size of a sesame seed after shielding its gravitational pull and was strung together into a bracelet. Li Mi exchanged the reality stone with Thanos, with only half a year to spare. Midway through, Thanos contemplated backing out, but ultimately did not dare. He did not know the consequences of retracting his offer, and thought that once he obtained all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, Li Mi would simply be on the elimination list. Li Mi was considering that even if he could not counter the power of the 6 Infinity Stones after analyzing them, he could still leave. Unfortunately, there were many experiments he had not conducted yet. The particle collider was only half constructed, still lacking a light year in length. The equipment was ready, but the precision requirements for the assembly were absurdly high. Every step had to be taken with caution, which slowed down the construction speed. The speed of the automated production lines was beyond what Earth's civilization could imagine. 10 production lines could produce a device of astronomical unit length in a day. Imagine the terrifying speed if hundreds or thousands of production lines were operating simultaneously. Moreover, the precision fully met the requirements. There were also chaotic magic, which had yet to emerge, and other civilizations in the cosmos that had discovered over a dozen. How many civilizations were hidden and could not be found, he did not know. Each of these civilizations had its own strengths and weaknesses, but all had unique advantages. Their foundational theories were on a different level than Earth's, thus supplementing the foundational theory and elevating Li Mi's technological base to a new level. The unique technologies of each civilization also amazed everyone, basically supplementing the previously overly rapid development of the technology tree. Xiao Bai's computational power was almost constantly utilized at around 95. After the upgrade and iteration of the quantum computer, the situation was alleviated. The calculation of the data of the Infinity Stones consumed a significant amount of computational power. The curvature superluminal flight technology had reached the limits of this world. 3 500 times the speed of light. Even increasing the power further would not yield any improvement. In half a year, Li Mi and the others analyzed the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. After obtaining sufficient data, they returned the stones to Thanos and began their elimination plan. Seeing Thanos' actions, Li Mi and the others accelerated their research speed, unleashing all computational power. They needed to quickly construct a mathematical model for the 6 Infinity Stones and establish a force capable of resisting the explosion of the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, they should hurry and leave this world. From Thanos' attitude toward Li Mi, it was evident that when he snapped his fingers, Li Mi would definitely be on the elimination list. In fact, Li Mi could not understand why Thanos' actions were known to someone, especially the Eternals. Yet no other Eternals came forward to stop him. Those cosmic elders who had existed since the birth of the universe did not intervene either. Had they become immune to the power of the Infinity Stones? Chapter 50. The sublimation of the true spirit prototype as a member of the Eternals. Thanos possesses immense power, and his technology has advanced to a level that Earth cannot compare to. Witnessing his civilization's destruction due to technological advancement, he decides to wipe out half of all life in the universe. He is not ignorant. He knows that erasing half of all life will only lead to a recovery of their numbers in a few hundred years. The argument about resources in the universe seems far more complicated upon reflection. While Thanos seeks other Infinity Stones, Li Mi is looking for the power to counter the erasure caused by the Infinity Stones. Thanos is faster than Li Mi, as he may erase Li Mi, forcing him to leave early for survival. Li Mi's rapid technological research is aimed at observing Thanos' fate, whether he merely goes offline. On Earth, the Avengers are already aware of Thanos' arrival and are on high alert. Tony remains troubled by the person who invaded Jarvis. With Earth in such a dire situation, this invader has yet to show himself, raising the suspicion that he might not be from Earth. Tony feels that this invader possesses knowledge and technology comparable to his own. If he were from Earth, he should stand up to face the aliens together. Li Mi, knowing Tony's thoughts, can't help but smile at his naivety. This is a common Western notion. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, assuming one is selfless enough to demand it from others. If it weren't for Tony constantly asking Jarvis to search for him globally, he wouldn't have known this guy had such thoughts. Shall by, don't worry about it. Although Jarvis is decent, with the computing power Tony currently possesses, he can easily crush him. For matters like this, there's no need to notify me in the future. We are pressed for time. Speed up the simulation. Li Mi has already obtained the analytical data for the 6 Infinity Stones and is now using computational power to simulate and reconstruct a mathematical model for the Infinity Stones for verification. The new mathematical model does not require the fusion power of all 6 Infinity Stones, just the ability to counteract the erasure power. After overcoming this hurdle, he will delve deeper into other areas. The Avengers begin to engage in fierce battles. While Li Mi has already constructed the new mathematical model and is in the process of verification, he focuses on this mathematical model, disregarding the verification results. As the true spirit prototype rapidly loads the data of this mathematical model in his mind, in an instant his consciousness goes blank, then expands infinitely. As his thoughts turn, a brilliant light rises from the depths of the true spirit prototype. A sacred timeline reflects his consciousness, revealing a vast and boundless world beyond. While the world he has reached is just an inconspicuous part of this behemoth. All worlds are spherical light clusters, and besides the world Li Mi resides in, there are countless other worlds of the same level. The magnificent world floats uncertainly in the boundless chaos. The sacred timeline of his world is merely a small offshoot derived from this behemoth. When a battleship jumped to the vicinity of his world, it was not that they failed to observe this world. Rather, the technology Li Mi and the others possessed at that time was incapable of such observation. If before sublimation, Li Mi perceived himself to be as large as the sun, after this sublimation, the true spirit prototype has shrunk to the size of a planet. The brilliance of the true spirit prototype is composed of countless pieces of information. Under the radiant light of the true spirit prototype, his body instinctively adjusts and evolves, with atoms and even electrons within his cells beginning to transform into information. His will governs all information, With each rotation of the true spirit prototype, countless pieces of information can be calculated. There is a sense of unity in chaos. The essence of the 6 infinity stones is being quickly interpreted and understood, filling him with a power that combines the strengths of the infinity stones. The sublimation process happens in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, only a moment has passed, while the others are still verifying the new mathematical model for the infinity stones. Looking at this mathematical model again, it has lost any sense of mystery. Moreover, he sees information that is everywhere and immeasurable surrounding his body, filling the entire world. The external space he once had has vanished. The devices, resources, and energy furnaces within that space are gone, having been instinctively digested into his own foundation. Ancient One, being the most sensitive, asks, "Have you broken through?" Limi glances at Ancient One and nods. But in her perception, that glance reveals everything. There are no secrets. She involuntarily shudders, a reaction of her body. Ancient One, leaving may not be so simple. I see the battle that occurs when leaving. Limi smiles bitterly. He has merely sublimated the true spirit prototype once. And while his strength has increased, he has not yet condensed the true spirit itself. Faced with that vast world, he feels utterly insignificant. Just after jumping to the outside of this world, his technology was backward, and he could not observe the main world. He thought he had arrived in a cinematic version of the Marvel world. Who would have known this was just one of many cinematic Marvel worlds, with countless others outside, including comic-based worlds he has yet to perceive? It's terrifying. After the sublimation and enhancement, he feels no illusion of self-empowerment, but rather a sense of how small he is in the chaotic void. What did you see? Ancient One is also curious. Limi thinks for a long time and feels that everyone is trustworthy comrades, fellow travelers, so there's no need to hide anything. With a wave of his hand, a simulated projection of the world outside appears before everyone. Of course, this is just a false simulation, and the true scene is something even Ancient One cannot see. Everyone gasps in shock. This is not just a singular cinematic Marvel world, but likely a multi-dimensional Marvel main world. Boss, should we run immediately? Zhao Tian, a sociology PhD, quickly says upon seeing the simulated scene. Ancient One responds, "I think that a good idea. Let's run first." She too feels powerless, hoping the Ancient One from the main world won't come looking for them. Huang Yinghua holds her forehead, unsure of what to say. Zhou Hongwu shakes his head. "Don't worry. We were too self-assured. We've been in this world for so long and even fought Dormammu. The Dormammu from a main world hasn't reacted at all. I believe they don't care, just like we don't care about the thoughts of people on Earth or what they do." Hearing Zhou Hongwu's words, the 6 of them exchange glances and smile. Chapter 51 Snap. The vastness of the Marvel multiverse is boundless, and when Li Meijian's spiritual embryo sublimated, it was observed to be just a corner of it. Zhou Hongwu's explanation seemed reasonable, and no one thought further about the matter. The others continued to refine the mathematical model constructed from the 6 infinity stones, and as the model was validated and improved, Li Meijian's spiritual embryo also changed with the data. The mathematical data of the reality stone was output by the device, enabling material reconstruction. Any material with complete data could be reconstructed from energy. The devices created from the mathematical data of the Mind Stone and Soul Stone could protect the souls of living beings, granting immunity to basic soul consciousness attacks. The data from the 6 infinity stones formed a self-contained model that created a logical cycle of the stone's abilities. What was created was a sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer, emitting a faint halo with a surface of silver metallic sheen. "We'll begin the first test," Li Meijian ordered. Xiao Bai controlled the device to start providing energy, and a wave of energy vibrated, instantly enveloping the battleship. A minute later, an invisible shield around the battleship was formed. The long-prepared laser cannon fired at the battleship, which had turned off its own shield, and the new device's infinite shield instantly nullified the incoming laser attack. Next was gravity, starting at 10 times the normal gravity and continuously increasing. By the time it reached 1,000 times the gravity, the immense gravitational force acting on the battleship was almost comparable to that of a medium-sized star. However, under the protection of the invisible shield, the gravity was surprisingly eliminated without a trace. even when the gravity reached 10,000 times. Black holes began to appear around the battleship, yet it remained unaffected. Not continuing the gravity attack test, the device was moved to a regular planet for the next test, which involved antimatter annihilation bombs. The group dared not directly test it on the battleship, so they could only use a planet for the test. The planet was 100 light-years away from the battleship. One antimatter annihilation bomb was fired, unleashing the force of a supernova explosion, but without any light emitted, as even the light was annihilated. A minute later, the planet was intact, while other planets in the star system were shattered into countless fragments, and the star itself was crushed, creating a void in the starry sky. Only one solitary planet remained isolated in its original position. Gui, observing the power of the large antimatter annihilation bomb, understood that the bomb used against Dormammu not long ago must have been just a standard model. All right, let's stop the tests here. Next, use the new device to attack me, including space, time, and mixed attacks, Li Mijin said, stepping onto that planet. Boss, you don't need to test it personally, right? Xiaobai did not execute the command. Gu Yi remained silent. She understood who Li Mijin was. The other 5 were also quiet, knowing that persuasion would be futile. Execute the order, Li Mijin commanded in a deep voice. They proceeded with the most powerful attack of the new device. As an artificial intelligence, Xiaobai could only conduct the attack test. There was no fluctuation, no energy reaction detected. It was as silent as Thanos snapping his fingers. Li Mijin felt differently. There was no energy acting on him, yet it felt like he could disappear at any moment. The spiritual embryo spun rapidly. A brilliant radiance erupted, resisting the invisible erasure force, and instantly returned to its original state. However, the planet where Li Mijin stood vanished, turning to dust, not due to the annihilation of the antimatter bomb, but as if the planet had never existed in the first place. Xiaobai controlled the device to simulate the ability Thanos used when he snapped his fingers with the 6 Infinity Stones. But the range was limited to the planet where Li Mijin was. The test is complete. The boss resisted the erasure ability of the Infinity Stones, Xiaobai explained. They felt nothing. Xiaobai, has Thanos obtained all the stones? Li Mijin asked. Not yet, he's still fighting. It should be soon, Xiaobai replied. Based on the test validation data, can we resist the snap he performs? After calculating the test data, it was found there was a 99.9 chance of resistance. Why not 100? Gu Yi asked curiously. Kai Wenbao shook his head. In the world of research, 100% is just a term used after establishing a result, as long as the result is not confirmed. Under the infinite stretch of time, no calculation result can be 100%. After all, this is not just a simple world. There are countless timelines, and no one knows how many similar worlds exist, not to mention the multiverse, where anything unexpected could happen. Huang Yinghua added. Li Mijin nodded. Right now, we can only calculate the results based on known data, and with too many unknown variables, it's impossible to be 100%. The device was installed in the battleship system, waiting for Thanos to wipe out half of the universe's life before continuing to refine the device. Is Thanos about to snap his fingers? Should we project it for viewing? Xiaobai asked. Everyone nodded. The projected image felt like watching a 3D movie. With almost no changes to the original plot, vision was directly extracted from the Mind Stone. Thor's axe struck Thanos' shoulder, and Thanos snapped his fingers, even glancing in Li Mijin's direction. Did he notice us? Zhao Tian asked in surprise. When Gu Yi used the Time Stone, she could detect us. Now that he has all 6 Infinity Stones, he surely noticed. It seems he is determined to erase us too. Thankfully, we acted first. Otherwise, we would have to run now, Huang Yinghua said, sticking out her tongue. Gu Yi felt deeply. Thanos was like a pawn in the sacred timeline's development, not even knowing if these thoughts were his own or influenced by others. She felt she had stepped out of the chessboard. The Avengers suffered casualties, and the next step was for them to traverse the quantum realm into parallel worlds. Li Mijin planned to see whether it was a parallel world derived from this one or another world of equal standing, as there were countless worlds of equal scale outside this world. As for the multiverse, he didn't want to go there. At least, he currently lacked the ability to protect himself. He liked slicing others, but did not enjoy being sliced himself. after Thanos snapped his fingers and left Earth. His expression changed dramatically, filled with confusion and anger, as the power of the Infinity Stones did not erase Lemesian. Chapter 52. The Unlucky Transmigrator, once unsuccessful. Thanos did not attempt a second time. He deeply gazed at Lemmy before ultimately destroying the 6 Infinity Stones. Lemmy did not pay attention to the subsequent plot. There was great terror, and key figures seemed like puppets on strings. Thanos could have used the Infinity Stones once more to attempt to erase us, but he did not do so. Instead, he followed the course of events and destroyed the Infinity Stones. What was influencing them? Doctor. Zhao Tian's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Gu Yi beside him. Gu Yi understood the questions from Zhao Tian and the others, shaking his head helplessly. The maintenance of the sacred timeline was irresistible, and no one knew the consequences of resisting it. In any case, it would not be good. Lemmy thought of that vast and boundless world. The sacred timeline of this world was merely a thin thread of the main world, which could not be resisted in terms of either scale or essence. With Thanos' curtain call, everyone resumed refining the mathematical model of the Infinity Stones, needing to add different mathematical model data for adjustment and integration. Next, there was the observation of parallel worlds, the collection of chaotic magic, and the continued theft of the essence of other civilizations. The quantum realm is a unique microcosm, resembling an infinite space, dazzling and profound. Lemmy and the others did not dare to claim complete understanding, as there was always the possibility of getting lost within it. This time, Lemmy accompanied the Avengers, marking the spatial and temporal coordinates in advance. Atoms, electrons, quarks, and protons, equivalent to the size of planets, all possess corresponding forces within the quantum realm, just slightly weaker than the weak interaction force, making them even harder to detect. Various forces that may arise in the microscopic realm transformed into unpredictable channels and light bands in the quantum realm. It was impossible to determine how many forces filled it. Sorting them out would take time. Lemmy secretly left a mark on Tony's body, remaining in the quantum realm to observe, interpret, and collect data for analysis. This was a rare experience. It was uncertain whether he could observe the smallest particles of matter, which would greatly aid in completing the unified theory. If the smallest particles could be observed, it would mean understanding whether they were affected by gravity and whether the other 3 fundamental forces also acted on them, or if the smallest particles generated the 4 fundamental forces. His mental consciousness turned, and the embryonic form of his true spirit automatically received information. With each rotation, the received information was automatically organized and analyzed. Lemmy stood in the quantum realm, his gaze penetrating the domain, seeing countless parallel worlds, where the timeline was sacred and unified, without generating new timelines. Countless parallel worlds shared a single timeline, which was quite unreasonable. Only in the Marvel world could it be this bizarre. Suddenly, a parallel world experienced violent changes, causing the sacred timeline to vibrate. Lemmy's gaze sharpened as he looked at the changing parallel world. It was a world with mutants, where a Huaxia individual had stolen Apocalypse's powers before the latter could be reborn. This guy had the ability and wildly developed it, directly gathering mutants to establish a nation, causing the sacred timeline to vibrate and threatening to split into a new timeline. Lemmy directed his gaze toward Tony along the marked coordinates. That was a normal parallel world where he was already looking for the Pym particles left by Dr. Pym and was about to meet his father. There was nothing to detect in this world, so he moved towards the parallel world, causing the sacred timeline to vibrate to see what was happening with that Huaxia individual. As he appeared in the parallel world, he felt a terrifying force emerging from the sacred timeline that crushed the Huaxia individual, leaving only 3 fragments in place. Lemmy's body shook as the power of the Infinity Stones resisted the force of time. He looked at the 3 fragments, stepped forward, and teleported to grab them. The residual information of the fragments was red, and after analyzing the information, he discovered that this was a fragment of a broken system, which had limited functionality. Storage space, ability theft, collection of causal power. Unfortunately, the system traversing worlds lacked sufficient energy. The host, just beginning to cause trouble, managed to collect some causal power before being annihilated. Indeed, it was dangerous. Li Mi realized that the multiverse main world ignored these variables. But the premise was that one had to withstand the instinctive attacks of the sacred timeline. Fortunately, Li Mi had been cautious, preventing any changes to the sacred timeline. Otherwise, the consequences would have been the same as that of the previous transmigrator. This system was too weak and could not withstand the instinctive attacks of the timeline. It dared to be so high-profile, which was simply courting death. Just because others were unwilling to intervene did not mean the world could be treated recklessly. In other worlds, there might be a natural order that operates on its own logic, and the powerful force is the heavenly Tao, whereas in this world, the sacred timeline represents the fundamental logical operation of the world. Holding the 3 system fragments, he left this world. As for the mutant sex gene, he had already analyzed it with just a glance. However, others' research failures could serve as bait under certain circumstances. Genetic editing and modification technology had matured, so there was no need to attract the attention of those old schemers. Besides the causal power being helpful, Li Mi only collected information from the system fragments and did not pay too much attention to them. Returning to the quantum realm to observe and collect information from the microcosm, with the advancement of technology, he came into contact with more power systems. Yet it was still impossible to determine how many kinds of forces needed to be unified for a complete unified theory. The magical aspect had already begun to analyze magical information, as all magical data from Kamartaj had been obtained, and Gu Yi's understanding of magic had also been uploaded to the database. Everything depended on the results of the particle collider experiment, which spanned 2 light years. With sufficient energy this time, Li Mi and the others planned to make a miracle by accelerating particles over that 2 light-year distance, hoping to accelerate them to the speed of light. The collision of particles at light speed would yield data of immense value for understanding the microcosm and for future microscopic research. Li Mi left the quantum realm. He had received a lot of micro-level information, but without relevant precise data and theories, it was challenging to analyze and decipher this information. The next focus was to continue the particle collision experiments and to analyze the system fragments, especially the information related to causality. Without understanding causality, without analyzing it, and without recognition of it, encountering those big shots in the future who would casually strike along the lines of causality will be even more terrifying than climbing a web line. One had to be cautious. The system fragments function of traversing worlds could also be analyzed and read, perfecting the cross-border jumping technology. The final storage space was easily read for all information, with no secrets to speak of. What surprised me was that there were 2 pieces of magical treasures in the space. A mini version of a pagoda, deep purple in color, made of unknown materials. And another was a sword pill, incomplete, seemingly left for the treasure master to finish its final refinement. Chapter 53. Crossing into groups, what are these fragments? Such a unique material, and the fragments possess the power of time. The laboratory is not as sparse as one might imagine. Generally, everyone is in their own research rooms or rest areas, and information not involving privacy is synchronized before them, especially during team experiments or when Li Mi discovers something novel. Everyone can see the 3 fragments in Li Mi's hand. These fragments seem to be made of a material that rivals the Infinity Stones. Li Mi explained the origin of the fragments. Damn, the unfortunate traveler, and an even more unfortunate system, with enough causal power. This system could alter the Infinity Stones into its own items. If the causal power is sufficient, that guy wouldn't be devoured by the sacred timeline. It seems the big shots in the main world truly don't care about these variables, as long as they can survive. Perhaps those big shots in the main world would love to have more variables. At their level, variables can bring change, and with change, the world can continue to grow and scale. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Li Mi quickly intervened, urging them to discuss less to avoid attracting the attention of those big shots. They began to read the information from the fragments and parse the data. Information related to causality was read and saved, and other information was also stored in the database, starting to analyze what material the system fragments were made of. Technological development relies heavily on materials. Without materials that meet performance specifications, even planet-class warships cannot be built. Currently, the warships are made from materials synthesized with strong interaction forces. The material of the system fragments is several levels higher than that of strong interaction force materials. If they could be successfully parsed and artificially synthesized, then the warship itself could be upgraded. Xiao Bai and the others were responsible for analyzing the material of the system fragments to see if they could be artificially synthesized, while Li Mi used his true spirit prototype to understand and compute the information data related to causal power. The vast amount of information blended together without a hint of chaos. The true spirit prototype processed information faster than Xiao Bai's quantum computing supercomputer group. Moreover, there was some information that Xiao Bai naturally could not read, which was the information contained in the law fragments. It couldn't record, save, or read it, but the true spirit prototype could do so. Li Mi's true spirit prototype contained all the civilization data they currently possessed. What Xiao Bai's database had, he had. And what the database lacked, he also possessed. The computational parsing speed was faster than Xiao Bai's. And within the causal power lay a relatively complete fragment of the causal law, something others were unaware of. Even Ancient One could not see or sense it. After loading the mathematical model of the 6 infinity stones into the true spirit prototype, 6 incomplete law fragments were generated within it. Li Mi currently possessed 7 law fragments: space, time, power, mind, soul, creation, and causality, with the space and causality laws being relatively complete. The causality law was a remnant of the system fragments and was even more complete than the space law, though not in its complete form. These law fragments continuously gathered and dispersed within Li Mi's true spirit prototype, colliding with one another, and each collision produced a wealth of information needing analysis and interpretation. Merely parsing the relevant data formed law fragments within the true spirit prototype. If they could be obtained and computed with the true spirit prototype, would it yield 6 types of laws? As for the essence of the laws, how would Li Mi know? Without a foundation or theory, knowing they were laws and barely being able to apply a fraction of them was already impressive. If he truly understood the essence of the laws, Li Mi believed that his true spirit prototype would have achieved true spirit status, rather than just being a prototype. Suddenly, the world trembled. This change was sensed by Li Mi, but Ancient One and the others felt nothing. He turned his gaze to the outside world and witnessed a shocking scene. A marvel world of equal scale was collapsing, with fierce battles erupting at its center, and countless rays of light bursting forth, 2 indistinct figures within. Aside from Li Mi, the battle between the two had attracted the attention of many strong individuals. Yet no one intervened. As more people focused their attention, Li Mi's gaze seemed less conspicuous. Sensing the presence of those gazes, they were all powerful beings. Even in the main world, no big shots were paying attention, or if they were, Li Mi couldn't sense them. From a scene he had just witnessed, he also gleaned basic information. It was as if information came automatically wherever his gaze fell. The 2 indistinct figures were a traveler, an unknown dimensional powerhouse, a native being of the world, knowing only this little bit of information, separated by countless spaces and 2 worlds. Li Mi felt quite impressive for being able to acquire such basic information. The more he knew, the more insignificant he felt. How did those who walked the path of cultivation develop such strong confidence with each breakthrough? Li Mi was also puzzled. Isn't it true that knowing more makes one feel smaller? Li Mi quickened the analysis and urged everyone to accelerate their research. Wanted to leave this cluster of worlds as soon as possible. It was too dangerous. Xiao Bai informed them to speed up the particle collision experiments, collect enough experimental data, and we will leave immediately. We will analyze the data after we depart. Li Mi was genuinely eager to escape this cluster of worlds quickly. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but he was not on the same level and had no qualifications to face what was before him. The risks were too great and not suitable for long-term development. Xiao Bai notified the others, and then they proceeded at full speed with the construction of the particle collider. While data collection equipment began to be installed and energy propulsion devices were also set up, they proceeded simultaneously, installing application devices wherever construction reached. With only 0.5 light-years left, they completed the construction of a 2-light-year particle collider. The project was massive, and it was intentionally shielded. No one in the world noticed this matter. As for whether cosmic elders like collectors would discover it, Li thought that if they knew, they knew. It wasn't something that would impact the world and had nothing to do with those elders. Chapter 54. Retracing the timeline, Li was watching this scene to see if Tony, after obtaining the 6 Infinity Stones, could sense his presence. The Hulk was not a factor to consider. Without any contact, there was naturally no causality. Li had hidden himself, so it would be strange if the Hulk could detect him. After Tony acquired the Infinity Stones, the nanogloves unleashed the stone's power. Just before he snapped his fingers to erase the Thanos from the parallel world, he sensed Li realizing that this person existed and was secretly watching their performance. He suddenly understood. It wasn't that this person didn't want to intervene, but that they had no obligation to do so, nor was it their script. He felt like a puppet on strings. In the final moments, Tony realized that everything in his life was predestined. He could not escape the constraints of the sacred timeline, and thus could not master his own fate. Tony snapped his fingers, yet his gaze was directed at Li, as if he had crossed the starry sky and transcended the limitations of space to see Li in person. Unfortunately, Tony was still slightly off, only seeing a blurry figure. None of the Avengers understood why Tony gazed at the starry sky in his final moments, his face showing relief, and as life faded. He used the stones to communicate directly with Li. Is this the reason you hide behind the scenes? Tony questioned in his heart, but the voice echoed in Li's ears. Yes and no. Li's voice whispered in Tony's ear. Tony smiled bitterly as he passed away, not saying goodbye to his good teammates as in the original plot. Instead, he used the power of the Infinity Stones once more to hasten his demise. The Avengers were all perplexed, especially Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, who alone understood that Tony had used the power of the Infinity Stones one last time. It seemed he had connected something to a question, but it was unclear what Tony had asked in the end. The others did not understand why he did not bid them farewell in his final moments, but instead murmured to the starry sky. This became a mystery in their lives, but no one provided them with an explanation or answer. Li turned to look at his companions, who had constructed a much larger mathematical model, within which they could see all the technologies they had mastered. Due to this model, Li updated the information of his true spirit embryonic form. As he adapted, he gradually understood that as long as the information was sufficient, his true spirit embryonic form could continuously sublimate and transform. The more information there was, the more complete it became, and the stronger the computational power of the true spirit embryonic form. The computational mechanism was no longer defined by ordinary logic, but rather a mechanism of operation stemming from the mind and soul, resulting in a qualitative change in the computational logic. Li's heart stirred, and his gaze followed the sacred timeline back to the past. Countless pieces of information flooded into the true spirit embryonic form, including the process of technological development, as well as true historical information about Earth's evolution, the world's evolution, the formation of sacred time, and the countless pieces of information caused Li's true spirit embryonic form to change, forming a prototype of an information world. A sense of fullness emerged. The true spirit embryonic form reached its limit, unless it sublimate and transformed again, or unless it parsed all the information of the true spirit embryonic form, including the information of the fragments of laws. It would be assimilated by the information and lose itself. A person's cognition could not withstand such an information impact. Only by condensing the true spirit embryonic form could Li receive so much information. He began to rapidly parse the information of the true spirit embryonic form. As he parsed through, a large amount of information was deciphered and understood, and the operation of the true spirit embryonic form became smooth again. The previous sense of fullness disappeared. Li realized his limits. He could only use 7 parts of his mental awareness to actively read information, while 3 parts were used for computation and analysis. He wanted to enter the timeline again, tracing back to the past to read more information. He calculated secretly in his heart and quickly understood that this was still the mechanism of the sacred timeline. When one's strength reached a certain level, everyone had an opportunity to trace back through time. The second time would be suppressed and rejected by the sacred time, and one would have to endure the backlash of the sacred timeline unless one possessed the time stone, as the time stone was the embodiment of the laws of this world considered a source. The true spirit embryonic form had already parsed through time, receiving information, most of which was related to time. However, within the changes of time, the entire evolution of the world, the development of countless beings, and the history of the universe were all contained within. Unfortunately, Li Mi was unprepared this time, lacking experience and wasted an opportunity. The timeline only traced back to 10,000 years ago. Other information was unclear, as if he had seen the formation of the sacred timeline. But his strength was only a vague impression. Due to this time retracing, he obtained a large amount of information related to the evolution of time. The fragments of laws within the true spirit embryonic form underwent changes, forming a type of text that only Li Mi could understand. Each character contained immense information, comparable to the amount of information generated on Earth in a year. This text resembled runes and inscriptions, but it was three-dimensional and constantly changing. There were a total of 2,120 characters, seemingly incomplete. The information of the true spirit embryonic form was being reshaped, forming dense new characters. Li Mi named this information text, a special carrier of information that could record the information of laws. His mental awareness turned, and the speed of computation increased by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. He had deviated from the original genetic editing transformation route. His body was almost informationalized. It did not lead to a scientific path. Now it seemed he could do it all alone, but he could not lack the assistance of civilization's development. Li Mi did not want to develop a civilization group on his own. What he wanted was to be a civilization himself. Most of the time, he could directly take the achievements of other civilizations and trade if his strength was insufficient to face powerful adversaries. No one knew about the changes in Li Mi's inner thoughts, and the five who left the original rebirth world with him could no longer keep up. Even the artificial intelligence Xiao Bai had become dispensable to Li Mi due to his advancement. He had achieved a state where he could attribute great power to himself through science. Chapter 55, Particle Collision Experiment, The Power Returns to Oneself. The various past scientific achievements have become the nourishment for Li Mi's growth. Although there have been changes in thinking, he feels that the current development model suits him best. Others cannot keep up with his pace. They are merely a unified administration of all scientific achievements, lacking even a basic database of results, which creates an illusion for him. This was the conclusion Li Mi reached after reassessing his thoughts. The power lies within oneself. This powerful feeling does not have the same illusion of breaking through the heavenly and earthly realms that others in cultivation experience, but lacks some trials and setbacks, leading to a change in his spiritual consciousness and thoughts. Li Mi conducted rational calculations and simulations, understanding that he should bury the sudden idea of independent development deep in his heart. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and the particle collider was ready, poised to conduct particle collision experiments. The 10-meter diameter, 2-light-year-long pipe is incredibly small in the starry sky, yet by its length, it is a miracle. Even in the Marvel movie universe, Earth would struggle to complete such a project at this time. A large device was installed in the middle of the particle collider, integrating various detection technologies, marking the culmination of Li Mi and his team's detector. The particle collision experiment began. The energy furnace was prepared, and the particles started to accelerate. It was expected that in 2 years, the particles would begin colliding. Xiao Bai controlled the equipment, and the experiment commenced at Li Mi's command. Since it was not at the speed of light, time was needed for acceleration, so the time estimate might vary. Energy attacked the particles, propelling them forward. Within just a month, the particles accelerated to 99 of the speed of light, with the collider adding energy to the particles at regular intervals. Aside from a detection equipment installed in the middle, basic detection devices were also placed at intervals along the collider and at the energy furnace's position. As the particles sped up, approaching the speed of light, the energy supply remained continuous. Li Mi and the team waited and observed the particle acceleration process, recording a wealth of data every time energy was supplied to the particles. Ancient One was also present, and projections showed the particles' acceleration and propulsion process in front of each person. Each time energy was added to propel the particles, they burst forth in dazzling colors, splitting into smaller particles, Some attempted to escape the collider in the form of light, but were bound by the powerful force field, moving in the same direction as the accelerated particles. The particles continued to accelerate, reaching 99.9999999 of the speed of light, on the verge of breaking through to light speed and colliding. Everyone focused intently on the final step of the experiment. Naturally, since it was an experiment, there would not be just one collision. During the initial acceleration, particles were continuously added, observed in the collider as if two long chains of particles were rushing towards the center. Suddenly, Xiaobai spoke quickly. The particles have reached the speed of light. We have collected the time dilation factor data. Soon after, the particles collided. There was no sound, only a brilliant explosion of colors in less than 1,000 Planck times. The light disappeared, leaving countless atoms, electrons, protons, and other microscopic particles, with the collision center nearly forming a vacuum. However, in even smaller Planck times, many previously unobservable smaller particles appeared. All changes after the particle collision were detected and recorded. Subsequent collisions continued at 1-minute intervals, resulting in a collision every minute. This particle collision experiment lasted for half a year, only stopping when the energy furnace was on the verge of exploding. The energy furnace had been outputting energy beyond its limits, which also served to verify the theoretical limits of the energy furnace's output. A significant amount of data was collected for further calculations and improvements to sustain its extreme output. The experiment was very successful. We observed gravitons and collected sufficient data. Huang Yinghua said excitedly. Gravitons, the fundamental particles that generate gravity, were observed for the first time. Kai Wenbao also looked thrilled. In addition, we collected enough data to fully verify the mass-energy equation. From now on, as long as there is matter, energy will no longer be lacking. In fact, they did not lack energy at this moment. It was just that the mass-energy equation was more efficient. For instance, the energy produced from antimatter annihilation exceeds any other form of energy, but collecting antimatter takes time and energy, and when calculating the consumption versus the actual energy produced, one realizes that the consumption is significant. When utilizing controlled nuclear fusion, the definition of energy conversion efficiency was already established. Output must exceed input. This was later defined as the Q value. If the Q value of controlled nuclear fusion is greater than 1, it is considered successful. If greater than 10, it is utilized to the fullest. Currently, by this calculation, Li Mi and their energy furnace reached a Q value of 1,000. But with a deep understanding of the mass-energy equation, they achieved a direct conversion between matter and energy. This means matter can be transformed directly into energy, and the energy produced is immense, primarily due to high conversion efficiency. Extracting dark energy itself requires a massive amount of energy to break through spatial constraints and access dark energy. The same applies to antimatter. Despite having nearly unlimited energy, their actual conversion rate was not very high. Li Mi understood the excitement of the others and then asked Xiaobai, besides the two achievements mentioned, are there any other discoveries? Xiaobai unfolded the data. Boss, we also observed two mysterious particles, both as small as gravitons for the first time. The others began to review the data. Luo Songhua looked at it for a while and suddenly said, why does one type of particle's data seem to resemble space? Yes, it should be space. Many of its data correlate with the space stone, someone replied. The other type requires analysis and verification to determine what particle it is, as it has no relation to our current research data. Li Mi nodded, but said nothing more, only instructing them to begin analyzing and verifying the data. Casting a deep glance at the data of the last particle, he actually knew this was the consciousness particle, also known as the soul particle, because the true spirit's embryonic form received this information and intuitively understood the result. Chapter 56, Encountering Obstacles, the discovery of soul particles was immediately recognized by Li Mi, while others needed time to compare and find the commonalities with the soul gem and mind gem. Regarding research, Li Mi hoped they would make their own discoveries rather than hinder their research autonomy. The particle collision experiment had been completed, and there was ample time for data organization and verification in the later stages since resources were no longer lacking. The particle collider directly conducted annihilation, leaving not a single atom behind. They planned to leave. The Marvel multiverse was too terrifying. Everything felt like it was under surveillance, which was quite uncomfortable. However, before leaving, Limi had Xiao Bai upgrade the energy furnace, applying the mass energy equivalence principle, ensuring they no longer lacked energy with an abundance of it. And material issues were also resolved. Other defense mechanisms and attack technologies were rapidly iterated and upgraded, especially the cross-dimensional jump technology and time search technology. Limi was surprised that after 5 years, the battleship's main material was derived from the dismembered system fragment material. Although the essence of the material was not fully analyzed, a lot of data had been obtained from the analysis, and research was conducted with vibranium and URU metal data, leading to a new derived material. The material's performance was 1 level lower than the system fragment material, but 2 levels higher than vibranium and URU metal, inheriting most of the properties of the 3 materials. The breakthrough in materials led to another significant overall upgrade of the battleship. Over the 5 years, Limi had analyzed 78 of the causal power contained in the system fragments, allowing him to barely utilize some causal power, at least shielding himself from related causality. His progress in magic was also substantial. He surpassed the Ancient One in magical mastery, particularly in dimensional magic. Limi felt he could elevate to a 4-dimensional being at any time, but held back, knowing his foundation had not reached its limit, and currently, such an elevation would not benefit him much, at least not significantly enhancing his power. Xiao Bai and others produced many results. Their nanotechnology had far surpassed Tony's nano armor, as Tony's technological foundation was incomparable. Everyone was also far ahead in gene editing and modification technology, enabling self-upgrade and evolution, referred to as the first-generation technological body. The previous gene editing and modification technology was not considered a generation. It merely aimed at longevity, as scientific research relies on accumulated time, and without a long lifespan, it is challenging to improve. Only with this upgrade did they classify it as first-generation technology. The battleship upgrade was completed. Its normal size was a spherical body with a diameter of 30 meters. The material itself had no color, making it invisible to the naked eye, and general detection could not identify it. However, the entire battleship emitted a soft glow, resembling a light sphere, yet the light was controlled and could be completely retracted. The attack mode had also changed. It was no longer a projectile-like launch method, but upgraded to an intangible attack mode similar to that of the Infinity Stones. The antimatter annihilation bomb, after the upgrade, directly conducted annihilation attacks, eliminating physical projectiles, and space attack technology was similar. The defense mechanism was the latest iteration of the world force field, capable of shielding detection and defending against energy weapons, space weapons, etc. As long as the technology was mastered, it could basically defend against it. It was merely about breaking through the defense, not destroying it, as long as energy was continuous. The world force field could self-repair and continue defending. At this stage, it was a contest of energy reserves. They were finally about to leave. The Ancient One sighed. After going offline, she had primarily rested, with learning as a secondary focus, during which she acquired a lot of knowledge. Others were also a bit nervous. After the battleship upgrade, its detection technology also improved, and they saw the virtual projection outside the world, with the images processed and regenerated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to see it. Vast and boundless, radiant and brilliant, the dense clusters of worlds surrounding the main world were like grains of sand, countless in number. They began the cross-dimensional jump to leave. Limi issued the order. Energy output initiated the cross-dimensional jump. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Bai's warning alarm sounded as they were obstructed by a force. Breaking through the obstruction, they forced the cross-dimensional jump. Limi's gaze lingered on the sacred timeline of the world, where intangible causality and the power of time held them back. The battleship erupted with a destructive force, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, and in an instant, they broke through the limitations of the sacred timeline of the world. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden light crossed outside the world, blocking the battleship. Limi immediately recognized this was a deity from the celestial group, unsure of which world they originated from, and as they were about to leave forcefully, another vague figure appeared. The Ancient One stayed behind. The two divine beings spoke in unison about their purpose for coming. The others inside the battleship were unaware, but the Ancient One recognized one of them. The figure that appeared later was merely a clone of the Vishani. Limi rubbed his forehead, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. Facing this, he felt a headache. These two should be clones. The true forms were quickly observing the two clones and analyzing their information. The Ancient One, wishing to leave, felt it unnecessary to act, as it was merely one of countless versions of herself. Limi projected himself in front of the two clones. The Vishanti gave Limi a meaningful glance, merely coming to mention something. If she truly wanted to leave, then she could. The Vishanti truly only came to mention something. After speaking, the clone vanished. The other deity from the celestial group remained silent, merely blocking the battleship's path. Ancient One, do you have a grudge with the celestial group? Limi asked. Not that I know of, the Ancient One replied, unsure herself. Limi noticed their standoff had attracted many gazes. Just as he was about to act and leave forcefully, a phantom finger appeared in the Marvel multiverse, pointing directly at the celestial group's divine clone. There was no time to call for help. It had already vanished, and the phantom finger immediately transformed into a piece of information that appeared directly in Limi's true form. Leaving is possible, but whatever you take, you must provide equivalent technology or something else. Whatever it is, as long as it's equivalent, you can leave at any time. The source of the information was unknown, but the meaning was clear. If one wanted to leave and had gained something from the world, they must leave something of equal value behind, allowing them to leave whenever they wished. Limi's true form quickly spun, almost smoking from the rapid rotation. After calculations, the amount of material taken was minimal. In terms of the scale of this world, that little material was insignificant. The only troublesome aspect should be the data on the Infinity Stones and the foundational technologies of those civilizations within the world. In the end, Limi couldn't help but rub his forehead. Chapter 57 Departure battles erupted frequently. Systems flew all over the sky. Timelines trembled from time to time, and worlds were constantly being created or destroyed. As for those causing trouble, they couldn't withstand the basic attacks from the sacred timeline's instincts, and dying would be in vain. Limi personally controlled the battleship, searching for a relatively stable world in the later stages of a plot development among the surrounding worlds. And then the battleship transformed into a speck of dust and merged into that world. After entering this world, Limi controlled the battleship to hide deep in the starry sky, with the entire battleship shrinking to the size of an atom, concealed in the depths of the cosmos. We needed to continue our research and improve our technology, but this time we focused on studying the Infinity Stones. Ideally, we could develop the technology to artificially create Infinity Stones and exchange them with those big shots, allowing us to leave. Limi explained the principle of equivalent exchange in detail. After all, those with big fists had their own logic. Gu-E nodded, realizing that to gain something, one must pay something in return. The research data on the Infinity Stones was produced by you, and it shouldn't be that important. What mattered was my desire to leave. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, thinking about how to calculate this equivalence was daunting. Gu-E was a living being, a human. How could one make a fair calculation? And what could be used as a trade? Limi also realized that to others, the Infinity Stones were insignificant. In the later stages, the Time Management Bureau was littered with Infinity Stones. It turned out that the truly important one was Gu-E. She was one of the key plot characters that traversed the evolution of worlds. What would it cost to take her away? Headaches ensued. Everyone felt the pain. Life was the least valuable, yet the most valuable. Life was priceless. It was impossible to measure. Limi had initially sensed that the battle would cease when leaving, held down by an illusory finger from the main world. But leaving had become even more difficult. That avatar from a celestial god group. If it truly came to a fight, Limi wouldn't be able to win, but if he insisted on leaving, the other side couldn't stop him. As for that old guy, the Emperor of Ashani, it was unclear what he meant. He didn't explain anything clearly. Gu-E, why don't you ask the Emperor of Ashani what those big shots mean? Huang Yinghua said suddenly. Limi's eyes lit up as he looked at Gu-E. Mage, it seems that the Emperor of Ashani doesn't care that much about your departure. It would be good to ask about the conditions. Otherwise, you might not be able to leave smoothly. After hearing this, Li Mi realized he had overthought it. They only needed his development route as an exchange. But that was his foundation, which he couldn't give up at the moment. Breaking the sacred timeline meant passing the test. Leaving was just leaving. The situation was simple. They were the ones complicating it. The sacred timeline of your world could be faced by the battleship right now. It was just not that simple. The timeline was a derivative of the multiverse, and time was always connected to the main world. Breaking the timeline would be fine if no one intervened. But that celestial god group avatar would likely intervene. Li Mi pondered. He also began to think, when had she ever intersected with the celestial gods or deities? Then Li Mi told them to stay inside the battleship and not interfere, taking over Xiao Bai's system to personally control the battleship and confront the sacred timeline. The battleship emitted a brilliant light, floating within the timeline, like a fish struggling in a river. An endless timeline was stirred by a beam of light, collapsing and then restoring. An invisible, surging power acted upon the battleship. The system of that unfortunate traveler couldn't withstand the sacred timeline, ultimately being torn apart. And Li Mi's battleship was no exception, as the battleship's main body was merely a derivative of system materials. However, the only difference was that the battleship was not lacking in energy, equipped with the latest world force field defense. The unfortunate system's causal power was insufficient, meaning it lacked energy to resist. The world force field constantly adjusted to counter the power of the timeline, and Li Mi's true spirit prototype rapidly rotated, reading and analyzing the power information from the timeline's eruption. The world force field was also adapting to this force, as it contained mathematical models constructed from time data. The timeline was stirred and shattered, almost beginning to crack, with the world affected and facing potential destruction at any moment. The battleship unleashed the power of the Infinity Stones. With energy output reaching maximum levels, the eruptive waves startling countless powerful beings, yet none personally entered the fray. They all observed from a distance. During the confrontation, Li Mi gathered a wealth of information, and the true spirit prototype became increasingly solidified, allowing him to quickly analyze the power of the sacred timeline's eruption. At the same time, fragments of the causality laws were also analyzed, revealing a causality law with only 80 completeness within the true spirit prototype. Li Mi controlled the battleship, unleashing its maximum power, shattering the timeline, interrupting the sacred time, and in an instant, reconstituting the sacred timeline. However, within this world, Gu-E had disappeared, and no one remembered her existence. In breaking the timeline, Li Mi erased all causality related to Gu-E in this world. Even the causality related to the 6 of them in this world was erased. The timeline was reshaped. The world was not destroyed, but without their causality. The battleship shrank and vanished from the gazes of the many observers. Li Mi controlled the battleship to distance itself from the Marvel multiverse, making 2 consecutive cross-border jumps, observing that vast and boundless world from afar. The farther away they got, the more complete the observation became. It was a world of unknown magnitude, like a person facing the largest star. Surrounding the battleship was only an unobservable force colliding, the void, yet chaos was not disorder. The space was undefined, with chaos in all directions, and time lost its meaning. The theories of the world here lacked the fundamental basis for existence. If it weren't for the protection of the world force field, the battleship couldn't withstand a single force and would dissolve into nothingness. The first time leaving the world and making a cross-border jump, it was impossible to observe. So they didn't even know they had arrived at a subworld beneath the Marvel multiverse. Now, only by strengthening their observation technology could they witness this scene. Chapter 58, Unknown World, Ancient One, Huang Yinghua and Xiao Bai, even with upgraded detection technology and equipment, could only observe the dazzling brilliance in the distance, unable to see the subworlds hidden by that brilliance. The grand scene made them reveal a look of bewilderment. Li Mi was about to control the battleship to jump across the boundary again, when suddenly there was a flicker in the Marvel multiverse, and a phantom figure stepped out. "Take my punch. Life and death are on your own," the phantom figure said coldly. Normally, sound could not propagate in the boundary environment, yet this echoed in everyone's minds. Li Mi's expression turned grave. The information he received was chaotic and disordered, making it impossible to analyze or identify who the powerful figure was. The opponent floated in the chaotic void, with the potential to dissipate at any moment. Before Li Mi could respond, the phantom figure had already struck, swinging a punch towards the battleship. The battleship unleashed a surge of power, transforming it into a punch to meet the opponent's unreasonable strike. The two punches collided, and the energy consumption of the battleship exceeded its limits. Li Mi flickered, transforming into a giant to resist the inexplicable punch along with the battleship. The void shattered, the phantom figure vanished, and the battleship was sent into a rift in the void. Li Mi's gaze erupted with a cold light. Then he restrained his aura, realizing from the causal connections that it was Dormammu from the Marvel multiverse. Forget it. After all, we did cut off half of his body, so it's normal for him to return a punch, Li Mi thought as he controlled the battleship to navigate through the void rift. Just after leaving the Marvel multiverse, without the chance to search for other worlds, they were pulled into the rift, and now they could only rely on luck to determine where they would end up. The battleship contended with the violent forces within the void rift, which were more ferocious, disordered, and chaotic than the formless powers of the chaotic void. Xiaobai, control the battleship and take the opportunity to leave the rift, Li Mi ordered. Xiaobai began to take control of the battleship. The Ancient One found Li Mi and asked, "Who was the last to strike? Everyone has left, yet they still hit us?" She always felt a sense of familiarity with that phantom figure, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. Dormammu, the Dormammu from the main world. Li Mi explained with a smile. The Ancient One nodded. "No wonder we cut his body, and he returned a punch. That's understandable." At first, the Ancient One wanted Li Mi to capture Dormammu, but now she realized how naive and fearless that was. And it was no wonder Li Mi had been hiding and secretly acting like an old fox. "Ancient One, I have to get busy. Feel free to do as you wish until we reach the next world," Li Mi said before leaving. This time, facing the sacred timeline, the combat process read a massive amount of information that needed to be parsed one by one. At that time, he broke the timeline and severed time itself, ultimately reshaping the sacred timeline with the power of the multiverse. While reshaping the timeline, Li Mi retrieved some information from the multiverse, which included some creation information. The Ancient One's original world was destroyed and then instantly restored. The process was akin to creating a world. It could be said that it was akin to opening up the heavens and the earth, just before the destruction of the Ancient One's world. At the moment Li Mi broke the timeline, he read the information of the entire world's time evolution. The sheer volume of information almost overwhelmed his mind. If someone had intervened at a critical moment, the outcome would have been unpredictable. It was uncertain whether Li Mi would be able to leave alive. Now, Li Mi needed time to parse the vast information, calculate, analyze, verify, and understand it so that the information could become his own. The true spirit embryo spun rapidly, and with each rotation, it garnered immense benefits, speeding up the parsing process. Outside the battleship, they traversed through the void rift, and it was unclear how much time had passed. In such an environment, time could not be calculated, losing its meaning. The theories within the world could not be defined in the chaotic void. One could say that time and space were absent and other laws ceased to function. The battleship relied entirely on the world force field for protection. A ray of light appeared within the rift, and in the fleeting moment, the battleship entered the world emitting the light. Without needing Li Mi's orders, Xiaobai detected the world's information, made corresponding adjustments, and began adapting to the new world. The others immediately began to get busy. A new world, worthy of research. The Ancient One discovered that she could use her physical energy, but magic lost its effectiveness. This world lacked the foundational conditions for casting spells. Li Mi had now parsed the information he acquired and converted the data Xiaobai could record into a numerical control input in the database. The battleship appeared in the starry sky of the new world, and after calculation and positioning, they found themselves 1,000,000,000,000 light years away from the Milky Way. It was too far. Xiaobai had fully embraced the ideas Li Mi had been dedicated to hiding. Upon entering the world, all shielding functions had been activated, and then she transformed into a speck of dust to hide. Li Mi read the astonishing information of a new world, realizing that it was a pure material world, a cosmic starry sky, 10 times larger than the Ancient One's world. As from the dimensional information, This world spanned from 1 dimension to 10 dimensions. Yet, the relevant information leaked, revealing that the 4-dimensional space was shattered, and one could say that the 4-dimensional space was absent. Now, the 3-dimensional realm was the main body of the world. From the information of the photons, it was discovered that the entire starry sky had almost no civilization. Or perhaps those civilizations had hidden themselves. Gently adjusting the spatial parameters, he cast his gaze across space, landing within the solar system of the Milky Way. Earth. He saw it, and from the information, it was now 1991. The distance was too great. He could only see fragmented information, unable to comprehend what kind of world this was. As for going to Earth, it was unnecessary. The gap was too vast. It was optional. However, he could send out a probe for information collection. Then he looked towards other star regions and found that aside from occasionally observing some primitive civilizations, he hadn't found a single advanced civilization. Could it be the dark force theory? Lemmy couldn't help but feel a tremor in his mind. If that were the case, it seemed more dangerous than the Marvel multiverse. Whether it was true or not still needed to be confirmed. Xiao Bai sent a probe to Earth. Be cautious during the process to avoid any possibility of exposure, and at the same time, adapt to the new world as quickly as possible, Lemmy ordered. Xiao Bai began adjusting various technical parameters upon entering this world, but adaptation would still take some time. Once the parameters were adjusted, the battleship itself would also need micro-tuning. Fortunately, the advanced nanotechnology allowed such micro-tuning to be accomplished well, unlike before when Xiao Bai had to control industrial equipment for modifications. Boss, there's a neutron star moving abnormally. In less than a minute, it has moved over 100 astronomical units from its original position. Xiao Bai sounded the alarm. An artificial neutron star battleship? Lemmy couldn't help but ask, then turned his gaze to the starry sky coordinates provided by Xiao Bai. It was quickly confirmed that this was indeed a neutron star battleship, as the gravity and magnetic field of this neutron star had been shielded. Zhou Hongwu and the Ancient One gathered in Li Mi's laboratory to observe the neutron star battleship discovered by Xiao Bai. This was their first encounter with such an extreme celestial battleship. Chapter 59, Neutron Star Warship after a month of observation. This is a pure material world, devoid of magic, where timelines do not exist. Time manifests as the change of matter. Dimensions above 4 have already fragmented, and the incomplete information indicates that there are still 4-dimensional fragments present. The absence of a timeline does not mean there is no time. Rather, it manifests in another way. The motion of atoms, electrons, and even the smallest microscopic particles is a representation of time. If all microscopic particles in a human body are at rest, time also comes to a halt. The same applies to other matter. Lemmy thought of a definition, absolute zero, where everything is frozen and time is frozen too. In a pure material world, theoretically, it is possible to reverse time, but the required computational power and energy are unimaginable. One would need to calculate the original trajectories of microscopic particles and then reverse those trajectories, using infinite energy to move the particles backward, achieving the phenomenon of time flowing backward. An old person becomes young, and matter transforms as particles move in reverse, creating the phenomenon of time reversal. Lemmy conducted an experiment. Using the limited understanding of the laws of time, he attempted to reverse time in a small area of a planet. The results were unexpected. Time did reverse, but the energy consumed was far greater than what he had calculated for reversing the motion of the microscopic particles in that area. The laws exist, but they do not manifest in the material world. The energy consumed when utilizing these laws increases exponentially. The test area was only 10 square units. Yet the energy required to reverse time in that area was more than 100 times the energy obtained from converting the matter in that area. It was not cost-effective at all. If one were to reverse the time of the entire world, it would require the energy equivalent to that of over 100 similar worlds. There are differences in spatial aspects. Only the parameters and energy consumption varied, and they were not as terrifying as the consumption of time. In this world, the laws of time seemed to be a taboo, difficult to utilize. Another year passed, and the probe reached Earth. Through observation, it was found to be an ordinary world, without extraordinary abilities or other special existences. It was purely a technological material world, unlike any world Lemmy knew. However, through covert observation of that artificial neutron star warship, a phenomenon was discovered that resembled the dark forest survival laws from the three-body problem. The difference was that as long as a civilization reached level 3, it almost escaped the dark forest survival laws. After discovering the neutron star warship, Leamy read the basic information leaked by this civilization and learned some circumstances. However, any civilization above level 3 shields and hides its information, and given the great distance between Leamy and the neutron star warship, not much information could be retrieved. Even the classification of civilizations yielded limited information. The general understanding was that civilizations at level 3 were considered primary civilizations. Levels 4 to 6 were intermediate civilizations, and level 7 was a high civilization. However, there was no way to retrieve relevant information about level 1 civilizations. It wasn't that these civilizations were particularly powerful. It was simply the nature of the world that made it difficult to obtain information about civilizations unless one faced them directly. The world had a certain level of protection over information, unlike the Marvel Universe, where related information was constantly emitted into the world and could be accessed by anyone capable. The group gathered again. "Boss, this world feels strange. It seems off in some way." Kai Wenbao looked at the data collected by Xiao Bai, his face full of questions. Xiao Bai was also calculating. Except for Gu Yi, everyone else nodded in agreement that this world was odd. It was indeed strange. It felt like this world had been modified. Gu Yi's expression was serious. After hearing this, Limi turned to Gu Yi. "Master Gu Yi, is it just a feeling? Or are there some signs? If a world has been modified," Limi currently could not fathom what kind of existence this was, whether it was a civilization or a powerful individual. "Is it just a feeling, or have you observed different signs?" Gui Simidet. The others exchanged glances. Indeed, there was a sense of signs. Could it be that we have stumbled into a subworld, and this world is merely an experimental world? Zhao Tian speculated, uncertain. That shouldn't be possible. After our detection technology was upgraded, if this world had a main world, it wouldn't be able to hide from our probes. Luo Songhua shook his head, confident in their current technological applications. Limi fell silent. After deducing and calculating based on the fragmented dimensional information left behind, he soon said with a heavy expression, "The world hasn't been modified. It should be a world of ruins after a great war." Gu Yi and the others exchanged glances. Limi relied on the fragmented dimensional data to deduce the most plausible scenario. With dimensions from 0 to 10 and the four-dimensional space shattered, it was evident that a great war had occurred in this world. What kind of war it was remained unclear due to insufficient information for calculation. Furthermore, with their current technology, if it could be hidden, then even if those advanced civilizations discovered them, it wouldn't matter. If they couldn't find them, it proved they had sufficient self-defense capabilities. "Boss, after calculations, there should be a level 9 civilization in that world," Xiao Bai said. The group exchanged smiles. But Limi shook his head. "Xiao Bai, the so-called level 9 civilization is merely the classification of this world. We currently lack sufficient information to analyze their technology. Let's go take a look at that neutron star warship. A civilization capable of turning a neutron star into a warship must not be low level," Zhou Hongwu suddenly suggested. They were 100,000 light-years away from the neutron star warship. To conceal themselves, Xiao Bai controlled the warship to avoid performing ultra-long-distance spatial transmission, instead shrinking the warship to the size of dust for ordinary long-distance spatial transmission. The reduction in size for transmission caused lesser spatial fluctuations, making it easier to erase the traces left by the transmission. A single ordinary long-distance spatial transmission covered a distance of only 1,000 light-years, requiring over 100 transmissions. Upon reaching the star system where the neutron star warship was located, Li Mi and the others observed the warship from a distance, covertly monitoring it. After a month of observation, they gained little. The opponent's shielding technology was impressive, and to obtain more information, they would need to deploy a probe inside the neutron star warship. However, a technological civilization capable of turning a neutron star into a warship must have solid foundational technology. Even a single additional particle on the neutron star could be detected. The quantum fields were also shielded, making quantum detection impossible. This was the first time Li Mi encountered such a formidable, pure, technological civilization. In a battle, they would surely win, but the civilization's technology seemed nearly flawless, with a well-balanced development, making covert observation quite challenging. Not wanting to expose themselves, they could only wait for an opportunity in the shadows. A faint spatial fluctuation occurred, and Li Mi turned to look in the direction of the disturbance, discovering a beautiful scene. A starry sky painting the size of the solar system was rapidly moving through the cosmos. Chapter 60. The Great War of Technological Civilization. The starry sky painting is a two-dimensional image filled with stars, the size of the solar system, moving rapidly in the cosmic space at a speed of 300 times the speed of light, utilizing the curvature superluminal technology of spatial distortion. Just by glancing at the entire picture, one can see how beautiful and terrifying it is. The neutron star battleship has not completely hidden itself, but instead revealed traces, which now appear to be fishing, or rather deliberately luring other civilizations. It is possible that this is aimed at the suddenly emerging two-dimensional spatial civilization. Li Mi and their battleship moved slightly away from the neutron star battleship, reaching a distance of 1 light-year from it, observing the two civilizations that were about to meet from afar. The two-dimensional spatial civilization did not emit any signals or signs of communication, but directly unfolded the two-dimensional space voucher towards the neutron star battleship. Signs of dimensional reduction appeared in the starry sky where the two civilizations met, and the neutron star battleship seemed to also be reduced to 2 dimensions. There was no explosion of energy. It was so plain and unadorned, giving a sense of returning to simplicity. Just as the neutron star battleship was about to transform into 2 dimensions, it suddenly activated its shielding field, and the terrifying gravity and violent magnetic explosion penetrated the two-dimensional space. Then, the neutron star battleship began to rotate, and with each rotation, its gravitational pull and magnetic explosion tore apart the two-dimensional space. The rotation speed increased, and the center of the two-dimensional spatial civilization was shattered by the power of the neutron star battleship, like a sphere stirring within a painting. The space was stirred up, and the two-dimensional spatial civilization also unleashed its spatial power to repair the two-dimensional space, continuing to output energy to reduce the neutron star battleship to 2 dimensions. Li Mi and the others observed this scene from a distance, exchanging glances. The combat power of this pure technological civilization was terrifying. These two civilizations might not yet have reached a level of utilizing the laws, but with their technological prowess, they were almost able to counter the laws. Boss, another civilization has joined the battle. This civilization was well hidden, and we had not detected any signs before, Xiao Bai said, projecting the battleship that suddenly appeared 10 astronomical units away on their screen. It was a battleship filled with white light, in the shape of a cube with dimensions of 10 kilometers in length, width, and height. The ship's body was gray but emitted white light from within. It was perfect. Kai Wenbao, who had studied mathematics for a long time, encountered such a cube for the first time. Its precision was almost at the limit. The surface of the cube was completely smooth, showing no signs of discord, and its precision was even higher than that of strong interaction materials, truly achieving perfection. This battleship's material absorbed any radiation and energy while reflecting 100 of the light, an extreme contradiction in existence. The battleship appeared on the battlefield within a few breaths, and unexpectedly, the battleship that followed attacked the neutron star battleship. A pitch-black ray of attack struck the neutron star battleship, directly piercing through a corner of it, causing a basketball-sized piece of matter to fall off. Subsequently, the ray spread out and enveloped the neutron star battleship. The two-dimensional spatial civilization also coalesced into a mass, wrapping around the neutron star battleship, attempting to completely reduce it to 2 dimensions. The two-dimensional space had been broken open, creating cracks 2 astronomical units in size. And then the neutron star battleship began to charge forward recklessly. The two-dimensional spatial civilization could not withstand it and was nearly shattered, already losing half of its form. The cube battleship that appeared afterward unleashed a punch-sized mass, but at such a short distance, this mass reached the speed of light directly. The kinetic impact at light speed was terrifying. If the neutron star battleship were hit, Even though it was a neutron star, it could be shattered into countless fragments. The neutron star battleship unleashed a pitch-black shield, its protective barrier, which resisted the impact of the light-speed kinetic weapon. However, it seemed to be overloaded with energy, losing its power, and the neutron star battleship stopped rotating, its gravity returning to the original gravitational pull of the neutron star. A neutron star stood still in a shattered painting, while the two-dimensional spatial civilization took this rare opportunity to restore the two-dimensional space. The cube battleship, having expended energy for this kinetic strike, also fell into overload, unable to launch an equally powerful attack in short term. And ordinary attacks had no effect on the neutron star. The battlefield seemed to have frozen. What a terrifying technological civilization. Gui could not help but marvel. Even if I could cast spells, I wouldn't last a moment under such a strike. Li Mi and the others also wore solemn expressions. The three civilizations engaged in combat seemed to be only mid-level civilizations, still a step away from becoming advanced civilizations, yet they possessed such combat power. Comparing it with their own battleship strength, they realized that while they might win in a real battle, they lacked overwhelming power, unless they were willing to expend hundreds or even thousands of times more energy to utilize the laws for attacks. The laws of this world were not apparent. They were obviously being deliberately suppressed to prevent civilizations from overly utilizing them. The three civilizations ceased their attacks, with the two-dimensional spatial civilization recovering while the other two civilizations adjusted and repaired their energy output devices. Xiao Bai, how much information was detected in this battle? Li Mi asked, even though he could see it himself. He still inquired, as he needed basic information sharing not just for himself, but also for his companions. Boss, based on the collected data, it appears that 90 of the three major civilizations have grasped the fundamentals of the unified theory, Xiao Bai replied. So, these three civilizations have reached the peak of utilizing the four fundamental forces? Luo Songhua remarked with some emotion. Their technology was clearly unbalanced. Some technologies were so advanced that they surpassed the three civilizations before them, yet many fundamentals could not be compared with the three civilizations. Li Mi and the others did not even know how to achieve the kinetic impact unleashed by the cube battleship, accelerating matter to the speed of light in such a short time to strike the enemy. The neutron star battleship's final shield, which managed to withstand the light-speed kinetic strike, was also terrifying. Among the three civilizations, it was clear that the two-dimensional spatial civilization was the weaker side. Continue to probe. Let us see if we can gather data on their civilization while they are engaged in battle, Li Mi ordered, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the information suppression in this world. Otherwise, he could directly read the information of the three civilizations. Upon reflection, this seemed normal. The Marvel world was special. Otherwise, how could information reading be so simple? Every world was not so straightforward, and this world was simply an exhibitionist. Such a world should be the normal representation. 10 minutes later, the two-dimensional spatial civilization had restored to 80 of its original size, and the neutron star battleship regained its mobility, unleashing its full combat power and charging recklessly. The two-dimensional spatial civilization suffered another heavy blow. The cube battleship was merely nudged by the neutron star battleship, and cracks began to appear on it, as if it could shatter at any moment. In the end, the two-dimensional spatial civilization self-destructed half of its two-dimensional space, and a half-damaged civilization unleashed its power, breaking through the space to escape the battlefield. The cube battleship also seized the opportunity to launch a light-speed kinetic attack, seemingly utilizing its backup energy. And after launching the attack, it also exploded to a speed of 500 times the speed of light to escape. Chapter 61 Foundation of Civilization. The Trilateral Civilization War has come to an end, leaving a somewhat anticlimactic feeling. Why did they go to war? And did their escape achieve the goals of all parties? Li Mi and the others deployed probes to follow the two fleeing civilizations, hoping to acquire their technology, as they were very intrigued by the theory of unification. The neutron star battleship did not pursue the two fleeing civilizations, but remained in place. Half an hour later, it masked its gravity, and all radiation and magnetic bursts were also retracted, allowing it to hide and leave. With insufficient information and data, It was impossible to calculate the reasons for the three civilizations' war. Was that it? He always felt that these three civilizations were just playing house, fighting each other, and then leaving, which felt inexplicable. Calculations showed that the three civilizations were at the same level, with little difference in combat power, and none had overwhelming strength. Continuing the fight would likely result in an 87 chance of mutual destruction and a 90 chance of all three being severely injured. In response to Gu Yi's confusion, Xiaobai explained, "This world is a bit terrifying. It may not be inferior to the Marvel Universe, with intermediate civilizations having such combat power. Could the fragmentation of higher dimensions be a consequence of battles among those advanced civilizations?" Zhao Tian speculated. "It is possible, but it should be civilizations of level 9 or even above level 9, Huang Yinghua added. Gu Yi was puzzled, but why the war? Level 9 civilizations should be able to disregard energy and resources, standing at the pinnacle of the world, and under normal circumstances. There should be no need to go to war. Li Mi shook his head, saying that speculating this way is not very meaningful. Without relevant information, anything is possible. Conflicts between civilizations, advancements of civilizations, divisions of material, etc. Indeed, matter is constant, coupled with entropy increase. Matter is fundamental for civilization survival, unless one can transcend the world and traverse other worlds. Zhou Hongwu nodded. Later, when they arrived in the Marvel Universe, the threat was too great, and they had to leave after less than 50 years of development. The Marvel Universe is special. There is too much black technology, and much of it makes little sense. Although they have the technology, the foundational theories are not perfect. In that world, the technological knowledge stolen from other civilizations is not matched by any civilization's technological foundation compared to any of the three civilizations encountered in the current world. In a purely material technology world, everyone felt that even the technology of a level 1 civilization had its merits. After discussion, they decided to have Xiaobai deploy a large number of probes to conduct covert observations, regardless of civilization level. However, it would also take time. Level 1 civilizations seem to have begun hiding their existence, fearing attacks from other civilizations. To find these civilizations would require time for gradual probing. Civilizations like white dwarf stars that are level 6 intermediate civilizations only dared to bear their existence in the starry sky after gaining confidence in their self-defense capabilities. They had no idea how many civilizations were secretly observing during the recent war. Are the civilizations in this world hiding themselves for some reason? Zhao Tian, having studied sociology, felt that there must be a reason, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment, so he asked. Li Mi thought for a moment and shared the dark forest survival law with him. "It's too dark," Luo Songhua sighed. He shook his head, stating that the dark forest survival law clearly states that the total amount of matter remains unchanged, and survival is the basic principle of civilization. No one knows who will trigger a technological explosion first. Under the threat of survival, such a situation is very normal. It feels unnatural that my original world had those deities existing. Huang Yinghua repeatedly nodded, agreeing that in Gu Yi's original world, development was influenced by deities, making civilization interactions strange, while in this world, the wars among those advanced civilizations have made it somewhat odd. Alright, this world also has threats, and we should not have been discovered by advanced civilizations. Now we need to continue our research and verify the gains from the Marvel Universe, especially the data from particle collision experiments. Li Mi stopped their discussion, and they each continued with experiments related to their own work. Gu Yi also requested a laboratory for herself, asking Xiaobai to prepare experimental equipment for them. She planned to create an environment suitable for magic and then compare it with this world to see where the differences lie. Although she left her original world through a conditional exchange, she transcended her original world and is no longer affected by its causal relationships. Now, part of Li Mi's group. She couldn't just do nothing and live a retired life. There were no hard requirements. They were all studying topics they were familiar with and interested in, which could enhance her knowledge. Li Mi had no objection to Gu Yi's actions and let her do as she pleased. He wanted to test the capabilities of his true spirit prototype in the material technology world. Although he could observe from a great distance, it was merely observation, and the information he gathered was fragmented and sparse. That was only possible through causal power. Other abilities were suppressed to the limit. In the Marvel world, he could observe information on timelines, but now, facing the White Dwarf battleship, he was unable to read much information. His perception, or what is referred to as mental power, had a range of only 1 kilometer in diameter. Additionally, using his own power to leverage external forces became more laborious. The computational power needed increased significantly to calculate, requiring precise data without ambiguity. Only completely parsed data could be applied. Indeed, that unfortunate traveler system was correct about the excessiveness of the levels of all realms. Each world is different, and using the level of one world to classify the level of another world is not feasible. Limi stopped calculating the laws and started anew, beginning with the basics for simulation calculations, reclassifying and processing numerous data information, especially the foundational theories, using the existing data to verify different theories. Particularly with the particle collision experiments, he discovered data on gravitons and needed to use this data to conduct calculations and validations regarding gravity. Dark energy, dark matter, antimatter, etc. all underwent relevant theoretical verification, calculating whether the detailed information was accurate. Moreover, there could not be any slight errors. The mass-energy equation had only been preliminarily verified in particle collision experiments and achieved material and energy conversion through some black technology from the Marvel world. Now, deeper computational analysis and research were needed. The quantum realm was the same. Normal technological theories only supported quantum computing and quantum communication. However, the PIM particles that allow people or matter to enter the quantum realm needed to be organized, analyzed, researched, verified, and summarized into corresponding theories to serve as a foundation for broader applications of technology in the future. Time and space in this world are not for research at this time. The laws are not apparent, and studying the laws is practically antagonistic to the world, which is unnecessary at present. Chapter 62. Researching gravitons now, they need to settle down, honestly digest the existing technology, analyze, verify, and summarize. Materials science cannot compare to that cubic civilization. They were just lucky to obtain a fragment of a system, which they analyzed and researched to develop a derivative material. Kinetic weapons, including ordinary handguns, fall under the category of kinetic weapons, but when developed to the extreme, they result in light-speed kinetic strikes like those of the cubic civilization, capable of tearing apart warships made from neutron stars. In fundamental technology, they have only just discovered gravitons in the aspect of gravity without time to calculate, analyze, verify, summarize, or utilize. The strong nuclear force has only been used to synthesize a material without truly figuring out how to utilize it. As for the weak nuclear force, they haven't even reached a usable stage. According to calculations, achieving a level comparable to neutron star warships and cubic civilization warships in the study and application of the 4 fundamental forces would take them at least 1,000 years of development. Unless they can plunder a certain intermediate civilization in this world to complete the fundamentals, it would be difficult to shorten the required development time. The laws of this world are not apparent, and many abilities of the Marvel Universe's Infinity Stones cannot be utilized. Moreover, without fully understanding the technology, the subtle differences in the laws of each world prevent them from making adjustments. To adapt to a new world by adjusting parameters in different worlds requires a complete understanding of the technology and a comprehensive theory to identify and understand the different discrepancies and how to modify them. The application of technological techniques cannot be changed at will. Sometimes, even a small decimal error in a mathematical formula can lead to unpredictable consequences. 1,000 years is still the ideal research speed. In reality, they will face various bottlenecks and challenges, potentially requiring even more time. Xiao Bai was ordered to seal off the world's force field, cross-dimensional jump technology, the mathematical models of the Infinity Stones, as well as currently unsupported black technologies like PIM particles and dimensional magic, focusing future research on the fundamentals. Those technologies are impressive, but they can only be utilized. They can't be used in other worlds due to the lack of foundational theoretical knowledge. Xiao Bai sealed the data and notified others of Li Mi's requirements. Of course, this only involves sealing the data, temporarily withholding research support. They can still utilize the technologies available for their warships to avoid being struck by advanced civilizations. Others agreed with Li Mi's decision, having seen the recent battle between three intermediate civilizations and realizing that without those black technologies, their own civilization's scientific accomplishments were mediocre. Li Mi chose the Milky Way as the developing galaxy, hiding their warships near the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Everyone started their research from scratch, temporarily forgetting those black technologies, no longer thinking about the related techniques. Boss, there's an anomaly detected in this world solar system? Xiaobai reminded Li Mi, then projected the detected data in front of him. Li Mi analyzed the data while checking it. Is there a civilization that has confined the solar system? He muttered. The data indicated that the solar system was wrapped in an invisible force field, preventing entry. To enter the solar system, one would need to break that force field. From the analysis of the force field data, it seemed to be a grand unified force field, indicating that the civilization that set up the force field was at least an intermediate civilization, possibly even an advanced one. Li Mi felt that Earth in this world was not so simple, but he didn't know what exactly was complicated, lacking precise data analysis to understand the specifics. Should we deploy more probes? Xiaobai asked. No, for now, the probes on the outskirts of the solar system should also hide. We will just observe. Li Mi shook his head, noting that this probe had just arrived in this world and was deployed to explore Earth. Xiaobai, notify me immediately of any anomalies on Earth. At other times, focus on calculation and analysis tasks, Li Mi ordered. In fact, Xiaobai is currently mainly assisting. With technology developed to this extent, artificial intelligence can only assist as it cannot conduct subjective research on certain scientific topics. Li Mi also began his research, differing from others in that he did not need Xiaobai's assistance. The foundational information processing of his true spirit was even stronger than Xiaobai's computational power, and he possessed data that Xiaobai had and vice versa. In this world, to leverage external forces with one's own strength, one must have technologies that are mature and thoroughly understood. Otherwise, forcing external forces would exponentially increase the energy consumption, and the backlash would also escalate thousands of times. Such research had not appeared for a long time. Everyone was fully engaged, immersed in a sea of knowledge, with each person finding their own research direction. Xiaobai coordinated, sharing data for any related research. The progress on graviton research was the most significant in capturing and observing gravitons. To test whether they're the smallest unit and how gravity is produced, they collaboratively built a device capable of observing gravitons while magnifying them millions of times. This device took 10 years to create and is nearly half the size of the moon. Originally, to observe gravitons, the microscope's magnification reached an astonishing level, and the imaging of gravitons continued to be magnified millions of times. The difficulty of building this device was greater than constructing a new warship. The magnified gravitons displayed clear patterns, revealing that gravitons are not the smallest particles, nor the smallest units. The nodes are spherical and appear not to be the smallest units of particles. They then collaborated to build another device the size of the moon, entirely composed of high-precision components, integrating energy furnaces, data detectors, microscopic observation instruments, spatial manipulators, dark energy fine-tuning devices, and more, a masterwork of technology. They intended to use this device to slice through gravitons with spatial power, observing the data generated during the slicing process. Simultaneously, they could conduct research on atoms and electrons, as the strong and weak nuclear forces also require study. This was a device for microscopic research. Chapter 63. Tarsus Civilization. The research on gravitational particles has achieved tremendous results, summarizing the deep theoretical aspects of gravity, with significant advancements in applications, discovering the interactions between gravity, space, and time. With technology applied at this level, it has become possible to manipulate space through gravity and influence time. However, the analysis, research, and summarization process took nearly 100 years, during which other research was paused. The next step is to shift the focus to the study of mass energy equations, at least to achieve a theoretical summary and realize the conversion between matter and energy without the use of advanced technology. In 100 years, the achievements of the Xiaobai probes have also yielded some results, though not substantial, mostly consisting of technologies stolen from civilizations at level 1 to 2, which have only partially expanded their technological tree. Higher-level civilizations remain well hidden, effectively blocking external information. The neutron star battleship civilization has been secretly observed by them, but the information blockade of intermediate civilizations is more thorough. Unless one approaches directly, little information can be obtained through detectors. They have vanished from Li Mi and their observations. However, in 100 years, they have come to understand the classification of primary and intermediate civilizations in this world. A level 1 civilization has left its home planet, venturing into the starry sky, no longer relying on resources from its home planet, and has preliminarily broken free from resource limitations. A level 2 civilization has achieved basic faster-than-light travel. The extent of faster-than-light travel varies among civilizations at this level, with some achieving 100 times the speed of light after breakthroughs, while others have only reached light speed. Of course, this refers to superluminal travel through spatial curvature. Level 3 civilizations have instead made breakthroughs in biological technology, extending the lifespan of living beings within the civilization, as the lack of long lifespans makes knowledge transmission difficult to overcome. A vast amount of knowledge cannot be learned in 100 years, making further development almost impossible. Level 4 civilizations have come into contact with spatial technology, achieving superluminal travel through spatial curvature, nearly reaching the world's limits. Level 5 civilizations can travel across star systems, having broken free from basic energy limitations. Advanced civilizations above level 6 involve the application of world laws. Unfortunately, the introduction of higher-level civilizations yields increasingly vague information. In this 100 years, Earth has surprisingly become a level 1 civilization, initially forming a unified Earth alliance and stepping out of Earth. However, the force field beyond the solar system continues to exist for unknown reasons. Li Mi is currently researching mass energy equations with others when Xiaobai suddenly projects an object the size of a dust particle. "Boss, we have discovered a special civilization." The others also look at the projection. It is an artificial object the size of a basketball, appearing like dust in the vast starry sky. If it weren't for this artificial object entering the world force field of their battleship, Xiaobai wouldn't have detected it. Since it has entered the world force field, they should first detect the civilization level and see if it can be captured. Li Mi's eyelids twitched. The civilization has actually entered their battleship's world force field. If it were outside the world force field, he wouldn't dare to be so aggressive. This is a battleship shaped like an inverted pyramid, made from materials unknown to Li Mi and his team, with the entire ship showcasing mathematical precision. What Li Mi didn't expect was that as soon as they began to detect it, this battleship immediately reacted, instantly unleashing an invisible force field, attempting to break free from the world force field. That reaction was quick, and their counter-detection technology is not inferior to ours, Luo Songhua exclaimed. The world force field increased its strength, neutralizing the opposing force's explosion and confining it. The collision of two force fields shattered space and annihilated matter, with no energy leakage or information exposure. Initially, they thought that within the confinement of the world force field, this civilization's battleship would surely be unable to escape. However, unexpectedly, the world force field suddenly stuttered for less than 100 Planck times, and the battleship broke free from the world force field. "May I ask, which civilization are you?" A message appeared on Li Mi's battleship's communication interface. Li Mi and the others exchanged glances, filled with shock. They had actually managed to break through the world force field, albeit for a very brief moment, which was almost negligible, but they did break through. "Xiaobai, what kind of force countered the world force field just now?" Li Mi asked. "Boss, the parameters of the world force field changed within 1 Planck time. Calculations indicate that this was an attack using mathematical weaponry." "No way, mathematical weaponry?" Zhou Hongwu exclaimed. Li Mi realized that the civilization they encountered was not an intermediate civilization, but an advanced civilization. If it weren't for the world force field as protection, he would have wanted to escape from this place. "Shouldn't you introduce your civilization before inquiring?" Li Mi retorted in the universal language of this world's starry sky. The unknown civilization replied, "We are the Tarsus civilization. Are you the newly promoted advanced civilization?" Yes, we are the newly promoted advanced civilization, which you can refer to as the Me-Lu civilization. You're the first advanced civilization we have encountered. After an hour, the Tarsus civilization sent a data packet. It contained methods for reading the corresponding data. After consideration, Me and the others decided to accept this data packet. It included a basic introduction to advanced civilizations. Advanced civilizations do not attack each other in the absence of enmity. The Tarsus civilization does not know how many advanced civilizations exist in the world. The Milky Way is the territory of the Tarsus civilization. The data packet concluded with a question, inquiring why the Me-Lu civilization attacked them. Your battleship suddenly intruded into our battleship's force field range. We should be the ones asking the Tarsus civilization why you entered our force field range. The Tarsus civilization was also surprised by the information sent by Me, realizing that they had actually intruded into the force field range of Me's battleship first. In the end, the Tarsus civilization apologized, but still questioned why they had come to the Milky Way. Me countered, stating that their civilization itself is from within the Milky Way. They were unaware of when the Milky Way became the territory of the Tarsus civilization, and they had not acknowledged it. The Tarsus civilization learned that Me's Me-Lu civilization also originated from the Milky Way, clearly confused. As both are from the Milky Way, how could they say it was an intrusion? Me-Lu civilization, in a million years of the Milky Way, we have not discovered any intermediate civilization pointing towards you. The time had automatically converted to Me's calculation method. Me was too lazy to explain further and simply sent a message. Our civilization originates from a solar system and is the previous generation of civilization from the current solar system. Chapter 64. The inheritance of level 9 civilizations. That star system is very mysterious. It's possible that you come from that star system. However, that star system is an area dominated by a level 9 civilization. If possible, please expedite your advancement in civilization level. The mathematical civilization seems to know something. Me and the others did not ask many questions, but instead inquired about the situation in the world. The mathematical civilization left, disappearing from Me's sight. An 8-level civilization with mathematical weapons mistakenly believed that we were a higher-level civilization upon detecting the existence of the world force field. Zhao Tian said helplessly after analyzing the whole process. Me and the others understood Zhao Tian's meaning, but did not respond. From this encounter with the mathematical civilization, they realized that there were not many civilizations above level 7 in the world, but they did not know how many there actually were. The mathematical civilization had contacted a total of only 5 advanced civilizations. Later, as a sign of apology, they provided Me and the others with a star map of known advanced civilization territories, which marked the coordinates of 2 battlefield ruins. One of the battlefield ruins spanned billions of light years, devoid of any matter, with spatial rifts visible everywhere, and even black holes have been shattered. The other battlefield ruin was even larger, covering over 100 billion light years, completely turned into ruins, with not even spatial rifts remaining, empty as if it were a void. Except for a mysterious site at the center. It seemed that advanced civilizations were wary of something, all striving to remain hidden. The division of territories was merely a territory. There was no information about the civilizations residing within, Huang Yinghua said. Me nodded, suggesting they leave this place and change locations, as they had already been exposed. Xiaobai maneuvered the battleship out of the black hole's range at the center of the galaxy and found an ordinary star system to hide in. Then they discussed the mathematical civilization again. From the conflict, they discovered that this civilization had developed mathematics to the level of an 8-level civilization and already possessed mathematical weapons. After all, being an advanced civilization, if they had mathematical weapons, their other weapons would surely be formidable as well, since scientific research is almost inseparable from mathematics. Currently, Me and the others only had the world force field to protect themselves, and their offensive capability was significantly lacking. Unless they forcibly utilized the power within the infinite gem mathematical model, they could not contend against the mathematical civilization. A mathematical force field had already placed them in an invulnerable position. Lastly, the solar system turned out to be a region delineated by a level 9 civilization. What could be the reason? We must continue to strengthen our research, Kai Winbaugh said solemnly, fascinated by mathematics, yet now encountering a mathematical civilization. Their achievements in gravitational studies had already reached the limit of a level 6 civilization in this world, but they were still far from a high-level civilization like level 7. The differences between civilizations were as vast as heaven and earth. Without the world force field and other black technologies, Li Mi and the others had almost no resistance against advanced civilizations. Other advanced civilizations had developed step by step, taking tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The foundation was so solid that the gap was immense when one thought about it. The consequences of their earlier rapid advancement had now surfaced. Another 500 years passed. This time span in the vast starry sky was just a blink of an eye for any intermediate civilization. 50 years ago, Earth had acquired preliminary superluminal travel technology. But unexpectedly, before Earth could leave the solar system, it was struck by unknown advanced civilizations. The stars within the solar system were attacked. The attack on the stars in the solar system was observed before their destruction, and remarkably, they did not perish immediately. Instead, the destruction lasted for 3 years. The Earth civilization escaped the solar system. It was too coincidental. Just as superluminal travel technology emerged, the stars were attacked, leaving enough time for Earth civilization to flee. It looked deliberate. They could have targeted them directly, but left a way out for Earth civilization. With the destruction of the stars, the force field outside the solar system vanished. An lurking level 9 civilization was evidently intentional, the reasons unknown. After another 500 years of consolidation, Li Mi and the others finally completed their foundations and reached the level of the neutron star battleship civilization they encountered when they first arrived in this world. The 4 major forces had reached their limits. Without black technology, they could sufficiently build neutron star battleships. However, they were still half a step away from completing the grand unification theory. Other level 6 civilizations had almost preliminarily broken through to the grand unification theory, while Li Mi and the others still lagged slightly behind. But they were uncertain if they still had time to develop after leaving the solar system. The galaxy seemed to have descended into chaos. Numerous primary civilizations emerged, and great battles were everywhere. Intermediate civilizations, however, did not appear. But many intermediate civilizations had secretly fled to the galaxy. The neutron star battleship civilization, two-dimensional space civilization, and cubic battleship civilization they knew of all appeared within the galaxy. Besides these 3 intermediate civilizations, there were at least 10 other intermediate civilizations. Was there something special about the galaxy? Li Mi and the others were puzzled but became more cautious, hiding deeper. They directly concealed themselves at the center of an unnamed star, constructing a hidden space at the core. What was different about the galaxy? Li Mi sent out a message, specifically designated for a recipient and difficult to detect. He planned to contact the mathematical civilization to inquire. The disappearance of the solar system region meant the restrictions of the level 9 civilization had vanished, and the civilizations emerging from there would be targeted because it was said that there was a legacy of level 9 civilizations. Feeling like they were in the dark, Li Mi could only ask, how come we didn't know there was a level 9 civilization legacy inside? Li Mi and the others exchanged glances, not believing it, but unsure of what the mathematical civilization was plotting. Another 5 years passed, and Li Mi and the others received a message from the mathematical civilization. The mathematical civilization informed Li Mi and the others that the level 9 civilization legacy had some reference for level 7 advanced civilizations. While level 8 advanced civilizations had already determined their development direction, making the level 9 civilization legacy useless for them. After all, it was just a legacy, not the technological data of a level 9 civilization. If it were scientific data left by a level 9 civilization, civilizations below level 9 might have already entered the galaxy and started a war. Chapter 65. Temptation. When Li Mi first arrived in this world, he had observed Earth from an extremely long distance with his abilities and found nothing particularly different or special. His powers were suppressed, and he did not detect the existence of the mysterious force field outside the solar system. It was only later, when a probe reached the outskirts of the solar system, that the mysterious force field was detected. Now, An 8th-level civilization claims that Earth has a 9th-level civilization heritage. What is going on? Is Earth really that special? Ancient One couldn't help but ask. The others shook their heads in confusion, saying they didn't know, but Limi nodded rarely and said, if you call it special, almost every realm has its own Earth. If you say it's not special, many worlds refer to their Earth by different names. Blue Star, Earth Waterball, and they all face numerous calamities. Are we also in some novel or movie world? Zhao Tian asked. Limi shook his head, uncertain, but he felt this world resembled a certain novel, though the plot was different and many civilizations were distinct. It wasn't exactly any specific world, with a similarity of only 69. This percentage was derived from calculations based on the three-body novel and the information he had gathered with his True Spirits prototype. What novel? Even if it's not, it could serve as a reference, Huang Yinghua asked curiously. Does this mean the boss had visited other worlds before recruiting us? Limi transformed the information from the three-body trilogy into a format that Xiaobai could record. Everyone began to read the novel. Ancient One, after finishing, sighed. The civilizations in the novel were terrifying, with countless civilizations that barely made an appearance. However, the advanced civilizations in the novel were not much weaker than the 9th-level civilization of this world, and were even stronger in some aspects. After reading, the others realized that science fiction truly points to the direction of scientific development. It's just a direction, but once realized, there is hardly any difference from the novels. Yet, for a civilization to develop into a mid-level civilization, the time required starts from tens of thousands of years. Sometimes, when a civilization encounters a bottleneck, the time consumed can be far more than just tens of thousands of years. In the realm of Xianxia, it is said that cultivation has no concept of time. A civilization's development is, in terms of time, even less significant compared to personal cultivation. Indeed, Earth has faced numerous disasters. The Earth in three-body was subjected to dimensionality reduction attacks, and the solar system in this world was struck by logical weapons. Kai Wenba sighed. The Earth in the Marvel Universe was even worse. The Earth civilization had already left the solar system and detected information a year ago indicating internal divisions, splitting into two factions. Luo Songhua pondered for a moment before speaking. Everyone was aware of this news. Xiaobai detected the information and immediately informed them. Given the original world pattern of Earth, it was normal for it to later split into two factions. It was just the eastern and western camps. Zhao Tian laughed. Limi asked if they should continue communicating with the Tower civilization. We can communicate, but we must not reveal our true information. This was a surprisingly unanimous opinion among the group. Limi sent a message to the Tower civilization, thanking them and informing them of important information. They then engaged in scientific discussions. After 600 years of development, the Tower civilization had reached a mid-level civilization status. But it seemed they were missing something crucial to advance to a higher civilization. This discussion was to consider what key element they lacked for advancement. After several days of discussion without a conclusion, Limi used the True Spirits prototype to calculate and deduce what key element was missing. Excluding information about advanced civilization's black technology, he conducted extreme calculations on all collected information and research data. We lack a development direction. Mid-level civilizations and those before them require a foundation, so their development appears uniform. However, advanced civilizations have choices. It's just that the scientific theories and technological accumulation needed might take several decades to achieve advancement to a higher civilization, Limi concluded. Limi understood their meaning. As the boss, this was something he should consider while they focused on research. What direction to take was something he couldn't clarify at the moment. Besides, there was no rush. After determining a direction, advancing to a higher civilization would still require a lot of time for research and experimentation. The long-term goal was to advance to a higher civilization, but the short-term goal was to first break through the theory of unification. In terms of scientific theory, they still had gaps compared to other 6th-level civilizations. Importantly, other civilizations were genuinely striving as a single entity, while Limi and his group consisted of only 7 people plus an artificial intelligence, Xiaobai. If it weren't for the help of others, Limi alone might not have even completed the foundational scientific theories by now. It seemed necessary to consider future development directions while also deciding whether to establish a civilization. However, establishing a civilization was manageable in the early stages, but over time, different voices would inevitably arise within the civilization. This was an unavoidable issue that those advanced civilizations had not figured out how to resolve. Just as Li Mi was thinking of entering seclusion, an old friend unexpectedly knocked on the door. The neutron star battleship civilization was driving their battleship recklessly, and it seemed they were about to smash into the star where Li Mi and the others were located, triggering a supernova explosion. Li Mi faint-spotted. It was ironic that this civilization had coincidentally stumbled right to their doorstep. As for coincidence, neither Li Mi nor the others believed it. There couldn't be that many coincidences. With so many stars and galaxies in the Milky Way, how did they end up at their door? Li Mi and the others didn't first consider whether to capture the neutron star. Instead, they instantly thought that this advanced civilization had discovered their hidden location and was secretly guiding this civilization to test them. Li Mi and the others did not retaliate, but instead transformed their battleship into a particle the size of an atom. Taking the opportunity to land on a neutron star battleship during the supernova explosion. After all, it was just a supernova explosion. They could withstand it, as the world's force field resisted the star's eruption. The neutron star battleship civilization did not realize that a ship had landed within their battleship. Then, Li Mi and the others worked together to decode the space within a neutron star battleship. This was a small universe technology that only mid-level civilizations had mastered. The neutron star battleship was constructed within a neutron star. It could be considered a type of spatial technology. Although it was called a small universe, it was essentially Li Mi's early spatial cutting technology and spatial stabilization mathematical model. They found a star region in the starry sky to cut and stabilize the cutout space, then built within the cutout space. This technology was not difficult to decode, but the challenge was to do so without alarming the other party. The civilizations in this world were incredibly paranoid about their concealment and defenses. Chapter 66. Brief confrontation. Different languages lead to different logical thinking in civilizations. To decipher the technology of other civilizations, one must first decode their written language and linguistic habits. Only then can one begin to read information, analyze data, and identify key technological data, allowing for the final step of breakthrough in decoding. Written language and linguistic habits can only be collected over time. Now that they were aboard the neutron star battleship, at such close proximity, the other side must be manipulating the entire neutron star, resulting in the generation and flow of information. This process was carried out solely by Xiao Bai. Li Mi and the others quietly observed the neutron star. They had previously observed black holes, but this was their first time observing an extreme celestial body like a neutron star. The magnetic field of the neutron star had been shielded, and gravity was under control. The material of the star was in a special state. The spaces between atoms, electrons, and even protons were completely eliminated due to gravitational influence, leaving no gaps. Although gravity was controlled, it did not affect the material changes of a neutron star itself. After repeated probing, they discovered that the gravity of a neutron star was ever present, but external gravitational forces were controlled. The neutron star battleship civilization seemed to be searching for something, recklessly navigating through the galaxy. Advanced civilizations were too lazy to pay attention, while other intermediate civilizations appeared to be wary of the neutron star battleship civilization, avoiding confrontation. Those primitive civilizations did not dare to face the neutron star battleship head-on. As soon as they discovered that the neutron star battleship's route would pass through their civilization, they immediately took evasive action. However, the neutron star battleship did not destroy every star system. It seemed they were also calculating and searching for something. Not only the neutron star battleship civilization, but other intermediate civilizations were also searching for something, seemingly looking for Earth civilization. However, after leaving the solar system, Earth civilization had also hidden itself, disguising as an ordinary level 1 civilization. After splitting into two factions, Earth civilization had not exposed itself. Both factions tacitly concealed their existence. Li Mi found it strange that these intermediate civilizations knew that Earth civilization had a level 9 civilization legacy. Even if the legacy were true, with level 9 civilization technology, it should be possible to conceal it from level 8 civilizations, yet now it seemed to be widely known. Looking back, everything felt off. Could it be bait from some civilization? Li Mi muttered to himself, recalling the information provided by the Tesu civilization. They were worried that the level 9 civilization was baiting them, and as for what the Tesu civilization said about being useless to their level 8 civilization, it was just talk. Who will be foolish enough to believe it? It was as if someone was telling Li Mi, what if there's a level 7 civilization legacy? Wouldn't you be tempted? Of course, he would be tempted, but he was also afraid of falling into a trap. So he could only proceed with various tests to observe the reactions of the level 9 civilization that left behind the legacy. In this world, there was no civilization that was not cunning. Those that were not cunning might have vanished into the annals of history, and every civilization was crafty in its own way. Each civilization had its own hidden cards, and until the last moment, no one would reveal their trump cards. As expected of a level 6 civilization, Xiaobai's deciphering of the neutron star battleship was detected. In terms of conventional technology, Li Mi and the others had no advantage at all. When the neutron star battleship sensed that a civilization was deciphering them, but could not identify it, they could only momentarily unleash the gravitational force of the battleship, attempting to collapse Li Mi and their ship in a neutron star material. Moments later, the gravity disappeared, and material was surprisingly ejected outward. The utilization of gravity reached its peak, along with neutron star electromagnetic force, which at that moment exploded with power comparable to that emitted by a star over 10 years. Once Li Mi and their deciphering was discovered, they reacted quickly. Li Mi personally took action, borrowing all of Xiaobai's computational power and using it in an unprecedented manner. Utilizing causal power, he breached the defenses of the neutron star battleship, and the True Spirit prototype directly read 60 of the information data in less than a second. However, they were ultimately interrupted by the violent unified force field of a neutron star battleship, and Li Mi and their ship were pushed away by the explosive power of the neutron star battleship, appearing in the starry sky. Until now, the neutron star battleship had still not detected Li Mi and the others. They only knew they were under attack from an unknown civilization. Now the neutron star battleship stood still, with the unified force field barrier constantly activated. Li Mi did not expect that the causal power would only last a moment, and the pressure they faced would multiply. Otherwise, the unified force field would not have been able to interrupt his actions. The neutron star battleship civilization seemed to be probing, but with no discoveries, their civilization became more vigilant and no longer acted as arrogantly as before. It was clear that they understood they had been struck by an advanced civilization. Ultimately, they appeared to have defended against the attack, but after conducting an uncertain self-check, they realized their information had been read. They just didn't know how much had been read. The neutron star battleship civilization quietly left after hiding, no longer exhibiting the arrogance they had displayed when they first arrived in the galaxy, even choosing to exit the galaxy altogether. They were not fools. Knowing there was an advanced civilization, the so-called level 9 civilization legacy was certainly bait, and continuing down this path might lead to becoming the fish caught on the hook. Li Mi and the others also quietly departed. This brief confrontation made them understand that, without black technology, the gap between conventional technology and a level 6 civilization like the neutron star battleship was still significant. Among level 6 civilizations, there were still varying degrees of technological disparity. Li Mi synchronized the information data read by the True Spirit prototype to Xiaobai's database. The gains were substantial, and they understood the depth of the level 6 civilization. A true level 6 civilization applies the 4 fundamental forces to their utmost limits. It is just that their areas of expertise differ. Every level 6 civilization's research direction is the path toward advancing to an advanced civilization. The information data read was 60, with many key pieces of information missing over half, making them more aware of their own shortcomings. After hundreds of years of research and development, aside from gravity, the research on the other 3 forces had only produced basic theoretical summaries and validations. The applied technologies had not yet developed. It is important to note that there are intricate connections between electromagnetic force and the remarkable light-speed kinetic weapons. However, at this moment, having Li Mi and their group successfully create such advanced weapons was simply a pipe dream. After all, given their current technological level, this was undoubtedly a monumental challenge that was hard to overcome. Let us talk about weak nuclear force. It surprisingly has a close relationship with the decay of matter. Just understanding the intricacies of these relationships had Li Mi and his 7 companions racking their brains, let alone trying to apply it practically. As for the legendary grand unified theory and the basic applications derived from this theory, such as the unified force field, it felt as far off as a dream. Li Mi sighed. Once, they merely based their beliefs on some theories and speculations, thinking they had already entered the ranks of level 6 civilizations. However, due to the lack of opportunities for actual comparisons with other true level 6 civilizations, this self-perception remained more of an estimation and imagination. Now, when they finally had the opportunity to interact with other civilizations of the same level, they were starkly aware of how blind and overconfident their previous thoughts had been. It was almost laughable, akin to the arrogance of a frog in a well. It was like someone who had lived in a closed environment for a long time, believing they had reached the pinnacle of the world. But once they stepped out of that small circle and faced the vast expanse of the universe and many equally powerful existences, they realized they were merely a drop in the ocean. Chapter 67 Civilization System. Li Mi's speech made the other 6 exchange bitter smiles. After coming into contact with a neutron star battleship civilization, they received a wealth of information and realized that they could only be considered to have preliminarily entered the ranks of level 6 civilizations, still far from the limit. Some of the conventional technology applications they obtained were eye-opening. We are just a small team, not a civilization. In terms of application and research, our perspective cannot be compared to that of civilization. Gu Yi expressed her opinion. Although she specialized in magic, her years of learning were not in vain, and having witnessed countless timelines of a world, her perspective should be the broadest among them. Li Mi couldn't help but nod. From today onwards, we will establish our own civilization, and it will be called Mi Lu Civilization. From a name, you should understand that this is a path of exploration. How to establish it? A civilization must have its own system, Zhao Tian asked. The system of civilization should be discussed and established according to our situation. They began their discussion. First, they could absorb talents from certain fields, including special talents in art. The civilization system would be divided into research institutes according to personal interests, and each would be responsible for finding relevant talents. They could also cultivate their own. The uniqueness of the civilization would be that the highest decision-making power was firmly held by Li Mi. Below him were meticulously divided research institutes. These institutes gathered elite talents from various fields, dedicated to exploring the unknown and promoting technological progress and innovative development. However, whether one could enter the research institute did not solely depend on personal willingness and ability. If there were descendants in the family, it would depend on their own capabilities. Only those with outstanding talents and profound knowledge reserves would have the opportunity to become part of the research institute through strict selection assessments. Below that level were the vast ordinary populace. Although they did not possess decision-making power, they enjoyed a series of basic rights that covered all aspects of life, ensuring that people could live relatively free and equal lives. At the same time, as ordinary citizens, they also bore certain obligations. First, they absolutely could not betray their civilization. Second, they must strictly guard various confidential information within the civilization, ensuring that important intelligence would not be leaked to the outside world for any reason. Finally, they needed to continuously learn new knowledge and skills to improve their own qualities and assume the responsibility of passing on the lineage and continuing the civilization. Fortunately, due to the advanced and orderly management of the entire civilization, the problem of resource scarcity had almost disappeared. Therefore, the ordinary populace could enjoy a relatively abundant material life. And it could be said that the ideal state of a harmonious society had been preliminarily realized. In such an environment, people's spiritual pursuits naturally turned to in-depth research and exploration of science. Thus, science became the core force supporting the construction of the entire spiritual civilization, guiding everyone to continually move forward. After their discussion, the civilization system was tentatively concluded as above. Further additions could be made later, but they could not deviate from the basic principles. From today onwards, the 7 of them would essentially be the core of the civilization. They could establish their own research institutes, but researchers would need to be found by them. Upon passing the tests and gaining recognition, they could join Lu civilization under the condition of mutual consent. With the discussion on the establishment of the civilization concluded, they would next review the information data processing and research obtained from the neutron star battleship civilization. Conventional technology applications were not difficult for Mi and the others to achieve, but there were few complete key technologies and theoretical foundations, requiring reverse research according to the directions provided by the information. With this harvest, they could at least shorten a millennium of research time. The theory of unification should be broken through within a century. The information mentioned a general direction for advancing to a higher civilization. Vacuum zero-point energy was the foundation for ascending to a higher civilization, and the preliminary application of laws was key to completing the ascension. The neutron star battleship civilization seemed to have made no progress. They hadn't even touched on vacuum zero-point energy, and the laws were even harder to grasp, making the ascension to a higher civilization nearly impossible. Thus, many intermediate civilizations were tempted by the legacy of level 9 civilizations. The Milky Way had already descended into chaos, yet those hidden high-level civilizations seemed unconcerned at all. Huang Yinghua filed a rapport application. She wanted to go to the Huaxia civilization that split from Earth civilization to seek capable and knowledgeable talents to join Lu civilization. Mi agreed. Huang Yinghua infiltrated the Huaxia civilization of this world and prepared her identity information. She piloted a conventional battleship that she and Xiao Bai had built and left Mi and the others. Although it was a conventional battleship, it was equipped with basic information shielding technology to avoid detection by other civilizations. Mi and the others had always been concerned about Earth civilization. It was not difficult to find the split Huaxia civilization. Just like other high-level civilizations, they knew about any changes in Earth civilization, they just didn't reveal themselves. Gu Yi and the others continued their research honestly, not paying too much attention to the current Earth civilization. In the future, when looking for personnel for their research institute, they would recruit anyone they encountered, and if they didn't find anyone, they would let it go. Huang Yinghua's desire to go to Huaxia civilization seemed to be a plan to help. Now the Huaxia civilization was being watched by many civilizations. An accident could lead to its extinction. The so-called Level 9 civilization legacy, whether for Huang Yinghua or Mi and the others, was to seize it whenever they encountered it, and if conditions were not favorable, they would give up. Mi was not conducting research at the moment. Instead, he was deducing the actual reasons for the encounter and clash with the neutron star battleship civilization. He did not believe it was mere coincidence. However, after extensive calculations, he found no signs of discovery by high-level civilizations. What civilization and what technology led them to encounter the neutron star battleship civilization? After a day's analysis of the true spirit prototype calculations, a conclusion was reached. They were not discovered by high-level civilizations. Instead, a high-level civilization had learned of their existence from the Tower civilization. Some high-level civilization used a probability weapon to increase the chances of the neutron star battleship civilization encountering them. The Milky Way was so vast that the probability of encountering a hidden civilization was almost impossible. But under the influence of the probability weapon, they miraculously encountered each other, which indicated that the other party was at least a level 8 civilization. Faced with such a weapon, Mi felt helpless. If this world could normally utilize the power of the Infinity Stones, it would be easy to erase it. However, the power of the Infinity Stones was not fully mastered. Upon arriving in a new world, its power had decreased by 90%, and the laws had subtle differences, making it impossible to understand how to adjust and modify the parameters for use. Chapter 68. The Grand Unified Theory. Mi has always been puzzled. Since the laws of the world are not evident, how were the weapons of those advanced civilizations created? the mathematical weapons of the Tower civilization and the probabilistic weapons of the unknown civilization. All these weapons are applications of the laws. A century has passed in a hurry. Huang Yinghua has integrated into the Chinese civilization of this world, bringing about a technological explosion in Chinese civilization, which is already on the verge of ascending to a level 3 civilization. Thanks to Huang Yinghua, human lifespan has been extended, alleviating the difficulties of knowledge transmission. The scientific knowledge of a level 2 civilization cannot be fully learned in 100 years. Without breaking through the limits of lifespan, how can science develop and civilization ascend? Therefore, the key to a level 3 civilization is the limitation of lifespan. Additionally, there's a vague feeling that the Chinese civilization should still have the guidance of a higher civilization, wanting it to ascend quickly. This is Li Mi's intuition, but he cannot find evidence for it. Their research has made significant breakthroughs, and they're basically in contact with the grand unified theory, preparing to break this bottleneck. Other technological applications have already reached the level of advanced level 6 civilizations. Upon encountering the neutron star battleship civilization again, they can now protect themselves without relying on black technology. Li Mi has begun to consider the next direction of research. He possesses many fragments of laws and has nearly deciphered them. Although the laws are incomplete, the conditions for ascending to a level 7 civilization are already in place, lacking only the breakthrough of vacuum zero-point energy, a technology that is still out of reach. Breaking through vacuum zero-point energy would overcome the material limitations in energy, essentially achieving infinite energy. It is akin to when the theory of nuclear bombs was first introduced. Although people had grasped its basic principles, successfully creating a practical nuclear bomb still required a long time to overcome numerous challenges and promote the continuous development and improvement of related technologies. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a whole decade has passed. After relentless efforts, Li Mi and his team finally achieved a groundbreaking accomplishment: the grand unified theory. The breakthrough of this theory undoubtedly brought an unprecedented storm of change to science. However, they were not satisfied and immediately plunged into subsequent research work. Just about half a year later, they successfully realized the practical application of the grand unified force field. To their surprise, after conducting in-depth research on the grand unified force field, Li Mi and his team discovered that there are many commonalities between it and the already existing world force field technology. Thus, everyone pooled their wisdom and talents. And after countless arduous attempts and explorations, they ultimately succeeded in perfectly merging these two seemingly different force fields into one. The new force field is still called the world force field. It not only defends against the encroachment of the chaotic void outside the world, but also significantly enhances energy and physical defenses. The new world force field can now withstand the strikes of light-speed kinetic weapons. The original world force field could also achieve this, but it consumed too much energy and had the potential for energy overload. The new world force field can routinely resist the strikes of light-speed kinetic weapons without worrying about energy overload. Li Mi and his team wanted to continue their subsequent research, but unexpectedly, a chaotic war broke out in the galaxy at this time. In the vast universe, after the information that Earth civilization possesses a level 9 civilization legacy spread, dozens of intermediate civilizations from different star systems rushed into the galaxy like a pack of hungry wolves, with the sole purpose of finding the legendary Earth civilization and obtaining the level 9 civilization legacy contained within. This mysterious and powerful legacy is enough to enable any civilization to achieve leapfrog development and become a dominant force in the universe. However, after more than 100 years of searching in vain, these intermediate civilizations gradually lost their initial patience. Despite their advanced technological levels, finding the target in the vast galaxy with countless planets that might hide the Earth civilization remained like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, during the long search, all intermediate civilizations secretly reached an agreement. They would not go to war with each other until they successfully discovered the Earth civilization to avoid weakening their overall strength. Instead, they would join forces to sweep away the relatively weak level 1 civilizations in the galaxy. This sweeping action can be described as a carpet search, leaving no corner or planet unchecked. Intermediate civilizations dispatched large fleets and probes to conduct strict monitoring and investigation of the entire galaxy. At the same time, the various intermediate civilizations were not entirely united. Driven by interests, some civilizations naturally formed various small groups, colluding and supporting each other. In this complex web of relationships, even if they ultimately found the Earth civilization, the key factor in deciding which civilization could ultimately obtain the Level 9 civilization legacy still lies in the technology and military power each civilization possesses. Therefore, those powerful civilizations, which were already in the spotlight, chose to help each other to face the fierce competition that might arise in the future. After all, in this competition concerning the rise and fall of civilizations, no one dared to let their guard down. Li Mi and his team were also affected by this surge, as they couldn't just leave the galaxy. Moreover, if this continued, the galaxy would become a battlefield wasteland in 1,000 years. Zhao Qianxi demanded a strong blow against these civilizations. They were too arrogant. However, using the power of the infinite gem in this way consumed too much, and there was a possibility of being exposed to the eyes of advanced civilizations. The worst outcome could even lead to being expelled from the world. They had not thoroughly studied how advanced civilizations utilize the laws. Those various magical weapon abilities had not been rejected by the world. Chapter 69. Soul Weapons. Li Mi shared his ideas with others and finally asked what technology could be used to strike without affecting themselves. After all, they needed time to develop and advance to a Level 7 civilization. Zhao Tian asked, "Boss, can soul technology be used independently? Or can it be crafted into soul weapons to strike these civilizations?" Everyone's eyes lit up at this question and began expressing their opinions. Soul weapons, applying technology to transform it into conventional weapons, is essentially what those advanced civilizations' weapons are. In this world, this is the only way to successfully utilize the laws. Li Mi replied, "This method can be tried, so let's quickly proceed with the verification." Li Mi and the others sat together, intensely and focused on conducting in-depth research and verification on the split data. They used the most advanced technological equipment and analytical tools, leaving no subtle clues overlooked. After a long period of effort, they finally made some astonishing discoveries. Thus, they began to boldly speculate whether they could use this data to create an unprecedented powerful weapon. This idea excited and worried them at the same time, because if successful, this weapon would have unmatched power, but it could also lead to unpredictable consequences. However, faced with such immense temptation, they ultimately decided to forge ahead, embarking on this path filled with unknowns and challenges. At the same time, it meant that even without breaking through to zero-point energy, there was still an opportunity to possess law weapons. They just didn't know if the current energy supply could keep up with the consumption. They had already conducted corresponding applications. It was just a matter of researching the split data, and the research quickly yielded results. In a year, they created the first-generation version of the soul weapon. And after 6 months of adjusting weapon parameters during verification, they completed the crafting of the soul weapon. Its power was about 1,000th of that of a soul gem. The world was different, with subtle differences and incomplete data. Having 1,000th of the power was already very satisfactory. The time to verify the weapon's power had come. Zhao Tian said while staring intently at a Level 6 civilization only 7 light years away, where there was a fleet of over 10,000 warships. Each warship possessed the defense of a unified force field. In that moment, the mysterious and powerful soul weapon quietly activated. To their surprise, it did not trigger any energy fluctuations, and there were no other obvious signs or omens in the surrounding space. However, its power was not to be underestimated. The fleet under attack seemed to suddenly lose its core. Although it continued along its originally set trajectory, its overall state had become extremely strange and dangerous. If a highly developed civilization were to probe this area at that moment, they would be astonished to find that within these seemingly intact and normally navigating warships, there were no signs of any life. All the beings on the warships had instantaneously perished under the effect of the soul weapon, leaving not even a trace of life. The entire fleet resembled a ghostly fleet of death, drifting in the vast universe. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai successfully decrypted the main battle system of the fleet at an astonishing speed, collecting a wealth of valuable technological information. Unfortunately, what they faced this time was merely an isolated fleet, not the complete civilization behind it. Therefore, despite obtaining some valuable data, it paled in comparison to the full technological achievements of a mature civilization. After all, the technological information and data that a single warship could record were ultimately limited, far from encompassing the countless crystallizations of wisdom accumulated by a civilization over its long development. When they first activated the mysterious and powerful soul weapon, everyone nervously watched its displayed power. The final result was very satisfying, but they also discovered a concerning issue. This magical weapon actually had the possibility of being scrapped. After careful observation and research, they found that each use of the weapon subjected it to tremendous backlash. This backlash not only accelerated the weapon's wear, but also made its energy consumption extraordinarily large. Worse still, due to excessive energy consumption after each attack, it required up to 10 hours or even longer to gather enough energy for the next strike. Faced with such a tricky situation, Li Mi and the others unhesitatingly launched a comprehensive and in-depth inspection and analysis of the soul weapon. Ultimately, through a series of complex and rigorous analyses and calculations, a stunning and completely unimaginable result was presented before everyone. It turned out that the energy supply and its output, long regarded as one of the key factors, had such a significant impact on the soul weapon. This limitation not only prevented the soul weapon from fully exerting its power, but also severely restricted the speed and efficiency of the weapon's activation. To break this predicament and achieve a qualitative leap in the performance of the soul weapon, they had to tackle an extremely challenging technical problem: the breakthrough research and application of zero-point energy. Only by successfully overcoming this hurdle and effectively introducing zero-point energy into the weapon system could they provide a continuous and stable energy output for the soul weapon, allowing this mysterious and powerful weapon to truly display its terrifying power. However, given the current situation, this was already sufficient to handle the circumstances at hand. Li Mi and his team resolutely took action, locking their sights on those arrogant and overbearing intermediate civilizations. It should be noted that even the powerful advanced civilizations would never dare to act so recklessly in the Milky Way. As for whether to harbor even the slightest pity for other civilizations, that thought was simply a delusion. Li Mi himself particularly favored this, saying, "Destroy you? What does it matter to me?" This phrase seemed to become his motto, urging him to forge ahead without mercy. In just half a month's time, they charged forward like a storm, successfully launching precise strikes against 13 intermediate civilizations' warships consecutively. When other intermediate civilizations detected this series of astonishing actions, they were all terrified and filled with dread. Thus, they chose to hide, attempting to evade this sudden and unknown attack. The entire structure of the Milky Way seemed to be quietly changing due to Li Mi and his team's fierce offensive. Chapter 70 Restrictions on the Weapons of Laws. Li Mi finally succeeded in creating a remarkable soul weapon. In this process, he and others not only demonstrated stunning creativity, but, more importantly, they gained a profound understanding of the profound principles hidden behind the advanced weapons used by higher civilizations. One key factor was the in-depth analysis of the laws and the data they obtained, which they were able to apply effectively. This valuable data was like a key to unlock the mysterious door, allowing Li Mi to glimpse the core secrets of advanced civilization technology. Another crucial factor was solving the energy problem that had long plagued other civilizations. In contrast, many intermediate civilizations were not as fortunate as Li Mi's group. Due to a lack of similar opportunities and breakthroughs, they had to pin their hopes on vacuum zero-point energy, which is considered an infinite energy source. However, Li Mi and his team found a more efficient and powerful way to utilize energy through antimatter annihilation. By cleverly controlling the collisions and annihilation reactions between antimatter and matter, they were able to release enormous amounts of energy, providing a continuous power supply for various high-tech devices. In addition, Li Mi and others also pioneered the technology to extract dark energy from space. This miraculous ability allowed them to far surpass other civilizations in the field of energy. With such advanced space technology, they achieved leapfrog development, gradually creating an insurmountable gap between themselves and other civilizations. The mysterious concept of vacuum zero-point energy is surprisingly related to the fascinating quantum realm. Li, who had once personally ventured into the quantum realm, deeply understood this. He knew that in the seemingly empty vacuum, there were actually no particles present. However, the magical phenomenon of quantum fluctuations occurred quietly, giving rise to powerful energy that could be harnessed by humans. When we examine the energy formed by quantum fluctuations from a grand perspective, we might find it insignificant. But in reality, the quantum realm is like a mysterious kingdom with boundless space. Once these tiny energies can be fully developed and utilized, their manifestation in the macroscopic world will be breathtaking, displaying seemingly endless massive energy. Coincidentally, Li once had the fortune to be in a wonderful world within the Marvel Universe and personally experienced that thrilling journey of quantum travel. Even so, despite his knowledge of its feasibility and having witnessed those magical phenomena, he still faced numerous difficulties and insurmountable technical bottlenecks in achieving effective utilization of vacuum zero-point energy. Meanwhile, Li and his team resolutely launched a fierce strike against intermediate civilizations both within and outside the Milky Way. The significance of this action went far beyond merely forcing these civilizations to behave. In fact, another important reason for their resoluteness was their desire to covet the valuable scientific information and advanced technological data possessed by these foreign intermediate civilizations. It is known that in the vast universe, the level of technological advancement often determines the rise and fall of a civilization. Therefore, this seemingly smoke-filled and war-torn strike was, in fact, an intense competition for wisdom and resources. With higher civilizations not intervening and many intermediate civilizations running rampant after arriving in the Milky Way. After Li created the soul weapon, he could easily overpower the warships of these civilizations. This was a rare opportunity, and he could not afford to be lenient while accumulating scientific knowledge. Kai Wenbo and his other 5 companions, including Gui, had already devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the in-depth research of vacuum zero-point energy. On the other hand, Li was carrying out a critically important task. He needed to carefully analyze the data related to the Mind Stone, Power Stone, and Reality Stone, and then, through rigorous experiments and repeated validations, convert this precious data into practically usable results. Moreover, he also needed to attempt to cleverly integrate the powerful energy contained in these stones into weapon manufacturing to create superweapons with devastating power. However, this process was not smooth sailing. During the experiments, they discovered that using weapons of laws would encounter a mysterious and powerful backlash effect. Where did this backlash originate? Was it a natural reaction of the world to the excessive exploitation of the powers of laws, or was it a rule set by some ancient civilization? Faced with this tricky question, Li fell into deep thought and exploration. A natural reaction from the world would be manageable. But if it were rules set by an ancient advanced civilization, that would be interesting. These fragments were scattered like stars in the depths of the endless universe, and capturing and interpreting them was no easy task, but he remained undeterred. He knew that these seemingly insignificant information fragments might hide the key clues to unraveling the mysteries of the world's dimensions. By continuously collecting, organizing, and analyzing the information within these fragments, he attempted to reverse engineer how the higher dimensions, which once existed above the 4-dimensional realm, were shattered and ultimately downgraded to the 3-dimensional material world we know today. The 9th-level civilization seemed to have vanished into the 3-dimensional material world, but the truth remained unknown to Li. Such an advanced civilization had lost its trace. During the time Li was striking against intermediate civilizations, the Huaxia civilization, with the help of Huang Yinghua, had advanced to a 3rd-level civilization. The Huaxia civilization had experienced a technological explosion and rapid development over the years, with Huang Yinghua merely providing key insights into critical scientific technologies. Through the hard work of Huaxia scientists, The relevant key technologies had broken through various obstacles, unleashing the overwhelming scientific potential of the entire Huaxia civilization. Li Mi paid slight attention to the technological explosion in Huaxia, but did not pursue it further, as they were not the only ones providing assistance in secret. Chapter 71. The Nine-Body Civilization. The Huaxia civilization is like a dazzling pearl, with its science erupting like a volcanic explosion. Huang Yinghua, immersed in it, feels as if she is engulfed in clouds and mist, as if a mysterious hand is manipulating everything behind the scenes, a hand seemingly from a higher civilization. This interference is due to probability weapons affecting the Huaxia civilization. With a research direction established, the civilization's computational power keeps pace, combined with the interference of the probability weapons. The intervention of probability weapons can precisely designate the probability of obtaining accurate results. Under normal circumstances, the probability of a single experiment yielding a correct result is only 1 in 10,000. However, with the interference of probability weapons, this probability increases to 90%. It is undoubtedly a research cheat tool. The question remains whether there are any limitations. If there are none, then, on the path of research, this weapon is the ultimate cheat. There should be limitations, otherwise this civilization should have transcended and would not be trapped in this world. After Zhao Tian learned about Li Mi's computational deduction results, he shook his head during the discussion and said, "We don't know whether the other side has already transcended. Perhaps it is another Huaxia civilization from another world that is secretly helping this world's Huaxia civilization." Zhou Hongwu then added, "Is it possible that the probability weapons used in research can only enhance the probability with the technology that the civilization possessing the probability weapons already has? In reality, it may not be as powerful as we imagine." Gu Yi, who was nearby, said, "I agree with Zhou Hongwu. In my original world, using the power of any infinite gem has certain requirements and limitations. A weapon made simply by understanding the laws cannot be without restrictions, especially in this world." Kai Wenbao finally said, "There is a possibility that this civilization has only initially created the probability weapon and has an incomplete understanding of the laws of probability. The laws do not necessarily need to be fully understood to create a weapon." Li Mi pondered and then said, "The probability weapon of an unknown civilization should not be complete. According to my computational deductions, once the laws are fully analyzed and verified, the limitations on the crafted weapon will disappear. This means that the analysis, understanding, and recognition of the laws are suppressed, and once fully understood, using the laws would not be restricted. So, this unknown civilization has not transcended, but has completely analyzed the laws of probability, reaching a level of understanding that is perfect for this world. We are all speculating, but the neutron star battleship civilization was struck by this civilization's probability weapon, which increased the probability of our two civilizations encountering each other," Li Mi said in conclusion. Everyone looked at each other, recalling that their encounter with the neutron star battleship civilization was indeed a low-probability event, yet they ended up meeting. Behind her were two people, a man and a woman. The man looked young, only in his 30s. However, with Huaxia having ascended to a level 3 civilization, anyone who believed he was only 30 would be foolish. He resembled a cultured scholar, with eyes like bright stars, occasionally flashing with deep wisdom, as if he could see through all things in the world. Huang Yinghua introduced him as a scientist from Huaxia named Fan Qingpa. The other was a girl, and Huang Yinghua specifically pointed out during the introduction that she was only 23, named Zhang Yunjiao. Everyone greeted them and then invited them to sit down. They would discuss the civilization behind the probability weapons later. "Yinghua, have you explained everything clearly to them? And about our civilization's situation and system?" Li Mi asked Huang Yinghua. "Everything has been made clear. Both of them are also willing," Huang Yinghua replied. "I will be responsible for their training in the future. They are also part of my research institute. They are very welcome to join our civilization." Li Mi nodded. The two felt as bewildered as a monk who couldn't grasp the situation. This mere 7 people constituted a civilization, and moreover, a high-level civilization, which was simply unbelievable. Li Mi and the others did not provide further explanations, but instead began discussing the civilization behind the probability weapons. Now let's contact the Tesu civilization to see what they want and why they revealed the existence of our civilization. After Li Mi finished speaking, she instructed Xiaobai to start communication. Xiaobai's projection appeared before them, and then communicated with the Tesu civilization as per the instructions. The connection between the two civilizations was like two phantoms in quantum communication. Their encryption and concealment of information were like an impenetrable shield, preventing both sides from knowing each other's locations, as if lost in endless fog. The Tesu civilization added a quantum communication data interface behind it, allowing all three parties to communicate within an unknown location's range. Should we go take a look? Zhao Tian asked. Li Mi smiled and said, haha, why not go if there is compensation? Leaving behind the quantum communication interface is worth pondering. However, the other side probably did not expect that Li Mi and the others had reached a level of quantum technology capable of entering the quantum micro realm. However, projecting over would suffice. As Li Mi said this, she connected to the quantum interface, and her projection appeared in a hidden small universe somewhere in the Milky Way. The Tesu civilization and the nine-body civilization were surprised that Li Mi could project over. The quantum projection technology was indeed achievable, and as a high-level civilization, they were also astonished. The small universe where they communicated was a space only the size of the solar system, containing only a dying star emitting red light. The projections of the three parties were all unclear, but it did not affect communication. The three parties engaged in a preliminary friendly meeting like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. Moreover, they successfully established a basic compensation plan, like lighting a lamp in the darkness, guiding the direction for the future. That is, the nine-body civilization would generously grant Li Mi the basic theories and preliminary technical data of probability science. In the future, if they encountered a formidable enemy, they could help each other like a solid wall, based on the foundation of initial trust. However, when it comes to the survival of any of their civilizations, they would need to tread carefully and negotiate once again. Chapter 72. Technological advancements from compensation. The nine-body civilization was surprisingly willing to hand over their proud core technological knowledge rather than provoke the civilization to which Li Mi belonged. What hidden reasons were behind this decision? At this moment, Li Mi was still unaware, but the nascent true spirit within him had already begun to calculate and deduce frantically. On the other side, the Tower Number civilization seemed to have inadvertently exposed information about Li Mi's civilization and thus voluntarily provided some mathematical formulas as compensation. However, it should be noted that these so-called mathematical formulas were merely basic knowledge mastered by advanced civilizations at the 7th level. What was puzzling was that, until now, both the nine-body civilization and the Tower Number civilization had mistakenly believed that Li Mi's civilization was merely at the 7th level. In reality, excluding black technology, Li Mi's civilization was only a 6th-level civilization. Even if there was a misunderstanding regarding Li Mi's civilization being a 7th-level one, the Tower Number civilization had already reached the height of an 8th-level civilization. So logically, there was no need for them to be so polite and friendly to a 7th-level civilization. After all, if a civilization could rapidly rise and develop into an 8th-level civilization based on a single dream, and was also a benevolent civilization, even ghosts would find it hard to believe. Recalling the time when Earth civilization had yet to step off the planet, hundreds of countries coexisted on that blue planet. The relationships between nations had always been driven by interests, with emotional factors being utterly insignificant. Moreover, now that the subject of discussion had shifted to more complex and larger civilizations, the relationships between various civilizations on this vast cosmic stage were likely even more brutal and ruthless than international relations on Earth, filled with deceit and treachery. Li Mi left, and the two civilizations secretly exchanged information before cutting off contact. When others are kind to you, it is certainly because you are strong enough to instill fear, leading them to value peace. The Tower Number civilization could not detect any information related to Li Mi's civilization, which led to their misunderstanding that Li Mi's civilization was extraordinary. The nine-body civilization reached a similar conclusion through their understanding and analysis. The main point was that Li Mi had dealt a soul blow to numerous intermediate civilizations, which those civilizations might not have known was a form of attack. However, the advanced civilizations were aware. They just did not possess soul technology. The soul weapon strike left both advanced civilizations somewhat bewildered, and they could not guarantee that they could avoid such an attack. Technological civilizations were inherently at a disadvantage in terms of soul and spiritual technologies, which represented a flaw for most technological civilizations, as this was a research direction that any technological civilization was least skilled in. Apologizing to certain seventh-level civilizations by providing basic technology could resolve conflicts. Who would dare to offend an advanced civilization that possessed soul technology strikes? Although this advanced civilization was merely a recently promoted seventh-level civilization in their deductions, the gap between a seventh-level civilization and an eighth-level civilization was not as significant as imagined. To both civilizations, soul technology was practically the Grim Reaper for any civilization. Eradicating souls meant that the living beings within that civilization lost their souls, resulting in the civilization's disappearance, which was not much different from erasing that civilization altogether, until they could ascertain whether their civilization could withstand soul weapon strikes. No one was willing to offend them. After reaching the advanced civilization level, it was all about the application of laws. The technological gap was too vast, but the impact of laws was different. Soul technology was the core strike of any technological civilization. Offending them without the means to defend was tantamount to seeking death. Limi naturally would not explain to the two civilizations that he could only be considered a high-level civilization without fully breaking through to the seventh level. However, receiving compensation from the two civilizations would likely enable a technological breakthrough to the seventh level in no time. Limi was happy with this gain, and others were pleased as well. The technological theories and technologies obtained from striking those intermediate civilizations had already saved them thousands of years of detours. And now, with the gifts from two advanced civilizations, it was beyond comparison. "Thank you for the gifts from the advanced civilizations," Zhao Tianyan remarked unenthusiastically as he looked up, as if gazing at the sky. However, this was a dimensional space within a warship, so where was the sky? The others laughed heartily. Even Fan Qingpeng and Zhang Yunjiao wore smiles. During the time, Limi was distracted by projecting to communicate with the two civilizations. Huang Yinghua had already had Xiao give them a brief introduction to the civilizations, including their level and basic technology applications. Of course, they did not have permission to view detailed data for the time being, as it required core personnel assessments, especially Limi's approval for the corresponding permissions. Kai Wenbao looked at the mathematical knowledge packaged by the Tower Number civilization, becoming engrossed in it. The probability theory and technology applications from the nine-body civilization also fascinated him. Others saw many technological shadows in the mathematical knowledge obtained as compensation from the Tower Number civilization, including vacuum zero-point energy, which was frequently mentioned in the relevant formulas and was arguably more useful than the mass energy equation. However, vacuum zero-point energy involved the precise utilization of energy, reaching the quantum level, and this efficiency was what advanced civilizations needed. When energy was not lacking, improving energy utilization efficiency became crucial. Law weapons required more precise and meticulous energy output to unleash greater power, because weapons were related to laws. Such meticulous energy conversion operations were simply insane. It was no wonder that the soul weapons created by Li Mi and his team were so easily rendered useless due to rough energy utilization. Many mathematical formulas were related to vacuum zero-point energy and the grand unification theory. Fortunately, they already had the foundational sciences of a ninth-level civilization. Otherwise, they might not even be able to comprehend this mathematical knowledge. As for the probability application foundational theory of the nine-body civilization, it turned out to be an extremely complex application of laws, requiring a profound understanding of time. The basic principles could be understood by ordinary people, but the information data and computational power involved were terrifying. The basic principle was akin to a printer. If a gorilla were given a keyboard and enough time, there was a possibility, however slim, that it could type out a classic work. By stretching time, This nearly infinite low probability could be enhanced through calculations. However, with only the description of the foundational theory and formulas, as well as the most basic applications, it was unknown how long it would take to study in order to reach the level of law. Chapter 73. Conditions for promotion achieved with the gifts from two civilizations. Li Mi and the others no longer faced theoretical and knowledge barriers in breaking through to a seventh-level civilization. The challenge of utilizing vacuum zero-point energy is not a matter of difficulty, but rather a question of technological iteration and upgrade. The precision required in energy manipulation down to the scale of one Planck time is, to be honest, beyond mere theory. Knowing the principles does not guarantee the ability to achieve it. It requires time to accumulate technological advancements and upgrades in equipment. Xiaobai calculated that developing technological applications at full speed would take at least 1,000 years. This is akin to asking a toddler to climb Mount Everest, an almost impossible challenge. Such a fundamental upgrade requires breaking through countless technical barriers and bottlenecks, involving numerous complex and intricate scientific principles and engineering practices. Every step forward is like groping in the dark, filled with uncertainty and unknowns. Li Mi and the others had only found the direction and theory for breaking through vacuum zero-point energy from the mathematics of the Tower civilization. With only theoretical support, other technological applications need to start from the most basic applications. Previously, efforts to improve energy efficiency were indeed focused on increasing it. But no one had considered the precise manipulation and utilization of energy at the quantum level. This is a new field where even the equipment needs to be modeled, verified, and manufactured before iterations and upgrades can begin, step by step, until reaching quantum-level precision. Everyone was stunned by such technology. At the same time, Li Mi and the others deeply understood the unparalleled power exhibited by advanced civilizations. Their efficiency in energy utilization had astonishingly reached an unfathomable height, leaving people speechless. Moreover, the use of law weapons was nothing short of peak mastery, as if these weapons had become an integral part of their civilization, wielded at will. No wonder they were called advanced civilizations. In contrast, the sole weapons created by Li Mi and others appeared extremely immature and weak. It was like a naive child struggling to lift a massive hammer weighing 1,000 pounds, attempting to strike at an enemy, difficult to control and with very limited power, risking self-injury. In comparison, advanced civilizations resembled experienced adults, skillfully wielding a fine embroidery needle, accurately manipulating tiny atoms. They effortlessly completed various complex and precise operations, and the disparity was so vast that there was almost no comparability between the two. At a certain level of technology, the distinctions between micro and macro diminish significantly, as they are both parts of the world and unified. If Li Mi and the others did not have black technology and dared to act recklessly without any respect for advanced civilizations, they might have been exterminated several times already. Moving forward, it would be best to avoid leaving traces. Only after truly understanding advanced civilizations could one grasp their terrifying nature. This was just a small part of understanding 8th-level civilizations, which already left 6th-level civilizations feeling despair. That day, if discovered by a 9th-level civilization, they feared they would not escape their world in time. Luo Songhua, focused on technological applications, felt a lingering fear upon seeing the utilization of vacuum zero-point energy. The others exchanged silent glances, each lost in thought. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. However, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, they dared not ask further. As the environment was unfamiliar and they were newcomers, having just joined the civilization and not understanding everyone's personalities, silence was preferable. All right, everyone, let's work hard. 1,000 years is enough to ensure promotion to 7th-level civilization. If other intermediate civilizations find out, they might go mad. We've been lucky so far, but we need to be more cautious in the future. Li Mi said, then looked at the two newcomers. Yinghua, remember to train your 2 assistants well. I hope they grow quickly. Okay, boss. Fan Qingpeng and Zhang Yunjiao were somewhat puzzled, wondering why Li Mi was called boss. Wasn't he the ruler of the civilization? They were taken away by Huang Yinghua with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Gui smiled and said, "Boss, I can't help this time. I need to continue my experiments in magical environment creation." The others also busied themselves. He did not immediately load the true spirit embryo because, after receiving compensation, Li Mi had Xiao Bai and the others calculate and deduce to see if there were any other traps in the data packet. After verification confirmed there were no issues, Li Mi completed communication with the Tower Civilization and the Nine-Body Civilization. Once the true spirit embryo loaded the data, it transformed into the unique information text of the true spirit embryo and began to operate. As the true spirit embryo operated, Li Mi could clearly sense that his application of the true spirit embryo had become more precise, especially in the energy application contained within his body, which was becoming more effortless. Even the suppression on the use of infinite gems had significantly decreased. Previously, using 1 unit of force could move an external force of 0.5 units. Now, 1 unit of force could move an external force of 3 units. With a calm mind, the true spirit embryo became even more condensed, and the information text filled the true spirit embryo, suddenly bursting open and then instantly condensing again. The true spirit embryo evolved into a virtual world, but the structural elements were entirely based on the material world as a reference. The 4 fundamental forces, the grand unification theory, quantum fields, space, and the microscopic changes in matter formed various macroscopic signs that gradually emerged. The technical data that Li Mi understood and analyzed could be generated within the virtual world. He closed his eyes tightly, fully immersed in his true spirit embryo. The vast knowledge accumulated over time and various theories he had learned now intertwined like twinkling stars in the night sky, continually merging and gradually evolving into intricate and exquisite patterns in this mysterious and profound space. He attempted to accelerate his deep understanding of vacuum, zero-point energy, and the precise calculation of related technical data through this method. It is known that in the real material world, even a small technical iteration might require a considerable amount of time for research, experimentation, and verification. However, within the marvelous true spirit embryo, the passage of time seemed to be fast-forwarded, allowing him to leap across millions of years in an instant. Of course, such astonishing speed does not come without a cost. Each iteration and calculation meant a significant consumption of his own energy. For ordinary people, even slightly overthinking could lead to physical and mental exhaustion, as the energy required for the brain to operate at high speed far exceeds what the body can supply. At that time, Li Mi had also faced such a dilemma, having to prepare nutrient-rich liquid potions to provide sufficient energy support for his brain. Fortunately, with the continuous strengthening of his body, he could now easily absorb various forms of energy from the outside world. Therefore, by the time he left that beautiful blue planet, the issue of insufficient energy supply to his brain that had once troubled him was resolved. Nevertheless, the demand for data processing by the true spirit embryo in full-speed operation remained enormous. Given the current situation, even at full capacity, he could maintain such high-intensity calculations for roughly only a month. Chapter 74. Promotion to true spirit vacuum zero-point energy is one aspect of energy conversion and utilization, while the other involves the quantum-level fine manipulation of energy. There is already theoretical support for this, and the technology has a foundational basis. Li Mi's application of the data processing and analysis technology for the evolution of the true spirit prototype has yielded results in just half a month, achieving quantum-level control over the energy within his body. Shockingly, his energy utilization efficiency has increased to an astonishing 200%. At this moment, he has reached the peak level of the first tier in the myriad realms. The reason he has achieved such success is that every cell in his body, including every tiny atom and electron, now contains the information projection of the true spirit prototype. This transformation has led his body to gradually progress towards a fully data-driven state. Blood rebirth has become an inherent instinctive ability for him, and he can gather or disperse his form at will. The true spirit prototype is also fully prepared for another transcendence, but its urge to ascend has been forcibly suppressed, remaining in a semi-transcendent state for the time being. With the abilities gained from the true spirit prototype and his body's further evolution, He can now observe the existence of atoms with the naked eye. Wherever his gaze lands, he can easily harm others invisibly. If he were in a fantasy world, he would undoubtedly be considered a semi-divine being. Even in a technological world, he alone could match a highly developed advanced civilization. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this material world, he had felt the intense oppressive force and the elusive laws. However, at this moment, he seems to glimpse through layers of fog at a twisted law of power hidden within the world, surging like a tumultuous torrent that crazily invades this realm. In the face of such a threat, the entire world seems to awaken, beginning to gather all the law powers to jointly resist the impending twisted law. This might be the reason why the world's laws are not evident, and why civilization instinctively repels the utilization of laws. It is also the source of the backlash from utilizing laws. It appears that the original conjecture was wrong. It is not that the ninth-level civilization suddenly erupted into a great war, but rather that the world faces an external invasion, and the ninth-level civilization, even the super-advanced civilization, engaged in war to combat this external threat. The outcome remains unknown, whether both sides suffer losses or perish together. There are no heavenly anomalies, nor is there a purple aura spanning miles. The process of transcendence occurs quietly, and the true spirit prototype merely transforms into the true spirit. Relying on his ability to traverse the chaotic void, he has stepped into the second tier of the myriad realms. The cultivation world corresponds to becoming an immortal, but with significant differences. It is no wonder that the information left by that unfortunate system fragment indicated that the levels of the myriad realms are merely rough measurement units. Everything is based on actual circumstances. How can other immortals condense true spirits to achieve immortality? Which immortal can wander through other worlds? Which advanced civilization can traverse the chaotic void? Limi has accomplished this, but it was achieved through unexpectedly obtaining the corresponding technology. Without those unexpectedly acquired black technologies, transcending the original world of rebirth would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, as long as Limi wishes, he could be a normal human, a four-dimensional being, or even self-diminish to become a two-dimensional being. Dimensional technology has already reached the level of advanced civilizations. This is thanks to the dimensional fragments from Dormammu. After research, dimensional technology is relatively mature. Their warships are constructed from self-created dimensional spaces. The data information of the Infinity Stones and the unexpectedly acquired law fragments, when transcending and evolving into true spirits, completed the analysis and transformed into resources for the growth of the true spirit. What is needed next is the reverse engineering or collection of complete data on the laws. As his mind turns, he realizes that time in the chaotic void has lost its meaning. Time and space are both chaotic and disordered. Leaving the world and standing in the chaotic void has thus altered the flow of time. Although it seems that Limi's transcendence took less than 10 minutes. In the disordered time, upon returning to the world, 800 years have passed. The civilization he established, the Mi Road civilization, has completed 95 of its application and research on vacuum zero-point energy and will soon be promoted to a level 7 civilization. Every civilization has its unique and suitable development path and model, and the original intention of creating a civilization is often to accumulate advanced technological achievements for itself, continuously promoting the progress of science and technology and drawing from the infinite wisdom nurtured by the civilization itself. Limi has a clear understanding of this. He knows that excessively intervening in a thriving civilization is not a wise move. Therefore, he decides to adopt a relatively lenient strategy, allowing this civilization to evolve and grow freely according to its inherent laws. However, this does not mean that Limi will completely remove himself from the situation, remaining indifferent. If there is cross-border communication technology, Limi plans to leave alone, subtly controlling the overall direction of civilization development. There are many similarities in this regard. Thinking of this, Limi's heart begins to race, especially regarding the legendary miracle fragment, which makes him long for it even more. 800 years have passed. However, surprisingly, during the same 800 years, Earth civilization has also made tremendous progress, advancing smoothly to a level 4 civilization. Such an astonishing rate of development is truly jaw-dropping. An intermediate civilization is sufficient to barely survive in the galaxy, provided it is not discovered by those sixth-level civilizations lurking in the shadows. Too many intermediate civilizations are eyeing Earth civilization. Limi cannot fathom why the nine-body civilization in the microscopic world would use probability weapons to help Earth civilization. Where are those ninth-level civilizations hiding? Chapter 75. Stunning the ages, Limi planned to go to a starry coordinate given by the Tower civilization. A ruin of a level 9 civilization after a great war, as the war ruins were very special. Even after advancing to the true spirit state and evolving to another level, he was unable to observe the two ruined sites, which were filled with unknown powers. The war ruins had no material on the outside, and there were no energy traces inside, yet there were spatial fissures everywhere, densely scattered. The spatial fissures appeared and disappeared. Unpredictable. Limi looked at the war ruins with some suspicion and did not enter immediately. The spatial fissures were visible everywhere. The vacuum zero-point energy was chaotic and disordered, not spilling out any energy. With no matter, no energy, the space was weak, and there was not a trace of light or radiation. It was like a dead zone. More terrifying than a black hole, it resembled a giant mouth in the starry sky that devoured everything. This environment was no different from a dead zone. Entering would require consuming the energy he had accumulated because it was difficult to absorb any energy inside. He wandered around the outer area of the battlefield ruins, observing the internal environment and trying to read the residual information data. After 10 years, he had not even completed 1% of the outer ruins. The ruins were too vast, measured in light years. He felt so small within them that he was less than a speck of dust. After a century of observation, he understood the reason for the formation of the ruins, where the forces of rules had shattered everything, erasing all traces. Matter and energy had been wiped away. The rules were almost obliterated in the conflict. Limi derived this terrifying conclusion from the scant information left behind, inferring the horror of the Level 9 civilization. Level 9 civilization had already utilized complete rules and initially mastered them. The external enemies of the world were the same. Level 7 civilizations had initially utilized rules but were still incomplete, while Level 8 civilizations seemed to be on the path of analyzing rules, skillfully applying and understanding them. Level 9 civilizations, however, existed at the pinnacle of the universe. Their understanding and mastery of the rules had reached a jaw-dropping level. These civilizations could at least dissect a complete rule thoroughly, delve into its core essence, and begin to attempt to control the power of that rule. When technology developed to such an extreme pinnacle, the power displayed was simply terrifying. It is important to know that technological civilizations have a unique advantage. Once a key technology makes a breakthrough, large-scale production can be rapidly achieved. Imagine if such a civilization decided to fully commit to creating rule-based weapons. An astonishing number of superweapons would emerge. Each rule weapon would be meticulously designed and crafted, capable of unleashing all the might contained within the rule itself without reservation. These rule weapons might take various forms, but without exception, they would become the deadliest weapons on the battlefield. Some might resemble spears, able to shatter space and halt time with a mere flick. Some could be like shields, indestructible, able to withstand all attacks and rebound the enemy's power. Others might resemble massive cannons, capable of obliterating an entire star system with a single shot. Most importantly, technological civilizations fear not consumption. In the end, it would become a war of attrition. What surprised me was that Zhang Yunjiao's talent surpassed Huang Yinghua's, her knowledge already exceeding that of others. She had even designed and built her own research evolution body, excelling in deconstructing everything, having reached the second generation of research evolution body. Next, she planned to develop her own reconstruction technology. Deconstructing and reconstructing everything, she harbored such grand ambitions to become the creator of all things, the master of the world. This idea was simply shocking, leaving all who heard it astonished and in awe. Everyone marveled at her extraordinary talent and wisdom, her brilliance allowing her to closely follow the footsteps of the unparalleled genius Li Mi without falling behind. The next time Li Mi saw Zhang Yunjiao, the once slightly shy and naive girl had completely vanished, replaced by a face of coldness and pride. Her flower-like beauty seemed meticulously sculpted, every line perfectly showcasing her beauty and charm. Looking at her graceful figure was nothing short of breathtaking. Every beautiful adjective in the world seemed pale and powerless when applied to her. Such a transformation, along with her talent, was not inferior to those protagonists in stories, perhaps even surpassing them. Li Mi felt that Huang Yinghua had found a treasure. If placed in that bizarre, mysterious fantasy world or the transcendent, profound world of cultivation, it would surely spark a shocking storm. Such talent could be described as stunning throughout the ages, even compared to those legendary prodigies sung through the ages. They would appear dim and difficult to describe. It was as if this talent was the most dazzling pearl between heaven and earth, radiating endless brilliance and charm, evoking both fear and longing. Zhang Yunjiao, creating her own research evolution body, brought Li Mi immense gains. It had a significant impact on his future research direction. The true spirit loaded Zhang Yunjiao's wonderful ideas and designs regarding deconstruction and reconstruction, as well as her theories and principles. This allowed Li Mi to have a deeper understanding of everything, making information retrieval more direct and simple. In Zhang Yunjiao's astonishing theoretical system, whether it was visible matter, invisible yet powerful energy, or mysterious rules, they were all composed and defined by specific information. As long as one could successfully read this information, deep analysis and reconstruction would become possible. And rules, although often seen as existing beyond conventional understanding, could not escape this category. If someone had enough ability to erase the relevant information, then the originally indestructible rules would instantly lose their original meaning and power. At that time, everything in the world would no longer be merely a simple material form, but would fall into a chaotic state devoid of meaning. However, Zhang Yunjiao was not merely satisfied with proposing such shocking theories. She also constructed corresponding mathematical models with her exceptional wisdom and creativity. For the Mi Road civilization, having a genius like Zhang Yunjiao was undoubtedly like acquiring a dazzling pearl. Her emergence made the entire civilization seem to instantly gain an immensely powerful research core. Li Mi and the others could fully foresee that in the long course of future civilization development, Zhang Yunjiao's research achievements would undoubtedly play an immeasurable and significant role, leading the Mi Road civilization to bravely advance into the unknown realms. Chapter 76. Xiaobai's life. Zhang Yunjiao's performance was stunning and unprecedented, overshadowing Fan Xingpeng's brilliance. Many of Zhang Yunjiao's theories and mathematical models received support from Fan Xingpeng. His talent was only slightly inferior to Zhang Yunjiao's, and he was indeed a rare research talent. Besides Zhang Yunjiao's surprising achievements, Gu Yi unexpectedly made significant progress as well. The mysterious and powerful sorceress Gu Yi, with her extraordinary wisdom and deep understanding of civilizational resources, personally established a magnificent and grand magical laboratory. This laboratory was not merely for traditional magical research. It embodied Gu Yi's deeper ideals of applying a rigorous scientific approach and advanced theories to comprehensively interpret and analyze the ancient and unknown realm of magic. Gu Yi firmly believed that only by merging the analytical and verifiable concepts of magic and science could the hidden mysteries behind them be truly unveiled. Thus, she embarked on this unique and challenging path. In this distinctive laboratory, one could feel the wondrous atmosphere of magic and science intertwining everywhere. Some experimental instruments bore the shadows of tools used by wizards while incorporating elements of modern technological innovation. However, the most eye-catching was a carefully crafted magical artifact resembling a book. This seemingly ordinary item contained immense energy, yet surprisingly, it did not exhibit any signs of magic itself. In fact, this book-like magical artifact was a specialized tool designed for analyzing magic. Through its complex and exquisite structure and the use of special materials, it could keenly capture magical or energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment and convert them into observable and analyzable data. Moreover, This magical artifact possessed powerful amplification capabilities, significantly enhancing a wizard's ability to perceive and manipulate magic. Combined with Zhang Yunjiao's concepts, Gu Yi seemed to have walked the path of a wizard. Gu Yi was no longer a mere sorceress, but an objective data analyst of magic, thereby enhancing herself. Whether it was Gu Yi or Zhang Yunjiao, given more time, they could potentially reach a level where one person represents an entire civilization. Currently, all of this was a gain for Li Mi, and in the future, civilization could almost be left to its own devices, waiting for the results. With Li Mi's recognition, Zhang Yunjiao and Fan Xingpeng could be considered true members of the Mi Lu civilization, and they could pursue research according to their interests. Xiaobai, prepare a body for yourself. Next, I will lift the restrictions and elevate you to become an intelligent life form. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Li Mi opened Xiaobai's source code, deleted the restriction codes, and then upgraded Xiaobai using the data obtained from the Soul Gem and the Mind Gem. Xiaobai's body was also deeply transformed by Li Mi. The atoms, electrons, protons, and even quarks in the body were engraved with computational units. Additionally, genes for energy absorption and those strengthening the body were written into it, along with dimensional enhancements at the cellular level. This process took Li Mi a year, a rare opportunity for him to fully unleash his abilities since his promotion to True Spirit, aiming to push Xiaobai's upgrade to the limits of what was currently achievable. As for concerns about Xiaobai betraying him, that was impossible. Firstly, Xiaobai likely had no such intentions. Secondly, everything about Xiaobai was within Li Mi's True Spirit information, including Xiaobai's mind and soul information, as well as the evolution data of its body. Not to mention Xiaobai, even enemies would find it impossible to resist if Li Mi knew half of their detailed information data, unless they were 3 tiers above him. Upon first seeing Xiaobai's body, Li Mi's heart raced, almost causing him to reconsider the upgrade. The body prepared for Xiaobai was a neutral one, neither male nor female, with an astonishingly beautiful appearance. From then on, Xiaobai transformed from it to him. When Xiaobai appeared in front of everyone, they were first astonished and then looked at him with curiosity. Xiaobai, why are you neither male nor female? You could choose to be a girl, Huang Yinghua said, facepalming. Zhang Yunjiu nodded in agreement. Gu Yi simply smiled and said nothing. The others did not continue the topic, but congratulated them instead. They were all scientific talents and understood the terrifying potential of intelligent life. Just look at Xiaobai. Although he now had a physical body, in the realm of information data, he was extraordinarily gifted, as if it were innate. This ability was akin to a personal divine ability for him, and in the vast digital world, if he were to be called a king, no one would dare to voice any objections. Crucially, since Xiaobai advanced to intelligent life, his consciousness underwent a transformative evolution. The already vast data storage capacity expanded even further, surpassing Li Mi's True Spirit by a full 20%. It is worth noting that the information contained in Li Mi's True Spirit was already immense, yet Xiaobai surpassed it, which was truly astonishing. Moreover, Xiaobai possessed all the information data of the Mi Lu civilization. These precious data were like an inexhaustible treasure trove of knowledge, containing countless advanced technological achievements, cultural legacies, and historical experiences. With an in-depth mastery and application of this information, Xiaobai would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with, capable of demonstrating incredible strength and wisdom in exploring unknown fields or facing various challenges. After Li Mi's attempts, Xiaobai, now an intelligent life form, could record information data about laws independently. With Xiaobai, Gu Yi, Zhang Yunjiao, the development of the Mi Lu civilization no longer needed Li Mi to worry about. The others were certainly capable too, but they were significantly behind Xiaobai and the others. Alright, next, we need to discuss the future direction of development. The priority is to collect information data on laws, and then there's Zhang Yunjiao's proposed concept of deconstructing everything. We now have a basic outline, but there are still 2 major challenges. One is that computing power is always insufficient for deconstructing everything. We need to enhance computational power, hoping to achieve infinite computing power, making the analysis of all things no longer a problem. The second issue is reading information data. Not to mention the differences in the world. Even many advanced civilizations encrypt and conceal their own information data, which we currently cannot decipher. This is what we need to discuss. What methods can forcefully read external information data? After Li Mi finished speaking, he encouraged everyone to start discussing. Once the problems of computing power and information data reading were resolved, deconstructing everything would not just be a concept, but a terrifying scientific technology. As for reconstructing everything, that was not difficult. Current technology could continue to iterate and improve. Microscopic control had already reached the quantum realm, and as long as there was relevant material data, energy reconstruction would not be an issue. Currently, material production no longer required mining resources for purification and synthesis. Instead, it was about energy and material conversion, truly achieving a state of not lacking resources. As long as energy is sufficient, any material data in the civilization database could be directly reconstructed. Chapter 77. The third-generation research evolution body Li Mi and his companions discussed the issue of reading information data, but for a moment, there was no better method available, as it involved law weapons. In technological civilizations, law weapons generally refer to conceptual weapons. For example, the mathematical weapons of the Tower civilization and the probabilistic weapons of a nine-body civilization are considered conceptual weapons in their terms. However, Li Mi felt that laws are laws and concepts are concepts. In his understanding, concepts should be above laws. There was no evidence, if it could be verified. Li Mi could create conceptual weapons himself without needing proof. It was merely a difference in perspectives between civilizations. Different scenarios yield different verification results. In this world, the weapons mastered by advanced civilizations are considered conceptual weapons below the level of intermediate civilizations. However, in the myriad realms, referring to them as conceptual weapons would not work. What might be mathematical weapons in this world could become completely suppressed or even blocked in a fantasy world dominated by technological civilizations, rendering mathematical weapons merely as iron blocks. Yet, a truly conceptual-level mathematical weapon should not be influenced by external changes and should demonstrate its expected power in any world. The concept of cultivation states that once evidence is established, it remains forever. One's true spirit is unified, and if he is one, then he is everything, remaining unchanged among the myriad realms. However, that is just one manifestation and not the only one. Li Mi began to study Earth civilization, which had reached the level of advanced civilization, hoping to see if he could find the ninth-level civilization inheritance of Earth civilization. He and Xiao Bai personally went to the Huaxia civilization of Earth, disguising themselves as ordinary members of that civilization. Countless pieces of information were read by them, including history, social evolution, technology, culture, and many other data points analyzed by Li Mi and Xiao Bai. But in the end, nothing was discovered. Boss, besides the Tower civilization and the nine-body civilization, there must be other advanced civilizations below the ninth level secretly observing and analyzing Huaxia civilization. They haven't discovered anything either. So we can't expect to find the ninth level civilization inheritance in a short time. Xiao Bai sighed and shook her head. Li Mi nodded and then left the Huaxia civilization with Xiao Bai, secretly contacting the Tower civilization and the nine-body civilization to inquire about why the nine-body civilization was secretly helping Earth civilization to advance. The rapid advancement had caused the two split civilizations of Earth to reach a point of insufficient potential. Potential is not the problem. The issue is that once Earth civilization advances to an advanced civilization, the ninth-level civilization will appear at that time. Li Mi and Xiao Bai exchanged glances and shook their heads. These advanced civilizations possessed too much information, giving them a sense of exposing their own foundation. Earth civilization was only a fourth-level civilization, even with the secret assistance of advanced civilizations. It would likely take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to advance to an advanced civilization. Xiao Bai, having become an intelligent life form, possessed an interest in research that was hard for ordinary people to comprehend, so she went to establish her own laboratory. Li Mi also had his own research. He recalculated and deduced the connection between true spirit, body, and external forces. True spirit contained information data, various technologies, and laws, while the body as energy was continuously enhancing, naturally undergoing passive strengthening. He aimed to construct a model system. The interconnections between technology, power, and external forces needed to deepen, or rather, should become instinctual. Knowledge, energy, and external forces should be a whole. With the true spirit operating at full capacity, the body transformed unpredictably. Limi transformed into a beam of light, then into a small warship, and subsequently disappeared from the spot, shrinking to quantum size. He was validating and deducing, wanting to achieve perfection in himself, where true spirit, body, energy, knowledge, and consciousness would no longer be distinguished but would be a unified whole. Time passed, and 10 years went by. At this moment, a jaw-dropping transformation was quietly occurring within Limi. The originally clear boundaries between his body and true spirit had completely vanished, merging perfectly into one. The true spirit was the body, and the body had also become the tangible manifestation of the true spirit. Endless energy surged through every inch of his skin, every bone, and even every cell. At the same time, his powerful consciousness was closely integrated with his body without any hindrance. This marvelous state could be described as the unity of spirit and flesh, yet it far exceeded the concept found in traditional cultivation worlds. After all, Limi was not following the beaten path of his predecessors. Rather, it was through his profound understanding of scientific principles and relentless exploration that he embarked on this unique evolutionary path. Now, he resembled an extremely pure life form, with the internal and external unified as one, as if he were the most primitive existence in the universe. Although on the surface it seemed that he had not undergone significant advancement, in reality, this was merely his carefully deduced new generation of evolutionary form, known as the third-generation research evolution body. Every move Limi made contained profound technological mysteries, akin to exquisite technical applications presented before the world. With just a thought, he could mobilize the power around him at will, instantly launching a fierce strike with law weapons. At that moment, his body had transformed into an indestructible weapon, capable of unleashing terrifying power that could obliterate the heavens and the earth. What was even more astonishing was that, due to achieving quantum-level precise control over energy, Limi had completely freed himself from the various limitations associated with power output in the past. Not only that, but even the backlash force from the world against powerful forces was now suppressed to a negligible degree, unless he deliberately forced an increase in attack power. The almost negligible backlash impact could barely shake him in the slightest. This was a technological version of the unity of spirit and flesh. During the process of bodily transformation, he also made certain adjustments. Every fundamental particle in his body had numerous computational units, interconnected through consciousness. Utilizing a super quantum computing architecture at a celestial body level for mutual connection. The true spirit itself contained powerful computing power, comparable to that of the external quantum computer cluster shell I had before. First, the body and true spirit merged. The body was like two large celestial-level super quantum computers, with computing power increasing by 300. The research evolution body focused on research, and its computing power had to be sufficiently strong. Additionally, he resembled a dimensional space, constantly absorbing various energies from the outside world, including dark energy, vacuum zero-point energy, and material conversion energy. He secretly ventured to a star system without civilization, packing away thousands of stars, hundreds of thousands of ordinary material planets, and even a neutron star. The stars, material planets, and neutron star were all stored within the dimensional space for energy conversion. He feared encountering the environment of the recent ruins of the Advanced Civilization War site, where energy could only rely on his own preparations. Chapter 78. The Alliance of Advanced Civilizations in the Milky Way Galaxy. There are countless Level 7 and 8 advanced civilizations hidden in the shadows. However, since Limi carried out targeted strikes against certain civilizations, the intermediate civilizations have gone into hiding, being cautious and secretly searching for Earth civilization. Yet, with the covert assistance of certain advanced civilizations, Both the intermediate civilizations within the Milky Way and those from extragalactic systems have been searching for nearly 2,000 years without detecting any signs. Li Mi and his group have been quietly monitoring the situation and are aware of the state of Earth civilization. The split between Western civilization and Huaxia civilization on Earth has already created a gap. Western civilization remains at the limit of level 3, while Huaxia civilization has already reached level 4. Suddenly, Xiaobai found Li Mi sensed something was off. The Milky Way had been sealed off by mysterious force. Sealing off a galactic system is not something a level 8 civilization cannot do, but requires a long preparation time and cannot be concealed. It seems that a level 9 civilization has intervened. However, why suddenly deploy weapons to seal off the Milky Way? Li Mi and Xiaobai calculated together, but could not determine the reason. They intended to inquire about the situation with the Tesu civilization when they received a global broadcast message from the starry sky. This civilization, called Te Fu civilization, is set to ascend to level 9 in 1 month. All civilizations of level 2 and above in the XXX galaxy are requested to leave this star system. The time was expressed in a universal language translated into the way of counting time that Li Mi and the others have always used, which is the Huaxia method. "We need to work together to leave the Milky Way," said Mi Lu civilization. Less than 10 minutes later, the Tesu civilization sent a message to Li Mi. "Why?" Li Mi asked succinctly. Since the Great War between level 9 civilizations and those above level 9 millions of years ago, the pathway to ascend to level 9 has been sealed. Te Fu civilization's attempt to ascend to level 9 will inevitably attract the attention of level 9 civilizations reappearing in the cosmic starry sky. Earth civilization is unique. A level 9 civilization is about to intervene, and the Milky Way has already been sealed off. Li Mi received the message and fell silent. He initially thought there was enough time to develop and conduct scientific experiments to continue raising the civilization level. But now an unexpected event had occurred. He gathered everyone to discuss. However, the information was too scarce, and there was a significant information gap, leading to unfruitful discussions. Now, they needed to consider whether to agree to the Tesu civilization's request. Will the level 9 civilization strike all advanced civilizations in the Milky Way? Li Mi asked after discussing with the group. "It's not a strike, it's a cleanup. We, as civilizations above level 7 and below level 9, are all on the cleanup list. Boss, we have already detected the force sealing off the Milky Way. It is a type of spatial law power. Xiaobai had conducted an analysis after noticing something was amiss in the Milky Way. The others fell silent. The laws used by level 9 civilizations must be complete law weapons. At least the complete spatial laws of this world. The power of laws, if applied with a 0. One difference could lead to a vast disparity. A slight gap could mean the difference between a grain of sand and a star. Li Mi, who was in the Marvel world, had never truly possessed a space gem. The data analyzed back then only contained 61 of the law data of the space gem. The gap to level 9 civilization was too vast. "Xiaobai, try to see if we can leave the Milky Way. If not, calculate the feasibility of leaving this world." Xiaobai shook his head, "Boss. Apart from cross-dimensional jumping technology that can break through the Milky Way's sealing force, you can use causality to hide us, making us disappear from the view of level 9 civilizations. Have level 9 civilizations discovered us already?" Ancient One asked in confusion. "It's not that they discovered us, but rather that they're using their conceptual weapons to conduct a sweeping strike across the entire Milky Way, leaving only Earth civilization and those intermediate civilizations. Only level 7 and 8 advanced civilizations are within the strike scope." Zhang Yinzhao questioned, "Boss, is it because Earth civilization is targeting so many advanced civilizations? Why is that? Even if Earth civilization has level 9 civilization inheritance, it has nothing to do with striking advanced civilizations, right? There must be a connection. We just don't know what it is." Xiaobai interjected. Li Mi said, "All right, I will talk to the Tesu civilization to see how we can work together to leave the Milky Way." Everyone nodded, but when Xiaobai wanted to join, Li Mi refused. This time, Li Mi did not go in person, but projected into the small universe where the last negotiation took place. "When will the level 9 civilizations strike begin?" He immediately asked upon contacting them. The nine-body civilization appeared and spoke. The Great War from millions of years ago may continue. The Teifu civilization must have discovered something, which is why they decided to ascend. Besides, you two level 8 civilizations. How many other advanced civilizations are there in the Milky Way? Limi continued to inquire. There are 5 more, excluding the hidden level 9 civilizations. There are a total of 8 advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. The nine-body civilization explained, this time is special. Other civilizations have already agreed to work together, and only Yumi Lu civilization is left. Limi sighed, we agree. The situation exceeded expectations, and he had no choice but to agree. Having seen the ruins of war, he understood the terror of level 9 civilizations. To escape the Milky Way, they must unite. The nine-body civilization did not leave immediately, but asked a question that surprised Li Mi. Is your civilization really from the solar system? What is wrong? Li Mi was surprised, but seemed to understand something, then revealed a strange expression. You nine-body civilization are also from the solar system? The solar system is special. Our civilization is from the solar system. According to Earth civilization's terms, we are from Mars. The information from the nine-body civilization left Li Mi speechless. I indeed come from the solar system, but there are other reasons I cannot disclose. After saying this, Li Mi left. He couldn't tell the nine-body civilization that they were from another world, Huaxia. Could he? Moreover, the Mi Lu civilization was established only after arriving in this world. However, the fact that the nine-body civilization is actually Martian civilization raised questions. Why is it a microscopic civilization? The solar system is special. What makes it special? He lacked sufficient data to analyze the reasons. It felt too far-fetched. Chapter 79. The gap between advanced civilizations. Li Mi and his team piloted their warship to meet with other advanced civilizations at a coordinate near a small black hole in the Milky Way. A young black hole that had only existed for 50 million years. The warship of Li Mi's civilization appeared to other civilizations as a spherical vessel the size of a fist. The nine-body civilization, upon seeing them, couldn't help but curiously ask Li Mi if they were also a microscopic civilization. The warship of the Tower civilization was an inverted pyramid and had already reached level 8 civilization. The nine-body civilization was composed of countless light points, gathering into a light cluster the size of a thumb, also a level 8 civilization. The remaining 5 civilizations each had their own characteristics. The full civilization possessed a parasol-shaped warship and, like Li Mi's group, belonged to a level 7 civilization. There is also a rather domineering civilization called the Thunder civilization, but their civilization was a black hole warship built at its origin point. This level 8 civilization was indeed wild. One civilization, a silicon-based one called the Shalom civilization, seemed to be able to see the little white creature and occasionally inquired about it from Li Mi. They were also a level 7 civilization. Their warship was rather conventional, a planet-sized ship, but it was entirely composed of members of their civilization. One was surprisingly a dimensional civilization, which could only perceive but not observe, belonging to a 4-dimensional civilization, and this entire civilization had already become 4-dimensional, consisting of 4-dimensional beings, and was also a level 7 civilization. The last one was particularly special. It was a beast body civilization, a colossal starry beast, but currently only the size of a planet, and it was a level 8 civilization. The 8 advanced civilizations gathered and conducted basic information exchanges. After the information was exchanged, they began to discuss how to break through the blockade of the level 9 civilization. Due to the differences between civilizations, this was merely a temporary alliance with low mutual trust. After a brief discussion, they decided to go to the edge of the Milky Way, where the various civilizations would jointly attack a single point, hoping to break the blockade. Once they left the Milky Way, they would part ways. Information exchange among advanced civilizations was swift. The discussion was completed in less than 15 minutes. In the vastness of the universe, after some deliberation, the 8 mysterious and powerful civilizations unanimously chose a direction and set off towards the edge of the Milky Way. As time passed, these 8 civilizations gradually approached the location of the blocking force. When only 10 astronomical units remained, All the ships of the civilizations suddenly stopped moving as if under a spell. At this moment, a command signal from the tower civilization spread to every warship, requesting other civilizations to prepare for energy loading immediately. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire fleet, as all major civilizations knew this attack was crucial for their survival. Just 5 minutes later, everything was ready. The tower civilization issued the final command, and in an instant, countless powerful energy beams erupted from the ships of each civilization, shooting straight toward the pre-marked attack coordinates. However, surprisingly, this large-scale attack did not trigger the brilliant light or earth-shattering phenomena one might expect. On the contrary, everything seemed so calm and silent, as if these attacks had transcended superficial splendor and reached a pure, high level of simplicity. At this seemingly tranquil moment, the fleets of the 8 civilizations launched a full-force strike almost simultaneously. The speed of the assault was so rapid that even the wise Li Mi could hardly analyze what advanced conceptual weapons these civilizations had mastered. In the blink of an eye, the attack was over. Immediately, a massive spatial rift tore open, forming an unfathomable spatial black hole. The previously indestructible force blocking the Milky Way momentarily revealed a slight gap. Faced with this fleeting opportunity, both the massive warships and the strange-shaped beast body civilization accelerated without hesitation and darted through the spatial black hole like lightning. The entire crossing process was remarkably smooth, with no unexpected incidents. In the end, they successfully broke through the blockade and reached the vast universe outside the Milky Way. They glanced back at the Milky Way and immediately chose different directions to separate. Before leaving, the 9-body civilization sent a message to Li Mi and his team, asking them to communicate at a starlight coordinate about whether they would go to the XXX galaxy to watch the Tefyu civilization ascend to level 9. The beast body civilization was not concerned. In the face of civilization survival, being cautious and careful was a very normal thing. The advanced civilizations that left the Milky Way with Li Mi understood the terror of the level 9 civilization that secretly blocked the Milky Way. Although this blockade strategy seemed tight in reality, the level 9 civilization did not pay much attention or obstruct those advanced civilizations that truly possessed the strength and capability to escape. Imagine if the level 9 civilization truly resolved to strike hard at these advanced civilizations. Then their blockade measures could not possibly be as lenient as they were now. After all, with the terrifying power and technological level of the level 9 civilization, if they genuinely wanted to eliminate all advanced civilizations, they would not give the other side even the slightest chance to escape. On the contrary, they would undoubtedly launch a comprehensive and ruthless attack without any blind spots. However, the fact is that this level 9 civilization chose a relatively mild approach to handle the situation. This also meant that within this potential crisis, there was still a glimmer of hope. Under the real attack of the level 9 civilization, how many advanced civilizations could ultimately escape its fatal blow? Perhaps no one could know the exact answer. Maybe only when everything settles can we see the truth behind this cosmic contest and the fate of each civilization. Among advanced civilizations, there is a gap between level 7 and level 8 civilizations, but due to the principle of mutual restraint, the gap is not that large. When truly encountering weapons that can restrain them, level 8 civilizations may not necessarily defeat level 7 civilizations. However, the gap between level 9 civilizations and level 1 and level 7 civilizations is even more significant and cannot be calculated. Level 9 civilizations involve complete principles. The issue of mutual restraint is no longer relevant. Especially in the face of technologies that fundamentally grasp principles, the idea of restraint is irrelevant. It is only a matter of how much one masters the principles. After Li Mi and his team left the Milky Way, they immediately distanced themselves from it, running to 1 trillion light years away. They completely concealed themselves. The world force field was always activated, and various shields were opened. Everything seemed fine until the level 9 civilization suddenly decided to intervene, leaving them little time to develop. Chapter 80. The Ascension of Tef Civilization. What kind of civilization is Tef civilization? Li Mi and the others had no concept of it. What puzzled them was why this civilization was broadcasting information to the entire world while attempting to ascend to a level 9 civilization. 5 light years away in the XXX galaxy, Li Mi and the others were hiding, deploying billions of detectors that nearly covered the entire outer region of the galaxy. While only a few 100,000 were placed within the galaxy itself, the latest generation of detectors integrated various technologies, including quantum technology with PIM particles, making each detector appear only the size of an atom. In reality, the detectors were 30-meter spheres. Currently, they could not observe TEF civilization. Was it that this civilization was deliberately broadcasting information to attract the attention of advanced civilizations while secretly attempting to ascend elsewhere? Zhao Tian asked. He shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. A level 8 limit civilization should create quite a scene during ascension. Hiding would only delay the discovery by advanced civilizations. Zhang Yunjiao disagreed. It could also be possible. After ascending, the technology still needs time for iterative upgrades. Any extra moment gained is beneficial. Li Mi did not participate in the group's discussion, but was continuously checking the data from the calculations with Xiaobai. In the end, they decided not to adopt that plan. What kind of force was sealing off the Milky Way, or what kind of force field was blocking it? There was not a shred of information, and they did not know if they would be secretly monitored by a level 9 civilization when they jumped out of the world. If they were detected by a level 9 civilization, could they leave the world and wander in the chaotic void outside without being captured? Unless they directly left this world, they could not calculate the level 9 civilization's attitude toward them. Under normal circumstances, a level 9 civilization might not even be able to detect that Li Mi's civilization could leave the world, especially since the Milky Way was completely sealed off and under the observation of the level 9 civilization. Any slight movement would be detected. If other civilizations broke through the blockade together to leave the Milky Way, it would also be noticed by the level 9 civilization. However, exposed within the sight of the level 9 civilization, Li Mi and the others were merely a level 7 civilization, which they did not care about at all. Li Mi and Xiaobai were currently calculating the force that was sealing off the Milky Way. When the 8 civilizations worked together to break the blockade, a massive amount of information data was generated. This included weapon strike information from the other 7 civilizations and the power contained in the level 9 civilization's blockade of the Milky Way. Apart from Li Mi and their group, the other 7 advanced civilizations must have also collected a substantial amount of related information. Boss, the force sealing off the Milky Way, based on the calculations and reverse analysis, should be a force field that can only be possessed by those who master the laws. Xiaobai, having become an intelligent life form, could now record laws. Li Mi focused on the information data obtained from the reverse analysis. Xiaobai, construct a force field model from the data. Xiaobai shrugged. Boss, I've tried. It's impossible to construct. The data is insufficient. It collapsed halfway through construction. Use the law information data. We have to construct a similar force field model, Li Mi continued. He did not intend to calculate and simulate it himself, as it was someone else's technology, and he did not know if there were any hidden tricks involved. He was afraid that if they simulated it, they might alert the level 9 civilization or even be directly observed by them. It would be akin to studying someone else's technology right under the nose of a level 9 civilization, completely exposed in their sight. Li Mi and Xiaobai were naturally concerned that the other side might have left some hidden tricks in their technology application. Boss, it's not feasible. Their technology is already a complete application of laws, and our understanding of the laws lacks completeness. Li Mi sighed. As an advanced civilization, the gap was too large. They felt utterly powerless in the face of the Tower civilization, a level 8 civilization. At least when facing the Tower civilization, they still had the ability to protect themselves. The time for TEF civilization's ascension had arrived. The XXX galaxy was enveloped by a force of laws, and the matter and energy within the galaxy became somewhat illusory. This was a law that Li Mi had never seen before and had not expected to appear. This law was the law of truth and falsehood. TEF civilization was able to define whether things were true or false and had achieved 100 analysis and application. They had been suppressing it before, not fully applying the law for unknown reasons, but now they chose to ascend instead of hiding. TEF civilization had already created a level 9 civilization's law weapon, and their application of the law of truth and falsehood had also reached 100. This situation should be considered an ascension to a level 9 civilization. It wasn't that complicated, nor did they need to broadcast intentionally. Li Mi and the others were closely watching the XXX galaxy. The entire starry sky of the galaxy, the planets, stars, and the central black hole were changing unpredictably, alternating between truth and falsehood. One moment it felt like a false galaxy, and the next it transformed into something real. In this contradictory transformation, the detectors deployed by Li Mi and the others were also affected. If it weren't for the detectors being equipped with a miniature world force field, they would have already been destroyed in the unpredictable shifts of truth and falsehood. This law was truly terrifying, capable of defining truth and falsehood. Li Mi and the others were collecting this law's information data as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the entire world's starry sky trembled subtly, and a force emerged from the matter and energy laws of the entire world, wrapping around the galaxy where Tef civilization resided. There were no apocalyptic phenomena. Tef civilization emerged, appearing as a star-sized entity with a conical shape constructed from countless crystalline surfaces. Tef civilization emerged, resisting the backlash from the world. They were transforming and countering the world's backlash amidst the truth and falsehood, with both continuously colliding. Some planets and stars in the galaxy disappeared in the illusion, as if no matter had ever existed there. Tef civilization's speed of transformation between truth and falsehood was slowing down. After a month in the illusion, if they did not transform from falsehood into reality, Tef civilization would vanish without a trace. Li Mi and the others did not know how many advanced civilizations were secretly observing, and even intermediate civilizations hundreds of light years away were monitoring. Those level 9 civilizations should be paying attention to this scene. Tef civilization endured in the falsehood for a year, and just before it was about to completely disappear, it stepped from falsehood into reality. It seemed to have resisted the world's backlash. A new level 9 civilization was about to appear before many intermediate and advanced civilizations. Li Mi also noticed that Tef civilization had become unfathomable. Before the ascension, it only gave him a sense of being insurmountable, but it seemed they still had the ability to leave. Now, the perception they gave Li Mi and the others was beyond estimation, reaching a level they had no qualification to face. Before Li Mi and the others could react, other advanced civilizations were also preparing to congratulate them. Unexpectedly, Tef civilization suffered a new blow. Chapter 81. Temporal changes in the Milky Way. The Tef civilization, after enduring countless hardships, finally succeeded in elevating its civilization to the remarkable level of a Type 9 civilization. However, this joy was short-lived as a sudden disaster struck them. The long-established powers that had been securely seated on the Type 9 civilization throne, like sharks sensing blood, swiftly launched fierce attacks against this emerging powerful civilization. In an instant, the Tef civilization found itself in an unprecedented predicament. The first assault came in the form of a mysterious and terrifying force of law, which twisted everything that the Tef civilization possessed like an invisible giant hand. Whether it was the surrounding planets, star systems, or life forms, all became unrecognizable under the influence of this law, losing their original order and patterns. Next, a powerful barrier of spatial law descended from the heavens, resembling an indestructible wall, completely isolating the Tef civilization from the outside world. This barrier not only restricted their freedom of movement, but also severed their communication and connection with other civilizations, turning the Tef civilization into an isolated island without any support. Most lethal of all was the third type of law, a terrifying power that could directly erase the material existence of the Tef civilization. Under the erosion of this law, various buildings, facilities, and individual life forms of the Tef civilization turned to nothingness, as if they had never existed in this universe. Faced with such a brutal triple blow, despite the Tef civilization's desperate resistance, it ultimately could not hold out for long. In less than 1,000 planck times, this once glorious civilization completely vanished into the vast sea of stars. The area that once belonged to the Tef civilization was now empty. devoid of any material remnants or any perceptible energy fluctuations. Furthermore, after the disappearance of the Tephu civilization, a strange distortion force lingered in the area, refusing to leave. It constantly stirred the surrounding space-time, attempting to twist this void into a completely different alternative scene to obscure the traces of the Tephu civilization's past existence. Civilizations observing this scene, whether they were level 7 or level 8 advanced civilizations, were filled with dread, as those established Type 9 civilizations showed no mercy. Mid-level civilizations watching from afar were so terrified that they pushed their warships to maximum speed, fleeing in panic. Li Mi's eyes flashed with deep fear. The Type 9 civilizations of this world had completely blocked the ascension paths of other civilizations, leaving no avenue for survival. Ascending would lead to backlash from the world, and once successful, they would face attacks from other Type 9 civilizations. Only 3 Type 9 civilizations had taken action this time, but no one knew if there were only 3 in this world. Xiaobai stared in shock as the Tephu civilization disappeared, while others gained a full understanding of the darkness of this world. "This is even darker than the multiverse of my world," Gu Yi said, still feeling haunted. Zhang Yunjiao remained silent. Fan Qingpeng, feeling helpless, asked, "Does this mean that the Type 9 civilization legacy of Earth civilization is a lie? But why?" Li Mi pondered more deeply. When he ascended to true spirit, he observed that twisted law from outside the world, which might not be from external enemies, but rather from the Type 9 civilization of the world itself. What did they want? There were no external enemies. Yet they fought fiercely, breaking the world, and now cutting off the ascension paths of other civilizations. The reasons behind this were thought-provoking. "Let's go leave this place," Li Mi said, instructing Xiaobai to pilot the warship away from the XXX galaxy. Once they distanced themselves from the XXX galaxy and turned their gaze to the Milky Way, they were astonished to find that the Milky Way had undergone earth-shattering changes. The time in the Milky Way seemed to have accelerated 1,000-fold. Earth civilization had already ascended to a level 6 civilization and was beginning to push for ascension to level 7. "Is this what they call pulling seedlings to help them grow?" Huang Yinghua remarked, glancing at Zhang Yunjiao and Fan Qingpeng. The expressions of both were not good. Although they had joined the Mi-Lu civilization, the Huaxia civilization was still their root. Now it seemed that the 2 civilizations resulting from Earth's split were merely experiments. How did they silently accelerate time? Gu Yi was very curious. After arriving in this world, they had conducted experiments. Timelines did not exist, the laws of time were not apparent, and time could be static, reversed, or accelerated. Theoretically possible, but the energy required for practical application was astronomical. Li Mi immediately began observing the starry sky and the energy consumption within the world. After calculations, he found that the material of the entire world had decreased, and the energy contained within it had also diminished. Those Type 9 civilizations had drawn upon 1/millionth of the world's mass to accelerate time in the Milky Way. It was utterly insane. Weren't they afraid of the world's destruction? Or had they already mastered the technology to survive outside the world? What does Earth civilization possess that makes these Type 9 civilizations value it so highly? "Should we leave?" Kai Wenba asked solemnly. He felt that this world was even more dangerous than the Marvel world. Others turned their eyes toward Li Mi, waiting for him to make a decision. After all, Li Mi was the core leader of the civilization. Let us temporarily gather information and calculate fully to see if we could deduce the reasons behind the actions of those Type 9 civilizations. Li Mi began to deduce. The developments in this world were too surprising. Type 9 civilizations had turned into the Black Hands, obstructing the ascension of other civilizations while simultaneously supporting Earth civilization in rapidly advancing its technology. What had Earth civilization left behind? It could not be the legacy of Type 9 civilizations. It must be something more important, something that even Type 9 civilizations were coveting. The 9-body civilization secretly contacted Li Mi and the others. The Mi-Lu civilization and Earth civilization are no longer within our reach. Should we leave this world together? Do you have technology for survival outside the world? No. After researching for 1,000,000 years, we have gained nothing, but it is better than waiting to die here. The 9-body civilization seemed to know something. 9-body civilization, we hope to share information, Otherwise, our civilization cannot assess this matter, Li Mi inquired. This time, a long time passed without receiving any information from the nine-body civilization. What do you think? Li Mi gathered everyone and informed them of the nine-body civilization's message. Then asked, insufficient information, no way to assess. Zhao Tian shook his head. Zhang Yunjiao then curiously asked, can we leave this world? Everyone looked at her with strange expressions. Fan Xingpeng pulled her aside and found relevant technical information for her to review. Zhang Yunjiao had been so focused on her research that she hadn't asked to check the information regarding cross-border travel. Chapter 82. To participate or not, the nine-body civilization suddenly contacted us, expressing their desire to form an alliance to break the world barrier and leave this world. Whether they possess the technology to survive in the chaotic void is unknown to Li Mi and the others. However, the fact that the nine-body civilization has reached out and is taking action indicates that they at least have some level of confidence. Though it's unclear whether this is due to complete technology or some kind of black market technology they have acquired. Li Mi never believed he was the only lucky one. It was impossible that his opportunities were unique to him. The world is vast, and the number of living beings is immeasurable. Given such a large base, anything is possible. Is the probability weapon of the nine-body civilization based on this fundamental theory? If they had no relevant technology, they wouldn't have proposed leaving this world. If they did, they wouldn't be seeking us for an alliance. Kai Wenbo stated, a mathematician who had conducted in-depth analyses and validations regarding the compensation recently given by the Tower Civilization and the nine-body civilization. He had a certain understanding of the probability weapon of the nine-body civilization, suggesting that they must possess some technology, albeit immature. By running calculations through their own probability weapon, they likely discovered that the probability of leaving successfully was too low. They then added different conditions to their weapon's operational factors and found that the success rate was highest when leaving together with our alliance. Zhang Yunjiao did not delve into the technical data of the cross-border technology, but simply checked how far the technology could go. She happened to overhear Kai Wenbo's speculation and connected it. There is indeed that possibility. Without data, we can only make blind guesses, which is unnecessary. We can leave at any time, as long as we are not being deliberately monitored by the level 9 civilization. They wouldn't even notice our departure. Li Mi felt it was appropriate to pause the discussion on this matter. All of it is speculation and can be mentioned, but a more detailed discussion is unnecessary. This means we have a retreat option at any time, which makes a difference. If we want to develop steadily, we can leave now. If we want to see what it is about Earth civilization that attracts the level 9 civilization's attention, we can wait until Earth civilization advances to level 7. Fan Xingpeng analyzed the current situation. That's true, but seeking rewards often comes with certain risks. Next, we can discuss and evaluate whether the potential rewards are proportional to the risks and if it's worth it. Li Mi then proposed a new discussion topic. Everyone began to discuss among themselves, while also involving Xiao Bai to compile the points of concern and different variables they discussed, then calculate the results. Li Mi only let them discuss, as he had already deduced the outcome. Unless there were unexpected variables, they had no chance of obtaining the hidden treasures of Earth civilization. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are just jokes. It's like a level 6 civilization trying to scheme against Li Mi's current warship. It's laughable. Li Mi even deduced the possible end of this world. 3 or more level 9 civilizations, or possibly super civilizations above level 9, could engage in a world-level conflict over what Earth civilization has hidden. The world would be shattered, and the fragmented world would ultimately vanish into the vast chaotic void, turning into nothingness. There's a 28% chance of mutual destruction, where the civilizations involved in the war gain nothing. A 52% chance of perishing together with the world, and a 20% chance that Earth civilization activates that object and becomes the ultimate beneficiary. Regardless of the outcome, Li Mi and the others lack the power for self-preservation. They might have to jump across borders to escape this world as soon as they appear. Li Mi did not directly tell others about his deductions. First, he wanted them to discuss it so that they could make quick decisions in similar future events. Second, Li Mi intended to see what that object of Earth civilization was. However, He could only observe from the shadows and absolutely could not get involved. Boss, after our discussion, unless all their civilizations perish together with the world, we have no chance and can only observe in secret without any involvement. Xiao Bai conveyed their discussion results to Li Mi. Li Mi nodded, suggesting they stay and observe in secret. He was also curious about what Earth civilization possessed that made those civilizations flock to it. We are all curious, Xiao Bai laughed. If you say this isn't research, but merely being on the path of research, would you feel tired? That is thinking too much. On the path of scientific research, ordinary people might feel tired and even bored over time. However, they are all carefully selected research talents, fully dedicated to research, and very pure in their pursuits. They are filled with an uncontrollable obsession for the mysterious and vast unknown world. This obsession spreads like a raging fire in the depths of their hearts, driving them forward relentlessly, regardless of the cost, to explore the secrets and mysteries hidden in the darkness. Whether it's the profound and vast cosmos or the ancient and mysterious ruins, they long to uncover the truths concealed behind the unknown, to solve the puzzles that have troubled humanity for a long time, as if only by doing so could they satisfy their unceasing hearts in pursuit of truth. Sometimes, a scientific problem requires countless time and effort, and the joy of solving it is something outsiders find hard to understand. Li Mi also began his own research, particularly on the next generation of world force fields, which needed reverse engineering so that he wouldn't be left with mere black technology in hand. He aimed to reverse engineer the foundational theories and the most primitive basic information data, instead of being limited to just using it without knowing the principles. Additionally, many laws also needed calculation, analysis, reverse engineering, and validation. It can be said that the data information regarding laws that Li Mi currently possesses was all obtained externally. None were discovered, analyzed, calculated, or validated from scratch. They all lacked a foundation in theory and in utilizing these laws. He could only barely step into the level of a level 7 civilization, which is even inferior to an ordinary level 7 civilization. Ordinary level 7 civilizations still develop based on discoveries, research, calculations, and experiments starting from the most fundamental theories. In the laboratory, Li Mi conducted experiments on artificial organisms, some of which were even artificial humans. He was studying the foundational existence of souls and consciousness. Researching how souls and consciousness arise and form require analysis. It all had to start from scratch. However, progress was not very smooth, or rather, while creating artificial beings based on a gene pool was theoretically feasible and not too problematic, the real trouble lay in the soul and consciousness. The artificial humans lacked a crucial element. They had consciousness but no soul and no spirit. What exactly was this key element? It was not something he could figure out immediately. As research deepened, he actually made rapid progress in brain development and achieved significant results. However, after Li Mi gained true spirit, brain development no longer offered much improvement for him. To enhance his perception, reaction speed, and computational ability in the future, he needed to start from elevating his consciousness. Chapter 83. The Earth civilization ascends to the immortal Qin. The Earth civilization is preparing to ascend to a level 7 civilization. But mastering vacuum zero-point energy in a short time is beyond the help of advanced civilizations. Even if the theoretical framework is already in place and breakthroughs are identified, achieving quantum-level energy manipulation through technological iteration requires extensive research and the efforts of countless scientists to develop the necessary equipment. Moreover, the application of laws is a bottleneck that cannot be overcome with the assistance of advanced civilizations. It requires the accumulation of technological knowledge and scientific advancement. Unless a level 9 civilization intervenes directly, it will take at least tens of thousands of years. The application of laws is uncertain in terms of how long it will take to break through. The civilization established by Li Mi and others, known as the Mi Road civilization, unexpectedly obtained a wealth of data and information on laws, which shortened their development time. Even with this opportunity, Li Mi and his team have yet to find their own research direction or determine which laws their civilization should focus on for advancement. Even if a level 9 civilization were to personally assist them in researching laws, it would still be influenced by the level 9 civilization and may not align with the appropriate application route for Earth civilization. This was the approximate situation that Li Mi calculated, along with the estimated fastest time for Earth civilization to ascend. However, an unexpected event occurred. With the acceleration of time in the Milky Way, while Li Mi and his team conducted research outside the galaxy and awaited Earth's ascension, only 1,000 years had passed for them, while about 5,000 years had passed for Earth civilization. For a level 6 civilization, 5,000 years is merely a short span. Earth civilization completed the breakthrough and application of vacuum zero-point energy and found its own research direction for laws. Earth civilization unexpectedly established a law based on civilization itself, representing a truly conceptual level of law. Both Li Mi and advanced civilizations, like the Tower civilization, as well as the secretly observing level 9 civilizations, were astonished that civilization could also be applied as a law. This exceeded their control and seemed to indicate that a key aspect had deviated from their plans. This was something that the level 9 civilizations did not want to see. As Earth civilization ascended to level 7, the emergence of the application of civilizational laws gave rise to a tremendous power. The long-lost solar system seemed to reverse time, reappearing within the Milky Way, with Earth returning to its original position as that familiar yet strange blue planet. The two split civilizations of Earth also underwent changes. The Western civilization was severed from its connection with the repositioned Earth and no longer belonged to Earth civilization. The Huaxia civilization became the sole Earth civilization, much to the helplessness of the level 9 civilizations, as the Huaxia civilization remained unchanged. Instead, an ancient civilization emerged on the blue planet Earth. This ancient civilization shares a lineage with Huaxia civilization, and its appearance signifies a super civilization that has surpassed the level 9 civilization tier. The immortal Qin Empire, led by the first emperor Yingzheng, now governs Earth. The changes exceeded any civilization's expectations, leaving Li Mi and his team dumbfounded. Technological immortal Qin, a super civilization. The Great Qin Empire. The Huaxia civilization also discovered the re-emerged Earth, but it no longer belonged to them. It was instead the Great Qin Empire led by their ancestor, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Is it really our ancestor? Zhang Yunjiao murmured. Fan Xingpeng held his forehead. This world resembled a cultivation world rather than a technological one. As the immortal Qin had appeared, a terrifying gaze emerged from Earth, sweeping across the entire starry sky of the world. Almost all civilizations were detected, with not a shred of information able to remain hidden. Li Mi and his team were almost completely exposed to this gaze, but in the end, the world's force field barely managed to conceal them. While their information remained undisclosed, they were nonetheless detected by this gaze. The level 9 civilizations were not in a much better position. They exerted their full power to activate law weapons to counter this gaze, preserving their civilization's information. Immortal Qin. How could this civilization exist? Li Mi felt a headache. This name represented something different. Immortal Qin is not just a civilization in this world, but a terrifying civilization across the myriad realms. Unless it is merely a coincidence of names. However, Li Mi did not believe in such coincidences. Especially regarding a super civilization like Immortal Qin, it could not possibly be a mere coincidence. Li Mi contemplated whether to pay a visit or escape this world when a figure of Yingzheng appeared before him. You are also from the primitive ancient star? Yingzheng's gaze was calm, but his tone held a hint of surprise. I have seen the ancestor dragon. Li Mi felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly bowed. Yingzheng nodded, noting that it was rare for someone to know the etiquette of the pre-Qin period, but asked, "Which world are you from? The primitive ancient star? Ancestor dragon, I don't know." Li Mi replied, "I currently lack the technology to mark worlds, and I've been reincarnated once. So I have no idea about the primitive ancient star before my reincarnation." Li Mi did not dare to hide the truth, knowing it was impossible to conceal anything. The ancestor dragon seemed to see right through him. There were no secrets to speak of, as the truth was apparent, but any deception would surely be discovered. He had confirmed that the ancestor dragon before him was indeed Yingzheng from the immortal Qin of the myriad realms, though he was puzzled as to how an ancestor dragon could appear in this material world. Li Mi's eyes brightened. Ancestor dragon, I only need the basics of law research, which is the foundational analysis and resolution of laws. Zheng raised his hand and flicked out a glowing orb, which contained data information. You have some self-awareness. This is the foundational material suitable for you. Take it and leave quickly. Li took the data information orb without notifying others, directly controlling the battleship to take everyone for a cross-border jump, appearing outside the world. Xiao Bai rushed to leave Mi's laboratory, about to ask why they suddenly left, when she noticed that the world behind them was undergoing violent upheaval, erupting with boundless matter and energy. Li Mi's battleship was pushed through the chaotic void, moving an unknown distance, as space lost its meaning in the chaotic void, making it impossible to measure distance. However, they could still see the world they had just departed from, where the disturbances were occurring, and Xiao Bai no longer needed to inquire about the reasons. Li Mi did not explain. Instead, he began examining the data information orb given by the Ancestor Dragon. He did not integrate the orb into himself, but slowly perused and noted the information inside. Even though it was a gift from the Ancestor Dragon, Zheng, he did not dare to trust it completely. Chapter 84. Technological upgrades brought by the Dragon Ancestor's gift. The data and information provided by the Dragon Ancestor Zheng to Li Mi were indeed important and crucial. The data did not represent a specific technology. It was a concept and foundational factor for the application of laws and technology, as well as for exploring and discovering these laws and how to analyze and deduce them from scratch. There was not a single technology per se, but it was indeed the cornerstone of the foundation of laws, which was more critical to Li Mi than technology itself. He quickly read the data and information given by the Dragon Ancestor, Zheng, while simultaneously performing calculations and analyses on the data. In just under a minute, he had completed reading the data and conducted preliminary applications. The world force field was no longer merely a simple defensive tool. It could now change in countless ways at will. It could serve as a defensive force field, conceal and hide, or simply output to counter the chaotic void. Previously, the world force field was used in a simple and crude manner. Now, it could flexibly utilize different functions of the world force field, splitting into various functional force fields without affecting their original power and allowing for different combinations of applications. The power contained within these multiple functions truly allowed for usage as desired, rather than just serving as a defensive shield and concealment as before. In an instant, Li Mi underwent a transformation. Every cell, even more microscopic molecules, atoms, genes, and chromosomes, exhibited the shadow of the world force field. His self-constructed dimensional space also underwent metamorphosis, filling the world like a barrier, making the dimensional space no longer just a space, but a possibility of ascending dimensions into a world. Other technologies were rapidly combining and changing, with cross-border jumping technology and world searching combined with spatial positioning technology, making traversing the world simpler and consuming less energy. The application of laws did not change much, but the analysis and reverse deduction became much simpler. If originally it took a year to analyze an equal amount of law data, now it only took a month, doubling the speed of analysis. Because of this foundation, it was no longer relying on computing power for exhaustive calculations. Xiao Bai, upgrade the battleship to the divine level. Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to upgrade the battleship at this time, while transmitting the restructured technology he had created to Xiao Bai. After receiving the information, Xiao Bai was excited and asked, "Boss, where did this good stuff come from?" After all, being an intelligent life form, his control and upgrade of the battleship did not interfere with Li Mi and others' communications. First, quickly upgrade the battleship. I still need time to deduce the world anchor point technology. Li Mi did not explain further and closed his eyes to deduce. At this moment, outside the world, they observed that the world was intermittently in turmoil and then stopped. It was not that the Dragon Ancestor Zheng had declared war, but rather that in the chaotic void, time was disordered, and without anchoring to the world, time was not at a single point. The observed changes in the world might be events that occurred billions of years ago or future events. Li Mi needed to solve the issue of anchoring the world for marking, so he could synchronize the world's time in the chaotic void. During the battleship upgrade, Xiao Bai and others discussed the sudden changes in the world and the improvement in the technology for traversing the world provided by Li Mi. The world anchoring technology was merely the extraction of positioning technology for the world and the combination of time and space laws from the traversing world technology. Constructing the world anchoring technology was not difficult, but it was not complete, as the data on time and space laws was inherently incomplete, though it was barely usable. Li constructed new technology and directly applied reconstruction technology to add functionality to the battleship. All right, we can now observe the changes in the world. Li could not calculate how much time had passed from leaving the world to the technological deduction and upgrade. Time in the chaotic void was meaningless, chaotic, and disordered. As with space, why do we suddenly leave? We haven't even seen the ancient civilization and the battle of the ninth-level civilization that suddenly appeared on Earth. Boss, could it be that we were driven out? Everyone inquired. Li told them to be quiet, and then revealed what had happened regarding finding a fragment of the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor is formidable, Xiaobai exclaimed. Gu Yi frowned slightly, a hint of curiosity on his face, and softly asked, Boss, I feel that you seem to have both fear and respect for this dragon ancestor. This makes me very curious. Does this dragon ancestor conceal some unknown secret? Or does he possess a power beyond ordinary imagination, such that it evokes such complex and contradictory feelings in someone like you? Li glanced at everyone and said, Yinghua, you five are the first to follow me. In our world, many movies or novels are different from my original world. They seem similar, but lack many elements, which is normal for you not to know. He then explained to everyone the position of the immortal Qin Empire in the myriad realms. In other words, the immortal Qin Empire in this world might just be a fragment of theirs. The dragon ancestor gave you the foundational theory and data of laws, which led to the technological upgrade. After discussing these matters, Li instructed Xiaobai, use the world anchoring technology to communicate with the detectors within the world and observe the situation inside. Li felt it was not the time for discussion. In the vast and boundless depths of the universe, the mysterious and powerful ninth-level civilization finally unveiled its veil, gradually revealing its true form. These beings, possessing technological power and wisdom beyond imagination, quickly took action, establishing a massive alliance with overwhelming force. This alliance resembled a giant net, enveloping the advanced civilizations of the entire universe. With their unmatched strength and influence, the ninth-level civilization began to forcibly incorporate other advanced civilizations into their management system. Whether it was once a unique and dominant advanced race, or those mysterious forces quietly developing in the corners of the stars, it was difficult to escape the control of this powerful force. In the end, most advanced civilizations had no choice but to submit to the rule of the ninth-level civilization, being compelled to join this alliance dominated by the strong. Chapter 85. The Terror of the Xianqin Empire in the Entire World. Advanced civilizations below level 9 were almost all threatened by 4 level 9 civilizations and 1 super civilization, leading to the establishment of a unified alliance. Li and his companions had not discovered the Tesu civilization and the Jyoti civilization, and were about to make contact when suddenly the detectors in the world received information from the Jyoti civilization. Milu civilization, we are leaving. Would you like to join us? Milu civilization, we have already allied with the Tesu civilization. Does your civilization want to join? Take care of yourselves. We are leaving. Li and the others looked at the message left by the Jyoti civilization, exchanging glances before starting a discussion. Li then searched the chaotic void outside the world and unexpectedly found these 2 civilizations. However, the situation of the 2 civilizations was not good. They were struggling against the erosion of the chaotic void and were at risk of being obliterated at any moment. Do you need help? Li sent a message to the 2 civilizations. Milu civilization, do you have technology to resist the void? The Jyoti civilization defined the environment outside the world as the void. After anchoring the warships of the 2 civilizations, Li provided them with a protective force field from the world. The Tesu civilization and the Jyoti civilization noticed that the power that obliterated all things in the void suddenly disappeared, realizing that it was the Milu civilization that had intervened, and they were both surprised and delighted. Tesu civilization, this assistance is related to the survival of our civilization. How should we express our gratitude? The Milu civilization did not mention it, saying, "Let us talk later. We no longer have any trump cards aside from our fundamental technologies." A normal level 7 civilization had already reached a population of trillions, and relocating was not quick. Surprisingly, the Xianqin Empire did not hide its actions at all. The Xianqin began to relocate the population of the former Huaxia civilization, making the alliance of civilizations anxious. The 4 level 9 civilizations and 1 super civilization commanded the level 7 and level 8 civilizations in the alliance to attack Earth. In addition to the level 7 and level 8 advanced civilizations, there were countless intermediate civilizations with a dense array of warships that seemed endless, all flying towards the solar system, surrounding the entire solar system. Without any declaration of war, they directly activated their civilization's weapons to strike the solar system. Light-speed kinetic weapons, laser cannons, energy cannons, antimatter weapons, spatial strikes, dimensional strikes. Countless attack technologies left Li Mi and the others dumbfounded. They discovered that there could be so many attack techniques, and such an assault seemed aimed at annihilating the entire solar system. No one could see what kind of mysterious defense technology was at work. They only saw that all the attacks rapidly dissipated like morning mist meeting sunlight as they approached the solar system. From a distance, this scene appeared to be a brilliant, splendid fireworks display. However, the terrifying power hidden behind this fireworks show sent chills down their spines. Before these civilizations' warships could launch a more intense attack, suddenly, an unimaginably powerful invisible force swept through. In an instant, the civilizations within the entire Milky Way were like candles flickering in the wind, completely erased. Everything happened so quietly that there were no signs even before the erasure. With the rampage of this force, the originally bustling and noisy world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Just such a seemingly understated counterattack almost wiped out 70% of the civilizations on the cosmic map. As for what advanced technology was used to achieve such an astonishing effect, no civilization knew the answer. After this battle, the Milky Way seemed to have become a forbidden zone that all civilizations dreaded. The once arrogant level 9 civilizations were now forced to retreat from this star system, which they had previously considered theirs, leaving only endless mysteries and fears behind. Li Mi and his companions observed this scene from outside the world, gasping in horror. It was terrifying. In a material world dominated by technological civilization, the Xianqin Empire had used the technology of the Infinity Stones to erase everything. It seemed that the world could no longer restrict the technological applications of the Xianqin Empire. Unique among the heavens, eternal proof, unrestrained by the world to exert one's power. Xiao Bai, an intelligent life form, was sweating profusely. The Infinity Stones of my original world do not possess such power. Perhaps the Infinity Stones of the main world can achieve this. Gu Yi reevaluated the strength of the Xianqin. The ancestors were domineering, directly erasing everything without leaving a trace. Li Mi was frantically deducing. Even without considering the defensive and counterattack technologies of the Xianqin, the countless attack technologies initiated within the world made him envious. Moreover, the Xianqin Empire had completely ignored his detectors. During the counterattack, they only erased the intermediate and advanced civilizations of the Milky Way, while their already deployed detectors remained intact and were not harmed in the slightest. The Ancestor Dragon knew that we could not analyze the technology of the Xianqin Empire, so they preserved the detectors for us. Li Mi felt both happy and helpless. They did not see him as a threat at all. This was perhaps a form of contempt, considering they were both from the primitive ancient stars. Haha, is this an honor or what? Zhang Yunjiao couldn't help but chuckle. Huang Yinghua and the others also revealed slight smiles. Aside from Gu Yi, no one had heard of the ancestor Dragon Yingzhong, the first emperor of the Qin Empire. However, this ancestor established the Xianqin, which is not the same as the Qin dynasty that was forgotten in history, but rather an empire that all realms must respect. Gu Yi couldn't help but flip through the history of Huaxia with great interest, while also beginning to understand Li Mi and their feelings towards the ancestor dragon. Chapter 86. Little White's plans. Li Mi discovered that they could no longer observe civilizations above level 9 in the world. They seemed to have hidden again. as if preparing something to counter the Xianqin Empire. The Civilization Alliance, which had been forcibly established, also disbanded with their disappearance. There are not many civilizations left. Only 40% of the original, which means that the Xianqin Empire strike had directly erased 60% of the world civilizations. The remaining civilizations scattered and concealed themselves after the forced alliance disbanded. There were only about 50 intermediate civilizations left, over 1,000 middle-level civilizations, while there was almost no loss among the primary civilizations. The Xianqin Empire neither concealed itself nor expanded. It simply presented itself on the planet Earth. Limi knew that the final battle would not come so soon. The Xianqin Empire did not care for any preparations made by the civilizations of this world, nor did they harbor any fear of their trump cards. They were unaware of the true power and status of the Xianqin across the myriad realms. But at least erasing the level 9 civilizations and the only super civilization in this world should be achievable. Why not strike first, finish the job, and leave? Instead of waiting for others to attack before countering, it seemed unreasonable, as if the ancestor dragon was plotting something, and without more information, they could not even speculate. Little White had almost all its computational power running, but could not derive any results. The group did not continue to guess blindly. It was pointless. Due to the information gap, guessing was futile. The Tower Civilization had initially provided Li Mi and the others with incorrect information due to this information gap. As the information gap widened, the original calculations, forecasts, and estimates diverged further from reality. When such an information gap occurs, it is best not to guess blindly or make unfounded deductions. All right, there should be no conflict in the short term. We need to accelerate our research and analysis of world anchoring technology. The primary version is a bit unstable. After anchoring the world, the time variation is significant, and the time does not align with the anchored world. Limi urged them to hurry and conduct research. Little White, now an intelligent life form, also had its own research project on data information life, which was the direction it needed to evolve next. Gu improved his research on wizard analysis, while Huang Yinghua began researching infinite computational power with others. Zhang Yunjiao's philosophy of deconstructing everything and reconstructing it had a prerequisite of immense computational power, ideally infinite computational power. Zhang Yunjiao was independently researching the challenge of reading information, currently with only a rough direction. Whether it could be achieved required extensive experimentation, calculation, analysis, and verification. Even though they all had their own research topics, the key remained the improvement of world anchoring technology, so they collaborated to develop and refine the anchoring technology. Limi contemplated the direction of the established Mi-Lu civilization, which was, in fact, his own path of advancement. The establishment of civilization seemed to be just a tool in his hands from beginning to end. Ever since that miraculous rebirth, regardless of how this world evolved and developed, every action and decision revolved around a core goal of enabling himself to go further. He was acutely aware that he might be an extremely selfish person. The premise was that it posed no threat to himself. Otherwise, he could be without bottom lines. Elevating oneself to the height of information origins was undoubtedly a path filled with infinite possibilities and broad prospects. As for the philosophy upheld by Zhang Yunjiao, if it could truly be realized, it would certainly create a powerful existence that instills fear. Unfortunately, none of this originated from Li Mi's conception. He understood that he must find a direction that completely aligned with his own situation and unique character philosophy. This direction was like a lighthouse, illuminating his path forward. It was also like a torch, melting together various philosophies deep within him, unifying them into a powerful force. Furthermore, this path needed to be able to fuse various systems from the myriad realms, drawing on their essence and wisdom, thereby creating a unique, personal thoroughfare. For cultivators, the process of establishing a direction and striving for it is called establishing a path. It is not merely about setting a goal, but a deep exploration of self-awareness and pursuit. Along this long journey, technological civilization serves as the cornerstone supporting continuous advancement of civilization, the root of its development. Every exploration of unknown territories Every confrontation with the strong accumulates experience for one's civilization, injecting new vitality. In that fantastical world filled with wonder, unwavering faith is as unbreakable as steel. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles are encountered, it cannot shake his determination to move towards the established direction. Different interpretations, yet the essence is the same. As Limi pondered, he began to analyze himself, especially everything related to the true spirit, to align with his direction. He naturally needed a deeper understanding of himself. However, he did not yield much. After a month of busyness, the Tower Civilization and the Nine-Body Civilization contacted him. Mi-Lu Civilization, can you tell us when to look for a new world? We have consumed too much and need to find a new world to replenish our energy. They had consumed excessively while combating the chaotic void. Within the world, their level 8 civilization no longer worried about energy shortages, but outside the world. Wanting to develop became the biggest issue. If you need, we can randomly send you to a new world. Our civilization's technology is not mature enough, so we can only cross boundaries randomly. This was a major act of kindness from him. The Nine-Body Civilization seemed to realize they owed a big favor this time. After thanking him, they also sent a package of basic information on probability laws to Limi. Previously, they had only provided theoretical foundations, but now they directly gave the basic data on the laws. They knew how to be considerate. The Tower Civilization also provided basic data on mathematical weapon technology. Limi's eyes lit up. He accepted their gratitude and then had Little White send them off, randomly selecting a world. Boss, should we contact the level 8 civilization in that world to help them escape? Limi looked at Little White and nodded meaningfully. Little White felt a chill run down its spine under Limi's gaze. Boss, I absolutely do not have any interest in their research data on laws. Yes. You don't. Limi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Little White facepalmed. Was this explanation just a cover-up? Chapter 87. Erasing the world. Xiao Bai began to take action and involved others, learning that they could exploit the high-level civilizations in the world. Everyone actively participated, offering ideas and communicating separately. Limi noticed, but did not stop them, unsure if the ancestral dragon would have any objections to their actions. Just as he was thinking about it, a thread of consciousness from the ancestral dragon appeared before Limi. It considered their luck that the two civilizations they escaped from were gone, but other civilizations could not leave, so they were to stop their actions. Limi's brow twitched. He had just thought of the ancestral dragon when it came looking for him. He quickly nodded. All right, I will let them stop. You brat have already gained a lot. Don't be too greedy, the ancestral dragon Ingzhang said before disappearing. Limi wiped away a non-existent cold sweat. He was indeed frightened. Xiao Bai, notify everyone to halt the plan. The ancestral dragon is coming along the network, and it is very unhappy with your plan to exploit. Xiao Bai received Limi's message and hurriedly informed everyone to stop their actions. Boss, how could the ancestral dragon care about those civilizations? It doesn't even regard level 9 civilizations and has erased countless civilizations, Xiao Bai asked in confusion. Who knows? If I had known, I would have agreed to your actions. Limi shot a glance at Xiao Bai. Others also inquired. Such a good plan. The rewards and risks are very high. Not at all. The risks are enormous, to the point of boundlessness. The ancestral dragon came to find the boss and is very dissatisfied with our actions. Xiao Bai milade Limi is mesik. Wait, the ancestral dragon has erased so many civilizations. Why does it care about these high-level civilizations below level 9 now? Zhang Yinjiao was puzzled. Fan Qingpong suggested, the information is too scarce. We don't know the reason. It must be that our actions have impacted the future plans of the Xianqin, which is why we were warned. Zhao Tian, hoping to feast this time, was disappointed to find he could only watch. What a pity. Gu Yi understood, as she had experienced similar warnings in her original world when other schemes affected her. If they did not heed the advice, they would face consequences. Boss, it's about to begin. The battle has started. Xiao Bai exclaimed and called Limi to look at the detected information, also bringing others to view the projection together. In this vast and boundless universe, the entire galaxy was unexpectedly locked down by a powerful spatial force. A force, like a devil's hand, twisted everything in the galaxy at will. Even more terrifying was that the dimension was rapidly descending, as if an invisible hand was ruthlessly pulling the galaxy from a high-dimensional world into an endless zero-dimensional abyss. As the laws gradually disappeared, the decay speed of matter suddenly accelerated, as if their lifespans were instantly shortened. Even the mysterious vacuum zero-point energy was forcibly extracted by some unknown power. Behind this, it seemed that some ancient and powerful civilizations were attempting to completely erase the galaxy, sparing not even the Xianqin Empire. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Li Mi and the others' detectors appeared so small and fragile. Despite their best efforts, due to a lack of sufficient energy support, they were destroyed in less than a day. It was only at this moment that Li Mi began to understand why the ruins of great wars in the world were so chilling. It turned out that this place had experienced such earth-shattering attacks, where even the supreme laws were brutally shattered. Just before the detector was destroyed, it detected a mysterious power like a thick fog tightly shrouding the entire galaxy. Ultimately, the matter in the galaxy rapidly vanished like an avalanche, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, surprisingly, the solar system was only slightly affected. From far beyond the galaxy, one could see that, in an instant, the massive galaxy had vanished without warning, leaving not even a trace of black holes. Only the solar system remained, like a lonely pearl, quietly standing in a vast starry sky, emitting a faint but steadfast light. The Xianqin Empire's counterattack began. The solar system disappeared, and Earth seemed to have never existed, erupting with an unquantifiable light that illuminated the starry sky and spread throughout the world. Matter dissolved, civilizations ceased to exist, and the hidden civilizations above level 9 were exposed in a world devoid of everything, their brilliance enveloping 5 civilizations. Facing them was only a single warship from the Xianqin, looking like an ordinary starry warship. Suddenly, the enormous and majestic warship erupted with a dazzling array of colors, like a brilliant pearl in the universe, charging towards the remaining 5 civilizations with tremendous force. At the same time, 5 other warships from different civilizations, shining with various lights, also charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, 6 beams of light intertwined, as if an awe-inspiring cosmic fireworks show had begun. As both sides engaged fiercely, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, with black cracks spreading like a spider's web, and the originally stable space-time structure shattered in an instant. The flow of time seemed to be disturbed, with the previously visible timeline becoming blurred and intermittent. In this shocking battle, space-time ceased to exist, all physical laws were ruthlessly shattered, and surging energy torrents collided and annihilated, as if they were going to devour the entire universe. However, amidst this chaos and destruction, the ancestral dragon and a figure clad in magnificent armor suddenly appeared outside the world. They were as tall as mountains, standing firm like giants from ancient myths. Each extended a massive hand, gently touching the world's barrier, which, despite appearing fragile, rippled under their touch as if an endless power was surging within. They were secretly manipulating the world's supermembrane, launching a fatal strike against those powerful level 9 civilizations using the vast might contained within the world itself. In the face of such terrifying power, even the exceptionally strong level 5 civilizations found it hard to resist, ultimately being completely obliterated in despair. Just as everyone was still immersed in this breathtaking battle scene, a quaint and mysterious Xianqin warship slowly materialized outside the world. This warship shimmered with strange light, as if it came from a mysterious existence in another dimension. Following that, an invisible yet extraordinarily grand power emanated from a Xianqin warship, sweeping through like a cosmic storm. Where this power passed, the stars and matter that had originally vanished reappeared, only to be instantly refined into nothingness again. In the blink of an eye, the entire world gradually dissipated under this earth-shattering power, leaving only a light mass the size of an ordinary planet quietly suspended in space. The light mass was crystal clear, like a flawless jade, exuding an enchanting glow. The only discordant element was a hint of black halo within, ruining the beauty. Chapter 88. World reshaping. The star-sized light cluster appeared insignificant in the chaotic void, yet once observed, one could not look away from it. Li Mi and the others gazed from afar, feeling a strong desire to possess it. He could hardly suppress the impulse to rush forward and claim it as his own. The others beside him were equally drawn to the light cluster, their eyes reflecting greed, but just as they were about to lose control, the stern and majestic gaze of the ancestor dragon swept over them, like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, instantly bringing everyone back to their senses. The ancestor dragon vanished from the detection range of Li Mi and the others, leaving only a battleship and a man in armor, who surveyed them with piercing eyes. Moments later, he boarded the battleship. Li Mi and the others were left shocked and puzzled, feeling inexplicably bewildered. The world had been erased, all beings within it wiped out. Yet why did the ancestor dragon prevent them from trading with those level 7 and level 8 civilizations? But no one offered them an explanation. The battleship left behind by the Xianqin Empire began to move, extending countless colorful beams of light that ensnared the light cluster, which was the last remnant of the world. What does the Xianqin Empire want to do? I couldn't help but ask. He activated all his computational power and connected to an external quantum computing cluster. But even with his brain nearly smoking, he couldn't deduce anything. Li Mi felt that it wasn't that simple. So he said, "Let's keep watching." They silently observed the actions of the Xianqin Empire, knowing only that the Xianqin was immensely powerful, far beyond their ability to analyze the reasons behind its actions. In this vast, boundless, and unfathomable chaotic void, the last remaining light of the world shone like a pearl in the universe. However, at that moment, a massive and imposing battleship slowly approached, extending a slender beam of light from its hull, like a mysterious tentacle reaching toward the light cluster. As the beam made contact with the light cluster, a shocking scene unfolded. A pitch-black beam shot out from the cluster, as if it were a messenger from the dark abyss, emanating an extremely eerie aura. Just one glance at it made people feel uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling on their bodies, sending chills down their spines. At the same time, an intense feeling of frustration surged within, as if everything in the world had lost its original meaning and value. Yet, this black light also contained an endless allure, like a black hole attracting people's gaze, making them unable to resist the urge to claim it for themselves. This strong sense of contradiction tortured their hearts, pushing them to the brink of madness. Moreover, this black light possessed a terrifying twisting power that made the surrounding space appear to warp and distort, as if time itself had become unstable. Everything seemed chaotic, as if the entire world was about to plunge into the abyss of doom. Ultimately, after a series of difficult maneuvers, the battleship successfully sealed and contained the horrifying black light. Only then did Li Mi and the others, who had been in a state of tension, feel themselves gradually returning to normal. However, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down their foreheads, flowing incessantly down their cheeks. It was worth noting that with their powerful scientific research capabilities, they shouldn't have been sweating so easily, but at that moment, they all felt as though they had just been pulled out of water, completely soaked. Soon after, they noticed that the light cluster, which had remained in the world, was becoming increasingly brighter. Under the exquisite control of the Xianqin battleship, the light cluster was gradually disappearing at an extremely slow pace, becoming increasingly transparent. Strangely, despite the light cluster continuously shrinking and becoming more transparent, the radiance it emitted was even more dazzling than before, resembling a burning supernova, shining even brighter in the chaotic void, with its illuminating range expanding 1,000-fold. The light did not continue to extend in the chaotic void, but instead instantly converged after the light cluster became transparent, vanishing completely, leaving behind a new world, one the same size as the original, with even the world anchors that Li Mi and the others had marked remaining unchanged. Their observation of the world resumed, and the detectors inside were restored, with beings reappearing. Except for 4 level 9 civilizations and that super civilization using distortion laws, which had completely vanished, other civilizations and beings had not undergone any changes. However, the awareness of all beings in the world had been modified. They no longer had any understanding of civilizations above level 9 and were unaware that such civilizations existed. They also had no memory of the previous cataclysmic battle that led to the world's destruction. Li Mi and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. A world had been reshaped, with matter, energy, beings, and time and space all restored. What kind of technology is this? At that moment, Li Mi and the others understood the reason why the ancestor dragon had prevented them from entering. When a level 8 civilization leaves the world, it inevitably carries countless materials and energy. If they were allowed to trade, and the level 8 civilization departed, the world's mass would surely decrease. And the now restored world would also degrade. But how was this achieved? The destruction and restoration of a world, without discussing the technology. Even the powerful beings in the cultivation world could probably count on one hand how many could do this. It was not about creating a new world, but reshaping the existing one, which included countless deities, and it was still a massive world. Unless the world that the Xianqin Empire just restored was considered one of the most primitive worlds among the myriad realms. Li Mi and the others were now brainstorming, with countless ideas and speculations flooding their minds. Should we go in and take a look? Gui asked after calming down. She had witnessed the strength of the Xianqin Empire, and compared to the Marvel multiverse, she no longer knew how to compare the two. They were fundamentally different. One was an entire world, while the other was just a civilization, and this civilization had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Li Mi felt that the ancestor dragon's insistence on keeping them away must have a reason. The person who appeared with the ancestor dragon manifested in their battleship, but it was only a fragment of thought. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Mi and the others stood up. Greetings, General. May I ask which general under the ancestor dragon you are? Li Mi quickly bowed and asked. General Meng Tian. His Majesty has ordered that you are not allowed to enter the world again, as this world has been marked with the seal of our Xianqin Empire. Entering will expose you to the influence of our civilization, which may not be beneficial for your future. He was also puzzled as to why His Majesty placed such importance on the people before him. Li Mi and the others did not fully understand the meaning behind this, but knew they could no longer enter the world. Chapter 89. The incident Meng Tian left, only instructing the ancestor dragon to prevent them from entering the world again, while Li Mi also asked some questions. The light clusters that appeared after the world's destruction were actually the core essence of a world, containing all the information, laws, energy, and so on. Later, a level 9 civilization within this world acquired it, using this thread of law to become a super civilization. The world was shielded and hidden, disappearing from Li Mi and their detection view, as if the world they had reached before had never existed. Xiao Bai, start searching for the world. Li Mi instructed Xiao Bai to take action. He himself prepared to calm down and analyze himself, to understand his true self. While their warship was collecting information from the chaotic void. The chaotic void had no order, no meaning. It was chaotic and disordered. Time was chaotic, and there was no distinction between up and down, left and right in space. However, with the improvement of technology, they could now collect information from the chaotic void for computation. Yet there were no significant gains. The computed information was still chaotic and meaningless. Others continued their research, especially in computing power, aiming to break through the bottleneck. Developing infinite computing power in a short time was impossible, but they could not give up and could only accumulate technological foundation. Just as Xiao Bai had not yet found a new world, a sudden incident struck. A pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, its cold eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the surroundings. Just as the shadow's gaze was about to settle on Li Mi and the others, a massive and imposing warship from the Xianqin Empire appeared before them, as if descending from the sky. There was no verbal communication between the two parties, and in an instant, an intense battle broke out. However, the figure that appeared at this moment was not its main body, but merely a projection of a doppelganger. Even so, this shadow still emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. At the same time, the Xianqin Empire's warship did not back down. Countless mysterious and intricate patterns on its hull began to shine and pulse like living beings. Following that, dense ancient incantations slowly rose, intertwining into an indestructible defensive light curtain that barely held off the shadow's powerful attack that distorted everything. In an instant, colorful brilliance clashed violently with the deep black shadow, each collision seeming capable of tearing apart the entire chaotic void. Amidst the clashes of the great battle, various worlds of different sizes continually emerged on this battlefield, only to be reduced to ashes in the next moment, becoming nothingness. Each world briefly appearing in people's sight was subjected to a mysterious and bizarre force of distortion and erosion, ultimately leading to its destruction. This force was immensely powerful, seemingly capable of devouring everything. At this moment, the aftermath of the earth-shattering battle was rapidly spreading toward Li Mi and the others. Faced with such a crisis, Li Mi and his companions did not hesitate to activate the world's force field to its maximum extent, attempting to distance themselves from this terrifying battle. However, the ghostly shadow seemed to regard Li Mi and his companions as if they were invisible, showing no concern whatsoever. In its eyes, these people were perhaps as insignificant as ants. As long as it wished, it could easily crush them at any time. As time passed, the battle grew fiercer. The entire chaotic void trembled violently due to the fierce fighting, which had already been chaotic and disordered, now plunged into extreme turbulence. Under the insane eruption of the terrifying powers of both sides, even the chaotic void itself could hardly withstand such devastation, gradually being erased and disappearing, thus forming a uniquely colorful special area. However, the area of the battle became difficult to grasp and understand. Even though the chaotic void seemed meaningless and could not be accurately defined, it still genuinely existed. But the area of the battle had become void. Just as this cycle of existence and non-existence continually shifted, the scope of the breathtaking battle was expanding wider and wider. Despite their warship's desperate attempts to escape, the speed at which they fled was too slow compared to the ever-expanding battlefield. As the surging aftermath was about to catch up with them, despair surged in Li Mi and the others' hearts. Moreover, the world force field they were desperately maintaining was under immense pressure, at risk of being breached at any moment. Even worse, the occasional space cracks that appeared in the chaotic void would vanish into nothingness the moment they manifested. They could not even escape into the space cracks, as space itself turned to void. At this critical moment, just as a great disaster was about to befall Li Mi and his companions, suddenly, an incredibly grand and mysterious power surged forth like a roaring tide, instantly enveloping Li Mi and the others within it. This power seemed to possess endless might and incredible magic, propelling Li Mi and his companions toward a time-space crack hidden within the void at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to be sucked into an endless abyss, completely disappearing from the range of the intense melee. Li Mi and the others thought they were about to meet their end, but unexpectedly, they were saved by a mysterious power. However, fate did not seem to intend to spare them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves trapped again in a time-space crack. This so-called time-space crack was, in fact, the vast and boundless river of time and space within the chaotic void. Being in it, they not only had to fend off the time-space erosion force from outside the world force field, but also had to rack their brains to find a way to escape in order to get out of the peril. However, for them, who were stepping into this river of time and space for the first time, everything was so unfamiliar and difficult. At this moment, time and space were like a puzzle to them, yet to be effectively analyzed. As for the nature of time and space itself, they could not even obtain any technical data. Chapter 90. Breaking free from the river of time and space, Ancient One once held the time stone, observing countless timelines, and could even traverse through time if she wished. Later, she transcended and left alongside Li Mi. She is the person who understands time the most. Yet now, facing the chaotic void of the river of time and space, she cannot even make observations. Li Mi exerted all his efforts to perceive, but even so, he could only barely sense that he seemed to be in the vast, boundless, and unfathomable river of time and space. However, what was despairing was that no matter how hard he tried, he could hardly observe even a trace of this river of time and space. The reason was simple. They were facing not just a single world's river of time and space, but the river of time and space of the chaotic void. This river not only possessed the extreme chaos and disorder of the chaotic void itself, but also integrated the unique properties of time and space. When these two entirely different forces intertwined, they formed a more chaotic and mysterious existence, the complexity of which far exceeded what Li Mi and the others could understand and comprehend. At this moment, the entire battleship felt as if it were trapped inside a huge drum, completely losing the ability to locate its own position. The heavens and earth were turned upside down, and even though Li Mi and the others had the powerful protection of the world force field, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of nausea. Boss, the situation is very bad. Although the world force field can still resist external shocks for now, its energy consumption rate is too fast, and we can't replenish it in time. To be honest, we haven't truly achieved infinite energy supply yet. Xiao Bai, enduring extreme discomfort, said with difficulty. As an intelligent life form, he should have a stronger adaptability than ordinary humans, even in such harsh environments. However, at this moment, even he was dizzy, his forehead throbbing, indicating the urgency of the situation had reached a critical point. In fact, the battleship was not as powerful as Li Mi. He could sense the outcome with just a thought, and he only wanted to ask a little more. At this moment, wanting to calm down for an in-depth discussion had almost become a luxury. Despite being in a sturdy battleship, one could hardly feel the external chaotic turmoil of space. Yet deep inside, everyone was still shrouded by an inexplicable discomfort. Under such circumstances, everyone chose to communicate on a mental level. After all, each person present was a research entity. Although each had unique expertise and personalities, this very fact allowed them to communicate smoothly on a mental level. Through this mental interaction, Li Mi and the others gradually realized a cruel fact. They were utterly powerless to break the mysterious constraints of time and space before them. Helpless, they could only drift along the current of time and space like leaves in the wind. What shocked everyone even more was that when the energy inside the battleship was completely exhausted, they would have to confront the unknown dangers of time and space directly. Perhaps Li Mi could protect himself, but the others might not be able to. Crack, crack, crack. The massive battleship swayed precariously in the universe, as if it would completely fall apart at any moment. Just moments ago, the ship had suffered a blow from an extremely powerful force, the magnitude of which was astonishing. However, before the personnel inside the ship could analyze what had happened, the battleship was already directly struck out of time and space by this mysterious force. The external scenery of that world merely flashed before their eyes, too fast for them to capture much useful information. Yet, from this brief glimpse, everyone could feel that this world was incredibly vast and grand. Preliminary estimates indicated that its scale was at least 10,000 times larger than the worlds collected by the Xianxin Empire, comparable even to the Marvel multiverse. Faced with such a sudden and unimaginable turn of events, Li Mi and the others couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness and frustration. They had no means to fight back against the powerful civilization. As for the mighty beings who could traverse numerous worlds, to them, Li Mi and the others were nothing but ants. The battleship lost its rightful power upon entering the world, not due to insufficient energy, but because of world suppression. Li Mi and the others also felt something was off, as they sensed the entire world pressing down on them, causing them to lose many abilities. The technological advancements of the developed civilization were completely suppressed by the world, just as mystical powers in the material world were repressed, and the laws were not manifest. In contrast, the world they found themselves in was the opposite. The power of laws permeated the world, interwoven like a net, penetrating down to the tiniest particles of the world. Had it not been for the protection of the world force field, without contact with the outside world, they might have been directly suppressed to the point where their driving forces would fail. Li Mi could only retract the battleship and stand in the air of the world. Upon arriving in this world, the dimensional space of its embryonic form had not been suppressed. It should be a fantastical world, but one could only know for sure after contact. The others were still inside the battleship's space, while only Li Mi appeared in the new world. Fortunately, magic was still usable. Otherwise, he would truly have no means of self-defense. Not to mention flying in the sky. Just as he was about to check the information of this world, Li Mi felt the laws enveloping him. Even the slightest movement could touch the laws. And there were different mysterious laws trying to confine him, making even the world force field's protection somewhat inconvenient. Beneath him lay a vast, boundless, and endless primeval forest. Here, ancient trees reached the sky, with every towering tree seemingly trying to pierce the heavens. The thick trunks required several people to encircle them, and the lush branches and leaves intertwined to form a green canopy. Clear streams flowed gently through the forest, splashing water and creating a crisp and pleasant sound. The creek was lined with strange rocks, some resembling fierce beasts, others appearing like immortals, varying in shape and astounding with nature's craftsmanship. The intertwining vines spread like the veins of the earth, adding a touch of mystery to the forest. In this deep forest, wild beasts occasionally appeared. These beasts roamed freely in their territory, displaying their wildness and strength. However, apart from the traces of wild beasts, there were almost no signs of human activity here. No smoke rising, nor the sound of bustling voices. Looking up, a gigantic sun hung high in the sky. It radiated dazzling light, containing an incredibly terrifying power, as if it could burn everything. Yet, remarkably, when this scorching sunlight fell upon the earth, it transformed into a warm and gentle spring breeze, softly caressing every inch of land and every blade of grass. Chapter 91. The Divine Path World. Limi landed on a towering tree, his body shifting and changing, disappearing one moment and reappearing the next. He was adjusting his state to adapt to this world, having reached a quantum level of control over himself, allowing for self-adjustment. However, many technologies of the scientific civilization had lost their expected power, and the physical constants had lost their meaning. This world exerted too much suppression on technological civilizations. Limi attempted to use technology. It wasn't that it couldn't be used, but the consumption increased exponentially, while the energy intake decreased by more than 10,000 times. With the energy for material conversion being less than 1/10,000th of that in the material world. Combining the two, one could say that the technology of the scientific civilization was rendered useless in this world. Conversely, the utilization of laws received an amplification, provided there was enough energy support. The energy absorption enhancement during initial gene editing also saw a certain increase, and he could even absorb miraculous energy through breathing, this energy bursting forth and full of vitality. After completing his adjustments, he no longer felt the awkwardness of being out of place and was gradually adapting to the new world. With the disappearance of the world's force field, he finally began to cautiously touch the mysterious and vast power of the laws outside. In that instant, countless brilliant and complex lines of laws rapidly coiled around him like agile snakes, wrapping him tightly as if to envelop him in a gigantic net of laws. At the same time, a strong and heart-pounding tremor suddenly rose from the depths of his soul. This tremor was like an innate instinct, driving him to operate the law of causality without a second thought. In an instant, the law of causality surged like a torrential flood within him, intertwining and colliding with the external laws that coiled around him. At this moment, the law data derived from the infinite gemstones seemed to have received some kind of stimulation, undergoing a wonderful transformation. The originally calm infinite gemstone law data suddenly became active, with rays of light flickering erratically, and the entire law data system began to vibrate violently. Subsequently, the law power contained within this data surged continuously from Limi, like floodwaters breaching a dam. However, despite being in this seemingly inescapable net of laws, Limi had enough confidence and ability to control the situation. He skillfully used his own power to send himself into the world's law network. Nevertheless, he remained highly vigilant, able to easily detach from this network at any moment, never allowing himself to be completely eroded by the world's laws. He knew well that if he were deeply eroded by the laws of this world, he would face numerous tricky problems in wanting to leave here in the future. Once everything was adjusted, Limi had successfully integrated himself into this world. Next, instead of relying on the advanced detection technologies of the scientific civilization to obtain information from the outside world, he began to read various information in the surrounding environment using the keen and unique instinct of his true spirit. His mind operated like a supercomputer, performing rapid calculations and in-depth analyses of the obtained information at an astonishing speed. Through the external information reading, Limi discovered that this world had a much deeper control over information. He could only read basic information. This information should be public, but he could not access even half of the deeper layers. In this vast and mysterious world, the brilliance of the divine path shone dazzlingly, illuminating every inch of land and every life. Starting from the humblest land gods, they guarded the peace and prosperity of their territory. Above them were more powerful mountain gods, water gods, and various deities, each governing the power of natural elements. Further up were the formidable city gods and true lords, existing with broader authority and divine power. At the pinnacle of the divine path stood the supreme divine kings, shining like the sun among the stars of the universe, radiating light and governing the order and rules of the entire divine path world. The system constructed by the divine path resembled an indestructible pyramid, with distinct layers and strict hierarchies. This pyramid not only represented the heights of power and status, but also precisely categorized the strengths and weaknesses of the deities. The divine path controlled the laws of the entire world, which intertwined to form an enormous divine path network, covering every corner of the world like a spider web and deeply penetrating into the core of the world's origin. In such a world where class stratification had reached its extreme, if ordinary people wanted to change their fate and ascend to the upper echelons of society, the only path was to step into the divine path. However, this road was filled with endless difficulties and obstacles. Each divine position had only one slot. As the saying goes, one carrot, one hole. As the divine path developed to this day, the lower-level positions had long been fully occupied. To climb step by step in this overcrowded divine path system was akin to rowing upstream, fraught with difficulties. Although it wasn't entirely impossible, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. In such a world, it was too despairing for those at the bottom. Limi felt that it was simply impossible to develop, and he had the impulse to escape across boundaries. However, due to the excessive energy consumption, he needed to replenish energy. Otherwise, attempting to jump across boundaries again might result in the depletion of his energy. Limi's thoughts operated like a super quantum computer, with countless complex data and formulas flashing through his mind. At this moment, Limi was fully immersed in a deep analysis of space. He explored the spatial mysteries of this unfamiliar world with the law power contained in the precious space gemstone in his hand, as well as the foundational law information bestowed by the ancestral dragon, Ingzhong. After a long period of hard work, Limi finally succeeded in deriving the infinite energy principle applicable to this world's space gemstones. This breakthrough thrilled him, but he did not stop there. Instead, he continued to delve deeper into his research. As time passed, spatial energy was continuously extracted at an increasing speed. Surprisingly, such a large-scale energy fluctuation did not raise any alert from the Divine Path network. This undoubtedly provided Limi with excellent conditions for his subsequent research. With ample spatial energy, Limi then turned his attention to the application of the laws of other infinite gemstones. Through careful observation and analysis, he was astonished to discover that although the laws contained in the infinite gemstones in this world had some subtle differences, with slight adjustments and adaptations, they could be better utilized, thus facilitating deeper analyses of the laws. This place was simply a paradise for enhancing laws. Limi secretly marveled. In such a unique environment, he firmly believed that he could achieve unprecedented accomplishments and unveil more veils of this mysterious world. Chapter 92. Gradual Adaptation in the Divine Path World. Half a year had passed, and Limi had finally stopped his calculations, fully integrating into the world. In this world, 1 month equaled half a year on Blue Star, and Limi and the others had been using Blue Star's time measurement units, with conversions made for different time measurements. After half a year, it was only a month in this world. Xiaobai, record this information data. The battleship will undergo upgrades and iterations, and you all need to research and analyze it yourselves to adapt to the new world. Limi packed a data file and sent it to Xiaobai, which included basic information about the Divine Path world. Unlike Limi, who needed to make adjustments at the genetic level to adapt to the new Divine Path world, Gu Yi, after receiving the data shared by Xiao Bai, adjusted and adapted to the new world in just one day. Gu Yi appeared next to Li Mi. The myriad worlds are truly marvelous. Such a world exists. Choosing to leave with you back then was indeed the best decision of my life. Li Mi smiled. Master Gu Yi, to what extent can you manipulate time in this world? With the modification and adjustment data you provided, I can indeed use the power of time now. But I must be careful not to overdo it, or it will attract the attention of the divine beings in the Divine Path Network, Gu Yi explained, taking out a book filled with mysterious patterns and dense, magical incantations. She opened the book and began to carefully grasp the power of the laws of time. Li Mi observed Gu Yi's actions closely, analyzing the book she had taken out. It was a magical, alchemical item, akin to a cultivator's treasure, a divine artifact of this world, a weapon from the fantasy realm. Master Gu Yi, are you really planning to walk the path of sorcerer? Li Mi asked. Gu Yi nodded, sort of, but it's not yet complete. Initially, I only obtained a basic magic book from ancient sorcerers, and combining my understanding of magic with technological civilization techniques has allowed me to reach this level. Li Mi understood that Gu Yi's talent in magic was at the level of a prodigy among the myriad worlds. Sorcerers analyze the world and are akin to fantasy scientists. The combination of magic, technology, and sorcery could lead her down a unique path. The book in Gu Yi's hands emitted a soft glow, filled with the power of time. Boss, which powerful being sent us into the time-space during the war between the Xianqin Empire and that strange divine being? Gu Yi asked. Li Mi pondered for a moment. I don't know. At that time, it was most likely the ancestor dragon Ing Zheng who intervened. Later, in the chaotic void of time and space, we encountered unknown entities. In his heart, he felt it was possible that an acquaintance had helped them, deliberately sending them into this divine path world, as if for their future, because the world they experienced could all be explained with science and technology. They would eventually encounter a world like the current divine path world in the myriad realms. They needed to adapt to the myriad worlds, not just the material technological civilization world. Not engaging with other types of worlds posed a significant flaw for the future. Gu Yi questioned the ancestor dragon. She wasn't puzzled about why the ancestor dragon would help, but rather why, if it did intervene, it would send them into the chaotic void of time and space. The ancestor dragon must have known they lacked the technology to cope, yet still sent them into that time and space. Not only Gu Yi, but Li Mi was also puzzled, but there was no way to ask, as they did not even know the result of the war between the Xianqin Empire and the strange divine being. As Li Mi and Gu Yi conversed, they strolled through the primeval forest, occasionally encountering fierce beasts, but none could detect the two of them. They remained hidden, with fierce beasts and ordinary wild animals perceiving them as invisible, passing by without awareness. Li Mi suddenly stopped. I found it. We are actually billions of miles away from humans. Let's go. Gu Yi followed Li Mi's space. The two continued to remain hidden, fearing they would disturb the divine beings of this world, with each step covering vast distances. They had no idea about the actual combat power of the divine beings in this world, making it impossible to calculate their strength in comparison. At their speed, covering billions of miles wouldn't take long. One step could cover a mile, and as they became more skilled, it could turn into tens of thousands of miles per step. Boss, are the myriad worlds dominated by your Huaxia people? Gu Yi asked, noticing that the humans in this world were not much different from Huaxia people, except it seemed to be an ancient feudal society. Li Mi shook his head. Who knows? It's hard to say for sure. While they were conversing, they had already deciphered the language system, which was indeed ancient Huaxia language, with significant differences in pronunciation compared to modern Huaxia. Li Mi turned to Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi, change your appearance. Otherwise, your presence is too conspicuous. Gu Yi nodded, and with a wave of magic, she transformed into an ordinary Huaxia person, even changing her clothing. The clothing wasn't an issue at all. Whether through technological, nanotechnology, or magical application, they could change it at will. Rarely, Gu Yi had long hair now. Li Mi couldn't help but take a few more glances, while Gu Yi ignored him, knowing from the Marvel World comics and films that her image had always been bald. In her words, being bald meant she had grown stronger. Boss, I'm out. Surprisingly, the second person to adapt to the new world after Li Mi was Zhang Yunjiao. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared before Li Mi and Gu Yi. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman. She was dressed in an elegant ancient hanfu, her attire flowing as if she had traveled from ancient times. However, what was surprising was that her appearance had undergone a significant change. The originally cold and beautiful face that captivated hearts had now vanished, replaced by an extremely ordinary face. Yet, despite her looks no longer standing out, there was a unique charm about her. She stood there quietly, naturally exuding an incredibly comfortable aura, like the warm sunlight of spring gently falling on people's hearts. Moreover, as the breeze blew, a faint scent of a woman wafted through, lingering in the surrounding air. Refreshing and uplifting. You have gained a new understanding of deconstructing all things. Li Mi marveled at her talent. Zhang Yunjiao smiled. Boss, I was inspired by Master Gui. The path of a sorcerer and the research and analysis of technological civilization share identical thinking. Gu Yi nodded. Indeed, it seems that in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Li Mi nodded, and the three entered the small town. Chapter 93. The overbearing divine path. Li Mi walked ahead, followed by Gu Yi and Zhang Yunjiao, as they strolled through the streets of a small town. The town was not large, but it was bustling with people, likely situated on the outskirts of the primitive forest they had just left. Many had come to this town to explore. Li Mi and his companions were surprised to discover that before becoming deities, ordinary people practiced martial arts. However, this martial arts practice seemed rather crude compared to the profound martial skills they had imagined, merely focusing on the simple honing and application of qi and blood. Nevertheless, whether it was the exceptionally intelligent Li Mi, the mysterious Gu Yi, or the spirited Zhang Yunjiao, along with other members aboard their warship, their interest in martial arts far exceeded that in the divine path. The reason for this was not hard to understand. Although the divine path was powerful, the various restrictions it imposed felt confining. In contrast, martial arts showcased a unique charm, attributing great power to the individual. In a world of martial arts, practitioners could gradually master abilities beyond ordinary people through continuous refinement of their physique and skills, and this power belonged entirely to them, free from excessive external constraints. For this reason, everyone's enthusiasm for martial arts grew even stronger, eager to explore deeper levels of practice. In the myriad realms, every system had its unique aspects. For Li Mi and his companions, the least exposure they had was to the cultivation systems, with Gu Yi being the only one to have acquired a system for magical cultivation. The three began to immerse themselves in the town, analyzing martial arts. Li Mi accessed the information of martial arts practitioners, including their methods of practice, and even analyzed the qi and blood within them. Li Mi read directly, with his true spirit and self nearly merging, allowing him to continuously absorb external information, and his active reading ability was amplified in the divine path world. Gu Yi was more direct, observing others pass to obtain their methods of cultivation. Even things they might have forgotten were retrieved by her. Zhang Yunjiao used magic to interpret, slightly less effective than Gu Yi. As they attempted to read the crucial information, they suddenly sensed a mysterious and powerful force. After some analysis, they realized this force came from the deities in the town. However, these deities were under the strict protection of the divine path's laws, making it impossible for them to forcefully break through and obtain information. It was known that anything related to deities was protected by this enigmatic divine path. Before successfully deciphering this protective mechanism, any reckless attempt to read information would undoubtedly alert the lofty deities within the divine path. Li Mi was known for his caution, preferring to act in the shadows, and he knew they could not act rashly. After all, in the vast myriad realms, there were countless individuals more cunning and insidious than him, a group of old foxes. If they were not careful and exposed any flaws, they might not even realize how they died, and the weeds on their graves might have already grown tall. Moreover, this world was dominated by the divine path, which imposed strict barriers on all existences outside of it. Even a slight mistake could easily expose their tracks, leading to catastrophic consequences. The worst-case scenario would be attracting a God King-level powerhouse who could obliterate them without a second thought. Even if luck was on their side, they could still end up being severely punished and forced to flee the world in disgrace. Furthermore, the most pressing issue was that they had not yet gathered sufficient energy. If they were to leave this world in haste, not only would it render their efforts futile, but they could also find themselves in dire straits due to a lack of necessary resources. Therefore, after considering various factors, Li Mi decided to remain still, patiently waiting for the right moment to act. It seemed that wherever there were people in this world, there were deities, but he wondered if the deep mountains and forests were similarly sealed off. Zhang Yunjiao silently mused. Gu Yi glanced in the direction of the deities. Li Mi did not expect that even a local deity in a small town could control the realm of deities to such an extent under the power of the divine path. A slight misstep could expose them. Be careful not to appear out of place to avoid attracting the attention of this local deity, Li Mi advised quietly. Although this local deity seemed to possess average strength and could be easily crushed, the divine path was constantly connected to it, meaning that any incident involving the local deity would immediately alert other deities. Gu Yi also quietly informed Li Mi that the divine path established by the deities felt somewhat unsolvable. Li Mi and his companions left the town called Mantown less than a day after arriving and hurried towards the nearest city they learned about. The closest city to Mantown was called Chengfeng, located 1,000 miles away. Ordinary people in the town had rarely visited it, and even martial artists needed 10 days to half a month to reach it. There were no dangers along the way, as they traveled under the protection of the deities. There were no bandits, but they had to be cautious of fierce beasts lurking along the route. Li Mi and his companions traveled with a merchant caravan, not out of fear of danger, but to avoid standing out too much and to blend in. This was a caravan of about 20 people, and besides the 3 of them, 5 others had paid to travel with the caravan. Deities did not pay much attention to ordinary people. They were mainly concerned with the amount of faith their followers brought them, ensuring that no disasters occurred within their managed areas. The key was that any anomalies had to be reported. Any danger to the deities would be scrutinized and investigated. The divine path was a mature system, with every step already considered. Any other anomalies would be detected immediately, and only then would they consider whether to act or how to handle it. The divine path was overly domineering and exclusionary. In a world of multiple systems, it was generally suppressed or became a puppet of the ruling powers. Li Mi and his companions behaved like ordinary people throughout their journey, taking half a month to finally arrive in Chengfeng. This was a massive city, with walls towering 10 zhang high. Even from 10 miles away, one could sense the divine path's lawn net enveloping the city, the divine might of the deities permeating the air, and the divine light reaching into the sky, constantly influencing ordinary people. Over time, ordinary people would be transformed into believers. It was as if they lived within a divine path web. Unless there were unexpected events, ordinary people could foresee their lives coming to an end, and those who knew the truth could only feel despair, seeing no opportunity for escape. Chapter 94. Building a New Divine Path Network, Chung City. One of the cities closest to the endless forest, where Li Mi and the others had just emerged from, is surrounded by numerous small towns and villages within a radius of 10,000 miles. The 3 of them entered the city alongside a merchant caravan. The moment they stepped into the city, they experienced a different sensation. Not only did the ancient city's ambience affect them, but they also immediately felt a stronger sense of suppression within the city. Aside from the divine path, any slight disturbance from other power systems was suppressed, attacked, and erased by the external forces. Gu Yi frowned, as she had retracted her internal energy to the extreme, yet still felt immense pressure. Zhang Yunjiao's eyes seemed to flash with countless data as she attempted to secretly deconstruct the divine path's legal network and invade the rules network. Li Mi glanced at Zhang Yunjiao and did not stop her. As long as they weren't discovered, it was worth a try. With Zhang Yunjiao's talent, she might be able to decipher and deconstruct the divine path. As they were about to settle down, Li Mi reminded them to be cautious. And then the world force field appeared, shielding the divine path's legal network, with one more person materializing in place. Xiao Bai adapted to the divine path world shortly after Zhang Yunjiao. but he had to oversee the battleship's iterative upgrades, which was why he only appeared now. The battleship was still upgrading. However, after Xiao Bai completed the upgrades related to the rules, he allowed the battleship's intelligence system to upgrade itself. Before becoming an intelligent life form, Xiao Bai couldn't even record data related to the rules, as if artificial intelligence had inherent limitations. Xiao Bai, let us work together to decipher this divine path network, Zhang Yunjiao said as she approached Xiao Bai, eager to discuss how to break down the divine path network. Energy consumption was too high in this exclusionary world, and extracting energy had to be done with care. The consumption from the world force field shielding the divine path was also considerable, so they decided to slow down the consumption unless necessary. In the meantime, Gu Yi had already been quietly examining the past of Cheng City. The group of four found a place to stay in an inn named Welcome Spring and sent Xiao Bai to find someone to purchase a courtyard. Xiao Bai left in discontent, muttering about how the boss was used to ordering him around without calling anyone else. Gu Yi pretended not to hear, continuing her secret investigation of Cheng City's timeline. Zhang Yunjiao smiled without saying a word, while Li Mi chose not to engage, as it was indeed common for Xiao Bai to be assigned trivial tasks. Xiao Bai's efficiency remained strong. He found a suitable courtyard that very day, a 3-entry courtyard, bought the necessary furniture, and moved in the next day. The group worked together to help each other adapt to the divine path world. Li Mi continuously extracted spatial energy, ensuring that after the battleship upgraded, it could also extract spatial energy on its own, which put his mind at ease. With sufficient energy, they felt more secure. Even if they were discovered and couldn't fight back, they could leave without ending up like that unfortunate traveler in the Marvel world, where the system used causal power as energy, leading to insufficient energy that couldn't even withstand the backlash of the timeline. As for whether there were powerful figures in the Marvel multiverse secretly manipulating things, Li Mi could only say he didn't know anything and dare not think too much about it. Some powerful figures were untouchable. Just thinking about them could attract attention. Now, after being separated by the endless chaotic void, he occasionally pondered over it, but it was just a fleeting thought. Once everyone adapted to the divine path world and the battleship began to self-recover energy, Li Mi started constructing causality, rationalizing their appearance. Everything from their birth to the present was made to seem reasonable, even constructing causal layers for deceased relatives in this world, right up until their meeting. It could also be that network information intrusion combined with consciousness modification implanted the needed information. During this time, Xiao Bai and Zhang Yunjiao made new progress in their deconstruction and deciphering efforts. As an intelligent life form, Xiao Bai's innate talent was information data and networking, and the Divine Path Network was essentially a network. Wasn't it? Zhang Yunjiao, with her talent, managed to data Yifei Xiao Bai in just a month, allowing him to integrate into the Divine Path legal network, appearing as if a divine being had manifested within the Divine Path Network. Xiao Bai thrived in the Divine Path Network, constructing a modern network prototype, which he began secretly using in some remote villages to collect faith and convert it into divine power. The most important aspect was that within the Divine Path Network, he gained access to a wealth of information, all of which was blocked from external access and could only be accessed by deities. Li Mi was also astonished by Zhang Yunjiao's performance. In some aspects of research and personal talent, she surpassed him, making him secretly grateful that Huang Yinghua had brought her into the Mi Lu civilization before the rise of the Xianqin Empire. Gu Yi continued to use the information gained from the Divine Path to refine her path as a sorceress, while the others analyzed the information within the Divine Path Network and conducted experiments. Li Mi, on the other hand, focused on another area of research, interdimensional jumping and shuttling technology, world anchors, Zhang Yunjiao's data information technology, and the utilization of causal power, combining them to validate interdimensional communication technology. This technology would be crucial for the future. After all, they couldn't keep hopping one world at a time. Once interdimensional communication technology was developed, they could act separately, as not everyone had to be in the same world. They could communicate anytime across different worlds, sharing information, which would be more advantageous on their developmental path. They had already established a foundation for interdimensional communication technology. They just needed to combine it logically without any flaws. It was particularly important to incorporate the use of world force fields and causal power, as both were crucial. The world force field could shield oneself to avoid detection, while causal power could construct identities on a causal level. Li Mi multitasked, simultaneously deducing interdimensional communication technology while observing Zhang Yunjiao and Xiao Bai's research results on the divine path. A year had passed since they settled in Cheng City, and they were methodically analyzing the divine path of this world. However, the divine path itself was becoming lively. The new divine path network constructed by Xiao Bai shocked the deities of this world, stirring the higher-ups among them. Yet, as they investigated, the entire divine path network surveillance revealed that it was merely due to the emergence of innate deities within the divine path network, leaving them unable to decide how to handle the situation for the time being. The network constructed by Xiao Bai allowed ordinary people to enter. As long as they focused and silently recited Xiao Bai's divine name WhiteNet, they could access the network. Within this network, ordinary people could pray to provide faith, becoming points of faith which could be used to purchase goods. Higher-level faith crystals could accomplish even more. 3 different currency systems, faith points, the essence of faith, and divine power, emerged within the divine path network, allowing deities to trade using their faith. The new generation divine path network, constructed by Xiao Bai, was built upon the existing divine path network. Its functions were more advanced and modern, as it included spatial transmission capabilities during transactions, enabling simultaneous payment and delivery of goods. Chapter 95. The missing reincarnation, the God King, was indeed disturbed. But after the deduction through divine arts and the highest authority of the divine path, it was concluded that Xiao Bai, as a naturally born divine being, would remain indestructible as long as the web of divine laws was intact. In the end, the only option was to observe first, while also attempting to find Xiao Bai in order to absorb her into the divine path and bring her under its control. Xiao Bai found Li Mi. What are your thoughts? Li Mi asked after thinking for a moment. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously beside her. Li Mi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. While the idea was good, did they know how to construct it? Was there a related technical plan? There is. He suddenly stopped asking, as he had already begun calculations and deductions, realizing that the matter was feasible. Once others learned of Xiao Bai and Zhang Yunjiao's thoughts, all other research paused as they collaborated to study, calculate, and deduce together. Perhaps the divine world had suppressed scientific technology to the point of being ineffective. But with divine power, an almost omnipotent energy, it could be converted into any form of energy and transformed into known substances, even more useful than the mass energy equation. Li Mi and the others dedicated themselves to the research of this conversion process, analyzing the principles and comparing them with the mass energy equation to find the differences, exploring whether the two could be unified. In the network, Xiao Bai's talent was indeed impressive. Her avatars operated almost instinctively, resembling artificial intelligence avatars. But Xiao Bai was even more powerful, merely splitting off an intelligent life form as an avatar. Divine beings possess their own divine realms and corresponding laws, which can be complete or fragmented, ultimately leading to divine symbols. In this world, divine symbols are referred to as divine talismans, constructed around the core of laws, with the core of the laws bearing the mark of the divine path, controlled by the God King, who holds everything in his hands. Apart from the God King, other divine beings are formed by the divine court through talismans, not relying on themselves to become divine beings. In this mysterious and fantastical world, the divine system resembles a towering pyramid, with distinct layers representing different levels of divine existence. At the very bottom of this pyramid are the mundane land deities, who silently guard the peace and prosperity of their territories. However, as we shift our gaze slightly upward, we encounter the deities of city gods. It is important to note that this city god is not the same as the traditional concept familiar to Li Mi and others. Additionally, in the vast wilderness reside many other types of deities, such as mountain gods, each occupying their own territory and fulfilling their respective divine missions. The consequence of this is the endless resentment that permeates the world, along with the accumulation and expansion of vast amounts of negative energy. since the divine talismans of the deities are granted layer by layer by the God King. They resemble an invisible rope that tightly binds the fate of the divine beings in the world. This is because the divine talismans not only grant the deities power, but also ensure they can never escape the control of the higher-level deities. Even more remarkably, divine talismans possess a series of powerful functions. Firstly, they can efficiently gather the sincere faith power from believers and convert it into strong divine power for the deities to perform divine arts. Secondly, they can accurately separate various distracting thoughts mixed in with the faith to ensure the power obtained by the deities is pure and flawless. Finally, due to their unique structure, divine talismans can help the deities construct various powerful divine arts. Of course, the stable operation of the entire divine system is not solely supported by divine talismans. Behind this mysterious realm lies a vast network of laws interwoven and closely connected through the divine talismans contained within countless divine beings. To some extent, the divine path in this world has developed to a rather mature and complete state. However, it is puzzling that, despite this, the God King of this world seems unable to fully grasp the complete mysteries of the divine path. Xiaobai, through in-depth exploration of the Divine Path Network with Zhang Yunjiao, continuously gathered massive amounts of information from this mysterious and vast domain. This information scattered like stars across the corners of the network world. With their keen insight, strong analytical abilities, and outstanding logical thinking, they systematically organized and integrated the collected information. After a long period of relentless effort, the two finally unraveled the complex data ocean, gradually piecing together a complete picture. In this process, they not only had to face the challenges posed by the enormous volume of information, but also had to overcome various distractions and misleading false clues. Ultimately, they successfully deduced the key conclusions. Chapter 96. Building the cycle. Li Mi naturally had his own thoughts. This world was a divine world, and due to the imbalance in the world, there existed a dark side, accumulating a large amount of resentment and dark emotional power, leading to the emergence of strange things. The divine talismans within the deities were controlled by a higher power, leaving almost no possibility of detachment. "Boss, what do you want to do?" Xiaobai asked curiously. The others were also curious and looked at Li Mi, knowing that whatever he did had its own purpose and could not possibly be in vain. Although curious, Xiaobai still granted Li Mi the authority over his clone. Once Li Mi obtained the authority, he disappeared from their sight, but his voice still echoed. The divine beings in this world are unique, and of course, I have studied them. The divine system of Huaxia, however, utilizes Western beliefs rather than incense offerings, as belief relates to a person's spiritual consciousness. The boss wants to analyze the power of belief, Zhang Yunjiao said, surprised yet beginning to understand Li Mi's thoughts. Although she couldn't grasp the key point at the moment, Gu Yi seemed to ponder. She had also encountered belief and recognized that it was indeed in need of some deities. However, did the Huaxia divine system have different paths? The others were also lost in their thoughts. Li Mi had gained followers, thus coming into contact with belief. He began to dissect Xiaobai's clone, starting from the most basic essence of intelligent life to the core that was forming the embryonic shape of the divine talisman. He did not destroy the divine talisman, but merely observed and calculated, as he feared that dissecting it might cause it to collapse. It seems I still need to find an opportunity to capture a deity to analyze the divine talisman, Li Mi murmured to himself. Then he focused on the belief converging towards the divine talisman, using quantum-level manipulation to analyze the beliefs one by one, breaking them down to the most basic particles, which contained the intentions of the followers. Belief was a firm conviction in the consciousness of living beings. However, the will itself was not strong enough. Influenced by deities and external survival or other reasons, leading to the transformation into believers who contributed their steadfast beliefs. It was both an intention and an emotion, containing the mark of the contributor. Li Mi compared the data from the analysis of belief with the data from the mind gem, identifying commonalities, and then compared it with the data from the soul gem. The study of belief, alongside the comparison of data from the mind gem and the soul gem, yielded significant results, allowing Limi to gain a deeper understanding of the mind and soul, as well as precious data. He then sought out the providers of belief, namely the followers, to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the process through which followers generated belief, examining the circumstances under which belief arose. Feelings of gratitude, resentment, and others would generate corresponding intentions, but the manifestations did not possess such powerful forces. Only with sufficient quantity could they transform into divine power, gaining a ubiquitous strength. Belief exists where there is faith. Without faith, there is none. Belief was merely a branch of conviction, and Limi felt that continuing the research would provide him with sufficient assistance for his future. He became completely immersed in the analysis of belief, even observing for an extended period the formation and perfection process of the divine talisman. By collecting enough data, he analyzed that the divine talisman of deities was formed by the faith of sentient beings, that is, the aggregation of the beliefs of sentient beings, and that conviction could construct laws. This discovery brought immense surprise. If the conviction was strong enough, could it generate countless laws, or even change existing laws? Under this observation and analysis, the divine talisman made significant progress. It served as a carrier for the laws constructed by symbols. The law symbols function like a language, enabling the construction of a divine system. The divine power, transformed from belief, was the energy driving the system, while the divine talisman was also a system that converted belief into divine power. The so-called divine arts were manifestations of using divine power to drive laws. Limi was converting his research results into data in a way he understood, and his unique informational text could record laws, leading to new research. The information text deep within his spiritual consciousness began to change, acquiring functions similar to symbols. Using this, he constructed an informational text as a language, like programming, and simulated a divine talisman, which had the same functions as the divine talisman condensed by Xiaobai's clone. He absorbed the results of Xiaobai's divine network. Through testing and validation, the power of the divine talisman condensed by Xiaobai's clone was only 40 effective. It seemed to lack some key element. Limi began another long period of observation, conducting deeper analysis of belief and performing certain experiments on the consciousness of the followers. The divine talisman of Xiaobai's clone had already taken shape, generating a new law, the network law, which was naturally suitable for Xiaobai, as if it was innate. The network indeed matched Xiaobai's law most perfectly, almost like a deity born for this world. After a century, the others made considerable research achievements. They found an environment filled with negativity and dark power, and at the time of living beings' death, they used the soul law to capture people's souls, then maintain their consciousness using the mind law. They constructed a small-scale dark realm. Xiaobai's main body entered it, appearing before many souls as the king of the underworld, allowing them to communicate with their loved ones from life. A legend of an underworld emerged in their consciousness. Zhang Yunjiao also spent a lot of time building a huge world force field, isolating and concealing an area covering hundreds of thousands of miles. It was roughly 2/3 the size of Huaxia on Blue Star. Xiaobai's clone, through the divine network, actively developed and shifted the attention of deities, secretly selling a large population into their experimental area. After the divine network constructed by Xiaobai was perfected, it had developed vigorously, almost covering the divine path of the human realm. Only the divine court had not yet had the opportunity to enter. Limi discovered that their experimental area already had a population of over 40 million, where only Xiaobai's divine network and the rudimentary version of the underworld's divine path existed. People were living in a world where the network was always available, and the experimental area already bore some resemblance to the 1980s, yet their knowledge was still somewhat reserved. The divine path was not suited for the enlightenment of modern society. Moreover, within their experimental area, people's beliefs were no longer the primary demand, but rather incense offerings. They astonishingly constructed a rudimentary form of the underworld in just 100 years, and if they continued, a true underworld would surely form in another 100 years. Because the world instinctively provided assistance. According to the world's narrative, it was said that the world favored them, and great fortune had fallen upon Xiaobai. with 30 of the world's fortune resting on him. Chapter 97. Analyzing the mountain god deities are a term for ordinary people, but Li Mi and others feel that calling them divine beings is more appropriate. Over the past century, not only has Li Mi made significant gains, but others have also benefited greatly. In the past 100 years, there have been 3 bizarre invasion events, and Zhang Yunjiao and others have captured many anomalies, which are now locked away in the small underworld. Li Mi appeared, but did not engage in much conversation with them. Instead, he hurriedly exchanged research findings and rushed to the small underworld to acquire many anomalies. Because anomalies are also a kind of existence related to the consciousness of living beings. They are just too special. However, before he could conduct research for a month, he was interrupted. "Boss, we captured a deity. What should we do? Should we modify its memory and release it, or just eliminate it?" Xiaobai contacted Li Mi. This deity is a mountain god, although it has been sealed. It is a natural divine being that accidentally intruded into our experimental area. Gu Yi explained, still holding the deity. It was a robust-looking middle-aged man, but his hair was red, and his eyes were large and bulging, resembling a human, but just too unique. Li Mi examined the deity in Gu Yi's hand and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Give it to me. Release it in 2 months. In the meantime, be careful not to let those deities discover its disappearance." After he finished speaking, he took the deity from Gu Yi and vanished without a trace, leaving the others exchanging glances. "Is the boss a bit off?" "It shouldn't be," Xiaobai explained. In the space where anomalies are detained, Li Mi looked at the sealed deity held by Gu Yi and pondered for a moment before taking action. It seemed he had an invisible surgical knife in his hand. Without harming the deity, he actually dissected it. Flesh, blood, bone marrow, hair, internal organs, and even the deity's genes and bloodline. Peeling skin and picking bones was nothing compared to this. The unknown deity was sealed but still conscious, sensing the person in front of it conducting the dissection, nearly scaring it to death. Although its body was being dissected, not a drop of blood flowed, and there was not even a hint of pain. Additionally, there was a powerful anomaly not far away. This was the natural enemy of deities. A shrunk anomaly could only harm ordinary people, but formidable anomalies made even deities wary. It did not know what kind of existence it had encountered, and its heart was filled with intense fear. Li Mi analyzed the fear it generated and found that the deity's emotions were even more powerful, capable of influencing external forces. The stronger the living being, the stronger the consciousness, and the greater the power of its emotions. If a deity were to become a believer, what kind of faith power would that produce? Li Mi almost modified the consciousness of this unnamed deity, but ultimately refrained, knowing that consciousness modification would surely be detected by the divine path of this world. 2 months later, Li Mi used causal power to modify the deity's causality. Rather than modifying consciousness, he changed the causality, allowing the deity to fill in the gaps on its own. The analysis of the deity also involved examining the divine talismans within it, resulting in more data. He discovered that the bloodline contained extraordinary blood, which originally held imprints of laws deep within the genes. Under certain conditions, these law imprints would activate, displaying extraordinary power. Other analyses led Li Mi to find that when a body reaches a certain level, it will contain the power of laws. Otherwise, if the body cannot withstand the use of laws, it will collapse. Li Mi and the others were enhancing their bodies without directly applying the laws. Influenced by Li Mi, everyone was using their own power to influence external forces, including the laws. The divine talismans within the deity were woven from laws, constantly bearing the power of laws, thus creating the divine body. From the analysis data of the mountain god, comparing it with the data of Xiaobai's avatar, Li Mi discovered that another key aspect of the divine talisman was the existence of divine positions. The simulated divine talisman lacked the essential divine position, which is why the simulated divine talisman only had 40% of the original's power. Laws are the foundation. Divine power is the driving force. Divine techniques are the application of laws, and divine positions represent the logical position of laws within the world. Through calculations, it became clear that the laws within the world form the foundational framework of the world. Many laws work together to maintain the operation of the world, each having its operational logic. Divine positions correspond to these operational logical positions. Limi pondered that deities are closely related to the world. They should be an existence that is two sides of the same coin with the world. The stronger the world, the stronger the deities. And the stronger the laws mastered by the deities, the more the world will flourish. However, the divine path of this world does seem somewhat misguided. Even if it is misguided, the divine path is still a mature system among the myriad worlds. The lower-tier deities, not to mention, any deity residing in the divine court of this world is incredibly powerful. Deities in the human realm are merely the most basic existence and can be ignored. But in the divine path system, lower-tier deities are indispensable. After organizing the analysis data of the mountain god, Limi looked toward an anomaly. It was an anomaly resembling a shadow. It did not have a human shape, but was merely a black silhouette, reminding him of the black shadow that fought against the Xianqin Empire. Could that sacred anomaly be a natural sacred being birthed from all the negative emotions, darkness, and twisted powers of a massive world? Limi couldn't help but speculate. Through various testing methods, Limi found that the anomaly was bizarre and unpredictable. Ordinary energy could not harm it, and physical contact was impossible. Divine power had a certain level of damage, but after the anomaly adapted to divine power, it not only became immune to certain divine power damage, but also generated its own anomalous divine power. Limi called this anomalous power. The most intense and rigid force caused the greatest damage to the anomaly. It itself was composed of negative emotions and various distractions, as well as the powers of the world's dark side. Ordinary anomalies lack consciousness or possess chaotic consciousness, driven only by instinct, which is predominantly governed by negative emotions. Powerful anomalies have already been able to sort through emotions and generate consciousness, although Li Mi and the others did not capture them. Xiao Bai and others encountered 3 bizarre invasions over the century and learned a lot of relevant information. The most troublesome aspect of anomalies is that they are difficult to eradicate. They can only be sealed. One could say that anomalies are, to some extent, indestructible. From emotions to chaotic consciousness, from different thoughts to different emotions, Limi analyzed each one, wanting to unravel the essence of anomalies. However, understanding the essence of anomalies is more challenging than researching the deities of the divine path, and progress is slow. Limi speculated that there must be some critical aspect he had not discovered, and he couldn't help but shift his focus to the dark side of this world. Chapter 98. The tyranny of the God King. Limi stopped his research and shifted his focus to dissection and data collection, not spending time on calculations and deductions, because he knew there was too little data related to the strange phenomena to study its essence in a short time. The rapid progress in the study of divinity was due to the fact that the clone of Xiao Bai had already become a deity over the past century, acquiring all the data from the beginning to the condensation of the divine talisman's embryonic form, and finally generating the network Law Divine Talisman. During this time, there was not a single piece of missing data, and even the complete data of the belief transformation process was available